Aoyue, having succumbed to the perils of sleepless nights, met an untimely demise that he was reborn as a diminutive black snake, cast into the frigid waters of Tianqi and Changbai Mountain by a reckless advocate of release. Just as Aoyue was on the brink of drowning, a system finally materialized. Beep. Hold your breath for 1 minute. Breath-holding skill proficiency level 1, 1 out of 100. Upon reaching maximum proficiency, the breath-holding skill advances to underwater breathing, with the aid of a rudimentary self-discipline system. Coinciding with the resurgence of spiritual energy, Aoyue commenced an evolutionary journey from snake to a majestic being. One day, as he surfaced from the lake, he was mistaken for an emissary of the dragon god by humans. Years later, Aoyue ventured into the sea, establishing the North Sea Dragon Palace, and became a veritable dragon king. When human warriors inadvertently wandered into the North Sea, they were astounded to discover a crystalline palace beneath the waves, inhabited by mermaids, pearl maidens, and a colossal dragon slumbering outside the crystal palace. The moment the dragon opened its eyes, the human warriors glimpsed the vastness of the starry sea and the abyss. From that day forth, the North Sea became a forbidden zone for humankind. There exists a true dragon in the North Sea. Do not disturb. Chapter 1. The self-disciplined little black snake and the mysterious old turtle. In the northern region of the Great Xia, the Tianqi of Changbai Mountain boasts breathtaking scenery, resembling an ethereal paradise. The black snake, barely a meter long and no thicker than a thumb, had just been unceremoniously tossed into the icy waters of Tianqi, writhing and flailing. What place is this? Why can I not breathe? It is so painful. Am I to perish? What to do? These were the thoughts racing through the mind of the little black snake. Indeed, he was not an ordinary serpent. He was a creature inspired by Wang Wei's poetry, possessing a human soul. Aoyue had died from insomnia and was now reborn as a small black snake. As a newly hatched serpent, he was on the verge of drowning. Snakes, being reptiles, breathe through lungs. Even water snakes must surface for air, lest they drown. Am I truly to die? Wait, I believe I died from sleeplessness just yesterday. Resigning to his fate, Aoyue ceased his struggles and floated to the surface, blinking his golden snake eyes. Have I been reborn? It seemed he had indeed been reborn, albeit as a creature of the animal realm, specifically a snake. However, something felt amiss. A snake capable of blinking. Was this still a snake? Let me drown then. Without further ado, he submerged his head beneath the water, intending to end his existence, but instinct compelled him to seal his nostrils and hold his breath. Beep. Hold your breath for 1 minute. Breath-holding skill proficiency level 1, 1 out of 100. What was happening? A system? In that instant, Aoyue's desire to live surged. This opportunity to seize control had presented itself. Yet, he sensed that this system felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of a small program he had written just before his untimely death. Before his rebirth, Aoyue was a proficient programmer tasked with creating a self-disciplined supervision program, strikingly similar to this system. He attempted to swim, and after a brief moment, he heard the notification sound. Beep. Swim 1M, swimming skill proficiency level 1, 1 out of 100. Indeed, this is no illusion. Aoyue's little snake face broke into a human-like smile, his tail wriggling with delight. If I can swim, then transforming into a dragon is merely a matter of time. The self-discipline system proved to be the most fitting for a human, for the essence of humanity is that of a repeating machine. System, what are your specific functions? System, is it not possible to engage in a dialogue between man and machine? Exhausted from swimming, Aoyue coiled himself around a branch floating on the water's surface, resting and drifting leisurely. After approximately 2.5 minutes of contemplation, he finally grasped the system's workings. He then opened a rudimentary system panel, simplistic yet securely encrypted, visible only to him. Name, Aoyue. Species, black-bellied snake, black scales, white belly, golden eyes, non-venomous. Talents, strangulation, snake swallowing, blinking. Skills, breath-holding, swimming. Current status, you are a diminutive snake, exceedingly weak. Please maintain self-discipline to strengthen yourself and advance to Python. Not only did it lack intelligence, but it also dared to insult him. How impolite. Enraged, Aoyue struck the water with his tail, creating a minuscule splash. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, striking the water a full 10 times. Beep. Strike 10 times, striking skill proficiency level 1, 1 out of 100. Drifting along, he finally reached the shore and immediately began to crawl into the grass, seeking small insects or worms to satiate his hunger. Human dignity. At this moment, it held no value. He was merely a starving little creature. Beep. Crawl 1M, Crawling skill proficiency level 1, 1/100. With each increment of 1 in these so-called skills, Aoyue experienced slight enhancements, such as increased speed in crawling and heightened olfactory sensitivity. Crawling onward, he spotted a sizable insect and devoured it. Beep. Consumed 1 insect. Eating skill proficiency level 1, 1 out of 100. The second worm, I shall feast. However, this time, no prompt accompanied my indulgence, indicating that I had not consumed enough. The issue lies in the fact that I am now satiated, as a small snake, less than a meter in length and no thicker than a thumb, can only consume so much. Just then, a golden eagle swooped down, gliding past me. Hiss, that startled me. Wait until I grow up. You shall be my first meal. Time flies. 2 years have passed. During these years, the world has experienced certain anomalies. For instance, the ginseng from Changbai Mountain has begun to run away. Carp in a certain locale have started jumping over the Dragon Gate, and even weasels have taken to the streets to confront passers-by. Moreover, the earth itself appears to have expanded. Yet, I remained oblivious to all of this, though I sensed that beneath Tianqi lay treasures. Perhaps the remains of a dragon. For if humans can be reborn as snakes, why can't the legends of dragons in Tianqi be true? Suddenly, a 306-meter-long black mamba emerged from Tianqi, and my golden serpentine eyes gleamed with joy, for I had just experienced a breakthrough in one of my skills. The maximum level of breath holding has advanced, underwater breathing. Although merely an ordinary black mamba, I now possess genuine aquatic capabilities, enabling me to explore Tianqi. Before reaching adulthood, I had been hesitant to dive into the water, fearing predation by fish. Recently, emboldened by my size, I had successfully maxed out my breath-holding skill. Suddenly, a cataclysmic event unfolded. Thunder roared in the clear sky, striking the green moss divine turtle on the southern slope of Tianqi, leaving a significant crack. An unseen force emerged from within it. At the same time, clouds above coalesced into a gigantic divine turtle, attracting crowds eager to capture the moment in photographs. I am free at last. This invisible entity emitted an inaudible sound. Could it be the spirit of an ancient demon? What is happening? The thunderbolt startled me, causing me to freeze in the water. Concurrently, a certain practitioner of releasing animals was so taken aback that he flung the old turtle in his hands, which fortuitously collided with the unseen presence. Awaken. The weary old turtle suddenly opened its eyes, filled with a sense of ancient wisdom and confusion. I am a Xiangui, why am I here? Smash. The old turtle fortuitously struck my head, leaving me dazed and furious, ready to unleash my maxed-out whip strike on this old fool. Truth be told, my whip strike was exceptionally powerful, capable of shattering fragile minerals. It should be no trouble to dispatch a turtle. Alas, this serpent harbors murderous intent. Just as I exuded my killing aura, the old turtle retracted its head and summoned a thin layer of energy, forming a delicate water sphere around itself. Though the spiritual energy was sparse, the water control technique remained effective. That was close. I nearly met my end. With a thud, my tail struck, only to be deflected by the water sphere. I was taken aback. This old turtle could perform magic and had protected itself with a water sphere. I was left confused, my golden serpent eyes wide with bewilderment. Is spiritual energy reviving? I quickly realized and tapped the water sphere with my tail, attempting to communicate with the old turtle. I hissed for a long time, but could not articulate a single human word. I persisted for a full 10 minutes. That old fool wouldn't show his face. Cowardly to the core. Ding. Attempted to speak for 10 minutes. Speaking skill proficiency 1. 1100. Speaking is considered a skill? Hissing twice, I rubbed my chin with my tail, pondering the brilliance of this self-regulating system. If my assumptions were correct, maxing out speaking would allow me to refine my bones and unlock the ability to speak human language. Just then, the old turtle finally emerged, regarding me with a scrutinizing gaze, as if assessing my worth. Does it have reverse scales? A dragon's eye? This serpent possesses the guise of a dragon. I must befriend it. Hee, I am truly clever. In the following moment, I struck the old turtle with my tail and hissed incessantly, "What are you looking at? Careful, or I might devour you." No refinement of my bones. The old turtle rubbed its chin with its forelimb, realizing it needed to help me find some spiritual treasures to awaken my intelligence. At this moment, the old turtle felt that I, the little snake, had yet to open my spiritual awareness. In the old turtle's mind, once a being awakens its intelligence, it would instinctively grasp the path of cultivation. Since I did not exhibit such understanding, it meant my intelligence was yet to be awakened. With this thought, the old turtle's tail transformed into a propeller, swiftly swimming away. Splash! I was left bewildered. Why is this turtle so extraordinary? That night, at the foot of Changbai Mountain, In the gathering place of the Awenki tribe, a bonfire crackled. Roasted beef lay nearby, its front hooves tied with red string and its hind hooves bound with copper bells. A shaman clad in ceremonial robes and adorned with antlers was leading his disciples in a sacred dance, facing the direction of Tianqi, murmuring incantations in the Manchu language. Performing a ritual for Tianqi. In the past, they would toss offerings into the lake, but now, due to official regulations, they refrained from such practices. After completing the dance, they feasted on the roasted beef, thus completing the ritual. At this moment, June 14th, 2024, the birthday of the Dragon King. Simultaneously, in the South River region, a century-old giant python was struck dead by lightning, suspected to have failed its tribulation. In another locality, a grave was struck by lightning, believed to be the heavens preemptively eliminating a zombie. In summary, everything was about to change. Chapter 2. The Terrifying Waters of Tianqi. In the clear and icy waters of Tianqi, I continuously descended, searching for my prey for the day. Soon, I spotted a school of fish, their scales a striking crimson and white. I was momentarily taken aback. I believed this species was extinct. Where did they come from? Could there be a lake beneath Tianqi connecting to other water systems? Upon closer inspection, the leading fish had whiskers at the corners of its mouth and a patch of golden scales, exuding an otherworldly aura, clearly not an ordinary fish. Strangely, I felt an overwhelming urge to consume it. Thus, I swam toward the lead fish without hesitation, only to be knocked senseless by its tail. Why is this fish not afraid of snakes? I must eat it. With a swift strike of my tail, I smashed the lead fish's head, sending it reeling. I swam closer, opening my gaping maw. Thanks to my advanced eating skill, Devour, I could open my mouth to an astonishing extent. Moreover, my serpentine body possessed remarkable resilience, so I would not be choked to death. Through the contraction and propulsion of my muscles, I finally managed to swallow the lead fish, and the powerful gastric juices began to digest it, swiftly eroding its scales upon contact. Ding! Consumed dragon seed. Obtained qualification to transform into a dragon. Dragon seed? What dragon seed? The lead fish? Is there truly a dragon in Tianqi? I continued to dive deeper, my heart racing with astonishment. Could it be that possessing whiskers and golden scales signifies dragon seed? If I consumed the dragon seed, the ancient dragon of Tianqi would not seek to devour me, would it? Before his reincarnation, Aoyi was not only a diligent programmer, but also an enthusiast of Uma, possessing considerable knowledge about the Tianqi water monster. Uma refers to unidentified biological entities. The earliest recorded mention of the Tianqi water monster can be found in the Qing dynasty text Changbai, Mountain Jianggang Ziliu, which describes this creature as having a golden body, a head as large as a basin, a long neck, whiskers, and a visage reminiscent of a dragon. Surely, there cannot be a true dragon here. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Aoyi timidly squeezed himself into a confined crevice, attempting to evade the hypothetical Tianqi old dragon. The average depth of Tianqi is 204 meters, with the deepest part reaching approximately 373 meters. A dragon must be at least 1,000 meters long, and this lake cannot possibly accommodate such a creature. Yet, dragons possess supernatural abilities, enabling them to alter their size at will. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that a dragon truly existed in these waters. Suddenly, a colossal shadowy figure swam toward him from a distance. In shock, Aoyi curled himself up tightly and cautiously extended his head, using his enhanced vision to scrutinize the enormous being. What on earth was that? It had the head of a snake, the body of a turtle, resembling a sea turtle with its limbs, eyes blank, and teeth sharp as swords. This was... Aoyi shrank into a tight ball, his heart racing. If he wasn't mistaken, this creature was likely a long-extinct plesiosaurus. He recalled a fellow netizen mentioning that the water monster of Tianqi and the Loch Ness monster should belong to the same species, speculating that this creature accessed broader marine territories through tunnels connecting to the Sea of Japan beneath a volcano, subsisting on minerals from the volcano. Everything was in disarray. The world was utterly chaotic. Could it be that all Uma were indeed real? What was he doing here? Aoyi felt a wave of despair wash over him. As a mere 3-meter-long worm, how could he compete with such monsters? After a lengthy wait, the shadow finally departed. He immediately activated his super transformation ability, morphing from a ball into a snake, and swam away with great urgency, fearful of being devoured. Wait, where was the lead fish in his stomach? Digested so quickly? He was hungry again. Soon, Aoyi's worldview underwent another overhaul as he encountered a 4-meter-long trout, which bore whiskers by its mouth and a golden scale at the junction of its head and body. Furthermore, this fish possessed sharp teeth. The Tianqi was unsuitable for him. Aoyi felt defeated, for at his current size, he could not even rival a mere fish. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. It seemed he was about to shed his skin. Looking down, he spotted a nearby rock, so he swam over to rub against it, and once done, he began to consume his own shed skin. At this moment, his size had reached 4 meters. He realized that consuming dragon species could facilitate rapid evolution. According to myth, for a serpent to transform into a dragon, it must accumulate size and virtue. Snakes evolve into pythons, pythons into hissing snakes. These two stages belong to the mundane realm. A hissing snake evolves into a dragon after 500 years, into a horned dragon after another 1,000, and into an inglong after another 500, from the hissing stage. It belongs to the extraordinary realm. However, Aoyi estimated that he would not require such a lengthy period, especially with a self-discipline system in place. Worst case, he could scour the world for dragon species to consume. There were plenty of dragon Uma, yet at present, he seemed unable to defeat even the Trout King. Upon clearing his thoughts, Aoyi resolved to fight, to strive, and to carve out his own domain in these waters of Tianqi. Since he was determined to transform into a dragon, he needed the courage to become the sovereign of the waters. With a swift flick of his tail, he propelled himself toward the Trout King. However, in the next moment, the rock transformed, revealing itself as a massive 5-meter-long monster fish, the rock merely a disguise. With a snap, the creature shattered the adjacent stone wall, revealing its unusual diet, soil. No matter, as long as it did not consume snakes. With a powerful whip, Aoyi struck the Trout King, yet both were of similar size, and the Trout King, possessing great tenacity, survived the blow. The Trout King stared in bewilderment, momentarily stunned. Before its eyes gleamed with ferocity, it opened its mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, lunging at Aoyi, not only to retaliate, but also to feast. Simultaneously, the Trout King seemed to emit some form of sonar or other signal, causing the surrounding school of trout to encircle Aoyi, cutting off his escape route. This creature possessed intelligence? Aoyi was taken aback. Clearly, something had transpired in Tianqi over the past 2 years that he was unaware of. On the surface of Tianqi, despite the warmth of June in Changbai Mountain, visitors were plentiful. The recent cataclysms on Earth had sparked greater curiosity about nature among many, leading to an increase in tourism. Look, it's the Tianqi water monster, a visitor exclaimed, pointing at the serpent-like creature that had just surfaced, prompting others to snap photos. Just as the shutter clicked, the creature vanished, leaving only a blurred shadow, which subsequently drew ridicule online. In the depths of the lake, the battle between snake and fish raged on. Ordinary trout were no match for Aoyi, who swiftly dispatched them, leaving only the defiant Trout King to resist. With a constricting embrace, Aoyi coiled around the Trout King, tightening his grip in an attempt to suffocate the fish. Was it possible? Absolutely. As long as his powerful body sealed the fish's gills, causing it to suffocate. Meanwhile, deep within the lake, an ancient tortoise was enduring the searing waters, for it sought out a rare dragon spikenard, rumored to be born from dragon saliva and imbued with a trace of dragon energy. Wait for me, little black snake. Chapter 3. The miraculous new skill with relentless pressure. Aoyi continued to constrict his body, and the Trout King began to show signs of fatigue. However, it refused to surrender. Instead, it lashed its tail, propelling itself forward to collide with the rocky walls of Tianqi, attempting to dislodge the insufferable black snake. Aoyi, steeling his resolve, bit down on the Trout King's eye, even though the structure of a snake's mouth was ill-suited for tearing. Yet, he had no time to ponder. With a crunch, the liquid and blood within the eye erupted. Aoyi plunged his head into the Trout King's skull, gnawing on its brain. Notification: biting a target of the same size for 1 minute. Biting skill proficiency increased by 1. If all went as expected, upon mastering the biting skill, Aoyi's mouth structure would adapt to become more suitable for tearing, without affecting his ability to consume prey. After all, evolution should only enhance, not complicate. As the Trout King's brain came under assault, it convulsed instinctively, unleashing unprecedented strength. Aoyi immediately loosened his grip, swimming away to await its demise. Meanwhile, the ancient tortoise continued its quest. Having merely met once, he resolutely chose to assist Aoyi, demonstrating his discerning vision by recognizing at a glance that Aoyi was no ordinary being. In his heart, Aoyi embodied the future of the Tianqi Longjun. The dragon's saliva grass was a necessity for him. He, the ancient turtle, was determined to acquire it. A human-like determination appeared on the old turtle's face. As he proclaimed, the turtle chancellor shall be established. In this new era, he, The Xian'ao wagered his very life on that small serpent. Turtles possess an innate talent for divination. Not long ago, the old turtle had foreseen that his fate would be inexorably linked to Aoyes. Their fortunes would rise and fall together. Thus, he prepared a substantial gift. Initially intending to exploit Aoye, he now sought to treat him with genuine sincerity. The old turtle, adept at navigating advantages and avoiding pitfalls, was just 3 zhang away from obtaining the dragon's saliva grass. After waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, the dragon species trout king finally perished. Oh! Aoye opened his cavernous maw, his throat resembling an endless abyss, as he continuously swallowed the trout king, sending it straight to his stomach. His appearance was rather comical, with a bulging belly and an otherwise unremarkable head and tail. In less than 3 minutes, the digestion was complete, showcasing an astonishing digestive capacity that could likely corrode stone. As expected, Aoye was ready to shed his skin again, growing at a rate that surpassed any known serpent. Though whether it was a gift from the dragon lineage or the system's enhancement remained uncertain. After shedding, his size reached an astounding 6 meters. Ding! Size has surpassed 6 meters. Congratulations to the host for evolving into a python. Please continue to maintain discipline. Suddenly, Aoye felt an intense itch all over his body, as if afflicted by a grave illness, twisting uncontrollably, even biting himself in agony like a serpent suffering from parasitic infection. The itch was unbearable. Scales, skin, muscles, bones, meridians, and organs all underwent evolution, transforming from a feeble snake into a robust python with a more formidable head. This transformation persisted for quite some time. Upon completion, while his length remained unchanged, his diameter expanded to 30 centimeters, and his weight reached approximately 300 pounds, making him a colossal being among serpents. Despite this, he was still considered the younger sibling in the perilous waters of Tianqi, where a certain snake-necked dragon measured at least 18 meters. Ding! Devoured dragon species trout king. Acquired kin communication skill. Kin communication enables communication with snakes, pythons, anacondas, and others. At this moment, a delayed notification chimed, revealing that Aoye had gained a new consciousness-type skill, explaining the recent buzzing in his mind. However, in Tianqi, he was the only python. What was he to do? An idea struck him. He would ascend to the shore and seek out other serpents to test his skill. On the surface of Tianqi Lake, with a splash, the massive python head emerged, gliding in an S shape as it gradually approached the shore. Positioned at the center of the lake, it would still take some time to reach land. At this moment, the clock read 21:35, and there were no tourists around. Otherwise, someone would likely shout about the appearance of a lake monster. Upon reaching the shore, his crawling speed proved to be as swift as his swimming. True health lies in all-around development. Suddenly accelerating, the versatile black python rolled down the mountain, instinctively connecting its head and tail like a gigantic wheel. No matter, for its scales were remarkably sturdy. Its skin possessed ample resilience. Its muscles were powerful. In summary, rolling down the mountain resulted in only minor abrasions, nothing fatal. Aoye remarked, "I forgot Tianqi is situated on a mountain. How troublesome." Rolling and tumbling, he finally reached the base of the mountain. Some pebbles lodged between his scales. Yet his skin remained unbroken. After all, he had feasted on 2 dragon species fish. His physique was maximized. Should anyone witness this spectacle, they would surely add another uma to their tails, a rolling snake. Ding! Rolling skill proficiency at 100. 100. This was certainly unnecessary. If Aoye could twitch his mouth, he would be in a state of fervent convulsions. Fortunately, he had rolled down rather than falling directly from Tianqi to the base of the mountain, which would have resulted in catastrophic injury. Each year, the months of May and June, as well as autumn, marked peak activity periods for serpents around Changbai Mountain. As it was now June, finding them should not pose much difficulty. Serpents typically inhabit dark, damp areas such as grass thickets, tree hollows, and near water bodies. Furthermore, legends of the guardian ginseng snake circulated around Changbai Mountain, and coincidentally, Aoye found himself in a coniferous forest region known for its wild ginseng. Hissing, Aoye flicked his tongue to gather scent molecules, crawling while tasting the air. He even raised his head, an enormous python behaving like a cobra, a sight that defied logic. Yet Aoye's very existence was inherently illogical. Ginseng contains numerous volatile substances, potentially producing a unique aroma. At this moment, Aoye pursued this scent, aiming to locate the guardian ginseng snake and, in the process, consume the ginseng itself, for he was certain it would provide tremendous nourishment. While pondering and crawling, He mused that since dragon species existed, perhaps he might encounter a ginseng spirit. Suddenly, he was taken aback. A ginseng that could run. In a flash, he pinned the fleeing little ginseng to the ground with his tail and wrapped it up. Just then, footsteps approached. Most likely, they belonged to the local ginseng gang of Changbai Mountain, who had inadvertently let this ginseng escape. With his tail coiling around the ginseng, Aoye could only wriggle using his abdomen, even utilizing muscular strength to leap. The sight of a large python, tail entwined with its prize, bouncing along was a rather comical tableau. As he leapt, he adeptly evaded the members of the ginseng gang. Once certain no one was around, he used his tail to deliver the ginseng into his mouth, raising his neck and allowing it to slide straight into his stomach. A ginseng that could run must surely be a century old. How delightful it would be to gain a century of cultivation in one gulp, sparing himself 100 years of arduous training, bringing him one step closer to becoming a hui. Inside his stomach, the century-old ginseng ran about wildly, causing him considerable discomfort. Nevertheless, he resolved not to regurgitate it, enduring until his gastric juices could completely digest the ginseng. Meanwhile, at the bottom of Tianqi, Xian'ao had finally advanced another zhang. Though an unseen resistance continually obstructed the old turtle, as if testing his resolve. Was it a trial set forth by the late Tianqi Longjun? The old turtle vowed never to relent easily. Little black snake, I shall surely lead you to your destination, and I will assist you in awakening your intelligence. Simultaneously, in the coniferous forest of Changbai Mountain, Aoye was rolling madly beneath a tree. The potency of the century-old ginseng was overwhelming, leaving him in a state of near collapse. No wonder those who spoke of aged ginseng often mentioned brewing it with roots. It felt as though he might explode. Wan La, it seems I have brought misfortune upon myself. How wonderful it would be if this were merely a simulator system, allowing for reckless experimentation and wild misadventures. Chapter 4, The Zoo Breakout. Alas, I have met my demise. With a mournful cry from Aoye, the great black python succumbed to unconsciousness, its eyelids drooping. Generally, snakes lack eyelids, yet this one possessed them. It is well known that eastern dragons predominantly exhibit serpentine forms, and they do indeed have eyelids. Thus, Aoye is inherently of draconic lineage, having inherited dragon eyes rather than dragon scales or dragon whiskers. As footsteps approached, a group returned, passing through this place. And upon discovering the unique black python with eyelids, the leader immediately decided to take it away. Clearly a rare specimen, it would fetch a high price at the zoo, and the profits could be divided among us later. At the foot of Changbai Mountain, in Huaining City, lies the Baishan Zoo, specifically the python enclosure. Surrounded by glass display cases, the interior mimics the ecological environment of pythons, but rather than solitary exhibitions, the pythons are kept in groups. One wonders what the director was thinking. Hey, brother, wake up. A hissing sound roused Aoye, who had been in a stupor for 3 days. Although it was a snake's hiss, he comprehended its meaning and, bewildered, opened his eyes to see a reticulated python perched on a branch nearby. Is it you calling me? Of course, brother. Our ancient python family is exceptionally wise. Awakening intelligence is a simple matter. The reticulated python slithered closer and hissed again. How come you have those things on your human eyes? Why don't I? Aoye responded, perplexed. The reticulated python, a creature of the Southeast Asian tropical rainforest, seemed to carry an unusual roughness. What do you mean by our ancient python family? Are you a guardian spirit of Northeast China? However, it appeared that the skill of interspecies communication was indeed a passive ability that activated without intention. What did you consume to grow so large? The reticulated python assessed Aoye's size, noting that he was at least 3 meters longer than itself, estimating him to be around 10 meters. Indeed, after absorbing a portion of the medicinal properties from a century-old ginseng, I have surpassed the 10-meter mark. A century-old ginseng? Wouldn't that lead to your untimely demise? The reticulated python gasped, falling silent for a moment. Oh right, allow me to introduce myself. I am Meng Tianqing, a python from the Mang family hall under Liuxian. I just pledged allegiance a month ago. After a brief pause, Meng Tianqing hissed again. What is your name, brother? Aoye. Aoye? Like staying up late? You bear the name of the Dragon King of Beihai, Aoshuan? Isn't that a bit daunting? You chose such a name without fear of being struck by lightning? Meng Tianqing was astonished, tapping the faux ground with its tail. Only those of the dragon lineage can bear the name Ao. You are not of the same bloodline. How do you, a zoo python, know such things? Aoye hissed in confusion. I was once a human's pet, sold here. I have re-journeyed to the west and know that all dragon kings share the surname Ao. I thought you might understand. Somewhat. Aoye coiled his body, raising his head and nodding. By the way, why are the other pythons silent? Don't mention it. They lack wisdom and have not awakened their intelligence. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed, belonging to the zoo's caretaker, who had come to feed the animals. The offering was a small lamb, causing Aoye to furrow his brow. Is this it? What a paltry meal. It offers no nourishment, and besides, I am not hungry. The ginseng still lingers in my system. On the other side, Meng Tianqing had already begun to consume the offering, exhibiting a gluttonous demeanor that perfectly matched his rough speech, his belly swelling considerably, indicating he would require time to digest. Time passed swiftly. As night fell, Aoye's vertical pupils glimmered with golden light. With a powerful whip of his tail, he shattered the tempered glass display case, initiating the jailbreak. Such ferocity. Meng Tianqing was taken aback, quickly following suit to escape the display case. Who would willingly remain confined in such a dilapidated enclosure? With a resounding crash, the zoo's perimeter wall was also obliterated by Aoye's tail strike, showcasing a terrifying strength. The two great pythons slipped into the night, stirring the security personnel. However, by the time they began their search, it was already too late. Aoye's crawling skill was at its zenith, while Meng Tianqing, having cultivated for a month, possessed some degree of mystique. Ordinary humans stood no chance of capturing them. It is worth noting that within the celestial realm, the focus is on spirituality, with physicality as a secondary concern. Thus, Meng Tianqing was not yet capable of shattering tempered glass. Where shall we venture, Brother Aoye? I have a bold idea. Do share. Our ancient python family is eager to assist. I will lend my support. Meng Tianqing was instantly intrigued. Sensing that Aoye emanated draconic energy, believing that associating with him would yield no misfortune. To the locked dragon well, Meng Tianqing? His face displaying a human-like expression of confusion. He scratched his head with the tip of his tail, as if to say, Brother, are you in your right mind? The locked dragon, well, can even restrain celestial dragons. Surely, a python beneath the dragon would struggle to approach it? I wish to verify a hypothesis. Aoye's gaze was intensely serious. If there is indeed something within the locked dragon well, it would signify that my ancestral home also harbors something. Moreover, if whatever resides within is deceased, it is likely to leave behind remnants that I could consume. Ancestral home. The heavenly pool of Changbai Mountain. Meng Tianqing, utterly astonished. In such an environment, how could a python possibly survive? Wouldn't it freeze to death? If you are too afraid to go, then so be it. After hissing, Aoye departed, intending to wander the city in search of the locked dragon well. Generally speaking, major cities often possess such wells, primarily used to suppress local water veins, most of which were cast during the Hongwu era by Liu Bowen. Oh. The tales surrounding various locked dragon wells share several commonalities. Firstly, pulling an iron chain a certain distance causes the well water to churn. Secondly, a fishy odor arises. Thirdly, a bellowing sound akin to that of cattle is heard. Fourthly, the well water emits an aged fragrance. The most significant point is that during the 1934 Yingchuan Dragonfall incident, the strange entity emitted a bellowing sound akin to that of cattle before its demise. Furthermore, ancient records describe dragon sounds resembling that of cattle. It appears that the legends of this world are not merely baseless fabrications. With that in mind, Aoye resolved to explore all locations associated with dragon legends, including the origins of tales such as Long Jiang and the Old Man with the Bald Tail, in hopes of uncovering any relics left behind by ancient draconic ancestors. Our ancient python family fears nothing. On the other side, at the bottom of the heavenly pool, the old turtle Shineo had successfully harvested dragon's saliva grass and was currently searching for Aoye, his tail spinning like a propeller, encasing the spiritual herb in a water bubble. By now, he had spent 2 days near the heavenly pool without a trace of the python. With no other choice, he resolved to consult the oracle once more. After 3 days of nocturnal exploration, Aoye finally discerned the precise location of the locked dragon well, largely thanks to Meng Tianqing. Today, he had achieved a minor breakthrough in his cultivation, allowing his spirit to leave his body. Under the cover of night, he possessed the body of a drunken man with weak young fire and utilized the search function on the man's phone to locate the local locked dragon well. No, it was the locked dragon pool. In this area, there was no traditional locked dragon well, but rather a deep pool. It was situated in Longtan Mountain City of Jiang City, 295 kilometers away. Chapter 5. The Catfish in the Sewers. 295 kilometers? Under the nightfall, in a dense green belt of Hunjing City, Aoye was scratching the head of a python with the tip of his tail, his golden eyes filled with entanglement. For the distance was too great. Along the way, one could encounter unforeseen dangers. Longtan Mountain City, as the name suggests, is situated at Longtan Mountain, which lies on the eastern bank of the Songhua River in the Longtan district of Jiangxing City, and it also serves as the southern branch of the Changbai mountain range. To reach it from the city, one must head towards the northeast corner of Jiangqing City. Although entangled, Aoyi did not linger long in his indecision. Jiangqing City is located to the north of Hunjing City, and reaching Jiangqing is imperative, a distance of 295 kilometers, a considerable length for reptiles. Hiss! Aoyi and Python Tianqing immediately set off, slithering towards the northeast corner, which is directly north of the city, and in an effort to avoid detection. The two pythons resolutely plunged into the sewer. Within the sewer, the stench was overwhelming and slippery. As soon as they landed, they slipped into a foul ditch. Thankfully, they were blocked by garbage ahead. Otherwise, they would have been swept away to who knows where. Hiss! Python Tianqing flicked his tongue, carefully distinguishing the scent molecules, and hissed in surprise. Something is amiss here. The smell is not just pure sourness. There's also a fishy odor. Could it be that the big catfish that escaped recently is also in this sewer? This could mean a feast. What catfish? Aoyi hissed, puzzled. A couple of days ago. I heard the caretaker mention it. Python Tianqing replied, winding along the ground of the sewer while hissing. Someone bought a catfish to raise for a few days before consuming it, but it grows so quickly that it might soon be able to eat a person. Well, it didn't eat anyone. That big catfish ran away, supposedly also through the sewer. That fish is quite formidable, capable of hopping on land. Perhaps it has evolved. Aoyi. Isn't its spiritual energy revival? Why does such an evolved creature, existing only in evolution novels, appear? Has this catfish awakened the talent of growing and eating? Curious. Something fell off. Truly, being a domesticated python, Python Tianqing possessed a wealth of knowledge. Aoyi hissed and continued to crawl forward, but suddenly sensed something was wrong. Ahead lay an abyss. The two large pythons had been so engrossed in conversation that they failed to notice the large pit before them. They slipped right down. Where did this hole come from? Aoyi was bewildered. He had never heard of a large pit existing in the sewer, which was neither a septic tank nor a wastewater treatment plant. Looking around, the edges of the pit were jagged, resembling the bite marks of some creature. Could it be that the big catfish possesses a biting talent? Dual talents. Could it be an A-level creature? Meanwhile, at the Tianqi of Changbai Mountain, the old turtle Xianao was hastily navigating the waterways, racing towards the southern branch of Longtan Mountain along the Tianqi water system and its tributaries. Having just cast an oracle, he anticipated meeting the fated dragon lord there. Little black snake, how did you wander so far without your wits? I, the old turtle, am quite worried. It seems my divination skills are lacking. Perhaps due to insufficient spiritual energy, his extraordinary abilities were significantly diminished. The old turtle was unaware of the little black snake's current state. Nor did he know that Aoyi's fortune in food was immense. Whatever he casually consumed was a century-old ginseng. However, the century-old ginseng had only digested 25 years of its medicinal properties, so it was likely that Aoyi would not feel hunger for quite some time. You must not come to harm. If anything happens to you, my life will be ruined. On the other side, in the sewer of Hunjing City. Splash! A colossal creature swiftly swam past the two pythons, its size resembling that of a gigantic catfish, measuring around 3 to 5 meters long. While small in the eyes of the giant pythons, it was already considered the largest catfish known to humankind. Though not lengthy, it was undeniably substantial, impossible to swallow. No matter how I think about it, I can't fit it in, Python Tianqing lamented, shaking his head. It was too large, and the thought of choking on it was disheartening. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his tail, causing him to twitch instinctively. Damn it! Python Tianqing, in a fit of anger, retaliated against the creature biting his tail, attempting to constrict it to death, but was pricked by its spines and had no choice but to release it. Cursed beast has spines. Fortunately, the giant catfish had evolved away from toxic tendencies due to the lethality of its dorsal spines. Otherwise, Python Tianqing would have been in dire straits. Brother Python, are you poisoned? Aoyi hissed with concern. Ding. Same race communication skill proficiency reached 100. Advanced to cross-species consciousness communication. With Python Tianqing, the chatterbox, accompanying him. This skill naturally flourished, reaching its maximum level in one go, granting Aoyi the ability to communicate with other species. Python Tianqing hissed twice. No poison, just a prick. Then all is well. Aoyi turned towards the giant catfish, his golden eyes narrowing, an invisible wave radiating forth, conveying to the giant catfish, I am not hungry. He cannot consume you, hence we need not conflict. My brother and I are merely passing through. Our destination is Longtan Mountain, not you. The giant catfish. What is Longtan Mountain? With limited intelligence, it evidently possessed some wisdom, but not much, and could not compare to Python Tianqing, who had awakened a couple of months ago and could articulate. Aoyi thought, this giant catfish can eat and grow, possesses sharp teeth, and can even hop on land. If raised for a while, it might rival the size of a plesiosaurus, an excellent candidate for a vanguard general. A certain practical dragon named Lai Pai, she had a giant catfish as a subordinate. This had historical roots. However, the giant catfish seemed rather foolish, which was normal, as the spirits in the northeastern region were predominantly foxes, tigers, and other creatures, while the spiritual essence of other beings was somewhat lacking. Catfish, acknowledge me as your king and serve me as your master. Given its low intelligence, Aoyi did not bother to negotiate, directly coiling his massive serpentine body around it. For his scales and skin were impervious to the spines. Submit or perish. To be honest, had it not been for the undigested ginseng in his belly, he would have devoured the catfish outright. Wouldn't it be delightful to absorb the talent of eating and growing? Splash. Moo. Despite the giant catfish's low intelligence, it fancied itself a local tyrant and was not easily inclined to submit, thrashing about incessantly. However, Aoyi's constricting power was immense. Submit or perish. I shall not repeat myself. Brother Ao. No, Lord Ao, you can communicate with other species? Python Tianqing, quick-witted, immediately grasped the current situation and could not help but hiss in admiration. Your wisdom is truly remarkable. Among the serpentine kin, the concept of a serpent king exists. In that moment, Python Tianqing likely regarded Aoyi as his elder brother, for Aoyi's display was exceedingly extraordinary, far from an ordinary python. Clever as he was, he chose a promising future without hesitation. Yes, I am using my consciousness. In your celestial terms, I am communicating with divine consciousness. A year ago, the giant catfish was an ordinary edible catfish, frolicking carefree in a fish farm until a global earthquake inexplicably awakened a spark of wisdom. Until a few days ago, it was sold to a human household. That spark of wisdom eventually evolved into what is known as intelligence. It realized it was no mere fish. It absolutely cannot resign itself to being slaughtered, hence it escaped. Yet now, it found itself threatened by a long, communicating creature, submit or die. And it truly did not wish to submit. But, even less did it want to die? I submit. Upon hearing these words, Aoyi loosened his embrace and gently tapped the head of the giant catfish with the tip of his tail, as if offering solace. From now on, you shall be named Nian Chuan, he declared. Immediately after uttering these words, Aoyi felt a sudden wave of fatigue wash over him, but fortunately, the century-old ginseng within him provided a buffer, allowing him to digest a portion of the medicinal power. At that moment, the nearby Mang Tianqing swiftly elucidated Master Ao. Bestowing a name upon a sentient spiritual being, commonly referred to as Dianhua, requires a consumption of one's Taoist essence. Taoist essence, in simple terms, refers to the accumulation of spiritual energy or various chaotic energies over time. Hiss. What? Aoyi was bewildered, wondering if naming someone would truly require such a sacrifice. Nian Chuan was destined to follow the serpent lord henceforth. The giant catfish's intelligence suddenly surged, and Nian Chuan would forever be grateful for the serpent lord's grace, pledging to brave fire and water for him in the future. Chapter 6. The heavy rain in Jiangqing's Suolong Pond. It is said that the area surrounding Longtan Mountain was once a land of tranquility, where seasons were eternally spring-like, bountiful in resources, and its inhabitants lived in harmony. A small stream meandered down the mountain, flowing into a pond of approximately 2 acres. The stream and rainwater continuously fed the pond throughout the year. Yet the water level never seemed to rise. Even during years of drought, the pond remained full. One fateful day, however, the sky darkened and thunder roared. On that day, a green dragon descended from the heavens, bringing fame to Longtan Mountain. Yet, this was a malevolent dragon, frequently causing floods and attempting to destroy crops and homes. The people found themselves in dire straits. An innocent girl went missing in the flood, and her father, in his grief, rescued an injured swallow, which astonishingly spoke, "From now on, I shall be your daughter," vowing to avenge the villagers and my sister by vanquishing the malevolent dragon. The swallow was named Longtan Yen, and she set off to the South Sea to learn the arts of revenge. 3 years later, she returned, leading the villagers to confront the dragon. The dragon, furious, was no match for Longtan Yen and the villagers, and was firmly imprisoned in the pond. From that day forth, the malevolent dragon lost its powers and ceased to wreak havoc. The people of Longtan Mountain resumed their prosperous lives, erecting a temple in honor of Longtan Yan's bravery, which they revered through generations. Meanwhile, The dragon locked within the pond became a topic of conversation among the townsfolk. Over 1,600 years later, to this day, whenever someone pulls on the thick iron chain at the pond's edge, the water inexplicably surges and churns, emitting a sound reminiscent of a lowing cow, albeit feeble. This is the narrative offered by the tour guide, for after all, this is a tourist attraction. At this moment, Ao Yi, Mang Tianqing, and Nian Chuan continued their arduous journey through the vast drainage system. One day, with a loud crash, a massive python head burst through the drainage cover, followed by two large pythons effortlessly climbing up the ladder, as they were no ordinary pythons. The giant catfish, however, made its way to the wastewater treatment plant. Unable to ascend, Ao Yi crawled to a nearby signpost, raised his neck, and peered closely at the small print, realizing they had reached the vicinity of Longton Mountain. Each time they traversed a certain distance in the drainage system, they would resurface to check the signpost, fearful of straying off course. Rustling sounds emerged as Mang Tianqing approached. Hissing, "Master Ao, do you think Nian Chuan will be captured by mortals at that wastewater treatment plant?" "It should be fine," Ao Yi replied, shaking his head as he crawled in the direction indicated by the sign. It was night, and being near Longton Mountain, the roads were not busy, allowing the two large pythons to move at full speed without fear of being spotted. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted, illuminating the night sky, coinciding with a stumbling drunkard who caught sight of the two pythons, sending him into a panic as he repeatedly bowed in fear. "Please spare me. I did not intend to offend you," he implored. This intoxicated man, with some knowledge of the supernatural, sobered up at the sight of the pythons, terrified to the core. Only yesterday, he had encountered a yellow weasel blocking his path, and today, he had inadvertently crossed paths with celestial beings. He began to doubt whether he had committed some grave sin, merely for enjoying a bit of drink. Offending the celestial is a grave crime. Mang Tianqing, embodying an Yin spirit, possessed the man and conveyed his demands through him, stating, "We are not merciless. Simply establish a shrine for us and offer 3 incense sticks daily, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences of angering celestial beings." However, he added, "If you are willing to become my disciple, that would be even better. I shall ensure your sustenance and prosperity." At this point, Ao Yi realized this was mere trickery. Celestial cultivation, establishing shrines, offering incense, and having disciples to represent oneself in the world, earning merit by treating ailments and dispelling malevolence, all while the disciples bore the burdens. It was a treacherous path. I, Ma Tianzi, willingly accept. With that, Mang Tianqing gained a disciple, marking an entry-level celestial practitioner. Albeit lacking the ability to speak human language or take on a human form, yet securing a steady flow of incense offerings. After the possession concluded, Ma Tianzi hurriedly departed, leaving behind the bottles of liquor he had forgotten in his haste. Suddenly, torrential rain poured down, with large raindrops falling incessantly, followed by another thunderclap striking nearby an advertisement board. Ao Yi was slightly singed by the lightning. What just happened? He wondered, perplexed. What did I do? I haven't even taken a step yet. For heaven's sake, why strike me now? For some inexplicable reason, Ao Yi felt the lightning was aimed directly at him. Ding. Struck by lightning once, skill proficiency in thunder control increased by 1. 1100, huh? Does this mean I must actively seek out lightning to strike me? 100 times. Will I even survive that? Ao Yi scratched at the newly formed scar, sighing, what have I done to deserve this? The lightning within the scar was gradually absorbed. Brother Mang, what do you think about my predicament with the lightning? He inquired of the contemplative Mang Tianqing beside him. Master Ao, as I have mentioned, Ao is a dragon surname. Those not of our lineage are destined to be struck by lightning, Mang Tianqing replied earnestly, hissing thoughtfully. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. There is another possibility. The current prohibition against becoming sentient after the establishment of the nation has yet to be lifted. Dragons cannot reveal themselves, lest there be divine retribution. Brother Mang, please elaborate, Ao Yi urged. A month ago, an ancient celestial being who visited my dreams mentioned that at the inception of the nation, all malevolent spirits were vanquished, temples destroyed, and a decree was established. No entity may gain sentience post-establishment. Various supernatural beings were barred from the earthly realm. Should they be seen, divine retribution would ensue. This being, born of the national fortune and possessing great auspiciousness, speaks with authority akin to the ancient emperors, and none dare defy their words. Those who do would face heavenly punishment. According to the ancient celestials' calculations, this prohibition was initially set for 100 years, but given the recent upheaval in the world, it may be lifted within a year or two. Originally set to last until 2049, it appears it will not hold beyond 2026, given the current state. After hearing Mang Tianqing's explanation, Ao Yi fell into deep contemplation. This makes perfect sense. In ancient times, there were frequent sightings of dragons, all documented in local chronicles. Yet, in modern times, sightings are either partial or merely shadows, suggesting that they cannot be observed. It is no wonder that the dragon that fell in Inko, which had still been breathing and received aid, perished suddenly the next day. The reason lies here, having transgressed a forbidden decree. Although the Jiaolong is considered a divine beast, it cannot withstand the wrath of national fortune. It is utterly incapable of resisting the overwhelming force of 5,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years, of national destiny. My dear brother Python, I find myself merely in the stage of a python, hardly qualifying as a mystical creature, would you not agree? As for our old python friend, he remains uncertain. The two great pythons continued their conversation as they slithered, eventually arriving at the foot of Longton Mountain. Due to the heavy rain and slippery paths, their limbless forms could not ascend, and they had to pause. Let us seek refuge from the rain first. After a hissing sound, Ao Yi fell into contemplation. He had previously been discovered without being struck by lightning. Why was this instance different? Could it be a consequence of evolution, or perhaps due to consuming ginseng? Chapter 7. The Marvelous Drift of the Old Turtle Shangbation. The cold rain cascaded down as an old grass turtle used its shell as a surfboard, floating along the stream while cradling a water ball containing a ferocious seaweed. This seaweed is none other than Longxian grass. This spiritual plant does not belong to a fixed species. If Lingji is touched by dragon saliva, it becomes Longxian Lingji. The same principle applies to Longxua Lingji. The medicinal properties derive from the dragon, not the plant itself. Xian'ao held the water ball, opened his mouth to drink the rainwater, and mused, if my divination is accurate, drifting along this tributary will lead me to the current location of the little black snake. At that moment, a splashing sound echoed through the air. Is that humanity? Xian'ao's eyes darted, and he swiftly flipped over, commanding a current to conceal himself, fearing discovery by humans. He had heard the decree upon the founding of the nation and had to exercise caution. In this moment, the old turtle reminisced about the past, recalling the carefree days spent with his beloved wife in the North Sea. However, in 1702, following the last eruption of the Shangbation Tianqi volcano, members of the Jinyao Sea ventured to the North Sea to summon the couple to quell the volcanic energy. Of course, two initially unrefined Xian turtles could not suppress a volcano. It was the Tianqi Dragon Lord, a four-clawed golden dragon that had leapt over the dragon gate and transformed into a dragon that provided the strength. Unfortunately, as spiritual energy gradually waned, it could no longer sustain the powerful True Dragon clan, which has since perished for many years. The dragon souls have undergone countless reincarnations. Similarly, Xian'ao's physical form had perished. Yet due to the seal placed upon him, his soul had not reincarnated and remained trapped within the stone-like giant turtle. Thus, the dragon shadows captured in modern times are certainly not dragons. At most, they are Jiaolong or hornless yi-dragons. The dragon lord Xian'ao felt a pang of melancholy. For this dragon lord often engaged in conversation with the couple, having been friends for many years. The footsteps grew increasingly closer. Xian'ao keenly discerned that the individuals were clad in uniforms and bore firearms, with the apparent leader resembling a guide. Why do they not wait for the rain to cease before entering the mountains? The guide seemed reluctant to proceed. Enough chatter, lead the way, a uniformed man stated coldly. It is not the time to linger in this torrential rain. We are heading to Tianqi. A young man nearby inquired, Brother Wang, why has 749 Bureau suddenly resumed operations? Was it not previously established that there were no supernatural forces? That was then, this is now. Everything has changed since 2 years ago. After a pause, Brother Wang continued. A month ago, a domesticated water buffalo in Guizhou province gave birth to a chillin, but it was killed by villagers who deemed it a monster. Its corpse is now a specimen in our bureau. A fortnight ago, an old sow in Shandong birthed an elephant. Just 3 days prior, I led a team to capture a cat monkey that was abducting children, and yesterday, we eliminated a coxcomb snake near Baishan City. These are all signs of the resurgence of spiritual energy. Thus we must reinvestigate local legends. We aim to confine any anomalies before they emerge in large numbers, managing and taming them to prepare for future transformations. In this world, it ultimately remains ours. Oh, the young man nodded thoughtfully, being a newcomer to the 749 Bureau with little experience. The 749 Bureau is ostensibly a national defense and scientific unit studying supernatural phenomena and human abilities, yet in reality, it is the modern incarnation of the Jinyao Sea founded by Qin Shi Huang. The previous night watchmen and guardians were also aliases of this organization. This is dire. Humanity is encroaching upon Tianqi. Xian'eo's heart raced with alarm. The Dragon Lord surely prepared trials and legacies for the fated descendants before his passing. If humans interfere, chaos will ensue. This legacy must belong to the little black snake. His eyes are identical to the Dragon Lord's, indicating he is indeed the chosen one. With this thought, Xian'eo steeled himself, resolved to eliminate these intruders. However, just as he prepared to act, he realized that the current spiritual energy was thin, and his internal power was insufficient for a confrontation. What to do? Shall I allow them to ascend to Tianqi? Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged, cloaked in white fur, its visage a grotesque blend of human and beast. With an elongated snout and sharp teeth, towering at 28 meters, a terrifying sight. It was the Yuma Yeti. Roar! The creature that resembled a Yeti began to bellow, violently smashing nearby trees to use as weapons against the members of the 749 Bureau. A Yeti? The young man was taken aback. No, it is a snow corpse, Brother Wong remarked. Drawing a tactical dagger made of peach wood from his belt, wielding it in one hand while gripping a gun in the other. The bullets soaked in Rooster's blood for special efficacy. It seems the local shamans are displeased with our intrusion into their sacred Tianqi. This complicates matters, Brother Wong frowned. Meanwhile, at the foot of Shangbeition, in a gathering place of shamans, an elderly shaman danced fervently, his eyes closed, muttering obscure incantations in the Manchu language. He commanded the ancestral guardians of the Mountain Snow Corps to fulfill their forebears' mission, as this lineage of shamans had been safeguarding the sanctity of Tianqi for generations. The guardian spirit of Tianqi had once saved their ancestors' lives, and in gratitude, they voluntarily dedicated themselves to protect the sacred ground from those with ill intentions. Originally, the old shaman could not perform such feats, but after the Dragon King's birth, he astonishingly discovered that the ancestral magic was not merely for display, but could truly manifest. Thus, he resumed his family's sacred duty. Bang! Gunfire erupted within Shangbeition, striking the snow corpse and eliciting a plume of black smoke. Yet it was far less effective than Brother Wong had anticipated. The guardians of the Mountain Snow Corps are not malevolent creations forged through dark sorcery. Rather, they are the embodiment of a long-ago shaman who willingly chose to protect the sacred Tianqi in his mortal form, thus serving as a sort of magical artifact. With the blessings of their shamanic ancestors and not intended for harm, but for protection, the rooster's blood and peachwood sword cannot harm it. Roar! The Schwesher poses no threat to humanity. It merely drives away the crowd from the 749 Bureau. Upon witnessing this, Wongo furrows his brow and decides to depart, planning to negotiate with the local shaman once the rain subsides. Retreat. If a conflict can be avoided, then let it be so. The 749 Bureau has just been reinstated, struggling to regain its former strength. Those secluded cultivators and practitioners from the renowned mountains, empowered by the resurgence of spiritual energy as pioneers, disregard the 749 Bureau, particularly the Taoists. The Taoist philosophy emphasizes the natural way of the Tao, and preemptive control contradicts this principle. If a monster harms people, it should be eradicated. If a spirit tends toward goodness, it should be left alone. Premature intervention sows the seeds of resentment in non-human beings, which is counterproductive. Longtan Mountain, specifically Sualongtan, is distinct from the Longtan at the summit of Longtan Mountain. Sualongtan measures 528 meters in length and 2,575 meters in width, with a maximum depth of 9 meters. At least according to official records, the true nature of its depths remains a mystery. What you know is merely what they wish for you to know. Even amidst the relentless downpour, the water level of the pond has not risen, not even by a millimeter. A faint sound resembling a massive creature dragging a chain emerges from the depths of the pond, barely discernible, yet undeniably present. Is that the sound of a cow? No. It is deeper and more resonant, akin to both a cow and a tiger. Meanwhile, at the foot of Longtan Mountain, within a girls' dormitory at a high school, one enthusiastic girl exclaims, "It's the sound of a dragon." She excitedly pulls out her phone to record, shouting to her roommate, "When I was a child, my grandmother told me that her mother was involved in the Inko dragon landing incident and witnessed a dragon in its lifetime. The roar of a dragon sounds similar to this. Almost like a cow's moo. Wei Hanyu, isn't that just the sound of an engine?" Her roommate, Ma Lingling, chuckles. "Why are you so excited? Dragons are fictional creatures. They do not exist. My ancestor, Wei Zhong, even slayed a dragon. How could they possibly not exist?" Chapter 8. Sualongtan finally, they have departed. Xian'eo observes the retreating figures of the 749 Bureau personnel and resumes his leisurely drift, while the Schwesher leaps away, the dispute thus coming to a temporary halt. Following the stream southward, the destination is unmistakably Longtan Mountain. Is it a tributary to the south? Xian Ao blinks his turtle eyes. Recalling that Long Jun had mentioned he once indulged a fish spirit in a pond atop the southern peak, where a dragon fish gave birth to a Chaiwan. This dragon offspring must have perished by now. With memories recollected, the old turtle begins to envision the future. However, influenced by Long Jun's dragon aura, it is likely that many dragon species will emerge there. That little black snake could purify its dragon blood by consuming dragon-infused creatures. Once they meet, he shall take it to that dragon pond. Dragon species do not necessarily refer to the offspring of dragons. They may also be creatures transformed by dragon energy or those fortunate enough to have ingested dragon saliva or urine. The classic work Journey to the West records, true dragon urine can transform grass into spiritual mushrooms, and fish can directly become dragons upon consumption. The following afternoon, the torrential rain continues to pour down in torrents. At this moment, Ao Yi and Mang Tianxing are nestled within the greenery near Sulongtan, the area closest to Longtan Mountain, ready to ascend the moment the rain ceases. A green belt that can conceal a 10-meter-long python and a 7-meter-long python seems rather excessive. Brother Ao, I have a brilliant idea. Mang Tianxing hisses, controlling the muscles at the corner of his mouth to form a rather unappealing smile. Tonight, I will project my spirit outside my body. Contact Ma Tianxi through the hall, and have him drive us to Sulongtan. Isn't that perfect? Have you forgotten? I cannot be seen. Ah, I forgot. At that moment, footsteps approach. Though Ao Yi lacks ears, he possesses some hearing. Combined with his acute sense of smell, he easily determines that two girls are coming. First, they exude a scent of cosmetics, quite stimulating. Second, there is a faint trace of blood, indicating a monthly cycle. Third, their voices are unmistakably feminine. Wei Hanyu, are you out of your mind? Ma Lingling, how am I out of my mind? Wei Hanyu retorts, casting a discontented glance at her roommate and close friend. It's pouring rain, and I must go see Sulongtan. I am certain that last night was the sound of a dragon, not an engine. With that, she strides off. Ma Lingling, exasperated, rolls her eyes, holding up her umbrella, and follows. All right, darling, I'm not angry. I'll accompany you. Her tone is slightly conciliatory, contemplating the possibility that if a dragon truly exists, what would happen if it decided to devour them? To be honest, she feels a tinge of fear. Last night's commotion did not resemble the sound of an engine at all. What are you afraid of? It's locked away, isn't it? Wei Hanyu laughs, affectionately linking arms with her friend. If it could eat people, it would have emerged long ago. Upon hearing this, Ao Yi's heart trembles. Dragon roar? Could it be that Sulongtan harbors something? That the heavenly pool truly contains an ancient dragon? Brother Mang, can you possess a body and go take a look at Sulongtan? Ao Yi taps Mang Tianxing gently with his tail. Help me investigate the situation. Mang Tianxing hisses a few times. No? It's not that I don't want to help. It's just that I cannot project my spirit yet. My spiritual cultivation is insufficient. Very well. The rain pours incessantly. Large raindrops pelt the treetops of Longtan Mountain, creating a cacophony of rustling sounds. The mountain path becomes muddy as rainwater cascades down, forming a stream that rushes down the stone steps, while lightning flickers intermittently, causing the trees to sway in the tempest. Within the rain veil, the surface of Sulongtan occasionally ripples, with bubbles rising and quickly dissipating. On the distant mountain path, two indistinct figures cautiously approach, their umbrellas swaying precariously in the violent downpour. Fortunately, Sulongtan lies at the lowest elevation of Longtan Mountain. Otherwise, Wei Hanyu and Ma Lingling would have to climb the mountain in the torrential rain, which would be perilous. In the southeast corner of Sulongtan stands a 30-meter-tall ancient birch tree, designated as a sacred tree by Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. The Sualong chain is entwined around this sacred tree, which bears swallow nests. Despite the gusty winds and pouring rain, the ancient birch remains steadfast. This tree boasts a history of at least 200 years and has been revered by the emperor, an unsettling thought upon reflection. I'm going to pull on it and see. Wei Hanyu, emboldened, swiftly closes her umbrella, hands it to Ma Lingling, and dashes into the rain, resolutely tugging at the Sualong chain. Never underestimate the extent of human folly, especially among high school students burdened with academic pressure. As she pulls the Sualong chain with great effort, just as the legends of Sualong wells suggest, the water's surface begins to churn, and a foul odor rises, creating a truly terrifying scene. Moo! The sound, reminiscent of both a cow and a tiger, emerges, resounding clearly and powerfully, even tinged with a hint of anger. Simply relying on the Sualong chain cannot contain the dragon. It must be complemented by the Kundong stakes and Jinlong nails. Particularly, The Jinlong nails, once disturbed, inflict great pain upon the dragon. The Jinlong nails are connected to the Soalong chain, so pulling the chain causes the dragon to experience torment, prompting a roar that deters the one pulling the iron chain, preventing them from directly dislodging the Jinlong nails and releasing the dragon. One might wonder why the end of the Soalong chain is exposed. Could it not be submerged? It cannot, because the dragon possesses claws and exhibits a level of agility comparable to that of a human hand. If one end of the chained lock lies submerged in water, it could easily free itself. Gurgle, gurgle. The surface of the water churned more violently, and the stench intensified. Moo. The roar grew increasingly furious, although the locked dragon pool measured merely 9 meters in depth and was crystal clear. Wei Hanyu even leaned closer to the railing to take a glance, finding nothing of significance, at most, a few fish. Could it truly be a natural phenomenon? Wei Hanyu pondered in confusion. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the lock chain extended beneath the pool's bottom, indicating that 9 meters was not the pool's true limit. This so-called bottom was likely an illusion, or perhaps it was indeed the bottom, but the dragon resided underground, and this layer of the pool might be hollow, with the true prison for the dragon situated below. Baby, we should leave quickly, Ma Lingling shouted at Wei Hanyu, alarmed by the danger. What if something truly emerges? Even if your ancestors did slay dragons, you are merely an ordinary high school student. Don't be foolish. Chatter. At that moment, a swallow descended from the ancient birch tree, able to fly in the rain without its feathers getting wet, clearly not an ordinary bird. It looked anxiously at Wei Hanyu, its eyes imbued with intelligence, as if to say, stop pulling. It's dangerous. Moo. The unknown roar became even clearer. The water's surface not only churned but also generated waves, as if some mysterious power were controlling the waters of the pool. Whoosh. At that instant, something plunged down from the mountain's waterfall, precisely landing in the locked dragon pool. It frightened the old turtle to death. Xian Ao promptly utilized the water manipulation technique to shield itself, remaining afloat on the water's surface while clutching dragon's saliva grass, fearing it would meet its end. Thunder rumbled. A sudden clap of thunder struck down. It landed squarely on the locked dragon pool, yet failed to harm the old turtle. Xian Ao swiftly dove down, evading the sight of Wei Hanyu and Ma Lingling, thus escaping divine retribution. As for the water conducting electricity, the lightning would not kill, for the old turtle also mastered the thunder manipulation technique, taught by the former dragon king of the heavenly pool. This is madness. Why are humans here? Xian Ao's heart raced as it pressed against the pool's bottom, using a fragment of stone to conceal its form. Here lies the Jiao, which once impacted human villages. Is it seeking death? The Jiao is the essential transformation process into a dragon. When it ventures from rivers and lakes into the sea, it can trigger floods and torrential rain. If the chosen path traverses human settlements, it will inevitably encounter human calamities. Under the bridge, the dragon-slaying sword, the Kunlun Dragon Slayer, serving in the demon suppression department. The accumulation of human lives and resentment forms karma. With all these factors combined, the possibility of transforming into a dragon is utterly bleak. It would be fortunate to escape unscathed. The transition from snake to dragon is fraught with peril. However, should the chosen path be fortunate, steering clear of human villages and inadvertently benefiting humanity, then the transformation into a dragon becomes hopeful, perhaps even leading to veneration as a river deity. Lingling. It seems something akin to a turtle just fell from the sky. Perhaps it was blown by the wind. Ma Lingling responded casually, continuing to urge, baby, stop messing around. Let's head back. The earlier thunder had genuinely frightened her. Chapter 9. Locked Dragon Pool 2 Moo. The roar from the locked dragon pool reached the greenery at the base of Longtan Mountain. Aoya's auditory skills had reached their peak, allowing him to discern the roar that resembled both a cow and a tiger. Undoubtedly, it was the call of a Jiao. Aoyi instantly resolved to rush to the locked dragon pool. No slippery path would deter his strides. Seeing this, Mang Tianqing had no choice but to follow suit. The two large pythons struggled to slither along the slick surface, reinforcing their determination to transform into dragons. At the very least, having legs was better than not having them. They aimed to first play as Jiao. However, they found it nearly impossible to crawl. Aoyi, with determination, employed the rolling skill, connecting head to tail, gurgling. They rolled forward like a wheel, undeterred even by inclines. Though somewhat absurd, it proved effective. Mang Tianqing. What kind of operation is this, a wheel python? Driven by curiosity, Mang Tianqing also utilized the rolling skill. As a 7-meter giant python, his strength was undoubtedly sufficient. Yet his rolling was awkward and uncoordinated compared to Aoya's smoothness. Soon, The two pythons brushed past the descending women. Ma Lingling let out a terrified scream, clinging tightly to Wei Hanyu as she pointed at the two pythons that had just rolled by, exclaiming in horror, "There are monsters." Boom. A thunderclap resounded, striking Ao Yi directly. Hiss. Ao Yi was instantly wounded, yet, fortunately, did not perish. Instead, the severe injury triggered the absorption of the century-old ginseng's medicinal properties from his abdomen, causing his flesh to begin to regenerate. Ding. Successfully struck by lightning once. Skill proficiency of thunder control increased by 50. 51100. After the thunder, the two women quickly fled. Coincidentally, personnel from Department 749, unable to access the Heavenly Pool, redirected their investigation to the Lock Dragon Pool at Longton Mountain, thereby crossing paths with the two women. "Hello, we are from the relevant department." Brother Wong displayed his official identification, asking, "Did you two ladies just visit the Lock Dragon Pool in the Great Xia?" The classification is as follows. Those aged 14 and above are termed women, while those below 13 are referred to as young girls. Thus, official personnel generally refer to women as ladies, though due to certain professions, the term miss has been stigmatized. Hence, the uniform term ladies is used. As for young girls, officials typically refrain from using this term. Upon seeing the identification, Wei Hanyu felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, responding softly, "Yes. We just came down from the Lock Dragon Pool." Brother Wong nodded, inquiring, "Did you notice any unusual phenomena, such as a fishy smell or the sound of a cow?" "Speak freely. Our department handles related matters." "Indeed. Were there any peculiar creatures? Perhaps large snakes?" "Just now, two large pythons rolled up. Would that count as strange creatures?" Ma Lingling pointed to the two tracks on the ground, one black python and one patterned python, remarking, "They rolled up almost like wheels." After a pause, she continued, "The Lock Dragon Pool is quite clear." Brother Wong, TSK. He pursed his lips, glancing at the younger individuals and instructing, "Make a note of it. We've discovered a new species, the wheel python, whose mode of movement resembles that of a wheel. Thank you for your cooperation. Someone will come to have you sign a confidentiality agreement shortly, so please bear with us." Brother Wong nodded at the two women before waving his hand. "Let's go. Bring the pump. We will drain the Lock Dragon Pool and conduct a thorough investigation." Beside the Lock Dragon Pool, beneath the ancient birch tree, the two large pythons gazed at the crystal-clear water. "Ao Yi, you are truly impressive." Meng Tianqing could not help but hiss in admiration, having withstood the thunder without dying, far surpassing whatever giant python resided in Nanjiang. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the pool, the surface layer, Xian'ao sensed a familiar dragon aura and immediately swam up, catching sight of Ao Yi, leaving the old turtle utterly astonished. Has he already transformed into a jiao? Moreover, the python beside him was also imbued with spirit. Is a foundation being established here? Before long, Ao Yi discovered the old turtle and could not help but feel a slight surprise. He immediately employed his racial consciousness communication skill and inquired, "Why are you here instead of staying at the Tianqi?" Xian'ao responded, "A telepathic message? Indeed, he possesses the semblance of a dragon. No, perhaps he is the reincarnation of the dragon soul of the Tianqi Longjun. I have come to seek you." Xian'ao straightforwardly presented the Long Xian Chao, stating, "This is Long Xian Chao, which I found at the bottom of Tianqi. It will be beneficial for you." "How so?" Ao Yi asked. "My turtle clan is inherently gifted in divination. I have already foreseen that our fates are closely intertwined. If one suffers, we both suffer. And if one flourishes, we both flourish. Thus, I intend to assist you in becoming the new generation of Longjun." Ao Yi nodded, accepting the Long Xian Chao with his tail, and without hesitation, consumed it. He instinctively felt the immense medicinal power contained within the seaweed, estimating that the digestion period would span months. The medicinal power of Long Xian Chao was, in fact, akin to dragon energy, which was easily refined by dragon kind and did not cause discomfort like consuming ginseng. "Do you wish to become the Turtle Chancellor?" "Indeed," Xian'ao nodded and continued. "I am not assisting you without reason. I require your help in unsealing my beloved wife when you achieve the form of a Jiao Long unsealing." "Your beloved wife?" Ao Yi realized that he was referring to the male turtle among the Tianqi divine turtles. He immediately understood and nodded. "This is not a problem. As long as you are sincere towards me, I will reciprocate. As long as you perform your duties well as Turtle Chancellor, when my strength is sufficient, I will certainly reunite you two." The old turtle came bearing a great gift, so Ao Yi had no reason to doubt and readily agreed. Moreover, turtles are known for their wisdom in avoiding danger, making it unlikely for them to act recklessly. Then, I would like to express my gratitude to the future Tian Qi Long Jun here. Xian Ao performed a comical bow as the old turtle. There's no need for formalities. Thank you. Long Jun boom. Another thunderclap struck Ao Yi, unlocking the skill Tian Lei Jiayu, solidifying his reputation as a remarkable being. Ding. Tian Lei Jiayu skill is at max level and cannot be further advanced. With the dragon energy nourishing Ao Yi, his injuries rapidly healed, and his physique visibly expanded, likely nearing the point of shedding his skin. Old turtle, it is premature to address you as Long Jun. Xian Ao replied, my name is Xian Ao. May I inquire your esteemed name? Shi Jun? Ao Yi, the Dragon King of the North Sea. At that moment, Ao Yi's mind buzzed. This was indeed a dragon surname, one that could only belong to the family. The fact that he had grown under the name of a dragon confirmed that he was, without a doubt, the reincarnation of the dragon soul of the Tian Qi Long Jun. The Tian Qi Long Jun was no ordinarily Yu Hualong, but rather bore the bloodline of the North Sea, with his father stemming from the Black Dragon clan of the North Sea and his mother a Yellow River carp. However, for reasons unknown, the Tian Qi Long Jun was not a Qi one but a Jin Liu. This distinction was inconsequential. What mattered was that the Tian Qi Long Jun belonged to the family and could carry the Ao surname, and Ao Ye's eyes were strikingly similar to his. Old turtle, I shall delve into the depths of the Sua Long Tan. Will you accompany me? I am aware, came the reply. Chapter 10, Sua Long Tan 3. Within Sua Long Tan, Ao Yi, Xian Ao, and Meng Tianqing followed the Sua Long chain downstream. Before long, they encountered signs of human activity, resembling a wall. Ao Yi wasted no time and shattered the wall with his tail, only to discover that the other side was still water. No wonder the water level of Sua Long Tan remained unchanged. It was connected to a massive underground cavern serving as a reservoir. It seemed that this place was originally dry, and the accumulation of water over millennia had resulted in the current situation. Continuing to descend along the Sua Long chain, Xian Ao questioned, Tianqing, do you not know how to swim? Seeing Meng Tianqing holding his breath, he felt puzzled. Meng Tianqing responded, why does this old turtle speak human language? Has he already refined his bones? By the way, why does your voice sound so youthful despite you calling yourself an old turtle? Allow me to lend you my assistance. Xian Ao, realizing the situation, immediately performed the Bai Shui Ju, producing a bubble from his mouth that grew larger, encasing Meng Tianqing and isolating him from the surrounding water. Thank you, old turtle. Meng Tianqing hissed twice, but Xian Ao could not comprehend. Never mind. Once this matter is resolved, I shall teach you the method of refining your bones. Xian Ao shook his head, transforming his tail into a propeller to keep pace with Ao Yi. Meng Tianqing felt a surge of joy, controlling the bubble with his meager magical power to follow along. The surrounding environment resembled a typical cave, or more aptly termed a dragon cave, where the so-called Old Dragon Caves and Golden Dragon Caves shared similar features, adorned with stalactites and various luminescent minerals. How long is this Sua Long chain? Ao Yi swam slowly, wary of being ambushed by some peculiar creature, yet had already traversed around 50 meters without seeing an end. At this moment, he recalled a rumor. During a certain tumultuous period, the Locust army suspected that soldiers were hiding in the Sua Long well and pulled the iron chain, which extended for an entire street without reaching the end. Could this possibly be some kind of magical artifact? He couldn't help but mutter. Indeed, it is a type of magical artifact. Xian Ao finally caught up, explaining that it was originally a magical artifact unique to the Kunlun Zhan Longren clan, which later was learned by Lu Bowen. If it were not a magical artifact, it would be impossible to restrain the Jiao. They were no longer ordinary beings. That's true. Ao Yi nodded, continuing to dive deeper. Legend has it that during the Hongwu years, Lu Bowen constructed the Sua Long well to tame the water veins, and the iron chain that locked away the rebellious Jiao Long was a staggering 81 zhang long, made of Xian Tai. 81 zhang translates to about 270 meters. It is likely that Sua Long Tan is of similar depth, not exceeding 400 meters, one would assume. After descending 150 meters, the water here was not as clear as that of the surface layer of Sua Long Tan, but rather murky and even dark, which was a core reason why Ao Yi dared not swim rapidly. The stench intensified, an odor of large reptiles, blood, and iron. It seemed they were nearing the true bottom of the pond. Suddenly, a massive shadow swam past the two pythons and the turtle. The fact that it could move freely indicated it was not a jiao, but likely another creature. Ao Yi, why does this beast resemble a dragon so much? Meng Tianqing hissed suddenly. It does bear a resemblance, Ao Yi replied, fixating on the shadow. He noticed it indeed closely resembled a dragon, with a long serpentine body. for limbs, claws, and a prominent head adorned with horns and fur. It truly looked like a dragon. Suddenly, the enormous shadow drew closer, and Aoyi finally discerned its true form. It was not a dragon, but rather a 9-meter-long aquatic giant salamander. The so-called fur was merely water plants clinging to it. Moreover, its entire body was pink and devoid of scales. Nonetheless, it could be considered a dragon species. Every time someone tugged at the suolong chain, the jiao would suffer and howl, with blood flowing from the spots where the dragon nails were driven in. This salamander likely thrived on the jiao's blood for nourishment and was quite old. As for its strength, it was nearly non-existent. Just a moment ago, Aoyi had knocked it unconscious with a sweeping tail, and since it could not consume, he did not kill it. Suddenly, the jiao let out a loud roar, seemingly exhilarated. Upon hearing the commotion, Aoyi dove swiftly into the depths. For even the mightiest of giant cave serpents had been rendered unconscious by a single strike of its tail. Confident that there was no longer any threat, he accelerated with abandon. His speed was remarkable, akin to a small black dragon amidst the waves. Before long, Aoyi beheld the legendary jiao, its serpentine body and fish-like tail adorned with a pair of forelimbs, each possessing 4 digits, structured in a manner reminiscent of 3 above and 1 below. The head bore a striking resemblance to that of a dragon, crowned with a pair of short, unbranched horns. Its coloration was a shade of azure, while the neck and belly were white. At first glance, it appeared to be a true azure dragon. Alas, it was merely a blue jiao. In addition to the one before him, there existed many other varieties of jiao: the single-horned jiao, the 4-legged hornless jiao, and the tiger jiao. The blue jiao before him was not excessively large, measuring between 20 to 30 meters. At that moment, it was securely bound by a dragon lock chain to the dragon confinement stake, its tail pinned to the bottom of the pool by a dragon stabilizing nail. "What a small python!" exclaimed the blue jiao, raising its head and opening its lantern-like eyes, surveying the black python 50 meters away. It issued a melodious warning, urging it to depart quickly, lest it become a meal when hunger struck. Self-proclaimed as this palace, Xian'ao was taken aback and swam over to inquire, "Which princess or deity of a river, lake, or ocean are you, trapped blue jiao?" "This palace is self-styled as Qing Xinyang Yang." "Qing Xinyang Yang. Goodness. Pray tell, is your sister named Bai Su Zhen?" Aoyi swam closer to the blue jiao, taking in her alluring form. By the aesthetic standards of serpents, she was undoubtedly a beauty. "Quite so. My sister is called Bai Su Su, and she should still be beneath the Zhen Shita in the Chuan region." "Aoyi. What on earth? Bai Su Su, Zhen Shita in Chuan. Is this a reimagining of the legend of the white snake?" Noticing the opportunity for conversation, the blue jiao's mood lightened after being bored for 1,600 years and began to share her tale. "This palace had originally intended to journey from here to the sea, transforming into a dragon to rescue my sister. In my haste, I inadvertently submerged a village and was captured by a dragon-slaying individual named Long Tanyan. She said that I could only leave when the water receded. Not the essence of a swallow. Not at all. She is human, named Long Tanyan." It appeared that the legends had become distorted. What was once a person had now transformed into a mythical swallow. "If she is a dragon slayer, why did she not slay you?" Aoyi inquired with curiosity, pressing on. "Could it be that you possess a background she cannot afford to offend? My father seems to have come from the East Sea. I have little memory of him, for I grew up alongside my sister. The Black Sea Xiangui has encountered the East Sea Dragon Maiden." At that moment, Xian'ao respectfully bowed to the blue jiao and declared, "Little turtle wishes to assist the Nyang Nyang in escaping, only asking for her help to rescue my wife. Alas, this palace currently possesses no power, and even controlling water is becoming increasingly difficult." At the banks of the Long Lock Pool, personnel from the 749 Bureau connected multiple large pumps to the surface water. "Pump the water." With a command from Brother Wang, they aimed to drain the water, uncovering whatever lay beneath. This was the director's explicit order. The jiao dragons were extraordinarily powerful. They must be contained before they could recover. Yes. The humming of the pumps began, voraciously drawing the water from the Long Lock Pool. The water level visibly decreased, yet it was soon replenished, revealing that the true water level of the Long Lock Pool did indeed have a day of drying up. The Dragon Lord of the Long Lock Well, at Bay Xian Xiao remarked, "Why hasn't this bridge aged?" The Dragon Son of the Long Lock Well, at Chongwenman responded, "Why haven't we ceased using iodine to open the city gates?" The Dragon Lord and his son had been deceived by Yao Guangxiao, eternally suppressing the CI. How tragic. Indeed, something is amiss. Continue pumping. Brother Wang commanded, unconvinced that the so-called CI truly existed beneath the Long Lock Pool. "Bring in more pumps." As the humming of the pumps resonated throughout the long lock pool, the extracted water was funneled into water carts, suggesting that the 749 Bureau intended to refill the pool later, lest the local Cultural Tourism Bureau raise an uproar. "Continue pumping," Brother Wong shouted. However, 3 carts were already filled to the brim, yet the water level in the long lock pool continued to fluctuate. As Ao Yi and Xian Ao pondered how to liberate the proud dragon maiden, the blue Jiao emitted an exuberant roar. "Who? The water is diminishing. It is truly diminishing." The blue Jiao's tone was filled with exhilaration. "This palace can finally leave. How splendid. The dark and sunless existence is about to end. Quiet. I am deep in thought." Ao Yi chastised, delivering a powerful swat with his tail, momentarily stunning the blue Xinyang. After a brief moment, Ao Yi opened his gaping maw and bit down on the dragon lock chain, repeatedly gnawing with fervor. Determined to level up and eventually develop teeth capable of biting through Xiantai, his superior intellect urged him to harness his extraordinary strength. An hour passed, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Time ticked by, and the water level continued its descent. Notification: gnawing has reached maximum level. Evolved into iron teeth and copper fangs. Ao Yi understood that here, iron teeth and copper fangs, much like Sun Wukon's copper head and iron brain, were merely euphemisms, signifying an incredible hardness capable of crushing Xiantai. Crack, crack. At last, the dragon lock chain was severed by Ao Yi, resulting in a transformation within his mouth, rendering it less serpentine and more beast-like, perhaps indicative of a dragon transformation. Following this, Ao Yi devoured the dragon's stabilizing nail, a motion that neither serpents nor pythons could replicate. Only a who would manage such a feat bestow a name upon this sovereign. Ao Yi proclaimed, wrapping his tail around the dragon confinement stake. With a sudden clench of his jaws, he unleashed an astonishing force, uprooting the grim wooden octagonal stake. Notification: muscle has been thoroughly stretched. Titan skill proficiency at 1,100. If all went well, once maxed out, muscle would evolve towards dragon muscle. Boom! In that instant, as the dragon lock chain shattered, the dragon stabilizing nail was destroyed, and the confinement stake was uprooted. The true long lock pool began to shake violently, as if a mechanism had been triggered. The pool's bottom suddenly cracked open. The water, along with the 2 pythons, 1 turtle, and 1 jiao, all plummeted into an underground river. They had arrived at a genuine cavern. In this place, a earth dragon was on the verge of birth, as a colossal stalactite resembling a dragon exhibited the potential for Kinkan, suggesting that with time, it might indeed take form. Indeed, beneath Changbai Mountain lies a dragon vein. Plop, 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 plop. The old turtle, the netted python, the black python, and the blue jiao successively splashed into the water, sending ripples of varying sizes across the crystal-clear depths, albeit chilling to the bone. As the netted python, Tianqing, favored warmth over cold, he felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him in that instant. "Who?" The blue jiao bellowed with delight, her voice resonating through the crevice above, amplifying its volume and pitch, capturing the attention of the recording devices operated by the personnel of the 749 Bureau above. The pool's waters vanished in an instant, followed by the sound of cattle lowing from the depths. Brother Wong furrowed his brow, instantly realizing the predicament. He hastily withdrew his phone to report to the Bureau. The evil Jiao of the Long Lock Pool on Longtan Mountain may have escaped. Requesting assistance. Request for the Special Operations Group to come to the aid. Longtan Yizhong, in the female dormitory building 401 of the dormitory area. Wei Hanyu and Ma Lingling signed the confidentiality agreement. The female investigator carefully stored the agreement, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she continued to inquire. After the Dragon Slayer Wei Zhong, there is also a female investigator, a descendant of the Ma clan, who smiled and asked the 2 ladies if they were interested in joining us at Bureau 749. Now is the early stage of the resurgence of spiritual energy, and we are in need of individuals like you too, who are descendants of Iran. In the perspective of the contemporary Bureau 749, abilities such as Taoism and dragon-slaying techniques are considered extraordinary human capabilities, hence classifying these unique groups as un. However, my father never taught me anything. Wei Hanyu felt a stir of interest, yet she truly lacked any skills, and her family did not even possess the so-called secret manuals. I am the same. I know nothing. What a pity. The female investigator sighed, stood up, and bid farewell, stating that if they changed their minds in the future, Bureau 749 would always welcome them. The investigator was somewhat skeptical of the claim of being utterly unskilled. However, since the Lu Bowen dragon-slaying vein Spiritual energy had been in a gradual state of depletion, the efficacy of various techniques had weakened, and many had become completely unusable. Who would continue to pass down such knowledge? In the underground cave, the subterranean river was deep and turbulent. Not to mention the two serpents, Ao Yi and Mang Tianqing. Even the current Qing Jiao could barely withstand it, being continuously swept along. To prevent drifting apart, Qing Jiao clutched Ao Yi with her left claw and Mang Tianqing with her right, calling out for Xian Ao. Sister Bai Susu had taught her to be grateful and to repay the life-saving grace with dedication. Thus Qing Jiao had already regarded Ao Yi as her future husband. Moreover, this subterranean river was an uncharted territory for humans, leading directly to the Whale Sea. Unexpectedly, the locked dragon pool was indeed a CI, a direct passage to the Whale Sea. The Whale Sea, located in the Northwest Pacific, is the largest marginal sea, bordered by the Fusang Islands to the east, the Eurasian continent to the west, and the Korean Peninsula to the south, covering an area of approximately 9.78 million square kilometers, with an average depth of 1.752 meters and a maximum depth of 3.742 meters. This was the scale before the resurgence of spiritual energy. It is likely even larger now. After drifting for a long while, they finally came to a halt. Salty. Ao Yi flicked his tongue, and the rush of the current cleared his mind. He glanced at the surroundings, seeing a vast expanse of sea blue and a large swarm of enormous jellyfish. Zizi, the electric jellyfish. This level of electric current posed no threat to Ao Yi and Qing Jiao. In fact, it could help Qing Jiao regain a bit of strength, as serpentine creatures are innately attuned to water and elements like thunder. Except for heavenly thunder. What are we doing here? Mang Tianqing, enveloped in a bubble of the water avoidance technique, looked around in disbelief. Is this still in the country? Where's this place? He thought to himself. But only hissing sounds escaped his mouth. Let's go. We must return to the shore immediately. Ao Yi decisively hissed twice, as there might be lurking monsters in the sea. They should head back to Tianqi. After hissing, Ao Yi swam upward. The serpent lord was wise. The old turtle flattered him, transforming his tail into a propeller and ascending to the sea's surface. In gratitude for the great favor of the serpent lord, little Qing is willing to offer herself in service to repay this great kindness. Qing Jiao suddenly spoke, appearing somewhat shy, expressing her desire to serve the serpent lord. As you wish, if you are willing. Ao Yi did not refuse. What would it matter if the illustrious serpent lord had a Jiao wife? It would suffice to have a Pu Lao as a companion. As the saying goes, dragons have a natural tendency for indulgence, and serpents are no different. It would be quite restrained not to seek a female serpent for mating since reaching adulthood. Little Qing certainly agreed, as her sister had said that one should repay life-saving grace with devotion. Chapter 12, The Return Journey. At the Tianqi of Changbai Mountain, a tunnel at the lake's bottom emitted a dazzling red glow, seemingly indicating flowing magma. Strangely, the magma coexisted peacefully with the water, showing no signs of steam explosions. Splash! A massive plesiosaur swam in, opening its jaws to feast upon the purple, glowing minerals. Could it withstand the temperature of magma and consume minerals? This was no ordinary plesiosaur. It was likely transformed into some kind of spirit. At this moment, the plesiosaur's size exceeded 20 meters, making Ao Yi no match for it. And even the currently weakened little Qing could not contend with it. Weak little Qing could barely affect the water, having lost almost all her abilities. Akin to a giant serpent of less than 30 meters. How could she possibly contend with such a wondrous plesiosaur? Ao Yi, unaware of this, was still fantasizing about having his Jiao wife slay the plesiosaur with a single claw to establish his dominance over Tianqi. At the coast of the Whale Sea, Ao Yi, Xin Ao, Little Qing, and Mang Tianqing were making their way toward Tianqi. Logically, the straight-line distance was 138 kilometers, which was not far for Little Qing, who was moving at full speed. Although she could not ride the clouds, her crawling speed was not slow at all. The dragon qi at Tianqi was exceedingly rich, and as a Jiao, Little Qing could distinctly sense its direction, needing no guidance, simply following the scent. Little Qing, be mindful that dragons must not reveal themselves. Being seen will invite heavenly retribution. Ao Yi hissed twice. What a bothersome rule, Little Qing replied with some displeasure, gently grasping Ao Yi's serpentine body with her left hand while dragging Mang Tianqing with her right, as though carrying a dead dog, with Xian Ao perched atop, swiftly making her way. Thankfully, her lower half was still that of a serpent, had it been that of a dragon. The sight of her crawling might have been quite unseemly. Rustle. The enormous azure figure wove through the mountains along the waterway, leaving behind traces akin to a giant serpent's passage with a lingering scent. This aroma attracted numerous serpents, Gradually, a massive serpent swarm gathered at the serpentine path. Following the scent, at the Loch Dragon Pool in Launton Mountain, members of the 749 Bureau's Special Operations Group proceeded in an orderly fashion through the shattered wall that AOE had previously broken, stepping down the slippery stairs to explore further. These stairs had been left as an escape route by the artisans who constructed the Loch Dragon Pool, as it would be illogical to confine themselves alongside the malevolent Jiao. Phew, what a strong scent. The leading female team leader frowned, scanning the surroundings with a tactical flashlight. There were certain murals on the walls, but they were extremely dilapidated, making it nearly impossible to discern what was depicted. However, it could be guessed that they likely illustrated the grand achievements of locking the evil Jiao at the Loch Dragon Pool. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty environment, creating an eerie atmosphere. No way forward? The female team leader stood before the entirely collapsed pool bottom, gazing at the underground cave below. She called up to her team, instructing them to contact the geological survey team, stating that there was an unknown underground river here. Venturing down recklessly would be far too dangerous. Understood. At the sewage treatment plant in Hunjing City, a giant catfish rampaged through the facility, opening its tooth-filled jaws to tear through thick iron sheets and escape, fortunately unnoticed by humans. It swam along the local water system toward Tianqi. As an intelligent aquatic creature, it could naturally sense the dragon qi and accurately determine its direction. The dragon is the ruler of all scaled creatures and the king of aquatic beings. Any creature bearing scales or residing in water falls under the dragon's domain and is drawn to the dragon qi, heading to the dragon's abode to pay homage. The serpent lord must be there. In contemplation, Nian Chuan delved into the earth, moving through the soil as if transforming the ground into viscous mud. This was the Tutuan talent, indeed a sign of great potential in the colossal catfish. Perhaps it could be aptly named the Great Earth Catfish. Such extraordinary capabilities manifested even at the dawn of the spiritual energy resurgence, heralding a promising future. Gliding effortlessly, the speed of Tutuan was far superior to that of an electric bicycle, rivaling that of an ordinary vehicle, thus significantly reducing travel time. With a sudden surge, Nian Chuan swiftly exited the confines of the wastewater treatment plant. The ground trembled and undulated, resembling the movement of water, creating an eerie spectacle unknown to humans. Yet it caught the eye of an awakened golden eagle. With a piercing cry, the eagle soared along the rising earth, intent on devouring the giant catfish. Newly awakened anomalous creatures typically possess the basic instinct for devour and evolve, and utilizing spiritual energy or rare treasures for evolution was a mark of advanced intelligence. In its current state, it remained rather primitive. Were Aoyi present, he would undoubtedly recognize this golden eagle, the very one that had frightened him during his juvenile phase. The beast he vowed to consume to exact revenge. With a powerful flap, the golden eagle soared 100 meters into the air. As Aoya's natural enemy, it already bore the resemblance of a golden-winged roc, its wingspan an impressive 5 meters. However, its lack of cunning was evident. Had it been more astute, it would have sought out spiritual herbs and mountain ginseng, evolving much faster than it currently did. In places where spiritual energy flourished, plants were the first to reap the benefits. Evidence of this was the divine tree once designated by Emperor Qianlong, which had seemingly grown legs and begun to move its roots through the earth, heading towards Tianqi. As the saying goes, a tree that moves dies. Yet this tree defied the odds, illustrating its remarkable nature. As a tree over 200 years old, having been honored by the emperor, it should have transformed into a spirit during the resurgence of spiritual energy, or else it might as well split itself for firewood. With determination, Nian Chuan continued to glide, while the golden eagle followed closely. Suddenly, feeling hunger pangs, Nian Chuan halted its Tutuan, peeking its head above the muddy ground to survey its surroundings. Sensing delectable offerings atop the nearby mountain. Onward, Tutuan resumed, accelerating once more. This area was now Dragon Pool Mountain, a southern extension of Changbai Mountain, with Nian Chuan's destination being Dragon Pool. Perched at the summit of Dragon Pool Mountain, this location was once the palace of the Heavenly Pool Dragon Lord, where dragon-like creatures and rare treasures surely resided. Ascending along the mountain's veins, Nian Chuan encountered formidable boulders obstructing its path. With a mighty bite, it shattered and consumed them, transforming the fragments into nourishment for growth. Anything could be devoured to promote its expansion. Observing Nian Chuan's ability to crush stones, the golden eagle hovered in the air, pondering its next move. If it were to be bitten by the giant catfish, it would likely not end well. Retreat. It decided to feast first on the newly awakened anomalous snakes and rabbits. With its intelligence newly awakened, It did not imply foolishness. Animals were inherently astute, and without certainty, they would not take unnecessary risks. With a resounding cry, the golden eagle soared towards the main range of Changbai Mountain, simultaneously diving to capture a foolish roe deer, planning to satiate its hunger. With a powerful flap, it took to the skies, its speed remarkable. A formidable opponent. With its initial awakening granting it the ability to fly 100 meters, its potential for development was staggering. Nian Chuan struggled upward, despite the difficulty, refusing to surrender. In this era, one must seize every opportunity. With a splash, it broke through the surface, reaching the mountain's peak, and leaped into Dragon Pool. With its mouth wide open, it began to feast, indifferent to whether the fish possessed any extraordinary qualities. Meat was meat, and consuming it would lead to growth. However, this action provoked the wrath of the dominant creature of Dragon Pool, a massive red python. The python raised its tail and struck Nian Chuan with a ferocious sweep, the force rendering the giant catfish momentarily dazed. Evidently, this too was an awakened spirit creature. With half a large black fish still in its mouth, Nian Chuan was taken aback. It could not comprehend the python's hissing declaration of territory. Unfazed, Nian Chuan swallowed the fish and continued its search for food. The red python, enraged, declared, "This wretch dares to trespass on my domain." Once a mere red eel, the python had transformed into a snake and then into a python, thriving without having endured such humiliation. A native of Dragon Pool. Chapter 13. The mountain sweeping plan within Dragon Pool. The red python, furious, immediately launched into a deadly constriction attempt on Nian Chuan. However, Nian Chuan had previously experienced the terror of this maneuver from Aoyi and dared not linger. It took flight. Having satisfied its hunger, Nian Chuan felt invigorated enough to continue its journey. Engaging in battle was unwise. With a plunge, Nian Chuan activated Tuduan, burrowing into the depths of the pool, leaving the red python to furiously strike the ground with its tail, emitting angry hisses. Perplexed as to why the fish could burrow into the earth. Of course, the red python possessed its own innate abilities to control fire. Within its body lay a fire sac, enabling it to acquire earth fire from certain minerals deep within Dragon Pool, flames that would not extinguish even in water. Yet, Nian Chuan did not afford it the opportunity to unleash its powers, fleeing at astonishing speed. Consumed with rage, the python devoured a dragon-like fish that bore whiskers but lacked golden scales, chewing it with evident ferocity, indicating it was nearing the realm of Hui. In the evolutionary chain of dragonkind, prior to the Jiao, spiritual energy was not necessarily required. Sustenance and time sufficed. However, most snakes did not survive to such an age. Moreover, creatures of this age were no longer mere snakes. In the capital of Daxia, within a conference room, hawkish military officials convened. Boldly, "The signs of spiritual energy resurgence are becoming increasingly apparent," remarked one official, furrowing his brow at the intelligence presented before him. Moreover, the water monster of Tianqi has reemerged, and the evil Jiao of Dragon Pool Mountain has escaped. It is imperative that we eliminate these anomalous creatures before the spiritual energy fully awakens. We must ensure the supremacy of humanity. These individuals, offspring of influential families, placed great importance on their status, entirely dismissing any notion of coexistence. Once, dawn had broken, yet monsters had continued to wreak havoc. Status, resources, and even authority often lay in the hands of the aristocratic capital, with their opinions superseding those of the grassroots. Some even engaged in deceitful practices. Indeed, we must preemptively eliminate them. They cannot pose a threat to our human standing. Oldly nodded, activating the conference projector, beginning with Changbai Mountain, leaving no creature, from mice to tigers, unaddressed. Furthermore, he arranged for personnel to investigate the ruins beneath Solongtan, aiming to swiftly locate the malevolent Jiao and eliminate it before it could regain its strength. For instance, they had already devised a mountain sweeping plan, reporting to higher-ups that they were conducting exercises in the Changbai Mountain region, while to the lower ranks, they claimed a virus was spreading among animals, necessitating immediate extermination. Moreover, the system forbade petitions that bypassed ranks, a tradition upheld since ancient times, unchanged to this day. Thus, the lower echelon remains blissfully unaware of the true intentions of the higher-ups. This ignorance serves a purpose, allowing one to easily shift blame by uttering, "I am not aware." It is the subordinates who are misbehaving, thus extricating oneself entirely from any accountability. Furthermore, the consolidation of the menagerie must ensure the complete taming of these creatures. Preparing for future confrontations, Laoli cast a glance at his bodyguard, indicating for him to proceed. Time swiftly slipped away as night descended. Plop. At this moment, Xiaoqing finally led Ao Yi and the others to Tianqi, akin to a dragon entering the vast ocean. Xiaoqing felt invigorated, basking in the subtle dragon aura that nourished her weakened serpentine form, and could not help but release a long, resounding cry. Moo! The joyous roar echoed from Tianqi, sending ripples across the water's surface. The high altitude of Tianqi rendered the nearby human settlements oblivious to this dragon's hymn. Even if they heard it, they would merely perceive it as the bellow of cattle, for the Changbai Mountain is home to herds of wild cattle, and by the time the sound reached them, it had already distorted. Minutes later, within the depths of Tianqi, in a cave formed over an unknown span of time, Ao Yi and Xiaoqing were entwined in a passionate embrace. Ao Yi was decidedly reluctant, yet unable to extricate himself, as Xiaoqing's claws held him firmly. The dragon's nature is inherently lustful, having been confined for 1,600 years. He was nearly driven to madness, while entwining should be a source of pleasure. Neither party felt much joy, perhaps due to their significant size disparity. Ding. 1 mating completed, mating skill proficiency 1. 1100 Ao Yi. Is this truly a skill? Will reaching maximum level allow for advancement to dragon intercourse, enabling me to mate with horses to produce dragon foals, or with turtles to yield bashia? I cannot lower my tail in this scenario. Ao Yi felt utterly perplexed. Unless they all became sentient, he found it impossible to proceed. Although Ao Yi yearned to complete the bond of the 9 offspring of the dragon, he found himself unable to engage with those peculiar dragon consorts. Remaining uncertain of their thoughts, his desire to mate with Xiaoqing stemmed from her undeniable beauty, an exquisite female jiao. Even in his human days, he had a profound fondness for such beings, commonly referred to as draconophilia or dragon sexual attraction. At the entrance of the cave, Xian Ao was imparting advanced knowledge to Meng Tianqing, including the foundational principles of refining the transverse bone. The old turtle was indeed worthy of his past conversations with the dragon lord of Tianqi, possessing a wealth of knowledge. After a while, the lesson concluded. Young friend Tianqing, practice diligently. I shall seek out some heavenly materials, he declared, transforming his tail into a propeller, preparing to delve into the depths of Tianqi suddenly. He turned back and advised, ascend and consume some ginseng and lingji to enhance your Taoist cultivation. You must understand that I cannot sustain your water avoidance technique indefinitely. Meng Tianqing nodded, beginning to swim upwards, aware that he was not an aquatic python and could not remain submerged for prolonged periods. The land was where he belonged. However, the resurgence of spiritual energy bestowed the potential for all beings to evolve, making aquatic adaptation achievable in the future. At this very moment, a swarm of serpents traversed the serpentine path, inspired by the jiao aura left by Xiaoqing, which had even awakened their intelligence. They harbored a singular thought: to follow. Splash! Meng Tianqing finally emerged from the lake, cautiously descending the mountain, fearful of tumbling to his demise. Boom! At that moment, the ground ahead seemed to ripple like water, accompanied by the sounds of colossal movement, startling Meng Tianqing into a defensive posture. Plop! A massive creature burst forth from the earth, revealing itself to be an 8-meter-long giant catfish. Duong! Landing on its belly, the catfish bounced like a rubber ball, exhibiting no signs of suffocation or convulsions, displaying a true amphibious nature. Hiss! Catfish! Hey, old python! Communication was impossible. They were yet unable to achieve conscious dialogue. As it stood, unless refining the transverse bone was accomplished, beings of different races could not engage in effective communication. Hiss! Meng Tianqing pointed his tail towards the lake, signaling the catfish to descend quickly, for Ao Yi was within Tianqi, and it should not linger here playing the role of a rubber ball. Plop! Following the directive, the catfish leaped into Tianqi, consuming whatever it encountered, scaleless fish and bizarre, protruding chondrichthyans alike. Serpent Lord, catfish has arrived. Following the scent, the catfish swam swiftly, soon reaching the cave entrance, and without hesitation, swam inside, witnessing the entwined black python and blue jiao. Serpent Lord, catfish has important news. Ao Yi. Startled, he abruptly retracted his tail, and the creature instantly vanished into his cloaca, as a hint of human-like sorrow flickered in Xiaoqing's crimson eyes. Speak. Ao Yi hissed impatiently, activating the collective consciousness exchange. Serpent Lord, in the southern water pool, there resides a red giant python, its size akin to yours, and the fish there are exceptionally delectable, seemingly imbued with some form of power. I am aware, you may leave now. Chapter 14. The Sweep the following day. Within the mysterious cave known as Tianqi Shui Fu, a name coined by Ao Yi. Splash! Exhausted, Ao Yi emerged from the cavern, appearing somewhat slimmer. Xiaoqing, his Jiao wife, was quite mischievous, drawing upon his essence to restore her own vitality, leaving him somewhat drained. Fortunately, within him resided a dragon's saliva grass, which could replenish his state with just a trace of dragon energy. Where has the old turtle gone? Aoyi glanced around, scratching his head with the tip of his tail, suspecting he had ventured to the lake's depths in search of treasures. Having come to this conclusion, he resumed his patrol of his territory. What are the dragon species fish? Why have I not seen a single one? Surely, not all have been devoured by the catfish. This seemed improbable. Tianqi was vast, not something a single catfish could consume entirely. Never mind, let it be. Let him feast. Aoyi shook his head and continued swimming further, for as the serpent lord of Tianqi, it was imperative to actively expand his territory and explore the depths of Tianqi, seeking resources for his kin. He was acutely aware that Tianqi was far larger than he had previously perceived. The data gathered by humans had become obsolete. Within Tianqi lay a realm of the unknown. At that moment, a colossal creature brushed past him. It was none other than the plesiosaur that had once terrified him into a ball, now appearing even more fearsome, its body adorned with a mineral-like carapace. Red light seeping from the crevices as if it were molten lava. No, this was not the same. This one was likely a mutated individual that had traversed from the CI. Fortunately, this monster had not detected him. It seemed that the water monster of Tianqi, sighted in recent times, belonged to their kind. As Aoyi ascended, he pondered various thoughts. The omniscient netizens had once claimed that the Tianqi water monster was a surviving member of the plesiosaur lineage, traversing between Tianqi's depths and the Whale Sea through the CI, subsisting on volcanic minerals. Now, witnessing this mutated plesiosaur, Aoyi was convinced that this lineage indeed thrived on volcanic minerals. The mutations were likely linked to the resurgence of spiritual energy. He must rapidly advance to the Hui stage. Aoyi had resolved in his heart that he must also develop his power, otherwise, he would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the ancient relics of the plesiosaur lineage, the red python of Longtan. If Nianchuan did not falsify military intelligence, then he is indeed a remarkable entity worthy of recruitment. As for coexisting peacefully with the Shejinglong clan, such a notion is utterly implausible. A dominant power that has long ruled over the Tianqi and potentially possesses vast territories in the ocean would never entertain the idea of sharing dominion with another sovereign. There is only competition. Aoyi ascended rapidly, intent on seeking an audience with Qi Mang. Should negotiations succeed, they would proceed. If not, he would resort to forceful subjugation. Furthermore, the Longtan waters must be incorporated into the jurisdiction of Tianqi Shuifu. With a splash, a 10-meter-long black python leaped out of the Tianqi lake, seamlessly rolling forward upon landing. Its trajectory aimed directly at Longtan Mountain's Longtan. Gulu Gulu, this is the Che Luan Mang. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, startling Aoyi. Though no divine retribution ensued, he found himself perplexed. Had the prohibition been lifted? Of course, the ban was not entirely lifted. It was merely the presence of an unusual individual, specifically a soldier. Dragons must not reveal themselves before mortal beings, yet they may manifest before Taoists, monks, and soldiers. Soldiers do not fall under the category of mortal beings. They belong to the martial class, cultivating Shachi. If the military formation is sufficiently vast and the accumulated Shachi substantial, it is entirely possible to slay dragons. However, these soldiers are not the People's Liberation Army, but rather the private army maintained by aristocratic families. As the true higher-ups possess the foresight to reject the hawkish measures advocated by some, would the higher echelons consent to military exercises on Changbai Mountain? Certainly not, for they comprehend the necessity for harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. Thus, the aristocrats could only deploy their private army, colloquially known as foreign mercenaries. This time, with assistance from the aristocratic elite facilitating their entry, they evaded detection by the border guards. An order was given: execute on the spot. At the squad leader's command, numerous mercenaries raised their weapons and opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames spewed forth as countless bullets whizzed toward Aoyi, encircling him from all directions, rendering him unable to evade. Was he destined to perish here? Certainly not. Aoyi activated his super transformation, shifting from the rolling form into that of a colossal python, opening his enormous maw and inhaling deeply, swallowing all the bullets. The derivative technique of his devouring skill, Long Su, when perfected, could invoke the phenomenon of dragon water absorption, a display of immense power. Crack! Aoyi crushed all the bullets in his mouth and swallowed them, the crunching sound causing teeth to ache. This scene left the mercenaries utterly bewildered. They possessed no martial arts, merely standing as practitioners of the martial discipline, full of sha-chi yet utterly incapable of wielding it. Then, Aoye's small fleshy protrusions on his forehead began to emit arcs of lightning, as he gathered a faint, thunderous energy, compressing it into a small point before swiftly unleashing a streak of lightning that severed the mercenaries in half. He was not one to be struck by lightning without reason. After being struck twice, small fleshy protrusions emerged from his temples, as if something was gestating, which he tentatively classified as horns. These undeveloped horns possessed the capability to accumulate and control thunder. These horns were supernatural organs evolved postnatally, akin to the fire sacs of the red python in Longtan. If memory serves correctly, consuming humans would increase karma, complicating the transformation into a dragon. Aoye glanced at the mercenaries still struggling, contemplating with his tail against his chin. Perhaps it would be best not to consume them. Although he did not intend to feast, the corpses still required disposal. Thus, Aoye expelled his gastric juices, akin to bone-melting water, eradicating the writhing bodies, leaving the ground unaffected. Suddenly, a thought struck Aoye, and he felt a pang of regret. He should have spared one to inquire about their plans. No matter, there must be more military personnel arriving. With this in mind, Aoye resumed rolling, consciously slowing his pace to remain vigilant of his surroundings. Indeed, there were more than just a few, but they all lay lifeless. The current situation remained stable. The aristocrats dared not take drastic measures, dispatching only small contingents without heavy firepower, which were no match for the extraordinary beings native to Changbai Mountain. To say nothing of the golden eagle, whose wing beats could traverse 100 meters. Even without any action, its sheer speed could obliterate a person upon impact. Moreover, its velocity was such that the human eye could hardly track it. From the outset, the aristocrats' mountain-sweeping plan held no possibility of success whatsoever. All beings possess spirits and shall not wait for death. Chapter 15. The Marvelous Utility of Devouring Gulu-Gulu. Che Lunmeng Aoye was rolling toward Longtan Mountain when he suddenly caught a whiff of sweetness, prompting him to halt. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a beehive hanging from a tree 50 paces to his left. Hiss hiss. Aoye flicked his tongue, a desire to consume awakening within him. Typically, serpents lack taste buds and cannot discern flavors, except for spiciness, which is a form of pain. However, Aoye is gifted with taste buds and can savor flavors. Pure, wild honey perhaps? Why not indulge? Without a moment's hesitation, Aoye swiftly approached. He need not climb the tree. Merely rearing his body would suffice to devour the hive in one gulp, heedless of the bees within. Thus, he swallowed it whole, experiencing a sensation reminiscent of the serpent spirit from Journey to the West. In his stomach, a buzzing ensued as swarms of bees burst forth from the hive, their stingers piercing Aoye's delicate stomach lining. The tender wall could hardly withstand such agony, causing Aoye to writhe in torment. Rolling and rolling, what was happening? Aoye pondered. With the digestive power of my gastric juices, shouldn't it dissolve upon entry? Could this honey be some extraordinary treasure? At that moment, a bear passed nearby, carrying 2 dismembered bodies of mercenaries, munching as he walked. The creature moved upright, suggesting it was a bear king. Oh war! The bear, rather than approaching Aoye, was terrified and bolted on all fours, abandoning even its meager snack, for a 10-meter python with a head reminiscent of a dragon exuded an overwhelming presence. Aoye remained blissfully unaware of this. At that moment, he was focused on expediting the secretion of gastric juices, striving to eliminate those wretched bees. Most of the bees were ordinary, dissolving upon contact with the gastric juices. But one evolved soldier bee leader could withstand the gastric assault and even regenerate its stinger, truly a terrifying creature. Ding, ding. The soldier bee leader relentlessly jabbed at the stomach wall, seemingly determined not to relent until it pierced through, regenerating its stinger at an alarming rate, completing the process in less than 2 seconds. Ding. The stomach has been attacked 10 times. The internal organ resilience skill proficiency is now 1. 1100. This won't do. I must hide. If discovered, it would spell trouble. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his stomach, Aoye coiled himself into a dark, damp corner, ceasing his movements and allowing the soldier bee leader to continue its assault. The skill of internal organ resistance is essential for leveling up. Who knows when one might swallow a Sun Wukong? The classic work Shiyuji recounts a tale in which a python's sister ingested a monkey, only to be tortured to death from within by the very creature she consumed, a sight too tragic to behold. In this era of spiritual revival, it is not inconceivable that a Sun Wukong could emerge from the Monkey Ridge in Changbai Mountain. Ding. The stomach has been attacked 10 times. Ding. In the mixed coniferous and broadleaf forest of Changbai Mountain, a patterned python opened its mouth and expelled a piece of white bone, subsequently collapsing in exhaustion. This was the python Tianqing, who had just refined a transverse bone using the power of an ancient spiritual herb. The so-called transverse bone is a bone that obstructs the throat of animals, preventing them from speaking like humans and thus hindering effective communication. Haha, our old python can now speak. Tianqing excitedly thumped the ground with his tail, and after a moment, he flicked his tongue, sniffing for the scent of wild ginseng. Rustle. Tianqing weaved through the trees, following the unique aroma of ginseng. Approximately half an hour later, cluck, cluck, cluck. What in the world? A rooster-crowned snake? Tianqing was astonished to find a bizarre snake with a fleshy crown beside a ginseng plant bearing ginseng seeds. The rooster-crowned snake, commonly known as the wild chicken neck, has a head resembling that of a rooster, measuring over a meter in length and several inches in girth, possessing potent venom and the ability to fly, as well as mimic human speech. Tianqing flicked his tongue, organizing his thoughts. Brother, I have my eyes on the ginseng you are guarding. Would you kindly relinquish it? You know what? My elder sister-in-law is a Jiao, so I suggest you be sensible. This was a hardcore negotiation threat. Truth be told, Tianqing was hesitant to confront the creature directly. Despite its small stature, the rooster-crowned snake was exceedingly peculiar, and a single bite could spell trouble. The rooster-crowned snake remained silent, merely standing upright and inviting a height comparison. Well then, Tianqing flicked his tongue and stood tall at 8 meters, instantly intimidating the rooster-crowned snake to death, quite literally. This snake had a fierce temperament. The rooster-crowned snake exhibited a strange habit of competing in height with other creatures. Upon winning, it would eat, and if it lost, it would die from anger. It could be considered a rare and exotic beast. Is this it? Tianqing slithered over and swallowed the elder ginseng whole, then consumed the rooster-crowned snake as well, for one must not let any opportunity to enhance their capabilities slip away. Before the spiritual revival, ginseng seeds can replenish energy, strengthen the body, and delay aging. After the spiritual revival, they can replenish energy, strengthen the body, and prolong life. Most likely due to some dragon energy, Tianqing's food luck was quite favorable, as if the ginseng and spiritual herbs of Changbai Mountain were laid out like a buffet. At the same time, in the heavenly pool, the little green plate was in the cave's heavenly pool water mansion, eyes closed, with bubbles occasionally surfacing from its nostrils, indicating it had fallen asleep. With a body length of nearly 30 meters, it was, by scaly dragon standards, extraordinarily alluring. At this moment, while appearing to sleep, it was actually in the process of recovery, without the suppression of the 3 dragon locking artifacts. Combined with the lingering dragon energy left by the dragon lord of heavenly pool, it would gradually regain its strength even without any action. Moreover, it had absorbed the essence of Ao Yi. Elsewhere in the heavenly pool, the ancient tortoise Xian Ao, accompanied by the guardian catfish Chuan, was searching for spiritually rich plants infused with dragon energy. After a lengthy search, they finally discovered a cluster of blood corals. Although they had not been tainted by dragon blood, they had been affected by dragon seed blood, thus qualifying as spiritual plants. This type of algae is rich in collagen, high in iron and calcium, and nutritionally abundant, typically thriving in water depths of 25 to 35 meters. The heavenly pool is a volcanic lake, and certain areas can naturally meet this condition. As for why marine corals would appear in the heavenly pool and flourish, that remains a mystery. Perhaps they traversed through a sea eye, or they could belong to some unique species. Furthermore, this was not ordinary blood coral. It was a mutated form that could expel moisture without sunlight, locking in nutrients within its structure. Rustle. Just as Xianao was recording the location, a massive dark shadow suddenly sprang forth, resembling a shrimp, with a size of 3 to 4 meters. Boom. The giant shrimp launched a punch at Chuan, unleashing a force thousands of times its own weight. This strike sent the 7 to 8 meter long Chuan flying and even broke a rib. In that instant, sparks ignited in the water. It is worth noting that Chuan's defense is remarkably formidable. Even a collision with a sports car would likely not result in a broken rib. Is this the shrimp soldier guarding this coral cluster? Xianao narrowed his eyes at the giant mantis shrimp and immediately decided to call for Chuan to retreat. Only the serpent lord could handle this situation. The shrimp soldier was terrifyingly powerful. Seeing the ancient tortoise and the giant catfish retreat, the giant mantis shrimp did not pursue, but instead continued to guard the coral cluster. These blood corals had been brought over from the other end of the sea for planting, and it would not allow any other beings to covet them. Ding. The stomach has been attacked once, and the proficiency of the internal organ resistance skill has reached level 1. 100 in the southern foothills of Changbai Mountain. Aoyi has finally maxed out his proficiency. He can now completely disregard the attacks from the bee swarm leader in his stomach, having digested both the hive and the detestable leader. Ding. Internal organ resistance has reached maximum level and has evolved into golden heart and silver lungs. Ding. Devouring the queen bee grants the skill of mental domination. Mental domination? Aoyi was taken aback. He hadn't expected that such a seemingly insignificant queen bee could possess such formidable power. Even more surprising was the fact that he could devour abilities from non-dragon species. However, he did not intend to use this skill to subdue the dragon pool red python. Mental domination should be applied to humans to establish an organization entirely loyal to him within human society, utilizing technological means to gather resources and intelligence regarding the changing world. But that is a matter for another day. First, he must proceed to the dragon pool. Gurgle. Aoyi transformed into his super rolling form and set off. Rolling along. Chapter 16. The red python and the black python stop. Arriving at Longton Mountain, the rolling python came to an abrupt halt. Plop. Immediately after, Aoyi, in the form of a black dragon, leaped into the dragon pool. Upon surveying the surroundings, he noticed many fish with whiskers, yet none bore golden scales. The purity of the dragon blood here was not as high as that of the heavenly pool. Boom. Suddenly, a dark red flame surged forth, causing the pool water to boil instantly. The red python emerged from the shadows, its blue eyes filled with fury, its scales shimmering with an unusual brilliance as it continuously roared at Aoyi. Hiss. The roar was automatically translated in Aoyi's mind. This is my territory. Get out. Such a temper? Aoyi raised an eyebrow, using his tail to dispel the weak flame meant as a show of force, then retaliated with a black lightning strike, which was a form of water thunder from the five elements thunder. Though the water thunder's offensive power is not particularly high, it has the advantage of not being conducted through water, thus retaining its potency. Moreover, as the black python, or Shin python, which embodies the essence of water, Aoyi was even more adept at wielding water thunder, minimizing the risk of losing control. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, creating a large pit at the bottom of the pool. Red python, I am the dragon lord of heavenly pool, Aoyi. You will submit to me. There is no shame in being a python under my command. You cannot possibly defeat me. Aoyi floated high above the water of the dragon pool, gazing down at the red python, asserting that it could not be his opponent. The red python remained silent and launched another attack. The crimson python darted swiftly, suddenly whipping its tail towards Aoyi, causing the water to surge violently, and this strike was imbued with an intense heat. With a resounding crash, Aoyi did not flinch or evade but met the whip head-on, the collision of their immense forces echoing through the air. To tame the crimson python, one must display strength. Avoiding a direct confrontation would create the illusion that one could not be defeated, even with all their might. In truth, Aoyi's tail was not only pained, but also scorched. Ding. Enduring high temperatures for a minute. High temperature resistance proficiency level 1. 1100. The crimson python, symbolizing fire virtue, and the dark python, representing water virtue, engaged in a primal struggle, relying solely on their fundamental physical strength, casting aside any frivolities. Ding. Enduring high temperatures for 10 minutes. High temperature resistance proficiency level 1. 2100. This passive skill of resistance was notoriously difficult to master. With a powerful clash, each massive python struck the other's forehead, momentarily stunned, their brains rattling within their skulls, triggering a slight concussion, clearly evenly matched. Ding. Dizziness resistance level 1. 1100. Aoyi shook his head, quickly regaining his senses. Coiling his tail around a submerged log, a large branch that had sunk to the bottom, and struck at the crimson python with it. Submit to me, and I shall grant you a name. You shall not suffer for it. The crimson python hissed defiantly, shaking its head. I am your equal. Why should I submit to you? Then I shall fight you until you do. I fear you not. The two colossal pythons battled fiercely, shedding scales and staining the water with blood, as water and fire clashed continuously, even roasting the long-whiskered fish that passed by, filling the air with a savory aroma. Will you yield? I will not yield. At the bottom of the pool, the two enormous pythons fought with reckless abandon. Had Aoyi possessed claws at that moment, he would have undoubtedly pressed the stubborn crimson python into submission. The dark water roared, and the dark red flames surged. Both pythons approached the essence of Hui, entangled at the bottom of the pool, causing the dragon pool to churn incessantly, the water gradually turning red, with a fishy scent and continuous bubbling. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson python began to tire, while Aoyi, drawing on the fatigue, refined a trace of dragon essence from the Longxian grass. Crimson Python, do you yield or not? I will not yield. The crimson python hissed weakly, unable to lift its tail, its scales uneven. Yet those blue eyes still glimmered with stubbornness. In contrast, Aoyi remained vibrant, with new scales growing robustly in place of the shed ones. Not yielding? Then let us continue to fight. Aoyi's forehead glimmered with dark green lightning, striking at the crimson python, a manifestation of the wood lightning from the five elements, symbolizing vibrant life and capable of healing wounds. I shall continue until you submit wholeheartedly. Such was his tenacity, without the need for mental dominance. As he did not believe he could control the crimson python, those who could be dominated by such skills were merely weak-willed beings, whose futures were limited. They were unworthy of being a foundation, destined only to be cannon fodder and kindling. Why do you not consume me? The crimson python queried, bewildered. If you devoured me, this water would belong to you. Why do you instead save me? My primary purpose here is to tame you. This water is secondary. Give me time to consider. Very well, I shall grant you time. Atop Longton Mountain, figures encircled the dragon pool. Indeed, there were extraordinary beings. Brother Wong from Bureau 749 was dispatched to investigate the dragon pool at the mountain's summit, witnessing the tumultuous water surface, now stained crimson and rendered murky. Long Tongue, do you have confidence? Brother Wong looked at the young man beside him, a Iran possessing underwater breathing, half-dragon transformation, and the extraordinary ability to control water. Long Tongue, whose full name was Li Long Tong, was 20 years old, hailing from Laolong Village in Longton Township, Sichuan. His ancestor, a scholar named Liang from the Ming Dynasty, was said to have transformed into a dragon after mistakenly swallowing a red pearl, which subsequently led to the emergence of 9 caves, forming the underground river known today as Laolong Cave. If the legend were true, this would be a rare case of human transformation into dragon, making it highly probable that the bloodline of future descendants would evolve into dragon blood, leading to dragon-like transformations. In this era of awakened spiritual energy, Li Long Tongue could indeed transform into a diminutive dragon-like being, lending credence to the truth of that legend. The so-called red pearl must be the blood-stained dragon pearl. I do not know, but I can attempt it. Li Long Tongue shook his head, shedding his clothes, leaving only a loose pair of black-purple beach shorts, and dove into the dragon pool. Splash! Immediately, Li Long Tongue began to half-dragonize, rapidly sprouting greenish-yellow scales, his physique becoming robust, muscles swelling, legs bending like those of a beast, and his head transforming to resemble a dragon-like creature. The blood-red vertical pupils allowed him to see clearly in the murky water. His head bore 6 short, non-forked horns encircling his skull, resembling dragon-like fur, yet devoid of hair, instead exhibiting a distinctly aquatic appearance akin to that of a jiao. The dragon blood, diluted over generations, had now only reached the level of a jiao, yet it was not a complete jiao, but rather a half-human, half-jiao entity. In simpler terms, he bore a striking resemblance to the sage from Jackie Chan Adventures. Splash! Li Long Tongue swiftly navigated through the pool, as if returning home, searching for the so-called extraordinary beings. However, aside from the scales lying at the bottom or floating, he found nothing else. Meanwhile, within the dragon pool's underground veins, the crimson python was guiding Aoyi through its depths, where luminous minerals glimmered with a faint crimson light. Only when they ventured deeper did the red glow of the crimson minerals stabilize. Earth vein crystals? Aoyi's eyes brightened, sensing something that could be refined and absorbed. As for whether it was truly called earth vein crystals, he was unsure, as he had coined the term himself. Let me take a bite. Without hesitation, Aoyi bit into a piece of the crimson crystal. Crunch. The texture was delightful, though it felt somewhat fiery and extremely hot to the mouth. Ding. Devouring fire attribute minerals. Earth Fire Mastery, Unlock Progress Level 1. 1100. Indeed, it was a fine substance. Ding. High temperature resistance maxed out. Evolved into water and fire unharmed. Due to the intense heat within the earth veins, Aoyi's proficiency in high temperature resistance surged, reaching its maximum level in a single breath. Can I now swim in lava? Chapter 17. First encounter with Bureau 749 not connected? At the end of the dragon pool's earth vein, Aoyi gazed at the thick rock layer before him, momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought it would lead northward to the heavenly pool, only to find it did not, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Sighing, he decided to return. Aoyi hissed twice at the crimson python. Hiss. The crimson python responded with 2 hisses, following alongside as they swam back, the intricate and complex earth veins making it easy to lose one's way. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with the terrain. Splash. The two pythons emerged from the earth vein entrance, coincidentally spotting Li Longteng, who was searching for them at the bottom of the pool. Aoyi was momentarily stunned. What kind of creature was this? A Jiao person? Or a human Jiao? What sort of frenzied creature has paired up with humanity? With a swift motion, Li Longting charged towards the two serpents without hesitation. Despite his semi-dragon transformation granting him a stature of nearly 3 meters, he showed no fear towards the 10-meter-long pythons. This exemplifies the confidence inherent in being an extraordinary being. He believed, or rather, it seemed that all of humanity presumed anomalous creatures to be mere animals, lacking significant intelligence, hence failing to consider the possibility of negotiation. Aoyi pondered. Is he so audacious in my territory? What are you? With a flick of his tail, Aoyi unleashed a whip-like strike toward Li Longting, infused with water energy. The 10-meter python deemed him a monster? Indeed, at this moment, Li Longting resembled a creature more monstrous than any python. You can speak? Li Longting paused, nimbly evading the strike, slightly startled but with no intention of negotiation. His mission was solely to capture the anomalous creature and return it to the 749 Bureau. Humans, when confronted by animals, often exhibit an innate arrogance, frequently forgetting that they too belong to the animal kingdom. No response. Aoyi's gaze turned icy as he swam rapidly around Li Longting, increasing speed until a whirlpool formed beneath them, disorienting him. Despite Li Longting's appearance resembling that of a deity, his strength was somewhat lacking, judging solely by size. He had already lost. How can this be? Li Longting shook his head, resembling a ferocious dragon. Why was this anomalous giant python so formidable? The swirling waters acted like solid walls, restricting his movements. Seizing the opportunity while he was dazed, Aoyi ensnared him in a deadly embrace, gradually exerting pressure while raising his head, coldly inquiring, "Speak. What manner of creature are you? What is your purpose here?" Concurrently, he activated mental domination. If negotiation was unwelcome, then it need not occur at all. A wave of invisible energy surged forth, enveloping Li Longting's mind, violently assaulting his consciousness, inducing a state akin to being subjected to a truth serum. Mental domination. One must display their strength to induce psychological wavering in the target to ensure successful domination. Ding. Domination successful once. Proficiency in mental domination skill increased by 1. Speak. I am an agent of the Special Operations Group of the 749 Bureau, codenamed Half-Dragon Man, real name Li Longting. I am here under orders to investigate the dragon pool at the summit of Longtan Mountain. Other agents are examining the locking dragon pool ruins, pursuing the malevolent dragon. What kind of organization is the 749 Bureau? The 749 Bureau, officially known as the 749 Supernatural Phenomena Investigation Bureau, investigates various supernatural occurrences within the realm of Daxia, including the study of anomalous creatures for documentation and control to prevent societal turmoil. On what grounds do you claim control over us? Do you believe yourselves to be deities? Aoyi's anger flared, yet he refrained from lethal action, recognizing his current weakness. Now is not the time to clash with an official organization like the 749 Bureau. Return and inform your superiors. No one is permitted to set foot in the heavenly pool within 2 years. Aoyi's eyes glimmered with golden light, his dragon-like fangs glistening ominously. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Let it be known, it is not only the human race that possesses intelligence. All beings have spirit. Do not be so arrogant. Depart. This instance of mental domination had not fully captured his essence. It merely extracted a single inquiry. Attempting to dominate an agent of this rank bore little consequence. Compared to official agents, the scions of affluent families or young ladies were far more advantageous. In times of social upheaval, wealth outweighed all else. Indeed, Li Longting, still dazed, emerged from the dragon pool, addressing Wang Gu, who awaited him on the shore. Wang Gu. The anomalous creatures possess the intelligence to communicate. Coercive control is ill-advised. Moreover, I cannot overpower them. What did you say? Wang Gu felt a sinking sensation, furrowing his brows. Longting, are you suggesting that anomalous creatures can communicate? Are they still considered mere creatures? Have they transcended into something else? Wang Gu. At the bottom of the pool lies a black python and a red python. The black python claims to be this lord and forbade us from approaching the heavenly pool for 2 years, asserting that all beings possess spirit and admonishing us against arrogance. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. Wang Gu staggered, nearly losing his balance, muttering that it was imperative to report back to leadership and amend policies. Spirits hold grudges. Should conflict arise, it could spell disaster. Generally, humans exhibit arrogance when confronting creatures, yet they become fearful when faced with spirits. After all, Humanity ranks highest among animals, but spirits have transcended the concept of mere animals or beings, reaching an entirely different echelon, rendering human arrogance untenable. Moreover, those with cultivation often regard spirits as equals, engaging in philosophical discourse. Malevolent spirits are to be vanquished and suppressed, while benevolent spirits are revered as celestial beings. In Taoist beliefs, whether a being is classified as a demon or immortal is not contingent upon lineage but rather on conduct. Consequently, prominent Taoists, such as the Grand Master of Lunghu Mountain, harbor skepticism towards the 749 Bureau's coercive control policies, even instructing their disciples to avoid joining the Bureau. Hello. Is this the Special Operations Group? Wang Ge promptly contacted them, who were currently investigating the Locking Dragon Pool ruins. Cease your inquiries. It is not merely an anomalous creature but a mythical being in spirit. It is far too dangerous. Retreat. Though Wang Ge was not an extraordinary being, he was a veteran within the 749 Bureau, possessing significant influence. Understood. Thus, the investigation into the Locking Dragon Pool was halted. Wang Ge dared not allow further pursuit, knowing that the malevolent dragon might be recuperating. If provoked, bloodshed was inevitable. While the 749 Bureau possessed ancient texts from the Qin dynasty's demon suppression department and a plethora of related materials, they remained skeptical. Initially, Wang Ge and his fellow Bureau members believed anomalous creatures to be merely peculiar beings, incapable of being as formidable as ancient texts described. After Li Longting's account, Wang Ge comprehended. The ancients were not exaggerating. The ancient texts were indeed factual records. Leadership, the coercive control approach, is unfeasible. Wang Ge contacted his superiors again. This is no longer a mere revival of spiritual energy. It is a resurgence of mythology. Even great pythons can articulate human speech. After a moment of silence, a steady voice responded. I understand. Cancel the coercive control, but documentation remains essential. Dispatch personnel to the Heavenly Pool for negotiations tomorrow. It would be prudent to establish a non-aggression treaty. Understood. Chapter 18. Bestowal of a name. Once the agents of the 749 Bureau had departed, Aoyi, alongside the red python, emerged from the dragon pool, rolling towards the heavenly pool in a wheel python formation. Although this method of locomotion appeared comical, it was remarkably practical. They headed northward with remarkable speed. Both giant pythons being peak-tier serpents, their physical prowess allowing them to move as swiftly as a mountain jeep. By the way, the wheel python is classified as number 006 in the 749 Bureau's anomalous creature sequence. 001. The aborted Chilean cub. 002. The pig that birthed an elephant. 003. The old cat monkey. 006. The wheel python. However, starting tomorrow, there would be an additional classification, mythical creature sequence. Shi Jun. Why do you refrain from consuming those humans? The Qi Mang emitted a perplexed hiss as it rolled. For the flesh and blood of humans are rich in spiritual essence. A great nourishment indeed. Humans, this race is the pinnacle of all spirits, closely connected to spiritual energy. After merely a few decades of cultivation, they can match the accumulation of beasts over hundreds or even thousands of years. Cultivation is akin to having a cheat code. Thus, their flesh is abundant in spiritual energy, and their souls are a tremendous supplement. This is also the reason behind many bizarre legends, wherein demons delight in feasting upon humans, not because they are particularly palatable, but rather because they are so nourishing. You do not comprehend. Our current strength is far from being able to contend with humans. It suffices to intimidate them. Ao Yue replied solemnly. Even if our scales can withstand bullets, what about cannonballs? What about laser weapons? It's enough to scare them. Consuming humans? What era is this? It is no longer the age of cold weapons. If humans become desperate enough to retaliate, it would be disastrous. Qi Mang, bullets? Cannonballs? What do these mean? If we do not consume humans, then there is nothing more to discuss. If we were to eat humans, it would create an irreconcilable enmity. Ao Yue continued to hiss. We are civilized pythons, and we shall not engage in such uncivilized acts. Moreover, Changbai Mountain is abundant with lingji, ginseng, and earth vein crystals, which is not superior to devouring humans. Furthermore, consuming humans affects our transformation into dragons. Killing and eating humans are entirely different concepts. Killing is for self-defense, whereas consuming humans is an affront to heaven, inviting divine retribution. It is said that the way of heaven is fair, yet in truth, it is quite the opposite. The heavenly way exhibits a double standard. It is acceptable for humans to consume animals, yet animals eating humans easily incurs divine wrath. This may not be the way of heaven, but rather the will of national fortune. It is a divine retribution of national fortune. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere livestock. The heavenly way does not concern itself with whether animals consume humans. It treats all equally, whether it is animals or humans facing disaster. It will extend a glimmer of hope. As the saying goes, the great way is 50, heaven's evolution is 49, thus removing one leads to survival. What Shi Jun imparts is profound. Although Qi Meng did not fully comprehend, it did not hinder its eagerness to curry favor. Since it had joined the ranks, it must present itself accordingly. Henceforth, cease the constant thoughts of consuming humans. As long as you sincerely align with me, I guarantee your boundless future. Shi Jun's words resonated. I understand now. The manner of speech of Qi Meng is quite endearing, referring to itself as I, not out of arrogance, but because it has only ever known that self-reference since gaining sentience. Born and raised, it has not been educated, and its high intelligence is attributed to consuming long-whiskered fish. This demonstrates that it is indeed a python of great fortune. In this era of spiritual revival, fortune holds immense significance. Strength merely ensures survival against external threats, while fortune is the key determinant of the future. If one lacks sufficient fortune, even if they successfully walk the dragon into the sea, they could still perish in the final tribulation of transformation. After a considerable time, they arrived at the Tianqi. With a splash, the two massive pythons leapt into the lake water, swimming towards the Tianqi water palace under Ao Yue's guidance. Along the way, they encountered several peculiar fish, adorned with golden scales, yet lacking whiskers. Without hesitation, Qi Meng consumed them. These were far tastier than the fish in my territory. Qi Meng flicked its tongue, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Eat freely. I am the Shi Jun of Tianqi. Ao Yue confidently flicked its tongue, though my territory currently spans only 100 meters. Soon the entire Tianqi shall belong to us. That is indeed significantly larger than my previous domain. The two pythons entered the cave, where the small green was still in a deep slumber, while Nianchuan lay on its back, as if lifeless. Shi Jun, you have finally returned. A mere 3-meter-long old turtle. Xian'ao swam over anxiously and exclaimed, Nian General is gravely injured, with a ruptured abdomen, disordered internal organs. He may not have long to live. What happened? Ao Yue was taken aback and quickly used Mu Lei to strike Nianchuan, then inquired urgently. This hefty catfish possesses considerable combat prowess. Could it have encountered a Shi Jiao? No. What did it encounter then? It was a shrimp. Xian'ao spoke with utmost seriousness, but that shrimp is extraordinary, vividly colored, and smaller than Nian General by a third. Yet it severely injured Nian General with a single punch. In my humble opinion, that shrimp must be of a rare breed. If we can subdue it, it will undoubtedly be a great asset. I understand. Ao Yue nodded and looked at Qi Meng, contemplating for a moment before slowly hissing twice. Qi Meng, I shall bestow upon you a name now, and thereafter, you shall accompany the old turtle to capture the strange shrimp. I understand. Qi Meng, I observe your red scales and blue eyes, reminiscent of the Nanhai. Qi Long. Ao Yue scrutinized Qi Meng closely, deliberating before finally deciding on a name. Therefore, I grant you the surname Ao, for you are a python of fire virtue. Your name shall be Xian. Qi Meng, henceforth your name shall be Ao Xian. Do you like it? I like it immensely. After bestowing the name, suddenly a thunderous roar erupted. The calm night was rent asunder by blinding flashes of lightning. A bolt as thick as a barrel struck the Tianqi, yet its power was nearly dissipated by the water. What the heck? Ao Yue was startled, inwardly murmuring. Is it about to strike me again? Zzz. A strand of lightning, akin to a serpent, surged towards Ao Xian, causing him to convulse, smoke billowing from his mouth, nearly leading to his demise. Fortunately, he held on. Ao Xian. Upon witnessing this, Ao Yue hastily used Mu Lei to heal. Shi Jun. Ao is a surname of dragons, and should not be casually bestowed. Xian'ao cautioned. Fortunately, young Ao Xian possesses great fortune and withstood the backlash. Otherwise, he would have perished on the spot. Ao Yue, after a moment of silence, weary, he said, I understand. Old turtle, take Ao Xian to find the strange shrimp. I am tired and need to rest. Bestowing a name is truly exhausting. Having said that, Ao Yue swam over to the small green, coiling around her, and closed his dragon eyes. Young Ao Xian, please accompany me, old turtle. Hiss, all right. Qi Meng, no. Ao Xian was genuinely taken aback. He did not expect Ao Yue to invest such effort. Although he had been struck by lightning, Ao Yue was not necessarily faring any better. This leader, it is indeed a worthy investment. I am impressed. Young Ao Xian has reached such a level, yet has not refined his horizontal bones. Unable to speak human words? Hiss. I shall now impart to you the method of refining your horizontal bones. Listen closely. After receiving the teachings, Ao Xian immediately opened his mouth and expelled a piece of horizontal bone. His cultivation level was already sufficient, yet he had not grasped the method. Now with the technique, he refined it in mere moments. Cough, spit. Ha ha ha. I can speak now. How delightful. Chapter 19. Negotiation. In a certain region of the Tianqi, the temperature hovered around 2235, with coral reefs sprawling around. Though it was a lake, the ecosystem was transitioning towards that of the sea, which was quite peculiar, indicating that the revival of spiritual energy was not only transforming organisms, but also the environment. Old turtle, I have consumed without issue, right? No problem. Xian'ao led Ao Xian straight to the blood coral group, encountering numerous dragon species of fish along the way, yet none exhibited the majesty of the earlier trout king. Most were merely adorned with whiskers or scales. Throughout the journey, Ao Xian ate as he pleased, and Xian'ao did not intervene. Anything that could be consumed was rightfully his. It did not imply that he had seized Aoyue's fortune. The old turtle was indeed an enlightened being. Before long, they arrived at the blood coral group, during which they encountered no formidable foes. Due to the territorial nature of the Shejingshan residing in the lake's subterranean tunnels, they seldom rise to the surface, making encounters exceedingly rare. For Ao Yi to stumble upon one is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Just 50 paces before the blood coral cluster, Xian'ao gazed upon the increasingly magnificent crimson coral grass, a realization dawning upon him that this must undoubtedly be a spiritual plant. If he could cultivate it within the Shui Fu, it would serve as an exceptional source of sustenance. Old turtle, where is that strange shrimp you mentioned? Ao Xian looked around but saw no shrimp, only a vividly colored stone, pondering its whereabouts. The stone exhibited a kaleidoscope of colors, red, green, blue, akin to the resplendence of a peacock. The peculiar shrimp must be lurking nearby, and young Ao Xian could certainly venture forth to investigate. However, in my current state, I possess little combat prowess and may not be able to accompany you. I hope for your understanding. All right, leave it to me, Ao Xian boldly declared, swimming directly toward the blood coral grass. He lifted his tail to sweep it aside, and as expected, the hidden shrimp was revealed. The stone began to shake. It was, in fact, the shrimp's disguise. The gigantic peacock mantis shrimp swiftly launched itself forward, closing in on Ao Xian and delivering a powerful punch. The speed of the strike was unimaginable, likely exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. Bang! The punch created a bubble in the water, and at the moment of its rupture, it released an astonishing heat of 6,000 degrees, causing Ao Xian to feel a scorching sensation. Boom! The force of the punch sent Ao Xian flying. Ouch, you little rascal. Ao Xian grunted, though his internal organs and bones remained largely unscathed, for he was a colossal serpent akin to the Hui, with an extraordinarily robust physique. Shrimp, do not think that I fear you. With that, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of earth fire, scorching hot. The giant shrimp attempted to evade but found itself against the blood coral cluster behind it, leaving it no choice but to endure the flames. It unleashed 2 consecutive punches into the water, creating ripples that dissipated the earth fire, relying primarily on its formidable punching strength rather than the water itself. Shrimp, I am Ao Xian, a subordinate of the Tianqi Shijun, sent specifically to capture you. After receiving his name, Ao Xian's intelligence surged, and he began to articulate his thoughts. Wise up and surrender to avoid unnecessary suffering. The giant shrimp, lacking a true vocal structure, remained mute unless it had attained spiritual evolution. Are you mute, shrimp? The giant shrimp remained silent, only continuing to swing its iron fists, its second pair of keely sharp as a spear's tip and thick as a hammer at the base. During an attack, it would fold and then spring forth with astounding speed and strength. Unable to communicate? Then I shall resort to force. Upon confirming the futility of dialogue, Ao Xian ceased to hesitate, fully engaging in combat with the giant shrimp while maneuvering it away. Given the shrimp's relatively small size, Ao Xian could easily bind it and throw it around. Despite the shrimp's fierce punches, its other body parts lacked power, once captured and its fists restrained. It posed no threat. Young Ao Xian, allow me to lend you a hand. At that moment, the astute old turtle recognized the situation and immediately employed Yushui Shu, creating a resilient water lock that bound the giant shrimp's invincible iron fists. Knock it out. I cannot maintain this for long. Upon hearing this, Ao Xian swiftly wrapped his tail around the shrimp's lower half and began to whirl it violently. The speed was so tremendous that afterimages appeared, in such rapid motion. The distinction between being thrown into water or onto solid ground was negligible. Bang bang bang. Before long, the giant shrimp was rendered unconscious. Meanwhile, Xian Ao swam toward the blood coral cluster and plucked one to take back for transplantation. Let us return to the abode. All right. Ao Xian dragged the giant shrimp. Following closely behind Xian Ao, this giant shrimp possessed power but lacked intellect, evidently a variant evolved through spiritual energy, far from attaining awakened consciousness. It seemed that some enlightenment was necessary. After a period, the serpent and turtle duo returned to the cavern known as Tianqi Shui Fu, where Xiaoqing and Ao Yi were still sound asleep, bubbles occasionally escaping from their nostrils. Remarkably, even though they breathed through their lungs, they would not drown. Shi Jun, we have captured the giant shrimp, Xian Ao whispered. Ao Yi drowsily opened his golden dragon eyes, sparkling brilliantly, glancing at the motionless giant shrimp on the ground. He yawned and mumbled, the peacock mantis shrimp, it hails from the sea. What abilities does it possess? Ao Yi inquired of Xian Ao. Its punching speed is extraordinarily swift, and its strength is immense, showcasing considerable combat prowess. Had I not used magic to bind its fists, I fear it would have been quite challenging for young Ao Xian to subdue it. Indeed, Ao Yi cast a sidelong glance at the giant shrimp and asked, what of its intelligence? Can it communicate? It lacks spiritual awareness and cannot communicate. Understood. Ao Yi nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the giant shrimp. He activated mental control, a capacity akin to human hypnosis, subtly influencing the target's thoughts without detection. However, this required the target to be mentally fatigued. Essentially, one must first administer a beating. Furthermore, the giant shrimp, devoid of awakened consciousness, had no resistance to mental control, instantly becoming an unwaveringly loyal shrimp general, even if it were to later attain intelligence. The effects would remain negligible. Feed it fish to help awaken its intelligence. My domain requires no mindless aquatic creatures. I shall obey the Shi Jun's command. Old turtle Xian Ao took his leave, heading out to catch fish. Dragon species fish, a renewable resource, would not dwindle as long as they were not entirely exterminated. They could never be fully consumed. Moreover, there was no need to worry about dragon species fish devolving into ordinary fish. As spiritual energy gradually resurged, they would only become increasingly extraordinary. Shi Jun, can you command aquatic creatures? Ao Xian suddenly inquired. Ao Xian, worry not. I shall not wield this ability against you. Nor would it be effective upon you. It can only influence the weak-willed common fish. After a pause, Ao Yi continued, moreover, had this giant shrimp possessed intelligence and the ability to communicate, I would not have resorted to such means. I seek sincerity. Are you not concerned that I might betray you? You would not. I trust in my abilities to keep you loyal. Ao Yi pondered for a moment before adding, you must return to guard the Long Tan. Its resources must not fall into the hands of other clans. Long Tan, where is that? Your homeland. Oh, the following day, Wang Gu from Bureau 749 brought Li Longting to the shaman settlement beneath the Tianqi Old Shaman. I would like to request your guidance to the Tianqi. Wang Gu adjusted his glasses. Do not worry, we mean no harm. We simply wish to negotiate with the Tianqi water monster and sign a non-aggression pact. Utter nonsense. The old shaman's face flushed with anger as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, what do you mean by water monster? That is the guardian spirit of Tianqi. It is the protector of our region. It is Mu Duli Nduli. It is the dragon god. In the eyes of the shaman, the Tianqi water monster was not the Shejingshan but the Tianqi Longjun, the guardian of the area, overseeing favorable weather and rain as the dragon god. Very well, dragon god. Wang Gu quickly reassured the old shaman. We merely wish to engage in a dialogue and take some notes. We truly harbor no ill intentions. After much persuasion, the old shaman finally acquiesced, leading the two men to the Tianqi. Firstly, they indeed did not carry any weapons, and secondly, the old shaman also wished to behold the true visage of the dragon god while offering a sacrifice. On this day, at the Tianqi, there were no visitors present. The old shaman, accompanied by his disciples, performed a sacred dance, striking the divine drum and calling upon the name Mudulin Duli. Behind them, the young men bore a roasted cow, adorned with a secret sauce. Wang Gu and Li Longting followed closely behind the procession carrying the offerings. Boom, boom. Within the depths of the Tianqi, Ao Yi, nestled in his cavern, heard the faint echo of drums and felt an inexplicable urge to rise and see what was happening. Thus, he swam upwards. Splash! The black python emerged from the water, its massive head breaking the surface. The ripples distorted its form, making Ao Yi appear infinitely elongated in the eyes of the onlookers. The sense of oppression was palpable. Surely, it must be a messenger of the dragon god. The old shaman was instantly filled with excitement and shouted, "Greetings, I am Wang Ge." He approached with a document in hand, cleared his throat, and stated, "I am an agent from Bureau 749. We come with no ill intent, merely wishing to establish a non-aggression treaty with your esteemed Tianqi. Additionally, we seek to register." "Non-aggression?" Aoyi responded in human speech, flicking his tongue. "When have we ever infringed upon you? It has always been your kind that disturb us first. And you wish to register? Retract your arrogance. Please understand, the registration is not for control. It is merely for record-keeping. A sequence number and name will suffice, and it will not adversely affect you. Then just note Tianqi Longjun, and once the treaty is signed, be gone." Soon, the treaty was finalized. The two agents from Bureau 749 departed, after which Aoyi opened his cavernous mouth and swallowed the entire roasted cow, leaving behind a scale for the shamans. This scale was revered as a holy relic, which the old shaman took back for worship. Furthermore, Aoyi tasked them with monitoring any anomalous flora and fauna within the Changbai mountain region, particularly those that bear fruit. Bureau 749 Archives. Mythical Creature Sequence 001 Tianqi Longjun. Thus, Aoyi's transformation into a dragon would proceed more smoothly. The official recognition by Bureau 749 as Longjun essentially conferred a form of validation upon him, significantly alleviating future challenges. The current situation could be likened to a python blocking the way, inquiring whether one resembles a snake or a dragon, and upon the answer of dragon, the responder would gain a portion of the inquirer's fortune. Aoyi, the plan is in motion. Chapter 20. After 2 years of slumber, the world transforms, thunder rumbled. After the shamans departed from Tianqi, the clear skies erupted with thunder and lightning, as thick as 5 men could embrace, struck the Tianqi, directly hitting Aoyi, leaving him grievously injured. Aoyi, damn it. Thankfully, I do not possess claws at the moment, or I would have defiantly gestured to the heavens. It was merely a matter of borrowing a bit of fortune from the officials. Why strike me? Is it really necessary? Ding. You have suffered divine retribution once. Lightning resistant skill proficiency increased by 50. 5100, divine retribution? Aoyi was momentarily stunned, and then enraged, twisting in the water. Damn it. Just let it be. I only borrowed a sliver of fortune. With a 5,000-year fortune, do you truly need this little serpent's portion? After enduring the divine retribution, Aoyi felt a buzzing in his head, especially at the painful lump on his forehead. He hurriedly swam back to his lair. Once there, he collapsed into a deep slumber, akin to a piece of softened spicy strip. The divine retribution nearly ended his life. Yet the presence of dragon saliva grass within him accelerated the healing process, leading to a swift refinement of his essence. It is indeed true what they say. Those who survive great calamities are destined for greater fortunes. At this moment, Aoyi found himself in a remarkably peculiar state. His body continuously washed by the dragon energy from the dragon saliva grass, seemingly evolving towards a higher level of existence. However, this process may take considerable time. 2 years later, June 14th, 2026. On this day, the celestial and terrestrial changes were most intense. The Earth trembled as the planet expanded. The distance between the Earth and the Moon shortening, and the Devil's Tower in the United States inexplicably revitalized. The Devil's Tower, resembling a tree stump, was said to be a colossal tree that once reached the heavens, only to be severed by the gods. In the mythology of the Daxia, Zhuangzi cut off the heavenly tree, which was indeed a tree connecting heaven and earth. Everything in the world was destined to become extraordinary as a large-scale spiritual awakening commenced. Boom! Thunder erupted, and an abundance of spiritual energy coalesced into rain clouds. A similar phenomenon occurring across the globe as the spiritual rain descended upon the earth, cleansing the world with its vigor. However, this rain, due to the overwhelming spiritual energy, manifested in a nearly perfect shade of purple, appearing somewhat eerie. At this moment, it was the dead of night. Animals everywhere seemed to respond to a primal call, emerging from their hiding places. In this moment, carnivores and herbivores coexisted harmoniously. Without exception, they all gazed skyward, instinctively expressing gratitude for the spiritual rainfall. Pitter-patter. The purple rain fell heavily upon the Tianqi, coloring its crystal-clear waters with a layer of purple. Aoyi, who lay asleep within his cavern, abruptly opened his eyes, radiating brilliant golden light. I must go out. I must. A voice within Aoyi's heart echoed incessantly. At present, Aoyi had grown to an astonishing 25 meters in length, with a corresponding increase in girth. His head had become exceedingly majestic, adorned with a pair of long, unbranched golden horns, while his forked tongue transformed into a proper tongue. His head resembled both a jiao and a dragon. His golden eyes shone brilliantly like the sun. The corners of his mouth bore a pair of dragon whiskers, identical to the divine dragon depicted in ancient frescoes. White mane sprouted around his head and along his spine, reminiscent of a stallion's or lion's mane. Were it not for the absence of claws, he could easily be referred to as a jiao dragon. Indeed, Aoyi was merely a huai for now, yet he possessed the essence of a dragon. Tianqi Longjun was perhaps truly deserving of the title. Roar. His roar transcended that of a mere bull, exuding an overwhelming authority that swept across the Tianqi, compelling both aquatic creatures and the serpent kin that had evolved from land dwellers 2 years prior to instinctively bow before him. A resonant roar awakened the slumbering Shaoqing. My husband, let us frolic amidst the sea of clouds. Upon uttering these words, Aoyi assumed the posture of a dragon soaring through the abyss. Soaring out of Tianqi Lake, enveloped in mist, as he ascended rapidly, already exuding the majesty of a dragon lord. The innate divine ability to ride on clouds and command mist was awakened after fully refining the Long Xian Chao, naturally assimilated without the need for instruction. Moo! Shaoqing let out a roar, following Aoyi into the cloud sea, where they soared together. At that moment, Shaoqing released her Jiao Longzhu, a pearl of a deep azure hue, translucent and more beautiful than any luminous pearl. Shall we play with the pearl? Shaoqing proposed. Are you not afraid of falling and being devoured? Aoyi raised an eyebrow, catching the pearl with his tail adorned with white mane, weighing it in his grasp before returning it to her. Fear not, I can control the Jiao Longzhu. Very well, let us proceed. At this moment, the animals and people caught in the rain around Changbai Mountain were treated to the spectacle of twin dragons playing with the pearl, one black and one azure. The sound of dragon roars mingled with laughter. The game of playing with pearls among dragons was not merely joyful, it also bolstered the cultivation of the weaker party. As dragon pearls condensed the essence of dragon energy, this represented a form of dual cultivation for Shaoqing and Aoyi, one that transcended carnal desires. Oh my! A dragon! A student in the boys' dormitory of Longtan No. 1 exclaimed, hastily capturing a photograph, yet only managing to capture a faintly blurred azure tail, which, when shared online, would surely be ridiculed for its poor quality. The mist surrounding the Jiao Long rendered it impossible for either phone or camera to capture a clear image. This led to claims of having seen a dragon, only for the evidence to reveal its dismal quality. Truth be told, the dragon spotted by others was rather unfortunate, for merely taking a stroll led to its discovery, incurring the wrath of a lightning strike, a most unjust fate. Aoyi felt an inexplicable surge within, an impulse to eliminate someone, prompting him to glide towards a certain dormitory window. In the female dormitory of Longtan No. 1, room 401, he peered in to see 2 girls. At the same time, Wei Hanyu glanced over and caught sight of Aoyi's face, which bore the nascent features of a dragon elephant. Indeed, a dragon exists. Wei Hanyu trembled as she raised her phone, attempting to photograph Aoyi, only to capture a result that was exceedingly blurry. Summoning her courage, she asked, Dragon, what do you intend to do? Beside her, Ma Lingling had fainted, rendered unconscious. What is your surname? Aoyi inquired, simultaneously activating his mental domination. Wei, as in Wei Zheng, she replied. Aoyi furrowed his brow deeply, for he understood that the Four Seas Dragon Kings were brothers, and the Jinghe Dragon King was the brother-in-law of the West Sea Dragon King, making this a deep-seated enmity. From now on, you shall serve me as your master, and you must not defy any of my orders. Anyone who opposes me shall be your adversary. Do you understand? At present, Wei Hanyu was but a mortal, utterly powerless to resist his domination. As a descendant of the official Wei Zheng, she was destined to become a formidable figure in this era, and it would be a pity to slay her. Better to utilize her for his own ends. Yes, my lord. Wei Hanyu's gaze grew hazy as she stepped toward the window, staring vacantly at the dark serpent outside. Your command is paramount. Excellent. Now leave the dormitory to embrace the rain, and bring your friend along. After a pause, Aoyi added, by the way, if you possess the capability, assist me in establishing a sect or similar organization to gather fortune, faith, and resources for me. My lord, I cannot guarantee that. No matter. As long as you do not covet my dragon crown, I would not dare. Moments later, Aoyi soared into the clouds, continuing to frolic with Shaoqing, basking in the purplish spiritual rain as they flew toward Tianqi as they returned to Tianqi under the moonlight. Aoyi and Shaoqing immediately dove into the Tianqi water mansion, engaging in a vigorous entanglement, their sizes perfectly matched. allowing for a full expression of their dragon nature. The cavern echoed with their roars, causing the waters of Tianqi to surge tumultuously, leaving the small fish and shrimp disoriented. Elsewhere, in the foothills of Changbai Mountain, animals such as foxes, weasels, hedgehogs, snakes, and mice emerged from their burrows. Their eyes filled with intelligence as they soaked in the spiritual rain, with one fox even emitting a delightful giggle. In the northeastern region of the Great Xia, the spiritual essence was particularly potent. Would they all soon transform into sentient beings? Simultaneously, in the Monkey Ridge, monkeys clapped their hands in the rain. One particularly regal six-eared monkey, seemingly awakening from a memory, picking up a branch and shouldering it. In a nearby pool, a monkey with white fur on its head, a slightly elongated neck, and a blue body slowly surfaced, resembling the legendary creature documented in the ancient tome Shanhai Jing. This water monkey stood dazed in the rain, scratching its head, suddenly struck by the awakening of its intelligence due to the spiritual rain, leaving it bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? At the same time, in the Wild Bull Ridge, the king of the wild bulls abruptly ceased grazing, his gaze turning wise, before resuming his munching on the wild grass. Appearing somewhat silly, yet possessing a robust physique and imposing horns. This bull was a magnificent white creature adorned with 6 horns. Moo? It seems I've become smarter. Well, I shall continue eating grass. In the distant wild boar forest, a massive wild boar halted its tree bashing, its sharp tusks glinting in the moonlight. Opening its mouth to receive the spiritual rain, it appeared fearsome, yet acted rather innocently. What is this water? It tastes delightful. I have never had such before. Similar occurrences unfolded atop Tiger Mountain in the Old Master Ridge, where a tiger with a scar at its eye lay atop the mountain, surrounded by several northeast tigers. The group of tigers yawned in the rain, with 3 even baring their teeth in amusement. Increasing numbers of animals began to exhibit signs of awakened intelligence. Even in the zoo, where certain large animals had begun to break free, elephants and lions were among those making their escape. At this very moment, along the coast of the East Sea, a long-dormant tree species began to sprout, while within the local crow population, several chicks with 3 legs hatched. In the eastern regions, particularly in the Fuzhou area, newly hatched snake eggs predominantly yielded multi-headed serpents, with even a creature possessing 8 heads and 8 tails. Could this be a result of nuclear radiation? It seems unlikely, as similar occurrences of multi-headed snakes were reported in places like Siam and India. Concurrently, in Europe, winged lizards appeared, and in Africa, live dinosaurs emerged, while in the Americas, phenomena such as beastly transformations like werewolves frequently occurred. The sky was alive with the frenetic dance of lightning, while thunder roared as if a true dragon wove its way through the clouds. Even as the sun gradually ascended, the ethereal rain showed no signs of abating. The downpour continued unabated, and those caught in the rain felt not the chill, but rather a warmth enveloping them. Those sheltering indoors could only exclaim in disbelief, calling it madness, to which the drenched retorted with ire. Amidst the laughter, an ancient tortoise by the heavenly pool had already begun its alchemical transformation, a benefit of its age, possessing knowledge of a nearly forgotten method of refinement. The spirit rain it consumed was not wasted. Every drop was absorbed, causing its size to swell significantly. At this moment, it could no longer simply be referred to as a grass tortoise, as it had grown far beyond the largest of tortoises, reaching an impressive 5 to 6 meters in length. Once an unremarkable grass tortoise, it had evolved into a creature bearing the essence of a mystical tortoise, a remarkable feat. Sharing in this surge of spiritual energy was Ao Xian from the Dragon Pool, who had transformed from a red python into a red huai, its head now resembling that of a jiao, lacking the stature of a dragon. While some evolved, others remained drenched in the rain, with only the python Tianqing engaged in a fierce battle. Just moments ago, he had discovered a fine ginseng, intending to consume it to break through to the huai stage, only to find it had become sentient. This was no mere ginseng sprout, but an ancient ginseng spirit, with sinewy muscles and a false ginseng atop its head. It did not flee but instead retaliated against Tianqing. This ginseng spirit was undoubtedly ancient, over a century old at the very least. You ancient ginseng spirit! Tianqing cursed vehemently, using his tail to sweep up a nearby tree and hurling it at the ginseng, declaring that he would not leave without consuming it. Over the past 2 years, this reticulated python had feasted well, growing to an impressive 22 meters. Its fortune and sustenance was unparalleled, even having consumed a certain toxic herb. It had awakened the ability to brew venom, a potent one at that, capable of corroding the very ground it dripped upon. Such fortune and sustenance could not be divorced from its disciple, Ma Tianzi. Over these 2 years, Ma Tianxi had ascended to half-immortal status, assisting the villagers both near and far with their ailments. The accumulated merit and fortune had mostly flowed toward Tianxing. Just then, an intense battle erupted in the heavenly pool, where the patrolling catfish Chuan and shrimp general encountered a small plesiosaurus, measuring only 15 meters. Chuan had undergone significant changes, as its front fins had evolved to function like hands, capable of grasping and striking. The two generals swiftly subdued the plesiosaurus, with the shrimp general delivering a punch that nearly ruptured its chest cavity. "Fat catfish, let us head back," called the shrimp general. "Hold on, let me eat it first." Chuan replied before opening its massive maw and biting off a segment of the plesiosaurus, swallowing it whole, blood gushing forth from its gills, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The other half of the plesiosaurus was discarded carelessly. In the capital of the Great Xia, the hawkish conference room remained unchanged. "What?" Oldly exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, staring incredulously at the report presented by his subordinates. "The animals in the zoo have escaped? Those who were drenched have evolved." In this moment, the high-ranking families, both radical and cowardly, felt as though the sky had fallen. Fearing that the spiritual rain might be a form of mutated acid rain, they had dared not venture outside, only to realize this was a selfless gift. Bang, bang, bang. Oldly smashed the table, scattering documents to the floor, and shouted in a frenzy, "Damn it! How could this happen? We have missed the chance for evolution. This cannot stand. Organize a team to recapture the animals from the zoo. Those we cannot catch shall be executed. We absolutely will not allow beasts to rise above us." "Yes," the guards responded emphatically, pulling out their phones to organize a recovery operation, with similar commands dispatched across the regions. The zoo escape incident must be dealt with promptly. Capture all that can be captured, and eliminate those that cannot. Chapter 22. Second sweep of the mountain as the spiritual rain gradually subsided. Bang, bang, bang. Private armed forces under various families mobilized en masse to pursue the escaped animals, gunfire echoing without regard for the panicked crowds in the streets. Social unrest had begun, coinciding with the large-scale revival of spiritual energy, awakening some individuals' inner demons. Citizens screamed as they fled, chaos erupting around various zoos, while those ferocious beasts like lions and wolves that had just escaped launched direct assaults on the private armies. With a mighty roar, the Golden Lion King shattered their eardrums, the sound waves even repelling bullets. Among the strong, the weaker animals fell victim to gunfire. Despite the widespread revival of spiritual energy, most of the animals were still no match for firearms, remaining in the early stage of evolution, save for a few who had advanced early. A black-haired gorilla, after beating its chest, picked up a firearm from the ground and aimed it at the private army, pulling the trigger. Clever. Remarkably clever. Similar events unfolded nationwide. In the Changbai Mountain region, near the Bai Mountain Zoo, northeast tigers, monkeys, and even a few crocodiles that had escaped from unknown breeding farms dashed through the city, evading the hail of bullets. The sound of gunfire rang out as bullets struck an elephant, yet its thick skin rendered them ineffective. Elephants, inherently intelligent, benefited immensely from the spiritual rain, and using its long trunk, it aimed at the private army and unleashed a mighty spray of water. This elephant possessed a water reservoir organ known as the water sac, allowing it to spray water as an attack. Simultaneously, its skin had undergone significant enhancement. In this moment, carnivorous and herbivorous animals alike had no time for infighting, focusing instead on resisting the private army. Any disputes would have to wait until they were safely within the mountains. The animals that chose to escape were all, without exception, beings who had awakened their intellect. They had transcended the realm of beasts. "Run, let us flee to the mountains," a white-haired monkey exclaimed, articulating human speech and pointing toward the Changbai mountain range, asserting that the terrain there was more suited for their kind, while the human city constrained them. As a primate, the monkey's structure was similar to that of humans, requiring no refinement to speak. Once their intellect awakened, they were akin to adults in understanding. Just then, a northeast tiger suddenly changed course, no longer fleeing, but facing the private army with blinding speed, arriving before them in an instant, shattering their skulls before they could even fire. Its velocity was such that it echoed the ancient saying, "The wind comes from the tiger." The force of its strike revealed to the humans what true tiger ferocity meant. The souls of the deceased were absorbed into the tiger's forehead, marked with the character king, transforming them into ghosts, perfectly timed as the sky darkened, allowing spirits to wander. The private army ghosts picked up their original firearms and began attacking their comrades, serving the tiger. The northeast tiger did not linger in battle. leaving the ghosts to entangle themselves while it pursued the fleeing masses, trailing behind as if to protect the others. Truly, there exists a semblance of the Mountain Lord. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, the Changbai Mountain will usher in an era of co-governance between the Mountain Lord and the Dragon Lord. However, that remains uncertain. The echoes of gunfire persist, with roars and cries of anguish rising in tandem. While the vicinity of the Bai Mountain Zoo offers refuge within Changbai Mountain, other zoos may lack such sanctuaries, resulting in a higher toll on the animal side. Reports from various locations simultaneously reached Laoli in Kyoto. What is the situation? Laoli furrowed his brow as he reviewed the incoming reports. Not a single one was captured, and there are casualties? How can these beasts resist modern firearms? This is utterly inconceivable. He rose, hands clasped behind his back, pacing anxiously. As the contemporary head of the Longshili clan, how could he allow mere beasts to trample over him? After a restless stroll, he retrieved an old mobile phone from his drawer. Old leader, it's me, Shaoli. You must be aware of the current situation. The beasts have begun to evolve. If we do not act swiftly to suppress this, our status as humans will be in jeopardy. The call lasted a considerable time. Very well, let us organize a mountain clearing operation. A voice, aged yet robust, replied. We shall deploy heavy artillery. I shall assist you with that. However, be mindful to avoid creating an irretrievable situation. Yes, I understand. Rest assured. At the Heavenly Pool, within the Tianchi Water Palace, Aoyi concluded his entanglement and cast a glance at the blood coral grass cultivated in the backyard. His eyes brightened as he swiftly coiled a stalk with his tail and tossed it into his mouth. It melted instantly, delightfully springy. Blood coral, often referred to as the sea bottom bird's nest, is rich in iron, calcium, and collagen, serving as a supplement. Iron nourishes the blood, while calcium strengthens bones. Moreover, in this era, blood coral has absorbed the essence of spiritual rain, enhancing its medicinal properties, especially since it has been nourished by dragon blood. Ding. Consumed bone-strengthening substance. Bone strength 1. 1100 ding. Consumed blood-nourishing substance. Vascular strength 1. 1100. What a splendid find. Aoyi smiled, his dragon-like head capable of expressing human-like emotions. Finally, he could abandon his former expressionless state. At this moment, Xiao Qing, behind him, had once again succumbed to slumber after being suppressed for 1,600 years, her exhaustion profound. Aoyi consumed several stalks, but upon noticing the dwindling supply, he ceased. He understood the importance of spiritual resources and realized he must allow time for the blood coral to reproduce, maintaining a minimal population. Alas, why did the old turtle only plant so little? He muttered, then swam over to Xiao Qing, coiling himself beside her. He accessed a long-neglected system panel to check his current status. Name, Aoyi species, Tianchi Xuanhu, black scales, white belly, white mane, golden eyes, golden horns, Dao progress, 1,600 years, accumulated solely from consuming dragon seeds and spiritual plants. Age, 4 years, talent, strangulation, dragon absorption, devouring, cloud riding, thunder control, skills, underwater breathing, swimming, rolling, flying. Current status. You are a diminutive Xuanhu, possessing exceedingly weak strength. Please continue to maintain self-discipline to grow stronger and advance to Jiao. How can I still receive such a dismal evaluation as a Xuanhu? Suddenly, Aoyi's eyes lit up. I can venture to the dragon pool to consume earth vein crystals. Surely. Aoxian cannot finish them all. Haha. Just then, he recalled that his earth fire control had yet to reach its maximum level. Meanwhile, Mang Tianqing hurriedly swam over, his tone urgent. Help. Lord Ao, our old python has been beaten by an old ginseng. What? That old ginseng is right by the heavenly pool. Our old python cannot take it on directly. Despite its modest height of just over a meter, its methods are exceedingly strange. Able to manifest vines from the ground and even draw blood. Is this truly a ginseng? Chapter 23. The emergence of the divine dragon sect after 2 years. The divine tree, bestowed by Emperor Qianlong, the ancient birch tree finally relocated near the heavenly pool. Once infused with dragon energy, it instinctively sought to root itself in this area rich with dragon chi to flourish. Naturally, dragon chi is not free. The fruit it bears will nourish its provider. Generally, birch tree fruits are inedible, but this one has mutated, resembling coiled dragons, possessing extraordinary qualities. Given time to develop, it may evolve into something akin to the ginseng fruit tree. Perhaps it should be renamed the dragon birch tree or coiling dragon fruit tree. Suddenly, the heavenly pool rippled, followed by a resounding dragon's roar. Roar. After the roar, Aoyi leaped from the lake, his gaze immediately drawn to the ancient birch tree, momentarily taken aback. When did a tree grow on the shore? Never mind, it was of little importance. Aoyi refocused on the old ginseng standing at the water's edge, a glimmer of greed flashing in his golden dragon eyes. A sentient ginseng must be immensely nourishing. If a ginseng child is already so potent, how much stronger would this old ginseng be? Boom. With a thunderous clap, Aoyi unleashed the power of thunder, his golden horns shimmering with radiant lightning. Dark clouds gathering ominously in the sky, and brilliant lightning snakes slithering within the dense clouds. However, there were only a few clouds present. If he were a true Jiao, the entire sky above the heavenly pool would be shrouded in clouds, truly capable of altering local weather. As for a dragon, at the very least, it could ensure favorable weather over an entire city. Boom, boom. Aoyi struck down fiercely, unleashing a white thunderbolt, the gung metal thunder, which is most adept at slaughter, and metal conquers wood, making it particularly suitable for dealing with the old ginseng. Swish. However, the old ginseng had legs and could evade. How dare you escape? Aoyi felt his pride wounded. A dignified Tianqi Xuanhu, the overlord of the aquatic creatures here, and yet this fellow dared to disregard his dragon might. Angered, he realized that at this stage, he possessed no true dragon might. Boom. The dark clouds pursued the old ginseng, while Aoyi employed cloud riding, a talent to manipulate mist, obscuring the old ginseng's vision. I must eliminate this creature. Patience is reserved for allies. The old ginseng is merely an evolved spirit plant. Whoosh. The old ginseng spun in place, emitting a puff of green smoke before burrowing into the earth, swiftly departing the vicinity of the heavenly pool, employing quite an unusual technique. Its earth evasion skill surpassed that of the Catfish River. Damn you, old ginseng. You can even perform earth evasion techniques. If only I had mastered wind calling, I would have swept you into the heavenly pool to perish. Though the old ginseng's combat prowess was lacking, its escape skills were first-rate. Fine. I shall head to the dragon pool. Aoyi decided against pursuing the fleeing old ginseng, knowing that even if he caught up, he could not vanquish it. Lacking strong crowd control skills, he deemed it a waste of effort to chase. Aoyi soared through the forest at low altitude, enveloped by clouds and mist. Maintaining the moisture of his skin and scales, he lowered his head to survey the terrain below. It dawned on him that the mice had grown as large as dogs. After that deluge of violet rain, the world had undergone a remarkable transformation, with animals undoubtedly reaping the greatest benefits. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. Gunfire? Aoyi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sound. Hadn't they agreed on non-aggression? What was happening? The sound of hurried footsteps approached, as throngs of animals rushed towards the forest. Moo! An elephant emitted a mournful cry, its body riddled with bullet holes. Though the wounds were not deep, it was already bleeding, and a squad of armed private soldiers advanced in an orderly fashion. Rat-tat-tat. Submachine guns and other heavy weaponry unleashed chaos within the forest, causing the weaker beings to perish. Hiss! Even the local mundane snakes fell victim to gunfire. This was not self-defense, but a complete massacre, one that would severely disrupt the local ecosystem. The cries of these mundane snakes as they faced their demise pained Aoyi's heart. With the dragon clan extinct, the future relied on the snake clan. The fish would replenish their numbers through transformation into dragons. These scaled creatures of water could very well be future kin. Thus Aoyi felt an unavoidable sorrow. Boom! Aoyi struck back, calling down lightning from the heavens, obliterating one private soldier after another without leaving a single survivor. The corpses were left unburied, serving as a stark warning to those with nefarious intentions. A lesson in what it meant to incur the wrath of the dragon. The storm of lightning nearly ignited a forest fire, but fortunately, Aoyi had consumed a great deal of water before venturing out, releasing it in a timely manner like a refreshing rain. Ding! Rain was dispensed once. Skill proficiency for cloud and rain distribution level 1. 1100. During these events, Aoyi did not reveal himself directly, but hovered above the clouds he had conjured, not out of fear of exposure, but merely out of laziness to show his face. Moreover, these individuals did not deserve to witness the true form of the Dragon Lord. With a whoosh, Aoyi flew toward the gathering place of the shamans, gliding through the mist, the surrounding vapor refracting sunlight, rendering his entire form nearly invisible. Ding! One instance of vapor concealment. Skill proficiency for stealth level 1. 1100 ding. Cloud riding max level. In no time, he arrived at his destination. Mu Dulien duly had come. The old shaman was overjoyed, clearly mistaking Aoyi for a dragon, and exclaimed excitedly, "Respected Ndu Li, please bestow your decree." Without hesitation, Aoyi commanded, "Go to Long Tan Mountain City, S Long Tan No. 1, seek Wei Hanyu, and assist her in establishing a sect for me. I require fortune, faith, and resources. As you command." The old shaman immediately summoned several young disciples, instructing them to carry out the order. "Yes, master." These young individuals, all disciples of the old shaman, were the new generation of shamans. Though inexperienced, they possessed some skill in proselytizing. Practitioners of metaphysics must possess the art of persuasion. Having just witnessed the cataclysmic upheaval of heaven and earth, the chaos between animals and private soldiers had thrown the nearby towns into disarray, making it an opportune moment to establish a sect and gather followers. Today, the divine dragon sect was taking its initial shape. The sole deity and object of faith, Aoyi, along with Saintess Wei Hanyu and the four great shaman protectors, now only required followers to solidify the sect. The efficacy of faith remained uncertain, but founding a sect to exploit resources was undoubtedly convenient. The sect in cultivation novels serves precisely this purpose. The ancient sect master need only enter seclusion while the mundane affairs are managed by subordinates. Furthermore, much of human technology remained functional, and through news channels, they could acquire considerable useful information. After departing the shaman gathering place, Aoyi headed straight for Longtan. The brief interlude concluded. Unlocking the earth vein manipulation progress through consuming earth vein crystals was the priority. In the capital of the Great Xia, the higher-ups were not entirely foolish. Some had ordered the collection of resources at the onset of the spiritual reign, and now the Research Institute had begun analyzing its composition. Upon the release of the test results, most were filled with regret. Several high-ranking officials convened at the First Research Institute, listening to Director Jiao Liduan as he explained the situation. The purple rain contained an unknown component capable of enhancing cellular vitality, strengthening the body being merely its most basic effect. Its greatest benefit was extending life and even achieving immortality. These officials were of the Pigeon faction, the mainstream faction. They had foreseen the eventual revival of spiritual energy from the Tue Bei too, yet had opted for caution, fearing that the violet rain might herald calamity, thus missing a great opportunity. "The revival of spiritual energy marks the end of the Law era," murmured a high-ranking official, who then called for a meeting with the Taoist and Buddhist associations to establish and announce the realms, to alleviate public panic. Additionally, they aimed to persuade those venerable masters to contribute their texts for the establishment of a cultivators' academy. Yes, Chapter 24, Announcement of Realms. Longtan. Following the first great upheaval of heaven and earth, this pool had expanded to rival that of a lake, while the Tianqi resembled a small sea, with the ecosystem flourishing. Strangely, if the earth had expanded, one would expect human dwellings to crack, yet they remained intact, seemingly protected by an invisible force. "Lord of the Serpents, Dragon Lord, why have you come to my Longtan?" Ao Xian inquired, gazing curiously at the emerging dragon-like figure of Ao Yi in Tianqi. "Are you here to catch fish?" "No, I have come for the crystals." "Oh, then I shall guide you." Before entering the earth vein's entrance, Ao Xian turned back to Ao Yi and cautioned, "Dragon Lord, after that strange purple rain, a massive python has taken residence in the earth vein, quite ferocious. It guards the core area, and I cannot contend with it. You are a Hui, yet you cannot handle it? We are all playing with fire. None can overpower the other. And even if shattered, we can recover. It is indeed strange." "Oh," Ao Yi raised an eyebrow. "If it can be shattered, is it perhaps the fire vein earth dragon?" Apathon stage earth dragon. The term earth dragon refers to dragon-like beings born naturally from the terrain, gaining sentience over time, eventually manifesting physically. Such earth vein spirits are birthed only near dragon veins. Previously, there was a genuine earth dragon in the underground river of the locked Longtan, majestic and lifelike. Likely a water vein earth dragon. Following the spiritual reign, the time for its transformation was surely not far off. "Let us go meet it." "Very well, let us proceed." The two immense Hui glided into the earth vein of Longtan, heading straight for the core area. True to expectation, a massive gray python coiled there, its features striking, with a luminous flow resembling magma coursing between its scales, exuding an otherworldly aura. "Fire vein python." Ao Yi lifted his tail, signaling Ao Xian to wait outside, and addressed the fire vein python. "In light of our shared lineage as dragon kin, might you allow me to consume a few crystals?" His words were gentle. Yet beneath the surface, dark thunderclouds began to gather. First, respect must precede force. Should it dare to utter a single dissent, it shall be dealt with without hesitation. The essence of the earth must belong to me. With a thunderous roar, a jet of inky black water surged forth, targeting the head of the Yinmai earth python. Ao Yi harbored compassion for the water tribe and other serpents, Yet when they obstructed his path, it was an entirely different matter. His sympathy lay with the kin, not with each individual entity. Ao Yi was no saint. Moreover, the Dilong clan belonged to the Yilong, not the Zhenlong. With a crack, the Yinmai earth dragon shattered, its texture reminiscent of crushed stones, akin to the onyx from Pokemon, only to swiftly restore itself. Ao Yi noted that the earth spirits, as long as they resided within the earth, could utilize the power of the earth to heal themselves, rendering them nearly immortal. This was precisely why temples had historically been erected atop the earth dragons, to seize their spiritual essence and prevent them from successfully transforming. Otherwise, should they possess a mischievous disposition, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. With a fierce determination, Ao Yi clenched his teeth, resolved to open his gaping maw and charge toward the Yinmai earth python, intending to swallow it whole and forcibly isolate it from the earth's essence. Suddenly, he halted. He could not annihilate it. Instead, it should be utilized to guard the earth crystal for himself. Thus, Ao Yi launched a vigorous assault, shattering the Yinmai earth python time and again, each time demanding sternly, "Do you yield?" Such a scenario felt eerily familiar. Could it be that this Yinmai earth python was imbued with the spirit of Ao Xian, sharing its stubborn disposition? At precisely 11:35 a.m., within the conference hall of the Kyoto Religious Association, several high-ranking officials and representatives from both Buddhism and Taoism convened to discuss the delineation of realms in the era of spiritual resurgence. The Taoist elder from the Xinshao sect, temper like thunder, erupted in anger, pointing at an elderly monk while berating him. The classification of realms should adhere to the Taoist standards. The elder, incensed, exclaimed, "Refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging void with the Tao. Does that not elucidate better than your 10 realms of the old bald donkeys?" The 10 realms refer to the Buddhist stages of cultivation. The first realm, joyous realm. The second realm, purification realm. The third realm, radiant realm. The fourth realm, fiery wisdom realm. The fifth realm, incredibly difficult realm. The sixth realm, present realm. The seventh realm, far travel realm. The eighth realm, unmoving realm. The ninth realm, virtuous wisdom realm. The 10th realm, law cloud realm. Ba, venerable elder, please exercise restraint, the old monk, head of the Jingshan temple, responded, believing the 10 realms to be more suitable while also promoting Buddhist teachings. "Everyone, let's keep it down," spoke the elder from Longhu Mountain, Zhang Daoqing, in a calm tone. "We, as outsiders, hold no sway. It ultimately depends on the official decision. We are merely offering suggestions, no need for uproar." While he appeared to be a peacemaker, he was, in truth, protective of his own. Longhu Mountain is a dominant force in Taoism, the legacy of Zhang Daoling, the founder of Daojiao. Laozi Li Er is the founder of Daojiao, not Daojiao. Humph. The Taoist elder from Xinshao snorted, ceasing his quarrel with the monk, angrily sipping from a label-less bottle of mineral water. This meeting was being broadcast live, and had the bottle been labeled, it could have been suspected of advertising. The elder was perceptive. The monk lowered his gaze. During the early stages of the great spiritual resurgence, the manifestations of human Taoism and Buddhism were just beginning to unfold. Even the golden light spell from Longhu Mountain could hardly withstand the onslaught of heavy firepower. Therefore, the official body still wielded the greatest authority. At this moment, under the official's influence, the disturbances caused by the hawks and beasts had been quelled. However, this was merely a facade. In the span of a single day, the Shenlong sect had expanded to a substantial congregation of 10 followers, not for any other reason, but due to the 4 great shamans who could truly perform sorcery. Simultaneously, the renowned semi-immortal Ma Tianxi also joined this sect, astonishing many by directly demonstrating a summoned serpent immortal ritual. These 10 individuals were all affluent, and the wealthy tend to have faith in such matters. The Shenlong sect was now the Shenlong Mutual Aid Association. At the Ma family villa in Longtan, Ma Lingling gazed at Ma Tianxi in astonishment. "Dad, when did you learn magic? Why haven't you taught me?" Coughing, Ma Tianxi scratched his nose. "I just learned it in the past 2 years." At that moment, they were gathered before a television, watching the live broadcast, alongside the 10 affluent men and women. On screen, the Cultural Bureau's senior officials pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Very well, I shall present my perspective on the classification of realms for everyone's consideration. The first realm, mundane, refers to ordinary people. The second realm, transcending the mundane, signifies those who have undergone initial evolution through spiritual energy. The third realm, extraordinary, pertains to those who have further evolved, enhancing their special abilities. The fourth realm, super extraordinary, describes those who have completed their evolution, fully unleashing their special abilities. The fifth realm, entering the sacred, denotes those who are exceptionally formidable. For now, let us establish these 5 realms. We can discuss further classifications later. After a round of deliberation, both Buddhist and Taoist representatives fell silent, cognizant that the officials wished to curtail the expansion of religious influence, and thus refrained from voicing opinions. Simple and comprehensible, quite commendable, the elder from Longhu Mountain remarked nonchalantly. The monk murmured softly, well said, well said. Since neither side objected, he proposed that everyone contribute their sect's texts to establish a cultivator academy, allowing the populace to thrive during the era of spiritual resurgence. Upon hearing this, many in front of the television erupted in cheers. However, the expressions of both Buddhist and Taoist representatives in the conference hall darkened. They found themselves at an impasse. If they complied, it would hinder their own sects from recruiting disciples. If they refused, they risked facing backlash from viewers at home. Refusing would diminish their public favor, making it even more challenging to gather disciples. It was indeed a dilemma. As anticipated, those in powerful positions were consumed by darker thoughts. Were it not for the emerging manifestations of Tao and magic, their calculations would have been entirely unreliable. Not a single prominent figure from Buddhism or Taoism would have attended. After much contemplation, they decided to yield, albeit partially, retaining their core secrets. Thus, Chapter 25, The Revival of Spirits. While the meeting proceeded, within the Longtan earth veins, Aoyi scrutinized the Yenmai earth python no less than 300 times, finally managing to subdue it. Not entirely, but it was no longer daring to obstruct him. That sufficed, as long as it did not hinder his consumption of the crystal. Transforming into a gluttonous serpent, Aoyi voraciously devoured everything within the earth vein tunnels, leaving no remnants in his wake. The crystals scattered across the ground and embedded within the cave walls were consumed with utmost thoroughness. Ding. Consumed fire attribute minerals. Unlocking progress for Earth Fire Mastery 1. 55100. Dragon Lord, leave some for me. There was simply too much to consume. Ding. Consumed fire attribute minerals. Unlocking progress for Earth Fire Mastery 1. 75100. The more he ate, the more he craved. Aoyi progressed from the core area 1 to core area 2. Soon, he would reach the very end. Fortunately, the earth crystals were a renewable resource, albeit regenerating at a sluggish pace. It was estimated that full regeneration would take anywhere from 1 to 3 months, or even 2 to 3 years. As they were about to reach the core area of the 3rd district, Aoyi suddenly halted, turning back and playfully tapping Ao Xian's head with his tail. Look at you, so frightened. I am no tyrant. I want to consume everything myself. The core area is renowned for its abundant geocrystals, yet he refrained from entering, contenting himself with the peripheral crystals. After all, he was merely leveling up, unlike Ao Xian, who seemed to feast upon the surface crystals as if they were sustenance. Ding. Consuming fire attribute minerals. Earth Fire Mastery Unlock Progress 1. 95100. Well then, I shall take my leave. Aoyi declared, giving a gentle pat to the Yenmai Earth Python with his tail before turning to Ao Xian. You two should get along well and safeguard the resources of the Dragon Pool area. Indeed, the Yenmai Earth Python is female. Truth be told, Aoyi was quite curious about whether animals and minerals could produce something extraordinary together. He suddenly recalled something and quickly added, just eat your fill. The Dragon Pool is your territory as designated by me. I won't be coming by every day. Rest assured. Reassurance was indeed necessary. Being a Dragon Lord required more than mere whims. What about the remaining 5%? With these thoughts, Aoyi departed from the Dragon Pool, soaring through the lower domain, surveying the mountains and forests, hoping to discover some fire attribute spirit plants. Fire jujubes? Are there jujube trees around here? It seems there are wild sour jujubes near Huanqing. Could they evolve into spirit plants? Let us see. After the first upheaval of the world, Aoyi felt as if he had returned to the primordial era. The Changbai mountain range was overwhelmingly vast, taking half a day to fly away from the Dragon Pool mountain area. Little sister, did you see? My elder brother is quite impressive. Ao Xian swam up to the Yenmai Earth Python, displaying a human-like grin. So why not yield to me? It's not a loss. Yenmai Earth Python. Hiss, I'm not interested. What can you do about it? I'm coming on strong. Hiss, come on. Let us see if I'm afraid of you. Ao Xian was unabashed, directly advancing with determination, wrapping around the Yenmai Earth Python and refusing to part ways. Little sister, if you yield to me, I will petition the Dragon Lord to grant you a name. Truly, it's not a loss. Courtship among animals is quite straightforward. Either overpower the competitors or be assertive. Feelings? That must come after the conquest. Moreover, females are drawn to powerful males, either by conquering other rivals to showcase their strength or directly winning over the females themselves, devoid of the convolutions present in human affairs. On a cloudy day, at Longton Mountain City, Longton No. 1 High School, Wei Hanyu, the chief of the Divine Dragon Mutual Aid Association, was preaching within the campus. The students, predominantly in their teenage angst, were easily swayed. Fictions turned into reality, officially certified, spiritual energy truly revived. A certain Zhang youth shouted excitedly, "Zhang is a heavenly surname. My ancestor is the Jade Emperor. I must be the protagonist." Another student, surnamed Jiang, retorted, "Humph, my ancestor is the Flame Emperor among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Am I being arrogant? Classmates, please line up." Wei Hanyu maintained order. Our Divine Dragon Mutual Aid Association possesses cultivation scriptures to assist you in pursuing your dreams, without any membership fees. On the contrary, we even provide you with funds. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon sect is not merely a profit-seeking entity, aiming to gather ethereal fortunes and beliefs. We must engage in tangible deeds. Currently, our foremost operative, Ma Tianxi, has gone to capture an elder for a wealthy client. After the reign of spiritual energy, those who have risen from the dead and the haunted have awakened. At Longdon Mountain, atop a certain peak, "Mr. Rin, your elder has jumped into the ravine." Ma Tianxi stood at the ravine's edge, calling Rin Yuqian, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Send someone with some rappelling gear. If I jump down, I'm bound to fall to my death." "Can't you fly?" Rin Yuqian asked, puzzled. "I've only transcended to the 3rd tier. Where can I fly to?" Ma Tianxi chuckled in frustration. "Moreover, my celestial being is a python, not a bird. Can't pythons fly? Celestial beings can, but I cannot. Do you understand or not?" Ma Tianxi continued, "If your elder bites someone, the sin will fall upon you younger generations. Zombies do not belong to the 3 realms and 5 elements, understood? Moreover, zombies tend to bite their relatives first. Tonight, they may be at your doorstep." Upon hearing this, Rin Yuqian promptly expressed his full cooperation. "Make sure to bring the elder back." Buzz. Before long, an off-road vehicle sped towards them, carrying professional rappelling equipment, accompanied by several bodyguards in uniforms, claiming they were sent by Boss Rin to protect Ma Tianxi. "Get lost." Ma Tianxi ordered the bodyguards to disperse, cursing, "Are you trying to deliver supplies to the elder? What use are knives and mountain-cutting blades?" "Master Ma, we have this." At that moment, a female bodyguard produced a carbon-based biological tranquilizer and explained, "Furthermore, we have made preparations based on Lin Dao's movie. The bullets have been soaked in black dog blood and rooster blood. By the way, we also have a realistic high-pressure water gun filled with young boys' urine. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ma Tianxi snatched the tranquilizer and water gun, waving his hand. "Just stay up there. Zombies can bite, so don't end up infected with corpse poison. Inner thoughts, don't think of stealing my merits. They all belong to our Divine Dragon sect." With a splash, Ma Tianxi began rappelling down carefully. The roars of the zombies were already echoing nearby. The ravine was not deep, merely about 10 meters. To be honest, he could jump down without dying, having been possessed by the python deity for years. His physique was remarkably resilient. If his body wasn't tough, he would have been annihilated by the python deity long ago. Bang! At that moment, hanging on the ravine's wall, Ma Tianxi aimed and fired a shot at the elder Rin, only to miss entirely. His aim was simply inadequate, as he had little experience with firearms. With a leap, he kicked off the wall, drawing the peachwood staff from his back, reciting incantations to summon the python deity. Instantly, his eyes transformed into serpentine pupils, his tongue morphed into a forked shape, and scales resembling a net-patterned python appeared on his face. It looked terrifying, yet exuded an ethereal quality. "Hey, little zombie, let me show you what the Python Lord can do." Controlled by the python deity, he swung the peachwood staff with a forceful chop aimed at the elder Rin's forehead. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the elder Rin dodged the attack just in time. In the spirit phantom realm, there is an unwritten rule that Rin surnames often turn into zombies, and when they do, they become highly intelligent, not at all foolish. What the heck? The python deity was taken aback. This zombie has a brain? Celestial beings must not damage it. The client wants it intact. Ma Tianxi's voice rang out. "Our Divine Dragon sect is just beginning. We must handle this beautifully." The python deity thought, "No wonder Yi doesn't want to take care of this. Establishing a sect is indeed troublesome." Determined, the python deity hung the peachwood staff back on his back, picked up the water gun, and unleashed a torrent towards the elder Rin. The moment the young boy's urine came into contact with the zombie's skin, dark smoke began to rise. Immediately after, he scattered a handful of raw glutinous rice, which exploded upon hitting the zombie like firecrackers. After weakening the corpse energy, they engaged in close combat. Bang bang bang. The python deity unleashed fierce strikes, targeting the joints, a common combat technique for dealing with zombies. Although zombies possess tough skin and bones, they cannot bend. Breaking them is all it takes. After all, this was just a low-tier zombie with unruly black fur. The python deity easily overpowered it. Snap! With a sharp crack, Meng Tianqi effortlessly snapped off the zombie teeth of Old Master Ren. These teeth were valuable, as they could be sold at a high price for the antidote to corpse poison known as zombie tooth powder. As a celestial being, Meng Tianqi frequently traversed the human realm and possessed a deep understanding of its intricacies. At this moment, Old Master Ren lay lifeless on the ground, his body reduced to a feeble state, his decayed mouth opening and closing continuously without posing any threat. No, the nails must also be broken. With a crunch, they were snapped off and would be taken back to be displayed in the exhibition cabinet of the Shenlong Mutual Aid Association, showcasing their power to the public. Having completed his task, Meng Tianqi bound Old Master Ren with ropes and slung him over his back. He took a few powerful strides against the cliffside, leaping over the gorge and returned full control of the body to Ma Tianxi. Let us return the old master. Chapter 26. The response of the aristocratic families. The incident of Old Master Ren's resurrection was successfully resolved. Consequently, the real estate mogul Ren Youqian pledged substantial support for the construction of the Shenlong Mutual Aid Association, contributing funds, manpower, and resources. He acquired a plot of land near Longtan Mountain to begin the establishment of the official headquarters of the association. At this very moment, Aoya was still searching for fire jujubes. In the skies above Huanjing City, a gigantic xuanhui was flying at low altitude, invisible to all, as the light was refracted by the moisture in the air, creating an optical invisibility effect. Learning is never in vain. This principle was clearly in play here. Alongside the road, a parent was furiously slapping their own face. Initially, my child wanted to go out in the rain, but I pulled them back. Aren't we losing right at the starting line? Foolish. A child who had been drenched all night passed by and praised the frenzied parent on the street. In present times, in order to stabilize the turbulent society, the authorities acted swiftly, even drafting and implementing the Extraordinary Protection Act. Following the Purple Deluge, the number of extraordinary beings surged. It is well known that in classical tales of the supernatural, incidents of human and demon unions are rife. Some individuals with the surname Shu have awakened the ability of serpent transformation. Some could not control this power and transformed into half-human, half-serpent true extraordinary beings. This phenomenon was largely attributed to the renowned snake enthusiast Xu Xian. Furthermore, some individuals with the surname Jiang sprouted horns, claiming descent from the fiery emperor. Moreover, there were others who grew angelic wings, including a hapless soul who attempted to fly from a skyscraper and met their demise. The ancient text Shanhai Jingdahuang Nanjing records, in the land of winged folk, all its people sprout feathers and can fly, but not far. In essence, the winged race can soar, but cannot sustain flight for long distances. Perhaps the accounts in the Shanhai Jing will soon become reality? Is this not the resurgence of spiritual energy? Aoya bore witness to all this, his heart racing with astonishment. Could this herald a return to the primordial era? Would those nature deities and the celestial court also awaken? He worried that one day, a gongong might appear and capture him as a mount. Such ancient nature deities often adorned themselves with serpents and rode upon dragons. If the nature deities truly returned, the survival of the dragon race would be severely threatened. Calm down. Aoya, remain composed. This is merely the first upheaval of the world. According to the storyline of tales, nature deities cannot awaken prematurely. Yes, I must keep my cool. After a moment of self-soothing, Aoya finally settled down, ceasing his needless worrying, and focused on searching for fire-element spiritual plants, flying towards the mountainous valleys where wild sour jujubes thrived. Thus far, it seemed that only Aoya and the Golden Eagle King, as dominant-level beings, constituted the first tier, while all others would have to lag behind. As for T0, Aoya lacked the confidence to even contemplate it. The second tier likely comprised figures like the old celestial master and the monk Fei Yuan, both eminent in Buddhist and Taoist circles. According to official ranks, they were at the extraordinary level, nearing the transcendent. The third tier consisted of extraordinary beings like Li Longting, who were born with the innate ability to transcend. The fourth tier included military and police forces with significant firepower. The fifth tier encompassed ordinary people and beasts just beginning to awaken. These were the conclusions Aoya drew from the current information available, which he had just overheard from a resident's television. Indeed, being initially dragon-like, He possessed the gift of acute hearing. Overthinking was futile. Self-development was paramount. Aoya shook his head and plunged into the jujube grove. Utilizing his impressive earth-fire mastery of 95 to sense the fire elements in search of fire jujubes. This was a gamble. He was betting on the existence of this fire jujube spiritual plant. After all, he had nothing else to occupy his time, and little Qing was still in slumber. In truth, this task should have been assigned to Meng Tianqi, for this reticulated python had a remarkable knack for finding treasures, having discovered ginseng and other rare herbs, far surpassing Aoya in that regard. Should he seek a treasure-hunting mouse? Aoya suddenly recalled that according to ancient texts, rodents were adept at locating treasures. Meanwhile, in the northwestern region of Daxia, in the Longxi area belonging to the Li clan, after the mountain cleansing operation ended in total failure, Li Jian returned from the capital to his ancestral home, intending to see if there were any remarkable legacies within the clan. After all, the Longxi Li clan was a prestigious family that had endured since the Warring States period. Among their military leaders were Qin Li Xin, Han Li Guang, and Tang Li Jing. Emperors included Tang Li Yuan and Shiliang Li Qua. Even the famous poet Li Bai hailed from the Longxi Li clan. It is well known that Li Bai's swordsmanship teacher was the sword saint of his time, and he himself was a master swordsman capable of killing a man from 10 paces away without leaving a trace. Perhaps there was a sword path legacy to be found. Moreover, with so many military leaders, it was possible that the school of warfare had some form of martial training technique. Legend has it that their ancestors were the grandson of Zhuanxiu, Gao Yao, and during the Zhou dynasty, Laozi Li emerged. If the legends of this family were true, their heritage would be nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, in the Longxi clan's council hall, members from the military, politics, and commerce gathered together. With Li Jian seated at the head of the table, occasionally tapping his fingers on the surface, revealing a hint of anxiety. Does anyone have a solution for the insect disaster plaguing Longxi? Li Jian inquired. No sooner had he spoken than a large spider the height of a person swung past on its silk outside the window. In Longxi, the number of insects was overwhelming. And after the reign of spiritual energy, they had become a scourge. Dealing with the insect disaster was now more pressing than searching for legacies. Otherwise, the clan's library pavilion would be devoured by the insects. However, they were all pure humans, not extraordinary beings, and currently lacked any supernatural powers. Fortunately, most of the insects had perished in the process of mutual consumption, lacking any sense of unity or development. Otherwise, the Longxi Li clan would have faced extinction at the hands of the insect race. After all, insects possessed extremely low intelligence, making it difficult for them to evolve into a unified species. I propose enlisting extraordinary beings to assist us in dealing with the insect disaster. After all, they are anomalies. If they perish in the insect disaster, so be it. We, the Li clan, must absolutely avoid personal danger, Li Jing suggested. Agreed. Agreed. Very well, let it be so. Li Jian nodded slightly. Li Dafu, you are responsible for gathering Yi Ren with wealth, while I will provide them with equipment. Yes, family head. This Li Dafu is a descendant of the Li clan in the business world, immensely wealthy and affluent. After the meeting concluded, Li Jian furrowed his brow in deep thought. The previous mountain sweeping operation had already made enemies of the extraordinary beings, so he intended to exaggerate their dangers and advocate for an even more robust mountain sweeping operation. In truth, he was indifferent to the enmity. What he truly cared about was status. Should these beasts truly evolve and challenge humanity's dominion, the standing of their elite families, the 5 surnames and 7 clans, would be irrevocably jeopardized. This was the root of their profound animosity towards animals. Thus, he retrieved his phone and called his former superior. Old leader. Beasts are beasts. They must not be allowed to develop freely. As for those Iran, they must not be allowed to thrive. The rulers must be humans. Indeed, those possessing extraordinary powers, the Iran, were also on the blacklists of the great families. These elite clans were comprised entirely of mortal beings, with not a single Iran among them. Should even one arise, they could no longer claim to be the absolute supporters of humanity. Their only position was one of self-interest. Well then, let us begin in the Changbai mountain region. The old leader's voice turned serious. The mythical creature sequence 001, Heavenly Lake Dragon Lord, poses a definite threat to our human status. Absolutely. Ikian. I suddenly sneezed. And in a certain area of Hujiang City, localized rain began to pour. He then rubbed his nose with his tail. Which wretched soul is uttering my name? I pondered, murmuring within. Could it be some fool wishes to challenge me? Surely not. In this era of spiritual revival, who would not seek to befriend me? The Dragon Lord, yet still wish to confront me? Has their brain turned to mush? Chapter 27. the self-assured aristocracy after fruitlessly searching. I ultimately relinquished the quest for Huizhou and returned to the Heavenly Lake, delegating this task to Meng Tianqing, while also enlisting the nearby water and serpent clans to monitor the rodent population. Rest assured, my esteemed eye, our old python has always had good fortune in this regard. Meng Tianqing vowed, soaring into the air, having mastered flight despite not being a Hui. Of course, Hui cannot fly, at least Jiao can, and I is an exception. The old python gained the ability to ride the gentle breeze after consuming a certain fruit, his luck unmatched within the waters of the Heavenly Lake. Just then, a golden figure with a wingspan of 20 meters swooped down towards I, foolish Golden Eagle King. I was taken aback, unleashing a tail strike imbued with crimson lightning, believing the Golden Eagle King to be of the metal element and thus susceptible to fire lightning. You think this black loach can strike me? Although the Golden Eagle King had not refined its bones and could not speak the human tongue, I possessed a unique skill for interspecies communication, allowing him to comprehend its squawking. During the early stages of the spiritual revival, this golden eagle could already soar 100 meters. Now, its speed was astonishing. With a flap of its wings, it could cover a kilometer. It was utterly impossible to land a hit, let alone IS tail strike. Even precision-guided missiles from humanity could not reach the Golden Eagle King, as it occupied the ecological niche of extreme speed. Few creatures could rival the Golden Eagle King in swiftness. Boom. I unleashed a wide-area attack, dark clouds gathering overhead, thunder rumbling, aiming without precision, simply hoping that one bolt of lightning might strike the Golden Eagle King. With a swift movement, the Golden Eagle King effortlessly evaded the storm clouds, then quickly returned, flapping its wings as razor-sharp wind blades descended, accompanied by feathers harder than steel. Clang. The wind blades were dispersed by IS tail strike, yet some feathers struck IS scales, piercing the skin in certain gaps while others were thwarted by the scales. Blood from the Hui dripped to the ground, absorbed by an unassuming flower, soon to give birth to a spiritual plant. Golden Eagle King, I shall pluck every feather from you. Huh. You cannot catch me. Although the Golden Eagle King could not express emotions, its gaze was disdainful, knowing it could not subdue I, merely wishing to play. By the way, your kin devoured a nest of my kin's eggs. You owe me an explanation. In the struggle for survival, eating is eating. IS gaze was equally contemptuous. When your Golden Eagle clan devours snakes, I remain silent, so do not meddle too much. The Golden Eagle King remained speechless, unable to argue back. Gah! The Golden Eagle King screeched in frustration and took flight towards Golden Eagle Ridge, a place that existed only after it became the overlord of its clan. Indeed, the name of the place was chosen by the Golden Eagle King itself. Now, a week had passed since the spiritual rainfall, during which I and the Golden Eagle King had clashed several times, each gaining the upper hand at times. Occasionally, IS luck would shine, allowing him to strike the Golden Eagle King a couple of times. Below, on the shores of the Heavenly Lake Water Mansion's tortoise prime minister was lecturing ordinary fish, shrimp, snakes, and crabs, striving to expand his influence. The system of shrimp soldiers and crab generals had yet to be established, and the road ahead was long. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Xian'ao was reciting the Tao Te Ching, a text perfectly suited to awaken spiritual wisdom. As Taoist philosophy is closely aligned with nature and readily comprehensible to living beings, Buddhist texts were indecipherable, shrouded in riddles. Wow, this old turtle's knowledge is truly impressive. I was somewhat astonished. I cannot even recite the Tao Te Ching. Who is this being? The Northern Sea Xian turtle? Could it be that it truly mingled with the Dragon King? Gulu gulu. Shrimp and crabs were bubbling, expressing their lack of understanding. After the spiritual rainfall, all beings awakened, yet their levels of spiritual intelligence varied widely, with insects and shrimp generally being the lowest. This was due to their lack of a proper brain. The revival of spiritual energy also adhered to certain scientific principles. Recently, news had spread throughout the Heavenly Lake water system that a turtle immortal was lecturing above the Heavenly Lake, drawing many aquatic beings upstream, just to listen. After the first great change of heaven and earth, the Heavenly Lake was no longer an ordinary volcanic lake, but had instead formed numerous interconnected tributaries, almost linking the various water veins of the Changbai mountain range. Hiss hiss, I don't understand. A certain snake student expressed its confusion. Fortunately, after the spiritual rainfall, all who had been rained upon awakened a talent akin to telepathy, enabling communication. This was indeed a gift from heaven and earth. Very good. Let me share some insights about Xian'ao. I appreciate those aquatic beings who ask questions. It shows they possess wisdom. Those without wisdom have already fallen asleep. At the foot of Changbai Mountain, Clusters of private military forces were lined up, this time equipped with missiles and armed helicopters, clearly demonstrating their serious intent. The Hawks had abandoned pretense and severed ties with the Doves. The Hawks held considerable influence within the military, while the Doves felt helpless. In an effort to ease human-nature relations, the Doves' 749 Bureau dispatched Li Longting and other Ren as representatives to assist the Heavenly Lake forces, aiming to prevent the Heavenly Lake Dragon Lord from turning against humanity as a whole. A helicopter advance team commenced bombing operations within the bounds of the Heavenly Lake. The expedition is led by Li Dianji's son, Li Hao, who is indifferent to whether Tianqi is a volcanic lake. If it could erupt, that would be even better, as it would consume these peculiar creatures and save him from trouble. As for the potential harm to the local populace from a volcanic eruption, he is unconcerned. After all, the Li clan hails from Longxi, and as long as their roots remain unaffected, what does it matter? Since ancient times, aristocratic families have regarded the grassroots as mere pawns. Li Longting, being a half-human, half-dragon, moves swiftly through the water and has now arrived at Tianqi, shouting at the giant tortoise that speaks human language, "Leave Tianqi at once. Someone plans to bombard this place." No worries, with the Dragon Lord here, human technology is insignificant. Xianao's gaze is as calm as a still pond, showing no intention to move. You humans fail to comprehend the might of the Dragon Lord. Li Longting retorts, "You ignorant little dragon, heed this dragon's roar." Xianao's tortoise visage breaks into a human-like smile. Suddenly, Aoyi lets out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, dark clouds gather as thick fog rises. Armed helicopters, before they could approach, are struck down by heavenly thunder. Although it cannot cover the entire area of Tianqi, accurately targeting the helicopters is no problem. The clouds can gather as well as disperse. Each helicopter is topped with a mass of ominous clouds, while the pilots cannot see Aoyi's figure. Despite the thermal imaging devices, this dragon's roar reverberates widely, instilling fear in the hearts of the mercenaries. Holy cow, there really is a dragon. Just a week after the resurgence of spiritual energy, can our firearms truly harm a dragon? Hearing these whispers, Li Hao furrows his brow and quietly shields those around him, stealthily boarding an armored vehicle to prepare for retreat. Yet he commands, "Continue the assault." Even if it is a dragon, it is still a creature, and creatures cannot withstand firearms. Missiles are launched. Whoosh. Boom. The missiles shoot forth, targeting the high-energy reaction above Tianqi, to which Aoyi remains unperturbed, summoning bolts of lightning to preemptively detonate the missiles. By discerning the incoming trajectory of the missiles, he calculates the position of the main force. With a mighty roar, Aoyi soars forth, creating thunder and rain, while simultaneously honing his skill of clouds and rain. Before long, the Dragon Lord descends. Boom. Without hesitation, he unleashes 5 bolts of heavenly thunder, intertwining in a display of purple lightning, reducing the armored vehicles to scrap metal, let alone the mortal mercenaries. However, one armored vehicle managed to escape beforehand, narrowly avoiding disaster. Coincidentally, the Golden Eagle King passes by, and the sheer force of its flight topples the armored vehicle. With a crunch, the Golden Eagle King lands atop the armored vehicle, using its beak to pry it open, treating the occupants as delectable morsels. Fortunately, Li Hao has already met his end in the ensuing chaos. Otherwise, he would have been in for a gruesome fate. "Hey, aren't you going to eat?" The Golden Eagle King glances at the charred remains scattered around. "Eating humans incurs karma, which is detrimental to my cultivation. If you wish to feast, then indulge." Aoyi shows no sign of disgust. After all, in his previous life, he was merely a beast and has no fondness for his human days. What is karma? When you have time, perhaps your kin could raid a human city for some books to study. It would do no harm. Chapter 28. The Forbidden Zone of Changbai Mountain. Following the Tianqi defense battle, the Dove faction has designated the Changbai mountain range as a forbidden zone. Unless granted permission by the Dragon Lord of Tianqi, entry is strictly prohibited. Moreover, Li Longting, serving as the diplomatic envoy for the Dove faction, remains at Tianqi. However, Aoyi is too astute to allow anyone to monitor him. With a subtle mental command, he causes Li Longting to unwittingly join the Divine Dragon Mutual Aid Association as its supreme leader, assisting Wei Hanyu in establishing a sect. With a half-human, half-dragon in place, it becomes convenient to attract Yirun, with aquatic and serpentine characteristics. The plan is a success. Splash. Aoyi dives into Tianqi, returning to the cave known as Tianqi Water Palace. He strokes his chin with his tail, feeling that residing in a cave is beneath him. He ought to dwell in a dragon palace. But alas, without claws, how can he construct a dwelling? As a dragon lord, his abode must exude grandeur. Should he capture a group of water monkeys to serve as laborers? Pondering, Aoyi suddenly conceives a plan. He could enlist the followers of the divine dragon sect to assist in building the dragon palace. Speaking of water monkeys, at this moment, a white-headed water monkey is nearby, listening to the old tortoise. Additionally, beside the water monkey stands a local Changbai mountain monkey with 6 ears. They are both new generation monkeys sent by the Monkey King to gather fruit, drawn here by the aura of the Tao Te Ching. The water monkey is accompanied by the 6-eared macaque, whose remarkable hearing allows it to detect the old tortoise's voice from afar. Indeed, the water monkey is a white-headed leaf monkey. In the Monkey Ridge, 2 monkey clans are jointly governed by a Monkey King, who is none other than the old white ape that escaped from the zoo, somewhere in Changbai Mountain. Mang Tianqing is searching for the so-called fire jujube, but has yet to find any. Instead, he stumbles upon an apricot tree imbued with the power of wind and thunder. Wind and thunder apricots? Mang Tianqing scratches his head with his tail, flicking his tongue to memorize the scent of the area before slithering to another location. Having committed this place to memory, this apricot tree was struck by lightning on the day spiritual energy began to rain down, yet it survived, resulting in its current state. This location is near Wild Bull Ridge. With a whoosh, a massive 6-horned white bull appears, riding the wind to block Mang Tianqing's path. It bellows loudly, exhaling a cloud of white mist. This tree belongs to me. The 6-horned white bull bellows. He is the king of Wild Bull Ridge. Having mastered the ability to ride the wind after consuming the wind and thunder apricot, the old bull considers this spiritual plant to be a resource for his herd. Hey, what the hell? Mang Tianqing blinks in surprise, raising his neck to meet the bull's gaze. Do you not know the renown of the Dragon Lord of Tianqi? This entire expanse of Changbai Mountain belongs to him. The 6-horned white bull towers over 10 meters tall, with a substantial body and broad shoulders, its muscles bulging impressively. Quite imposing. It bears a striking resemblance to the mighty bull demon king. I do not recognize any dragon lord. I only know that I discovered this tree first. After proclaiming this, the 6-horned white bull begins to paw the ground, clearly preparing to charge at Mang Tianqing, unwilling to engage in dialogue. Mang Tianqing. Without further ado, he prepares for battle. Why is this bull so intimidating? Given that the old python practices traditional celestial arts, prioritizing spiritual cultivation over physical prowess, he cannot afford to confront this brute directly. Instead, he takes to the skies, refusing to stoop to the level of the bull. The primary concern is the bull's size. Entangling with it could lead to dire consequences. Fleeing is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Bellowing. Seeing Mang Tianqing retreat, the 6-horned white bull stands its ground, raising its head to the sky and issuing a victorious bellow, proclaiming ownership of the wind and thunder apricot tree. Do not be too pleased. I shall return with reinforcements to deal with you. Mang Tianqi murmured to himself, yet he did not truly return to Tianpon to summon anyone. Engaging in conflict was of little consequence compared to the critical task of seeking the Huazhao. He had made a firm promise and could not return empty-handed. He searched diligently in every direction, but not only did he fail to find it, he was instead pursued by the venerable ginseng elder. In a fortunate twist of fate, during his flight from danger, he stumbled upon a jujube tree, its bark fissured and glowing with a red light, as if it were absorbing the fiery essence from the earth's veins. Its bountiful branches bore clusters of vibrant red jujubes. Curiosity piqued. Mang Tianqi raised his head to taste one, only to find it scaldingly hot, causing him to writhe on the ground before promptly spitting it out. As his stomach could not endure such searing heat, weakened, he lay beneath the tree, flicking his tongue in a moment of realization. He had indeed found something, though this elusive huazao was exceedingly difficult to locate. As the saying goes, where there are spiritual plants, spiritual beasts are sure to be found. From the branches, a resplendent giant red-bellied pheasant perched, its fiery eyes locked onto Mang Tianqi, before it took flight and dove down, seemingly intent on pecking the old python's eyes out. This magnificent bird bore a striking resemblance to a phoenix. Was this all there was to it? Mang Tianqi, being a python, swiftly recoiled his neck to evade the attack, then employed his deadly constriction technique, ensnaring the red-bellied pheasant. Damn it! You dare to ambush me? Let me see if I can't strangle you. Mang Tianqi bellowed in anger. In an instant, flames erupted from the pheasant's body, forcing Mang Tianqi to release his grip, singeing his distinctive scales blackened. This jujube tree was discovered by me first. It's mine, you cannot take it. A melodious feminine voice resonated in Mang Tianqi's mind. The red-bellied pheasant was indeed female. Mang Tianqi thought to himself, damn it. Why can't this old python best anyone? Now that spiritual energy had begun to revive on a grand scale, and Taoist arts were beginning to manifest. His celestial techniques were still relatively weak. At this juncture, focusing on physical prowess seemed more suitable. Damn it, Liu Xian has led me astray. Meng Tianqi silently cursed, flicking his tongue once more to memorize the scent of this place, and without a second thought, he fled. Creatures like chickens had a natural restraint over serpents and insects, making confrontation inadvisable. Resolutely, he decided he would return without yet to deal with that old bull and this hen later on. Just then, a heavy thudding sound approached. It was a 20-meter-tall male red-bellied pheasant, even more striking, radiating flames. As it passed, a few leaves of the phoenix tree scattered from its body. Brother! The female red-bellied pheasant flapped her wings and flew onto her brother's back, pointing towards Meng Tianqi, who immediately sensed the tension. Sister, do you think this slippery creature intends to steal our tree? Meng Tianqi, seeing this, dared not linger any longer and fled at full speed. There was no way he could contend with such a colossal bird. He needed to return and rally support. Why were there so many monsters in this region? Among the snake tribe, aside from Ao Ye, the dragon monarch, who could possibly rival this chicken? Run! He ran for his life. As he fled, the male pheasant's crowing was filled with disdain. Then he turned kindly to his sister. Sister, I recently discovered a phoenix tree, though it is quite distant. What about this jujube tree? Should we take it? What if it is damaged in the process? Sister, your concerns are not unfounded. The siblings' intelligence was astonishing, suggesting they possessed some extraordinary bloodline. Could they be descendants of a phoenix that had fallen among the wild fowl? Perhaps the ecosystem near Changbai Mountain was so primal that the evolutionary state of its creatures surpassed that of all known regions, rendering it a forbidden zone not solely due to Ao Ye, but because it was indeed profoundly perilous. Chapter 29. The Construction of the Dragon Palace. Ao Ye. Meng Tianqi, in utter disarray, plunged into Tianpan, where he chanced upon Ao Ye, who was using his tail to sketch the Dragon Palace blueprint. Breathlessly, he exclaimed, Our old python has discovered two spiritual trees. One is Afeng Lei Xing and the other is a Huizhao tree. Oh, a bountiful harvest. Ao Ye ceased his drawing, raised his gaze to Meng Tianqi, and inquired, If it is indeed a bountiful harvest, why do you appear so disheveled? Sighing, Meng Tianqi's serpent visage reflected despair. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly replied, The apricot tree was claimed by a six-horned white bull, and the jujube tree was taken by a pair of red-bellied pheasant siblings. We are no match for them. Ao Ye, I have brought shame upon you. Not at all. This realm is rife with peculiar beings. Ao Ye remained remarkably composed, glancing at the blueprint before turning back to Meng Tianqi, instructing, Old Python, contact your disciple and inform a team of construction workers to come equipped with diving gear and building materials. I wish to construct a dragon palace in Tianpan. Shortly, please invite the old turtle to conduct a site survey and select the location with the densest dragon energy for the foundation. Meng Tianqi, what is it? Ao Ye noticed Meng Tianqi's dazed expression and asked, Old Python, is it that your celestial techniques cannot be utilized in the water? No. It is just that I find this somewhat absurd. Not at all absurd. Not in the slightest. Ao Ye gestured toward the blueprint with his tail, smiling. Do not underestimate humanity's construction capabilities. Moreover, in this era, those materials have been reinforced and can surely withstand water pressure. Even if they cannot, we shall have the old turtle inscribe a water avoidance charm, right? Solutions abound, far exceeding difficulties. Then, very well. Meng Tianqi nodded, activating his techniques to contact his disciple, Ma Tianci, instructing him to bring a team of construction workers who could dive. In Longtan Mountain City, at that moment, on the construction site of Rinshire Real Estate Development Company Limited, Ma Tianci, supervising the progress of the Divine Dragon Mutual Aid Association Hall, was momentarily stunned, unable to believe the wild words of his celestial master. Construct a dragon palace? Has the celestial gone mad? Or have I lost my mind? Ma Tianci confirmed several times that his celestial master had indeed said so. Goodness, this is utterly ridiculous. Ma Tianci furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while before finally extracting his phone to call Ren Youqian. Boss Ren, I need your assistance with something. Mr. Ma, please go ahead, I am listening. My celestial master said the dragon monarch of Tianpan wishes to construct a dragon palace and requires a team of construction workers who can dive, along with self-provided building materials and diving equipment. After a pause, Ma Tianci added, You will not be working for free. There will be benefits, longevity-enhancing dragon fish meat. What? Longevity-enhancing? Ren Youqian was immediately taken aback, his breathing becoming labored. No problem, I will secure this deal. I will contact a few associates to undertake this project. We will absolutely make it splendid. It was not merely the allure of fish meat, but the desire to behold the dragon monarch's true form. After hanging up, Ren Youqian hurriedly began preparing for the Dragon Palace construction project, immediately reaching out to his usual collaborators. These partners were now members of the Divine Dragon Mutual Aid Association. All kin. Among them was a real estate magnate surnamed Ye, whose ancestors had been frightened by a dragon, the very Yagong. Upon receiving the call, he readily agreed. Boss Ye, I truly wish to see the dragon monarch's true form. He was a fervent believer in the divine dragon sect. If it were mentioned that the dragon king should take a wife, he would consider throwing his own daughter into Tianpan. Such was his fervent devotion. The principal figure of the Shenlong Jiao, known as the Holy Master, has been encountered by Yi Laoban, whose imposing presence is unrivaled. One can only ponder the formidable majesty of the Shenlong, the leader of the Shenlong Jiao. Meanwhile, far away at Tianqi, Shenao received the task of sight surveying. Transforming its tail into a propeller, it began to explore the vast expanse of the lake, accompanied by Ninshuan and Xia Dajian. Coincidentally, the location with the most potent dragon aura lies a mere 500 steps from the Tianqi Shuifu, a distance that seems destined. This could be seen as the essence of fate. Shenao mused, sketching out the general foundation area for future construction, which would be vast, akin to the palatial residences of feudal emperors. Although the site had been selected, a construction team was yet to be secured. At this moment, at Renshire Real Estate Development Company, Limited, Ren Youqian stood before his elite construction team, his expression grave as he inquired, "Who among you can dive? If none of you can, then learn to do so immediately. You must master it within a day." "Why, boss?" "To go to Tianqi, to build the Dragon Palace." Ren Youqian's tone was exceedingly earnest. "We are in the era of spiritual energy resurgence. If we execute this task well, we shall earn the favor of the Dragon Lord. Immortality will no longer remain a distant dream. You have seen the news, have you not? Cultivating into immortals is not impossible. Working for the Dragon Lord is truly invaluable. Even a drop of his saliva could cure all ailments." Following his words, an intense silence enveloped the room. Then, after a moment of hesitation, excitement erupted like thunder. "I can dive. So can I. I will learn right away." The officials proclaimed the resurgence of spiritual energy and the establishment of a cultivator academy. Yet, these unfortunate souls had not awakened any abilities despite enduring the rain. Nevertheless, they believed that mingling with the Dragon Lord would elevate them. Even if they were akin to pigs, they might yet become divine swine. After the mobilization meeting concluded, Ren Youqian commenced gathering information regarding the Dragon Palace, meticulously researching its structure and layout. The design should resemble that of a feudal palace, ideally employing ancient architectural techniques with materials such as logs, crystals, glazed tiles, and night pearls, a daunting challenge indeed. Ren Youqian rubbed his chin, pondering aloud about the feasibility of constructing the Dragon Palace underwater using ancient methods. It would require more than mere human effort, yet the Dragon Lord would presumably offer assistance. He contemplated the project's feasibility without fretting over the costs. For there were two certainties. First, he was indeed wealthy. Second, he was not the sole financier. Third, the rewards would far outweigh any monetary concerns. Meanwhile, Yi Laoban was diligently preparing related matters, even sending his daughter to practice diving. This Yi Laoban, a fervent devotee, intended for his daughter to serve as a maid in the Dragon Palace, and it would be even more fortuitous if she were to bear a dragon offspring. Ironically, his daughter harbored a peculiar attraction to dragons, showing no interest in humans whatsoever. Yi Gong possessed remarkably potent genes, inherently drawn to dragons. As preparations unfolded on the human side, Aya had accompanied Mong Tianqi to the location of the fire jujube tree. Upon arrival, he inhaled deeply, consuming a substantial portion of the fire jujube, which he promptly refined. "How dare you, Black Loach, consume the spiritual plants discovered by us siblings?" Upon witnessing this, the male red-bellied golden pheasant erupted in fury. Its resplendent feathers ignited with flames as it spread its wings, striking a pose reminiscent of the golden rooster stands alone. With a swift motion, a claw of white flame surged towards Aoye. However, Aoye remained unfazed, his Xuanhui form impervious to water and fire. Though he lost several scales in the process, realizing that this was no ordinary flame, but rather one imbued with gold attributes. Aoye gasped, suppressing his previous dismissiveness. Now astonished, "This chicken's fire can breach my defenses? What manner of flame is this?" It is said that the phoenix possesses 5 colored flames, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The battle between the 5 elemental thunder and the 5 colored flames ensued, a clash of dragon and phoenix. The confrontation between the nascent dragon of Tianqi and the emerging phoenix of the red-bellied golden pheasant raged fiercely, shaking the heavens and earth, ultimately igniting a conflagration in the mountains. Fortunately, Alia carried rain clouds, extinguishing the flames in an instant. What of it, feathered fiend? What harm is there in consuming a few jujubes? You black loach, how dare you eat what we discovered? I ate, so what? Come at me. I fear you not. The battle escalated, tumultuous and relentless, as it traversed from Changbaishan's foothills to Tianqi. Alia unleashed a dragon's breath, utilizing the waters of Tianqi to drench the proud rooster, rendering it a drenched mess. Retreating to his territory, Alia capitalized on the advantage of the land to easily vanquish his foe. This grudge shall be repaid, the proud rooster declared, flapping its wings as it soared toward Phoenix Mountain, snatching several panlong fruits from the panlong fruit tree in the process. Seething, you consumed my jujubes. I shall take your fruits. Fair trade, is it not? Fine, let us consider it an exchange. At this, the proud rooster was taken aback. Should you not be angry? Chapter 30. The Dragon Lord's rampage in the vicinity of the Wild Bull Ridge. The six-horned white bull vigilantly guarded its prized apricot tree, swatting away pesky, sentient flies with its tail and shaking its majestic head to dislodge any bothersome insects. This apricot tree stood a towering 30 meters, perfect for the old bull to scratch its back against. Unbeknownst to it, an uninvited guest had set its sights on the wind and thunder apricot tree. And who else could it be but Aoye, who coveted the wind summoning skill, having just plundered Phoenix Mountain. The impoverished Dragon Lord now sought to rob Wild Bull Ridge. Life was becoming unbearable. Yet, the old bull remained oblivious, for Aoye was cloaked in optical invisibility. To be frank, had it not been for the rooster's ability to sense body heat, Aoye would have remained undetected. Aoye inhaled deeply, activating his devouring ability, and with a terrifying pull, he consumed a significant portion of the wind and thunder apricots without so much as chewing, swallowing them whole and refining them instantly. Notification. Consumed a large quantity of dual-attribute spiritual plant. Progress towards unlocking wind and rain summoning skill. 25, 100. Having devoured 25 apricots in one go, he had a bountiful harvest. Time to slip away. Observing that the old bull bore an uncanny resemblance to the bull demon king recorded in Journey to the West, Aoye wisely decided against a direct confrontation. Moo? The six-horned white bull glanced at the apricot tree, puzzled. Where are my apricots? Moo. Enraged, the bull uprooted a patch of earth with its horns and hurled it into the void, venting its fury. As fate would have it, the debris struck Aoye. Retribution for thievery. One must face the consequences. Upon seeing Aoye's outline formed by the displaced soil and stones, the bull's yellow eyes ignited with rage. With a mighty stomp, it summoned a tempest, its six horns shimmering with lightning, charging directly at Aoye. The speed of wind and thunder was undeniably swift, and Aoye, caught off guard, was struck with considerable force. Fortunately, the top was not breached. The scales of Tianqi Xuanhui are not made of mud. They are exceedingly difficult to damage by mere physical means. Moreover, the current attack from the old bull is of the lightning attribute, rendering it almost ineffective. AY has weathered lightning strikes and divine retribution. Would he fear the power of wind and thunder? That is absurd. Whoosh. Despite this, the might of the hexagonal white bull is terrifying, as it directly sent AY flying and caused a jarring impact that rattled his insides. Had he not undergone prior targeted training, he would likely be spitting blood by now. This illustrates that spiritual energy can be both an opportunity and a peril. For not only AY is growing stronger, other beings are also evolving. What extraordinary strength this old bull possesses. Even with AY's golden lungs and silver heart, he does not feel particularly well. His bones tremble and his muscles surge. The force behind that one charge was simply immense. However, his intention was not to engage in combat or to subdue the old bull. He merely sought to steal a bite. With his objective accomplished, he made a swift exit. AY once again activated his optical invisibility and soared into the distance, infuriating the hexagonal white bull, whose furious bellow echoed across the Wild Bull Ridge. Moo. The anger even surged through the bull's meridians, enhancing its intellect once more. It arranged for the herd to guard near the Fenglei Xingshu, establishing a sentinel, thus significantly reducing the risk of theft. Changbai Mountain is indeed a place where hidden talents lie in wait. AY entirely retracted his disdain for other species. The system's evaluation was undoubtedly accurate. He is now merely a Hui of exceedingly feeble strength. Jin Jiaoling, Yin Youling, and Huang Huishan, a realm of divided powers. On his way back to Tianqi, AY heard a series of pig squeals. Looking down, he saw a large wild boar engaged in a fierce battle with a sow. The The sow's cries were particularly tragic. It seemed that the wild boar king had already taken several sows. Had it mastered the art of fierce combat on its own? AY glanced at the swine, then withdrew his gaze, muttering within. Is this pig's ancestor named Zhugonglia? A fierce and colorful black pig. Could it be you? Second brother. This place is known as Yezhulin, primarily inhabited by wild boars, with the rest being small animals like rabbits. Let me see if the wild boar herd occupies any spiritual plants. AY concealed his aura and stealthily approached the territory of the wild boar herd. After several rounds of inspection, it appeared there were no spiritual plants. The area was filled with muddy puddles, and the stench was unbearable. Alas, after leaving that place, AY soared into the high skies, freely roaming the sea of clouds. In classical folklore, it is recorded that spiritual monkeys brew a wondrous liquor known as Hoergio, which possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's cultivation. I shall visit Holing. Meanwhile, atop Hushan, a northeast tiger that had escaped from the zoo was locked in a blood battle with the local tiger king. The former possessed the speed of the wind and the innate ability of aiding the tiger, while the latter was equally formidable. The two colossal tigers engaged in relentless combat, with tufts of fur and splashes of blood frequently falling. Why is the newcomer so powerful? A stout tiger watching the battle turned to a companion who was missing the tip of its tail and asked who might emerge victorious. The tailless tiger shook its head, yawned, and replied, I don't know. I hope the newcomer wins. The Tiger King is too brutal, and many of our kin have been injured by him. Whatever. The stout tiger was more talkative, while the tailless tiger seemed disinterested in everything, akin to a disheartened fellow. Whoosh. While soaring through the clouds, Tianqi Xuanhui suddenly swooped down, flying low through the forest, carefully discerning the surrounding auras in search of a hint of the liquor's scent. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Mong Tianqing, the fabled food fortune snake, had already indulged in the drink. Brother Tianqing, is the liquor to your liking? Asked the old white ape, seated on a tree stump, rubbing his hands as he observed Mong Tianqing, who was guzzling Hoergio. Could you kindly introduce me to the Tianqi Longjuan? My monkey clan is weak and requires the protection of a strong ally. Oh, that's no problem. Mong Tianqing, slightly inebriated, nodded his head, his tail swaying like a rattlesnake, and chuckled. Our old python shares a brotherly bond with AY. I can certainly facilitate that. Indeed, he had been sent to search for spiritual plants. Although he had not found any new ones, he had discovered the spiritual liquor. In other words, the old python now served as the diplomat of Tianqi Water Palace. Whether it be the old bull or the rooster, and now this old white ape, they were the first beings he encountered. It seemed he was also responsible for diplomacy with humans, as he belonged to the immortal realm, which required him to mobilize disciples. Thank you, Brother Tianqing. The old white ape rubbed his hands together, a human-like smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and then continued. I have heard that there is a turtle immortal in the Tianqi who gives lectures. May my clan be permitted to listen? He has become well known. The old turtle Xianao has gained a reputation in this region. After all, every waterway has a student of the old turtle. They tell everyone, there is a turtle immortal in Tianqi. Sure, given that you, old Yuan, agree to periodically supply Orgio, AY will certainly allow your monkey clan to attend old turtle's lectures. Old Yuan's full name is Yuan Hong. Don't misunderstand. He is not the merchant general who fought with Erlang Shun. This name was just coined by the zoo's caretaker, who found him clever and a white ape. So they casually remembered it. Excellent, excellent. Exchanging liquor for the opportunity to listen to teachings is a tremendous gain for the monkey clan. Chapter 31. The drunken dragon lord accidentally enters the lake bottom tunnel. Perhaps, oh yes, food fortune is genuinely poor. After searching extensively, he found no monkeys and had no choice but to return to Tianqi, only to discover Mong Tianqing supporting a massive stone wine jar with a wisp of gentle wind. Old Python, is there liquor inside? AY asked, astonished. Yes, Hoergio. Mong Tianqing nodded drunkenly. Our old Python has accomplished something. I struck a deal with the Monkey King at Holing. The Monkey Clan will supply periodically, and we will provide protection in return. AY, has the old Python's food fortune become excessively good? A significant achievement indeed. But I have nothing to reward you with. AY expressed some difficulty, pondering for a moment. Let me remember this and reward you once I develop further. We are all brothers. It is only right. Thank you, old Python. After expressing his gratitude, AY lifted the stone wine jar with mist and consumed the Hoergio in one go. Given his massive size of 25 meters, he would undoubtedly not become intoxicated. However, he became utterly inebriated. The liquor's potency was overwhelming, with various spiritual fruits collected by the monkey clan, combined with the spiritual spring of Holing, fermenting within the tree trunks. blending spiritual energy with the essence of flora. It was simply too much. To intoxicate a 25-meter-long Xuanhui, what degree of alcohol would be needed to scorch one's throat? Plop. AY plunged into Tianqi, intending to return to his lair to sleep. However, after many twists and turns, he inadvertently took the wrong entrance and headed straight into the lake bottom tunnel of the Shijing Longzhu, diving in without hesitation. The heat intensified as he delved deeper. The surroundings were bathed in a crimson glow, as if he had entered the depths of a volcano, but in reality, this was merely the tunnel between Tianqi Lake and the volcano below, connected to the CI. What has become of my home? AY, dazed and confused, surveyed his surroundings, discovering numerous purple crystals emanating rich spiritual and dragon energy. What are these? Are they energy purple crystals? I must take a bite. Ah, the delightful crunch. Hot to the touch, and with a fiery spice, truly scorching. Just as Aoyi intended to savor a second piece, a colossal shadow surged forth from the depths, striking him on the head with a mighty tail, instantly rousing him from his stupor. The assailant was none other than a Rongyuan Shejinglong, a fearsome creature whose body was adorned with a terrifying lava-like substance, exuding an intensely scalding aura. Generally, during the era of spiritual awakening, marine life has reaped the greatest benefits. Indeed, upon this encounter, it proved to be true. With a swish of its tail, Aoyi was sent reeling back an unknown distance, inciting his wrath. Though he bore the emblem of water, the Xuanxia, his temper was not much more tranquil than Ao Xian's. The Xia body unleashed a torrent of black water thunder, charging towards the Rongyuan Shejinglong. I had originally intended to wait until the Hua Jiao phase before engaging with you, but since your territory harbors such treasures, I shall not delay. The allure of wealth stirs the heart, igniting desires of life and death. No, it is not mere greed. The contention for mines has been a historical struggle. There is no room for negotiation. It is inconceivable that the Shejinglong clan would share the energy purple crystal with the Tianqi water mansion. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated as the 25-meter Xuanxia collided fiercely with the gargantuan Shejinglong, exceeding 30 meters. The black water thunder clashed with the crimson lava, unleashing terrifying shockwaves. Lava embodies both fire and earth attributes, not merely fire, making it a formidable adversary. Boom. Fortunately, Ao Ye's celestial thunder, divided into 5 elements, adeptly counters this threat, particularly the Zixiao Shunlei woven from the 5 elements, which is exceedingly dominant. I may not be able to contend with the Phoenix, Niuemo Wang, or Depeng, but can I not handle you? Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the purple crystal was shattered by the Zixiao Shunlei, rendering Ao Yi momentarily incapacitated. Should the purple crystal be destroyed, what purpose would there be in confronting the Shejinglong clan? Strangulation. Although Ao Yi frequently wielded thunder techniques, his expertise in strangulation was by no means rusty. However, the Rongyuan Shejinglong was quite broad. To perform a strangulation, he would need to stretch his tendons to the utmost limits. Yet Ao Yi hesitated not for a moment. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ao Yi ensnared the Rongyuan Shejinglong, his muscles taut and continuously contracting, stretching the tendons to their utmost, fiercely applying pressure, intent on strangling this beast. Due to the anatomical structure of the Shejinglong, it was utterly incapable of resisting the strangulation, merely watching its vitality ebb away. Die for me. Ding. Successfully strangled a creature larger than oneself. Tightening skill proficiency increased by 50. 51100 mu. In its final moments, the Shejinglong emitted a sound reminiscent of a low, mournful bellow, seemingly transmitting a message to its kin, perhaps to urge them to avenge its demise. It appears that the Shejinglong's vocalizations bear resemblance to that of cattle, akin to the voice of a jiao. Sizzle. Ao Ye's tail, enveloped in white lightning, sliced through the abdominal cavity of the Rongyuan Shejinglong like a sharp sword, delving within to consume its heart before bursting forth. Retreat. It would be ill-fated to be besieged. I shall regroup and return for another battle. Ding. Consumed dragon species, acquired affinity for fire and earth elements. Please continue to maintain discipline. What? The Shejinglong is a dragon species? Ao Ye's heart raced, and a bold thought struck him. Could the Linlong, Yulong, and Shilong also be dragon species? It is indeed quite possible, as the Xia has unearthed fossils resembling dragons. Xinhua Xiaolong. This creature thrived during the Triassic period. With a fossil length of 76 meters, its head resembling the dragon god in murals, possessing symmetrical horns, yet without branching, and 4 limbs, each with 5 digits. Ao Yi recalled this fact. It seemed likely that this was a juvenile jiao, a naturally born jiao rather than one evolved from a snake, for otherwise, its size could not be so diminutive. Yet, the Shejinglong does not resemble a dragon, does it? Its form is reminiscent of a long-necked sea turtle, perhaps? A turtle? Could it be that the Shejinglong possesses Basha bloodlines? Upon returning to the Tianqi Water Mansion, Aoyi felt that perhaps his alcohol tolerance was lacking, leading him to provoke the Shejinglong clan at a most inopportune time. With the construction of the Dragon Palace imminent, his own forces were scant. Ao Xian, Nian Chuan, General Xia, and himself, plus the assistance of the old turtle, amounted to merely 5 warriors. How could they possibly contend with an entire clan? I have an idea. I shall stealthily procure several energy purple crystals to nourish the little Qing. With a Jiao to assist, perhaps we stand a chance. And I shall also send the old turtle to scout nearby waterways for any other powerful allies to recruit. Old turtle, at your service. The wise turtle, Xianao, was currently cultivating a certain spiritual plant and promptly responded. Go to the nearby waterways and recruit anyone resembling a king carp or crocodile king. Bring them to me. I have just discovered a mine, though it has been claimed by the Shejinglong clan, and I intend to wage war against them. After a moment, Aoyi added, water monkeys and the like are acceptable as well. Their clan cannot possibly be comprised solely of strong individuals. As you command. Chapter 32. The old turtle deceives the great crocodile Gugu. The old turtle, Xianao, retracted its head and limbs into its shell. Swiftly rolling along a tributary of the Tianqi, having heard from its student that a gigantic crocodile resided in this waterway. Indeed, this crocodile had escaped from a human city, the Yangtze alligator. However, this was no ordinary creature, endowed with exceptional talent. The present-day Yangtze alligator was no longer the diminutive reptile of yore, but rather an extraordinary super-giant crocodile, perhaps aptly termed Tuolong. Before long, Xianao encountered the colossal Yangtze alligator. Crocodile King. From a great distance, the old turtle called out, maintaining a cautious distance of 300 steps. Ever ready to flee, caution personified. The giant turtle, capable of human speech, was momentarily taken aback, then its eyes brightened. Opening wide. You must be the turtle immortal spoken of throughout the water clans, are you not? Immortal? I dare not claim such a title. I am merely a humble minister under the Tianqi Dragon Lord. The Crocodile King fell silent for a moment before inquiring. Is the Tianqi Dragon Lord you speak of the powerful dragon who wields thunder and strikes down bipedal beasts? Indeed, that is correct. Has he sent you with a message? The Crocodile King's tone had grown somewhat grave. To speak candidly, the Tianqi Water Mansion is currently in need of strong allies such as yourself. Xianao spoke with great courtesy, stating that the Dragon Lord had dispatched him to extend heroic invitations across the waterways, sincerely inviting various powerful beings to join. The Dragon Lord is benevolent, treating all water clans equally, with no lack of generous provisions. You must have heard of the renowned Meng Tianqing, who was a brother to the Dragon Lord during times of decline. Now that the Dragon Lord has grown powerful, he has not forgotten his companions. Xianao spoke with eloquence, showcasing the charm of a silver-tongued orator. The Crocodile King, however, remained deep in thought, contemplating the implications of joining the Tianqi Water Mansion. As a local tyrant, he would be subordinate to others, causing a conflict of pride. Yet, he was self-aware, understanding that should matters sour, he was no match for the Tianqi Dragon Lord. In the initial moment of enlightenment, he had the fortune to witness the phenomenon of 5 thunders striking the head, from which he gleaned profound insights into the art of thunder, a significant grace that he felt compelled to repay. Therefore, when the esteemed Prime Minister Gui extended an invitation, he could not possibly decline. However, as the illustrious king of crocodiles, he possessed the dignity befitting a strong being, and to join merely as a subordinate would be utterly stifling. Surely, he ought to be granted a position of some authority. It is crucial to understand that an official title holds great importance. Receiving one within a faction signifies a share of fortune bestowed by the Lord, facilitating one's cultivation. The higher the rank, the more fortune is allocated. This truth is known only to beings of extraordinary intelligence who glean it from bloodline inheritance. What kind of treatment can I expect? The king of crocodiles inquired. Xianao continued to weave his tale. Currently, the Tianqi Water Mansion boasts General Catfish and General Shrimp. If you join us, you shall undoubtedly be awarded the title of Marshal. I, Old Turtle, firmly believe that with your strength, you are more than deserving. Oh, what are the strengths of those 2 generals? The king of crocodiles pressed. General Catfish is formidable, now measuring no less than 30 meters in length, with immense physical strength. Although General Shrimp is not as imposing in size, his power is quite terrifying. A single punch can cleave mountains and shatter stones. After a brief pause, Xianao added, our water mansion is not limited to one Dragon Lord. We also have a lady who embodies the Qing Jiao, alongside Qi Huai from Longdon Mountain, who is also part of our water mansion. Upon hearing this, the king of crocodiles felt an irresistible allure. Very well, I accept. Please direct me to Tianqi to confer with the Dragon Lord. Xian'ao raised one of his forelegs and gestured toward the direction of Tianqi. I must also attend to other waterways. The king of crocodiles felt a surge of elation within. I shall go. With that, the massive crocodile leapt into the water, resembling a dark green dragon as he swam upstream toward Tianqi, his tail thrashing about with such speed that it left Xian'ao in a daze. At that moment, a sentient, scaled fish from a tributary bubbled up, indicating, Master, there is a yellow river carp king in the Songhua River, said to have arrived from the Yellow River a year ago. The mention of the Yellow River carp startled Xian'ao. Could it be a relative of the old Dragon Lord? No, the old Dragon Lord transformed into a golden carp, not a yellow one. Could it be a descendant of the Huanglong? The Huanglong belongs to the earth and occupies a central position among the divine dragons, cherished by fortune. If we could win him over, it would undoubtedly bolster the Dragon Lord's power. Indeed, the dragon lineage most favored by fortune is not the widely recognized five-clawed golden dragon, but rather the Huanglong, most famously represented by the Huanglong Zhenren under the Patriarch of Origin. It is well known that the Patriarch of Origin deemed scaled beings unworthy, yet still accepted the Huanglong, clearly seeking the fortune associated with it. Furthermore, it is said that the Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan, ascended to the heavens riding the Huanglong, highlighting the significant role this central Huanglong plays in mythology. The River Carp King must be drawn to our side. Xian'ao resolved firmly. Even if it meant sacrificing the Dragon Lord's appearance to do so, fortune is paramount. The old turtle had already devised a plan. If the River Carp King were female, she would be promised the status of dragon consort. If male, he would be conferred kingship, subordinate only to the Dragon Lord. The higher the position, the more secure the alliance would be. In any case, it was imperative that the River Carp King not escape. High ranks and generous rewards must bind him to their cause. The old turtle was determined to proceed. Before embarking on his recruitment endeavor, Aoyi had permitted Xian'ao to act with discretion, prioritizing the mission without the need for reports, to be addressed after the task's completion. With a resolute roll, the old turtle navigated the waters of the Songhua River, as his slow crawl was no match for the swiftness of rolling. The combination of rolling and water manipulation allowed for an efficient journey, though the distance from the tributary of Tianqi to the Songhua River was considerable. Meanwhile, at Ren's real estate development company, Ren Yuqian had recruited a large number of construction workers skilled in diving, urging them to diligently learn the architectural techniques of classical palace construction, striving to create the perfect dragon palace. Learn well, and do it swiftly, he commanded. Yes, boss. On another front, Ma Tianxi continued to oversee the construction project of the Divine Dragon Mutual Aid Association. As for the exorcism business, it had been temporarily entrusted to his daughter, Ma Lingling, who was also a member of the exorcist line, albeit under the guidance of the dragon immortal, Aoyi. However, Aoyi did not possess a physical form, but instead lent a portion of his power through the connections of the exorcist disciples and the immortal lineage. This technique was learned from the celestial arts of Meng Tianqing. Of course, Aoyi was not merely a benevolent dragon. His assistance in exorcising evil was aimed at gaining faith, elusive fortune, and ensuring that members remained devoted, sincerely helping him gather resources. The Dragon Lord is not only a dragon but also a sovereign, embodying kindness, yet never to be selflessly maternal. On the southern slopes of Changbai Mountain, the majestic male red-bellied golden pheasant returned with a young wudong tree, planting it in the vicinity of the fire jujube tree. He felt an instinctive sense that this wudong tree was extraordinary. Awaiting the next day of universal spiritual reign, it would undoubtedly reveal its remarkable qualities. Additionally, he had captured a human pet to assist in nurturing the young wudong tree. Unfortunately, the human was shot several times, but fortunately, the bullets were melted by the five-colored flames. The human pet was a nearby botanist named Yang Fian, a bespectacled woman. Brother, why did you bring back a bipedal creature? The female red-bellied golden pheasant queried in confusion. Our kind lacks hands, making it inconvenient to tend to the wudong tree. I brought back this female bipedal creature because she possesses expertise in this area. Phoenix, Phoenix, Phoenix. Suddenly, the male red-bellied golden pheasant had a moment of inspiration. Feeling this term was quite fitting, softly murmuring, the male is Feng, the female is Huang. I believe I have discovered my name. Feng Wang Feng Wu Jiuxiao. He declared, Feng Jiuxiao? Brother, what about me? The female red-bellied golden pheasant looked expectantly at Feng Jiuxiao. Huang and I Chong, how does that sound? I love it. From now on, I shall be known as Huang in Aichang. In that moment, the other red-bellied golden pheasants, colorful pheasants, swallows, and various birds gathered around, as if paying homage to the sovereign of their avian kin, excluding the golden eagle, crow, and peacock, which were known for their mystical attributes. For their clan had already produced a king. Chapter 33. Another consort joins the dragon palace as Xian Ao submerged into the waters of the Songhua River. He sought the river carp king from the Yellow River. Surprisingly smooth, upon arriving at the Songhua River, he was escorted by several mottled river carps to meet the river carp king, a strikingly handsome yellow carp with dragon whiskers and sparkling eyes, exhibiting no trace of any other color, pure yellow. Measuring an impressive 20 meters in length, he could easily consume a 4 or 5 meter old turtle. May I inquire if you are the turtle immortal who preached at Tianqi? The voice of the river carp king was unexpectedly melodious, not through telepathy, but through articulate speech. He was indeed a formidable demon who had refined his essence. The immortal is too kind. I, the old turtle, am merely a humble minister under the dragon lord of Tianqi, Xian'ao replied, rising to stand upright, slightly bowing in politeness while bearing his shell. Is the minister here to select a consort for the dragon lord? Xian'ao was taken aback. What is this? Is the river carp king actually coveting the essence of the dragon lord? After a brief silence, the old turtle nodded uncharacteristically and spoke, indeed. The dragon lord has reached the age of selecting a consort. However, within the Tianqi Shui Fu, there is already a Lady Qingjiao. There is no need for the prime minister to elaborate. I merely wish to serve at your majesty's side. King Zhongli shook his fish head, his gaze dimming momentarily before he spoke slowly. Moreover, I was driven away by a tyrant from the Yellow River, wandering in foreign lands, reliant upon the strong for survival. Tyrant? What manner of tyrant is this? A creature with a serpentine body and 5 heads, its scales a golden hue. I am no match for it. My entire family perished at its hands. Xian'ao remarked, this tyrant is likely some innate aberration, cultivating power by devouring dragonkind. Should it absorb King Zhongli, it may bring misfortune to the dragon lord. But the dragon lord is invincible. Even the formidable Zishao Shenlei is within his control. Why fear a mere aberration? Then, please, Your Excellency, let us proceed to Tianqi to discuss the matters of marriage with the dragon lord. Xian'ao readily agreed, and led King Zhongli towards Tianqi. Along the way, the old turtle wove an enchanting narrative, painting Ao Yi as an unparalleled force, igniting a flutter in King Zhongli's heart. The dragon race is indeed marvelous, devoid of species segregation. Not only fish, but even cattle, wolves, birds, frogs, lions, turtles, tigers, and qinglong can produce dragonkind, though none are true dragons. The offspring of dragons, known as the 9 sons of the dragon, are not necessarily dragons themselves. Hence, the dragon race fervently engages in reproduction, lest they leave no legitimate descendants. Allow me to elaborate. The dragon lord commands thunder and lightning, traversing the cosmos and the underworld, impervious to both water and fire. Through the old turtle's persuasive tales and enchanting elixirs, King Zhongli became utterly infatuated, nearly ready to produce fish roe on the spot to create Eichuan with the dragon lord. Meanwhile, within the Tianqi Shui Fu, the giant crocodile and Xianhuan faced each other, surrounded by treasures such as dragonkind fish meat, blood coral grass, and panlong fruits. Crocodile leader? No, that's too lowly. Ao Yi shook his head at the crocodile king, thinking that if he had claws at this moment, he would strike a pose akin to that of Director Qi. After a pause, he continued, I hereby appoint you as General Tuolong, bestowing the name Tang. The crocodile king trembled with excitement, his mouth agape. The dragon lord is indeed benevolent. Tuazhen shall henceforth serve your majesty with utmost loyalty. What? Serve like cattle and horses? It was evident that the domesticated Yangtze alligator understood the meaning behind it. Very spirited indeed. Ao Yi nodded, then said, General, I now entrust you with a task, to recruit your kin and expand our military strength. Your Majesty, it seems there is only one crocodile nearby, an animal park. A breeding ground, a research institute, there are several. As Ao Yi spoke, he flicked a panlong fruit into Tuazhen's mouth with his tail and continued. You may encounter human attacks along the way. Exercise caution and ensure your safe return. Tuazhen replied, as you command. Your Majesty's heart is as dark as his exterior. Having just pledged allegiance, I am already sent to risk my life. Nonetheless, it is not a significant issue. The weapons of bipedal beasts should not pierce my hide, and I wield lightning and water control, so I should not encounter any mishaps. Indeed, I shall obey. The giant crocodile swam out of the cave. preparing to follow the tributary straight to the nearby human city. However, Tua Zhen held no grievances in his heart. Just for that one panlong fruit and the previously consumed blood coral grass, it was worth the risk. With the aid of water control techniques, he swam rapidly. Before long, he left Tianqi, rushing along the tributary, his speed surpassing that of a racing car. Though not as fast as the Golden Eagle King, he was quite swift nonetheless. Having been gone for quite some time, Xian'ao and King Jiangli were still en route. In the remaining foothills of Changbai Mountain, a female monkey was weaving a vine chair while the male monkeys practiced with sticks, albeit resembling more of a juggling act than martial arts. These monkeys had grown in size, yet the tallest barely surpassed 1.8 meters. After all, they are monkeys, not silverback gorillas. As primates, they are only a slight evolution away from resembling humans. Under the leadership of Lao Baiyuan, the monkey tribe had donned grass skirts, entering a tribal era. Meng Tianqing coiled into a ball, lifting his head to gaze at Lao Baiyuan, who stood at 1.8 meters tall, exuding a dignified presence. With 8-pack abs and clad in a grass skirt, and asked, Lao Yuan, we hear that your monkey ridge has produced a water monkey? Indeed, that is true. Recently, Aoyi intends to raise an army to confront another faction in Tianqi, so we would like to borrow this water monkey. It is not a demand. If it cannot be done, then so be it. It is not that it cannot be done. Lao Yuan scratched his head, troubled, primarily. The water monkey and the six-eared macaque have descended the mountain. I sent them to steal human books. Steal books? What kind of books? Mainly martial arts, techniques, and strange tales. How clever of you, Lao Yuan. Meng Tianqing was somewhat astonished that he had thought of sending monkeys into human crowds to steal books. However, what if they are discovered? After a moment of contemplation, Meng Tianqing spoke gravely. They lack scales and armor. They cannot withstand gunfire. It is not a significant issue. The six-eared macaque has keen ears and can detect any disturbances in advance. Lao Yuan was not overly concerned, munching on blueberries and smacking his lips. Moreover, that water monkey possesses the innate talent of water manipulation, making him a formidable opponent for ordinary humans. Meng Tianqing nodded, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly asked, with the six-eared macaque and the water monkey present, has there been any emergence of a stone monkey? None. Lao Yuan shook his head. Among the monkey tribe, these two are the most extraordinary. Lao Yuan, I must confess something I forgot to mention. Meng Tianqing spoke somewhat awkwardly. We have a channel for acquiring human books. There is no need for the little monkeys to take risks. Lao Yuan, we have disciples in the business, under Ao Ye's command. There is a human sect at Tiger Mountain. Roar. The Northeast Tiger, having escaped from the zoo, successfully defeated the local Tiger King, claiming the title of the new Tiger King of the Tiger Mountain clan, naming himself Shan Jun, with the ambition to unify the beasts of the mountains. The sound of his roar reverberated widely, reaching even the Wild Bull Ridge and Wild Boar Forest. It was evident that this roar was a supernatural feat. Far from an ordinary tiger's roar, otherwise, it could not possibly carry so far. Moo! The six-horned white bull bellowed, its sound also traveling great distances, signifying the old bull, will not yield. Humph! The wild boar, with its tusks, also expressed its defiance with a fierce grunt. Roar! The wolf howls echoed, with the local wolf tribe equally unwilling to submit. The Wolf King was a massive creature, nearly entirely snow-white, save for a crimson mark on his forehead. His eyes round and resembling those of a rat. Ancient texts, such as the Shanhai Jing Dong Shan Jing, describe the Zhan, resembling a wolf with a rat-like eye, can consume humans. Roar! The Bear King of Dogbear Ridge also let out a roar. This gigantic bear, entirely pitch black, draped in a robe stolen from a nearby mundane temple, calling itself Black Wind King. This bear had escaped from the realm of domesticated bears, reminiscent of those seen in Journey to the West. Hearing the defiant responses, the Tiger King appeared unfazed, having anticipated such reactions. His earlier roar was merely a prelude, intended to gauge the number of dominant beasts in the local area. For perhaps, Chapter 34, the transformative nature of fish and dragons, the countenance of ancient gods. After a long journey, Xian Ao finally brought King Jiangli back to Tianqi. At this moment, Ao Yi was meticulously crafting the Longong blueprint, his tail tips slicing through the lakebed's surface like a razor, continuously refining the concepts swirling in his mind. Dragon Monarch, I have returned with candidates for your consort. The voice of Xian Ao echoed from afar. Startled, Ao Yi looked up at the large golden-scaled, white-bellied fish adorned with dragon whiskers, blinking his dragon eyes in realization that the old turtle had betrayed his allure. So be it, let us proceed with the selection of a consort. After all, This fish appears quite handsome. Suddenly, a spectacle unfolded before him. The king of Jiangli transformed into a mermaid, her upper body a stunning golden-haired beauty, while her lower half retained a fish's tail, adorned with only a few scales for modesty. The scene was undeniably enchanting, and her towering figure reached a height of 20 meters, a mermaid of breathtaking beauty. Aoyi was momentarily taken aback, astonished. I have encountered His Majesty, the Dragon Monarch. The king of Jiangli bowed slightly, offering a curtsy. Please do not be alarmed, Your Majesty. This is merely my innate divine ability, Fish Dragon Metamorphosis. It is a power belonging to the dragon lineage, which you too can master. After a moment of silence, Aoyi quietly inquired, What is your name? I am nameless, replied the king of Jiangli, her cheeks flushed with anticipation as she gazed at Aoyi, allowing him to take the lead. He who comes from the Yellow River, associated with the element of earth, shall be named Aoyi Fei and granted the title Fei of Jade. Aoyi casually remarked, displaying his cultural knowledge, and then asked, My beloved, what are your thoughts? Intermarriage among aquatic clans is a common occurrence. Emotions are of little consequence. Time will inevitably foster affection. I find it quite agreeable, she replied. That is good to hear. Aoyi nodded, then subtly probed, My beloved, what is the principle behind your fish dragon metamorphosis ability? I am curious. Your Majesty, she explained, the dragon is not only the ruler of scales, but also possesses the virtues of myriad beings, which is why dragons can harmonize with various creatures, allowing for such transformation. Aoyi was taken aback, realizing the genetic diversity within the dragon lineage. It was no wonder that unions between dragons did not always yield dragon offspring. It was akin to opening a mystery box. Horses could transform into dragons. Fish could transform into dragons. Snakes could transform into dragons. And even humans could. Was the so-called fish dragon metamorphosis merely a means of altering one's genetic makeup to achieve transformation? Could mythical capabilities possess a touch of science? Determined to experiment, Aoyi closed his golden dragon eyes, contemplating and sensing his own power, attempting to develop his own fish dragon metamorphosis ability. His expression reflecting a struggle akin to constipation. Transform. Grant me transformation. After a considerable duration, he successfully activated the fish dragon metamorphosis ability. Ding. Transformation achieved. Fish dragon metamorphosis skill proficiency level 1. To be frank, Aoyi's current appearance was somewhat terrifying. As a serpent without limbs, his aspiration to transform into a human was predictably unsuccessful, resulting in a human head atop a serpent's body, resembling the deity Zhu Long from the Shanhai Jing. Indeed, he was not even a serpent man. He was merely a snake with a human head. Quite the sight. Nevertheless, the human head was rather handsome, with flowing white hair, white eyebrows, and golden eyes, possessing exquisitely refined features, to the extent that one could overlook his peculiar form. To manifest arms, he would need to transform into a Jiao dragon. Aoyi Fei could fully manifest a human upper body due to her possessing fish fins, which corresponded to hands. Aoyi Fei screamed, covering her eyes and swimming away, unable to bear the sight, fearing the gaze of an ancient god, wary of triggering any taboos. What is the matter? Aoyi remained oblivious to his own form. My beloved. Oh, Your Majesty, your current appearance is quite frightening. I cannot bear to look. With that, Aoyi Fei dashed into the heavenly pool water palace, hiding behind Xiaoqing. Startled from her slumber, Xiaoqing was bewildered by the sight of the golden-haired mermaid. What sort of monster is this? Upon seeing Aoyi approach with a human head, Xiaoqing, the rightful consort, was so startled that she fainted, terrified by the visage of an ancient god, which should not be gazed upon. What monster? Aoyi remained utterly perplexed, unaware of the distress of his two consorts. He even turned back to glance, wondering what could possibly be monstrous. Upon this turn, he nearly frightened the old turtle to death, who hastily withdrew into his shell. Am I the only one who cannot perceive the monster? Meanwhile, a city near Changbai Mountain was besieged by a rampaging giant crocodile, Tuajin, who charged directly into the zoo, easily breaking through the heavy iron gates as if returning home. He made a beeline for the crocodile exhibit, emitting a roar akin to an engine, awakening the latent resistance within his kin. Each clan's overlord could command their brethren. In an instant, chaos erupted among the crocodile population as Tuajin swept his tail, demolishing protective barriers and leading his fellow crocodiles out of the zoo. Other animals were freed as well. Creating disturbance was always beneficial. Buzzing. Due to numerous witnesses, law enforcement swiftly arrived at the scene, but Tuajin merely flicked his tail, sending vehicles flying with astonishing force. The sound of bullets striking his armored skin resembled metal clashing, utterly ineffective against his defenses. Roar! Tuo Jun let out a deafening roar, his size multiplying several times. Now exceeding 30 meters in length, a colossal behemoth. This was the Dragon Clan's ability known as able to enlarge and shrink, also referred to as size flexibility. After consuming a panlong fruit, his dormant dragon bloodline awakened, granting him this divine power. The remaining crocodiles dove into the sewers, planning to escape through the wastewater treatment plant. While Tuo Jun attracted all the gunfire, rampaging through the town. His forelegs could extend, granting him a running capability comparable to ancient crocodiles such as the pig crocodile. Tuo Jun understood that liberating the aquatic clans was his mission. There was no need for bloodshed. After all, his mere passage could crush everything in his wake. Given his immense weight, this incident was reported in the news as the rampaging giant crocodile incident. Enraged upon passing a crocodile meat restaurant, Tuo Jun smashed it to pieces with a single swipe of his tail. Whether blood was shed remains uncertain, as he prioritized his mission over personal grievances. With his assistance, crocodiles from various zoos, research facilities, and breeding farms escaped. Simultaneously, amidst the city's chaos, water monkeys and six-eared macaques disguised in human attire successfully completed their book-stealing mission. Robbing a local bookstore of titles such as Shanghai Jing, Journey to the West, and Introduction to Staff Techniques. Although they could not read, the ancient white ape, Yuan Hong, had instructed them to memorize the shapes of characters. The ancient white ape possessed remarkable abilities. Since awakening his intellect, he had naturally understood human writing. As if born with that knowledge. 6 years, let us depart. Chapter 35. The expedition to the Serpent's Neck Dragon Clan, seizing the mines. It was time to report back. Tuo Jun felt it was sufficient, transforming into a creature the size of a gecko and leaping into the sewer, leading the crocodile herd towards the heavenly pool at breakneck speed. The other crocodiles were not slow either, having undergone evolution, albeit lacking awakened intelligence. Meanwhile, Xian'ao once again ventured forth to engage in diplomacy, trading a panlong fruit and the king of Nuangling for a pair of true water buffalo, one male and one female. He then proceeded to Fengwang Mountain to borrow several waterfowl, expending a considerable amount of dragon seed fish to secure them from the Fengwang. As for the old Baiyuan of Howling, he readily agreed, promising to summon the water monkey upon its return for reinforcement. At Tianqi, Aoyi pondered deeply and finally came to a realization. He had transformed his very head. Upon reflection, this was indeed quite alarming. Thus, he retracted his divine abilities and reverted to the imposing form of Xuanxia, which he found more pleasing to the eye. Beloved, how about I take you to jump the dragon gate another day? Aoyi said, affectionately nuzzling Ao Yufei's face with his cool, scaly visage. Your Majesty, the Yellow River has been seized by a 5-headed serpent, Ao Yufei murmured as she held on to Aoyi's tail. A 5-headed serpent? Aoyi was taken aback, contemplating his reservoir of mythological knowledge. Was it the Naga from Tianju? Or perhaps an indigenous aberration? If it were a native serpent, subduing it would be a simple matter. But if it were a foreign serpent beast encroaching upon the waters of Daxia, that would be an outright affront to the dragon clan. He could not abide by it. Not as a dragon lord. My lord, who is she? At that moment, Shao Qing awoke, raising a claw to point at Ao Yufei, and curiously inquiring. Is she your new concubine? There was no jealousy, no rage, for she adhered to the ancient principle of the husband as the head. No sooner had she spoken than Shao Qing transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form, her upper body resembling a beautiful maiden with black hair, exuding an aura of spirited charm. Scales of the dragon still adorned her brow, her eyes of vivid crimson, with slightly elongated tiger teeth. Her lower half was that of a dragon's tail, for she was a bipedal dragon, not a quadruped. Shao Qing, has your magical power been restored? Aoyi exclaimed in surprise. How much can you wield now? Are you capable of flooding Jinshan yet? My lord, Shao Qing cannot perform flooding Jinshan, but she can achieve flooding Nanta Mountain. That matters little. What is crucial is how much of your strength has returned. Aoyi released Ao Yufei and coiled around Shao Qing, though his tail remained in the grip of a certain mermaid. Not much, but it should suffice. With that, Shao Qing tenderly cupped Aoyi's head, touching her nose to his in an affectionate gesture. Indeed, Aoyi nodded, suddenly recalling that he did not know Shao Qing's full name. Feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke, Shao Qing, it seems I have yet to learn your full name. Bai Qing, Lu Biqing. What a lovely name, he thought, blinking in admiration. He couldn't help but ponder how her sister was named Bai Susu. And she was Lu Biqing. Was this not reminiscent of the tale of Bai Shizhuan? After some time, Xian'ao returned to Tianqi with 3 waterfowl, 2 water buffalo, and a water monkey in tow, followed closely by Tuazhan, who arrived with a batch of crocodiles. Soon after, Mongkong led Ao Xian into the fray, accompanied by Nian Chuan and the shrimp general, who brought along a host of shrimp and crab soldiers. Is everyone assembled? Ao Yi surveyed the gathering. Xian Ao confirmed the numbers with a nod and shouted, reporting to the Dragon Lord, all are present. The current combat strength of the Tianqi Water Mansion was as follows. Top-tier strength: Lu Biqing, Ao Yufei, Ao Yi, Ao Xian, Mongkong. Second-tier strength: Tuazhan, Nian Chuan. Shrimp General, Xian Ao, Water Monkey. Third-tier strength: Water Buffalo, Waterfowl, Crocodiles, Shrimp, and Crab Soldiers. What of the Yanmai Earth Python? Ao Yi inquired, looking at Ao Xian with curiosity. Why did she not come with you? Reporting to the Dragon Lord, she is busy hatching eggs. You rascal, even stones can lay eggs for you. Ao Yi laughed lightly. Then his expression sobered. With his tail pointing toward a direction, he declared in a deep voice, mobilize for an assault on the Shijing Dragon Clan to seize the mineral veins. Depart. Yes. Since this was a battle, Ao Yufei and Lu Biqing transformed back to their true forms. Their half-human states were merely for the Dragon Lord's admiration. For real combat required their authentic appearances. 3 Xuanxia, 1 Jiao, 1 great carp, 1 giant catfish, 1 massive crocodile, 1 giant turtle, 1 colossal mantis shrimp, 1 water monkey. And a legion of aquatic warriors were assembled. Indeed, Mongkong had attained the realm of Xuanxia through his formidable food luck. They marched forth to the lake bottom tunnel. Notably, since the first great transformation of the world, one day had lengthened. Now, one day equated to what used to be 2 or 3. This imparted a sense of the primordial era's timelessness. General Catfish, Grand Marshal Tuolong, you two shall lead your kin into the fray. Ao Yi began to strategize, his tone exceedingly serious. The shrimp general and the water monkey would engage in decapitation actions, while the old turtle commanded the water forces. Ao Xian and the old python would flank the enemy, penetrating their rear. Should the enemy's strength prove too formidable, they would retreat. The two beloved consorts were tasked with supporting him in the fray, prepared for any surprise attacks from formidable foes. Is everything understood? Understood. Excellent. Proceed at full speed. Ao Yi was thoroughly pleased with the response from the aquatic clan, laughing heartily. Upon the conclusion of this campaign, rewards will be distributed, and none of our aquatic brethren shall be neglected. After a considerable time, they arrived at the entrance of the lake bottom tunnel, where 2 enormous magma snake-necked dragons guarded the portal, their lantern-like eyes scanning the surroundings. Tuazhan swiftly shrank in size and approached, then suddenly transformed into a ferocious giant crocodile, clamping down on one snake-necked dragon and executing a death roll that severed its head. Nian Chuan employed Earth Escape, stealthily emerging from the rock layers, his jaws snapping at the other snake-necked dragon. Roar! With Tuazhan and Nian Chuan's roars, schools of catfish and crocodiles charged into the lake bottom tunnel, closely followed by them as they breached the ranks of the snake-necked dragon clan. The tunnel was rich in spiritual energy, causing the catfish and crocodiles to visibly grow larger. The energy of the purple crystal was truly terrifying. Boom! With a sudden explosion, the shrimp general unexpectedly struck, shattering the skull of a snake-necked dragon with a single punch. Meanwhile, the water monkey was extraordinary, conjuring a solid staff from the lake water with a mere gesture, able to extend and contract at will, wielding it with a force that could upheave the very tides. Resembling a monkey, with a white head and azure body, golden eyes and snowy teeth, was Iki? Ao Yi recognized it at a glance, his heart shaken. This was a being capable of standing against the likes of the Lord of the Huai River, Diyu, and Yinglong. Was Changbai Mountain a gathering place for mythical creatures? It was imperative to woo him. I shall bestow upon him an honorary title of Great Saint of the Water Monkey. Ao Yi contemplated, resolving that upon his transformation into a dragon, he would seize control of the entire water system and allocate the Huai River system to him. This was a top-tier combatant. He must be secured before he fully matured. Bang, bang, bang. The water monkey swung the Tianqi water staff, wreaking havoc on all sides. Despite standing merely at 1 meter 80, his combat prowess far exceeded that of Nian Chuan and Tuazhan. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation took place. The water monkey inhaled deeply. Hiss! He swallowed a significant amount of lake water, utilizing the water energy to unleash a power akin to Fashion Shidi, transforming from a water monkey into an enormous water ape. His neck alone measured 100 feet, translating to 33 meters in length. Hey, just eat me. Take this. The water ape brandished a Tianqi water staff thicker than Ao Yi's, each strike capable of crushing a magma snake-necked dragon. Embodying the very essence of a deity of war in the water, he bore no name, and thus did not know what to call himself. Though the Shui Yuan currently exhibits a chaotic fighting style, relying solely on innate talent and lacking martial skills, protective gear, or cultivated techniques, it wreaks havoc among the lower ranks. Should it encounter an adversary of equal standing, it would surely suffer defeat. At this moment, Ao Yi felt a pang of insight. He had mistakenly placed the Shui Ho Zi in the second tier when it clearly belonged among the elite. It could not possibly be the legendary Wu Ji, for that entity had likely perished long ago at the foot of the mountain, trapped and depleted of spiritual energy. Such beings can only exist singularly in the world. When the old perish, the new arise. The army of the Shui Zhu roared with battle cries that reverberated through the lake as they slaughtered mercilessly in the underwater tunnels, staining the waters with the blood of the Shi Jinglong clan, pushing all the way to the Hai Yin. Dragon Lord, shall we delve deeper? Asked Xianao. Let us proceed cautiously. If the situation turns dire, we must retreat at once. Chapter 36. The Shi Jinglong Wang, the aberrant long-necked Basya. With a crash, the water tribe broke through the Hai Yin, swept by a powerful current into the Jinghai, reaching the domain of the Shi Jinglong clan. Coughing, the Shui Yuan wiped its mouth, exclaiming that the water here was harsh and salty, remarking, Old Dragon King, I seem ill-suited to this brine. Ao Yi pondered. It appears there is no issue. After all, Wu Ji is a freshwater creature. As the Shui Yuan continued to cough, Ao Yi furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by inspiration. He exhaled a massive bubble, enveloping the Shui Yuan and shielding it from the salt water, alleviating its distress. This technique had been employed by the little white dragon in a certain adaptation of Journey to the West when rescuing Tang Sung underwater. Let us explore the maritime realm. Ao Yi addressed the assembly of water tribes, asserting the primacy of his own life and indicating that in dire situations, he might even abandon them. He established a wave of benevolent disposition as a dragon, embodying the emperor's cunning. Naturally, anyone daring to forsake him would face retribution. He had no need for the ungrateful in his ranks. At the rear of the group, the two water buffalo not only acclimated well, but also appeared invigorated. The three waterfowl exhibited similar anomalies, with one covered in red plumage, calling out like a deer, flitting between water and air. Perhaps akin to Shengyu from the Shanhai Jing. The water tribes descended further, entering a vibrant yet perilous underwater world. They narrowly avoided a swarm of jellyfish. Had it not been for Ao Yi and Liu Biqing's fearless actions in dispersing the jellyfish, many weaker water tribes would have perished. Even the beautiful coral reefs harbored lurking dangers. The ecosystem of the Jinghai had also been transformed by the influx of spiritual energy, with evolved and mutated creatures emerging alongside ancient beings thought to be extinct. Just 2.5 hours prior, a Beihai giant demon kraken, a colossal squid, had passed by, measuring approximately 150 meters in length. This giant squid was entangled with a massive humanoid creature, pale all over, half human and half whale. A sight that deeply impressed upon Ao Yi the ocean's perilous nature. The creature bore a familiar countenance. After observing it for some time, Ao Yi finally recalled Uma Ning Jin, which he believed resided in Antarctica. Was it possible that local whales were evolving towards becoming merfolk? Just then, a sound reminiscent of a cow's mooing interrupted his thoughts. The two great beasts ceased their struggle, hurriedly swimming away as if fleeing from an immense terror. A colossal turtle-like creature approached, its shell resembling a massive mountain, limbs akin to those of a caiman, with an elongated neck and a head reminiscent of a Shi Jinglong, adorned with coral-like horns. It measured over 100 meters in length, undeniably the sovereign of this domain. Is this the Shi Jinglong Wang? Ao Yi's heart sank. Upon discerning the dragon horns, he realized with sudden clarity, shouting, retreat. This is the evolved aberrant Basya of the Shi Jinglong. They could escape, but he could not. An ancient voice reverberated, as the aberrant Basya gazed down upon Ao Yi, its eyes as profound as an abyss. You are their king. The deaths of my kin are to be accounted to you. Judging by the voice alone, it was a true ancient monster, likely lying in wait beneath the sea, disguised as a reef, subsisting on turtle breath until the spiritual rain revitalized it. What terms do you propose? It demanded. If I consume you, I shall spare them. My word is my bond. Ao Yi thought to himself, I possess a self-discipline reinforcement system, so it is conceivable that I could survive within this old monster's belly. But should conflict arise, my foundation would surely be destroyed. This is too reckless. I have miscalculated our strength and underestimated the ocean's dangers. Very well, let them go. Upon hearing these words, the water tribes paused in astonishment, yet none chose to depart. Having joined forces, they were bound by life and death. Such courage, the aberrant Basya remarked, waving its right claw, sending a torrent that pushed Lu Biqing and the other tribesmen near the high yin, revealing itself as an old monster adhering to the code of the underworld. After a moment of silence, the ancient turtle performed a somersault, divining Ao Ye's fate, revealing a mischievous omen, but indicating it was not a dead end, and even foretold future blessings. Ladies, let us depart. We must not disappoint the Dragon Lord. Let us go. The water tribes understood the old turtle's abilities in divination, and its calm demeanor suggested they had deciphered the situation. They followed the old turtle through the high yin, propelled back to the Tian Qi by the torrent. The structure of the high yin was peculiar. Regardless of the entry point, the current always pushed from behind, never flowing in reverse. At that moment, Ao Yi was swallowed whole by the aberrant Basya, scarcely chewed, as the ancient creature likely perceived Ao Yi as a mere snack, capable of rapid assimilation. The old monster's throat was vast, leading directly to its stomach. Plummeting into the gastric fluid, Ao Yi felt his scales begin to dissolve, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Beep. Corroded by acidic liquid, corrosion resistance 1. 1100. Thus, Ao Yi sustained himself using the vitality of Mu Lei while stacking layers of resistance, patiently biding his time until he could emulate Sun Wukong and vanquish this ancient monster from within. Every living organism possesses a fragile internal structure. Damn you, old monster. You consume without chewing. Once I finish stacking my resistances, you shall pay. Meanwhile, in the Longxi region of Daxia, the Li clan received news of Li Hao's demise along with the recorded footage of the Tianqi Dragon Lord. The footage captured a blurred image just before the armored vehicle was destroyed. Beast. Li Dian's eyes reddened as he slammed his palm upon the table, furious that they dared to slay his son. In truth, Li Hao had been killed by the Golden Eagle King, but the footage could not capture it. At a speed of 1,000 meters, how could human technology possibly record it? Moreover, Li Hao had perished at the beak of the Golden Eagle King several days prior and was likely already absorbed by the flora, contributing to the world in a small way. Clan head, we have inquired about a divine being. A man resembling a housekeeper entered respectfully. It is the senior brother of the Maoshan sect, Taoist Shijian. It is said he possesses the divine ability of borrowing a corpse to return to life. Perhaps he can revive the young master. Originally, Taoists were classified as Yirun, but since the descendants of Yendi and the emergence of the Yu tribe, Taoists have been categorized among Ren. The aristocracy's disdain for Yirun is directed at the Yu tribe, the true Yirun. What? Li Jian was momentarily taken aback, then bellowed, "Hurry and summon the Taoist." The father, consumed by the anguish of losing his son, had lost all rationality. He could not discern truth from falsehood. If there existed even the slightest chance that it was true, he would spare no effort. Even the profit-driven aristocracy held dear the bonds of blood and kinship. Indeed, the family attendant respectfully took his leave, embarking for the airport, and hastened towards Maoshan, equipped with ample wealth. As the saying goes, money can make even the devil turn the mill, and the Longxi Li clan was indeed wealthy. Though society was tumultuous, it was relatively stable, thus money held significant value. Since humanity had yet to discover spiritual stone veins, no new trading system had formed. Currently, spiritual plants were still sold for profit. After the attendant departed, Li Jian proceeded directly to the library, seeking the ancestral legacy left behind. He was determined to elevate the Longxi Li clan into the mightiest aristocracy of the new era and avenge his only son. Li Jian frantically rummaged through the shelves, discarding useless books to the floor, already appearing deranged. No, where on earth is it? Within the stomach of the ancient beast, a notification chimed. Ding. Corroded by acidic fluid. Corrosion resistance 1. 55,100. Yawning, Ao Yi was bored and occasionally nibbled on the soft flesh of the ancient beast's stomach wall, rich in dragon energy and nutrients, providing a substantial boost. Due to the enormous size of the strange beast, the loss of a few chunks of flesh was as inconsequential as a mosquito bite. After a long while, another notification chimed. Ding. Corroded by acidic fluid. Corrosion resistance 1. 100,100. Resistance maxed out. Evolved into copper skin iron scales. Copper skin iron scales. This does not imply that the skin and scales have transformed into copper and iron, but rather that the skin is remarkably resilient, enduring corrosion and a plethora of adverse environments. Haha, ancient beast, await your demise. Chapter 37. Feasting on the flesh and blood of the strange beast crack. Ao Yi conjured mist within the strange beast's body, voraciously devouring the ancient beast's flesh and blood, each bite instantly refined, visibly enhancing both his physical strength and stature. Ancient beast, Witness as I consume you into an empty shell. At that moment, Aoyi resembled a parasite, regardless of how the strange beast thrashed about. He refused to emerge. Vomit acid? Emptying your stomach 1T expel me. How will you eject me with wind or water? Roar. The strange beast finally sensed discomfort, emitting an earth-shattering roar that stirred the ocean, its cries even resonating through the sea, into the Tianqi water domain. This ancient creature, having lived for countless ages, finally realized the magnitude of the trouble it had ingested. Young one, emerge swiftly. I shall overlook the past. The voice of the strange beast echoed ominously within, akin to rolling thunder. Aoyi was deaf to the plea, instead reveling in his feast, relentlessly consuming the flesh and blood upon the stomach wall, employing the fish-dragon metamorphosis technique, transforming into a colossal blood-sucking worm, firmly gripping the flesh. The flesh of this strange beast contained an immense reservoir of dragon energy and essence, far superior to that of spiritual plants. Ding. Consumed flesh of mythical creature Basya. Immense strength. Capable of shouldering 5 mountain skill, unlocking progress 1. 1100. Ancient beast, do you take me for a fool? Aoyi continued to devour while unleashing fire and thunder. If I emerge, will you let me go? Come on, aren't you formidable? Let us torment each other and see who perishes first. Though it was Aoyi who instigated the conflict, he maintained an air of righteousness. Roar. The strange beast was instantly furious, thrashing wildly in the water, gulping down seawater, then contracting its stomach in an attempt to force Aoyi out through pressure. The stomach contracted violently. An overwhelming force pressed against Aoyi's bones and meridians. Water surged upward, incessantly washing over the dark Xianhuan. Ding. Bones and meridians under pressure. Aoyi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he ascended, voraciously consuming, determined to penetrate the stomach and enter the abdominal cavity, offering no respite to the ancient beast. The ancient beast emitted a painful howl as its stomach abruptly spasmed. Ancient beast, cease your futile efforts and wait for your demise. Aoyi's voice dripped with satisfaction, akin to a villain reveling in his schemes. The consumption did not pause, nor did the refinement cease. Every morsel of flesh was fully utilized. With each bite, his size increased, and the essence of the flesh was absorbed at a rate of 100. The excruciating pain drove the strange beast into a frenzy, shattering nearby coral reefs and plunging the surrounding waters into chaos, while Aoyi endured the tumult within the colossal creature. Ding. Consumed flesh of mythical creature Basya. Immense strength. Capable of shouldering 5 mountain skill, unlocking progress 1. 25,100. At this moment, Aoyi's stature had reached 30 meters, his overall appearance becoming even more majestic. What manner of monster are you? The ancient beast was finally alarmed. It could clearly feel its stomach being gnawed through, something roaming within its abdominal cavity, having already taken bites from its liver, gallbladder, spleen, and other organs. Aoyi remained silent, solely focused on his consumption. Young friend, the strange beast began to plead, its aged voice trembling. I implore you, come forth. I concede. Truly, as a mythical creature, even with its intestines torn and belly ruined, it showed no signs of death. Aoyi continued to consume in silence, contemplating strategies. This ancient beast had likely ingested countless spiritual rains during the bountiful days of spiritual energy. Its vitality was terrifyingly robust, and its flesh could regenerate, rendering it impossible to kill. An idea. Once the skill is unlocked, I shall compel this ancient beast to submit. Patience. Once I am full, I shall naturally emerge. Aoyi's tone was somewhat cunning. After speaking, he took another bite. Just a bit longer, my appetite is quite large. The strange beast lamented. I regret ever being tempted by the dragon energy of this creature. This will be my ruin. Crack. Aoyi continued to feast, accumulating the unlocking progress for immense strength. Capable of shouldering 5 mountains, while the strange beast thrashed wildly, even overturning several floating islands on the sea's surface. As a Basya, the ancient beast also possessed the ability to change its size at will, and at this moment, it resembled a massive island. It seemed that after enlarging its size, the pain of its gnawed organs somewhat diminished. In fact, it truly did lessen, yet the sharp stinging sensation felt even more unbearable than the agony, leading the ancient beast to near tears. After a considerable time, the strange beast swam to an underwater volcano, opening its mouth wide to consume magma, not out of a desire to scald Aoyi, but simply out of exhaustion from the struggle, seeking to ingest some earth energy. Magma at specific locations contained rich earth energy. If one could endure the searing heat, the benefits would be immense. Good, good, good. Aoyi opened his gaping maw and activated Dragon Suck, drawing the magma into his belly and refining it. The magma's fire energy would form a fire sac within, while the pure earth energy would enhance his cultivation, and the earth element would fortify his physical body. The 5 elements are intricately connected to all things. Even living beings are composed of these 5 elements. Wood governs tendons, fire governs veins, earth governs flesh, metal governs skin, and water governs bones. More. At this very moment, Aoyi and the Yijing Baxiao bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Sun Wukong and the Qing Shi Huang from times long past. After a considerable interval, a notification chimed, consuming the flesh of the mythical creature, Baxiao, skill immense strength, capable of shouldering the 5 mountains unlock progress. 100. Old monster, I am quite satiated. Aoyi suddenly declared. Young friend, do come forth. The Yijing Baxiao has been thoroughly exhausted. Although its vitality is formidable and it is difficult to slay, it is indeed suffering greatly. That can be arranged, but I have a condition, Aoyi continued, soaring towards the heart of the Yijing Baxiao. He refined the 5 elements heavenly thunder into the purple cloud divine thunder and fashioned it into a binding rope, securing it to a major artery of the heart. Youngster, do not overstep your bounds. Aoyi furrowed his brow, tugging on the purple cloud thunder rope, causing the heart's main artery to writhe in agony. Old monster, what did you say? Young friend, please, do speak. The Yijing Baxiao, on the verge of tears, found itself in a dire predicament, once a mighty sovereign. Now reduced to this state by a mere void. It is well known that even the indestructible body fears an upset stomach, let alone having thunder buried in its heart. This was inspired by Aoyi's experiences from the Shioji, yet he could not kill the Yijing Baxiao. Its heart was simply too vast, and even with several holes, it remained unharmed. Serve me as your master and present your treasures, Aoyi proclaimed with a hint of pride. Youngster you. Aoyi activated the Dragon Clan's divine ability, size transformation, becoming exceedingly diminutive, ascending through the creature's body, his horns shimmering with lightning as he swirled and soared. He traversed into the oral cavity, ventured into the nasal passages, and dove into the eye sockets, ultimately reaching the cranial cavity. With a resounding smack, he delivered a powerful tail strike to the cerebral cortex of the Yijing Baxiao, rendering the old monster dazed and utterly disoriented. Be ruthless indeed. Should you refuse, I shall smash your brain. Aoyi bellowed. I concede, having lived for ages. The Yijing Baxiao had never encountered a being so shameless and cunning. It had nearly brought about its own demise due to a fleeting desire. Excellent. Aoyi chuckled, delivering another fierce strike to the cerebral cortex. Seizing the moment of the old monster's stupor, he activated mental manipulation, issuing a suggestion, thereby subduing the Yijing Baxiao. Come, take me to retrieve the treasures. Yes, my lord. With successful domination, Aoyi exited the cranial cavity, resuming his original form. A nearly 40-meter-long Tianqi Xuanhu coiling upon the shell of the Yijing Baxiao. The Yijing Baxiao, bearing Aoyi, surged northward at an astonishing pace, far removed from the sluggishness of a turtle. Where are we headed? To the North Sea. The North Sea? In contemporary discourse, the term North Sea can refer to 3 places: the Arctic Ocean, Lake Baikal, or the Sea of Okhotsk. However, Aoyi believed all 3 belonged to the North Sea. Lake Baikal, being the eye of the North Sea, features a colossal spiral structure with a diameter of 28 kilometers at its southern ice cap. This corresponds to the 9 spirals abyss mentioned in the Wananzik, which connects to the underworld. Geologists from Daxia and the Bear Country contend that this formation is a hellish gate created by an ancient meteorite impact, akin to the Black Day's fall and the opening of the Abyssal Gate in Shikak. The remnants of the Tang dynasty's North Sea Shrine in the Jidu Temple of Hunan reveal radioactive isotopes akin to those found in Lake Baikal. Enough of this. Such musings are futile. Aoyi shook his head and inquired, what is the purpose of our journey to the North Sea? My lord, I discovered a divine iron in an underwater canyon in the North Sea, seemingly capable of absorbing ley line energy. Aoyi, the stabilizing needle of the Sea of the North Sea? Is that accurate? Is an artifact emerging in the early days of spiritual revival truly plausible? Am I not a monkey? And will the needle recognize its master? Aoyi felt a pang of anxiety. In his recollection, each of the 4 seas had one stabilizing needle, and he had never seen a dragon clan wielding it for combat. What if it did not acknowledge him? Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Furthermore, lacking hands. Did it mean he would have to wield it with his tail? Chapter 38. The stone's tenacity as Aoyi coiled upon the shell of the Yijing Baxiao. He swiftly approached the legendary North Sea, anticipating a lengthy journey ahead as the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid. Achoo! The chill surpassed that of Changbai Mountain, making Aoyi contemplate hibernation. A notification chimed, experiencing extreme cold damage, cold resistance level 1, 1100. Is this truly just the self-discipline system? Aoyi pondered, increasingly intrigued, feeling as though it resembled an ultimate biological evolution system. It not only elevates the foundation to its zenith, but also adapts to various environments. Hey, system, do you truly lack intelligence? The only response was the rushing sound generated by the Yijingbaja's swift swimming, clearly indicating that the system was devoid of sentience. Akin to a self-crafted self-discipline program elevated to a system. Could it be that I am destined to become an unparalleled being, preventing untimely demise, and gifting myself a cheat? This is not merely self-absorption on Aoye's part. Rather, the possibility is substantial. He merely speculated that he had grasped the opportunity of the great revival of spiritual energy, advancing rapidly to become the first dragon transformation of the new era, the ancestor dragon of the new era. Then, the future timeline's ancestor dragon you would prevent the past timeline self from straying off course, utilizing the system to ensure that every version of himself across timelines would achieve the title of ancestor dragon. Timelines are structured like a tree. Each choice births different branches, typically with only one leading to the true fruit. According to mythology, powerful beings surely observe timelines, pruning branches to ensure optimal outcomes. Is that not entirely reasonable? The logic is self-contained, an eternal validation. As long as one version of Aoyi achieves the title of Ancestor Dragon, then every timeline's Aoyi will attain the same. Alright, Aoyi may have indeed indulged in self-admiration, envisioning himself as a potential supreme being. Such audacity. Of course, that is a virtue. Without daring to dream, one cannot strive. And achieving supreme greatness would be impossible. To attain such heights, one must first possess self-belief. Simultaneously, in the Maoshan of Jiangsu province, the origin of the Shangqing sect of Taoism is revered as the Shangqing sect platform, known as the First Blessed Land, Eighth Cave Heaven. Its main peak, Dalmao Peak, bears a striking resemblance to the head of an azure dragon. In 44 B.C., the Mao brothers ventured to Maoshan to collect herbs and concoct elixirs, providing aid to the world, and were honored as the founding masters of Maoshan Taoism. Later, the recluse Tao Hongjing combined the essences of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism to establish the Maoshan sect. In this contemporary era of spiritual revival, the area has once again embraced the Taoist arts, with the practitioners exhibiting extraordinary abilities. Among them, Lin Fengjiao, known as Lin Jingying, films supernatural zombie movies to educate the masses on combating zombies and malevolent entities using basic methods, all based on his own experiences. Indeed, recently, in the Rin family's branch within Suzhou, an elderly ancestor purportedly rose from the dead, prompting the summoning of Lin Daozhang. This incident gave rise to Mr. Zombie. At this moment, Li Fengtian, a retainer of the Longxili clan, had arrived at the foot of Maoshan, his purpose being to invite the esteemed Master Shijian, the next head of the sect, to come forth from his seclusion. At the summit of Maoshan, within the Nine Heavens Temple, Master Shijian was diligently engaged in his cultivation. Shijian Daozhang, Li Fengtian called out loudly from a distance. I am Li Fengtian of the Longxili clan. Our clan leader has urgent matters to discuss with you at our ancestral grounds. Name your price. Such trivialities. Shijian merely twirled the ends of his dragon whisker-like beard, for in this sacred realm of Taoism, it was best not to mention money, lest it offend the celestial sovereign of the upper pure. Indeed, Daozhang, your teachings are wise. It is I who was crass. Li Fengtian chuckled lightly. With measured steps, Shijian led Li Fengtian to a serene, secluded spot, hands clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a master of the Tao. In a calm tone, he inquired, what matter brings the clan leader here? It is said that the ancestral figure of Taoism, Laozi Li Er, hailed from the Longxili clan. Thus the Taoist community treats the Li family with great respect. This is not mere legend. Li Er's 10th generation descendant, Li Chong, served as the guardian of Longxi for the Qin state, being recognized as the progenitor of the Longxili clan. However, Laozi, having renounced worldly ties to pursue enlightenment, left no personal teachings behind, save for the enduring text of the Daidejing. If the Longxili clan seeks to cultivate any form of alchemical transcendence, it would be but a fanciful dream. The young master of the Li family has fallen victim to the Tianqi Yaolong, and our clan leader wishes to request your aid in performing a rite to summon his soul and revive him. Li Fengtian whispered, Name your needs, and we, the Li clan, shall comply. To borrow a body for the soul's return? Shijian confirmed. Such an act would contravene the natural order and disturb the heavens. He shook his head, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. Yet, the heavens do possess a benevolence towards life. If it was indeed a dragon that caused his demise, perhaps his life force has not yet fully extinguished. One must be willing to offer their flesh for me to perform this rite. Otherwise, the resentment may manifest into a vengeful spirit. Offering flesh? That requires an individual to voluntarily relinquish their corporeal form, with a birth date and fate identical to that of the young master. And a resemblance of at least 70%, Shijian elaborated. The rite itself is simple. With the resurgence of spiritual energy and the realm of the dead yet to fully re-emerge, souls wander amongst us. Should these conditions be met, I can perform the rite at any time. Li Fengtian exclaimed. Is it truly so complicated? However, our clan leader has several illegitimate sons scattered among the populace. He resolved to consult the clan leader. A payment of 10 million must be rendered to me, not out of greed, but to settle karmic debts. Shijian's tone remained calm, his gaze unwavering. If I were to conduct this for monetary gain, it would be perfectly justified. Any karmic repercussions would rest solely with your Longxili clan, not with me. To borrow a body for a soul's return is, at its core, a method fraught with perilous karma. Indeed, all actions carry karmic weight. Yet there are ways to offset this. Payment for services rendered is the customary practice. Even a single coin suffices to settle debts with the impoverished. For the affluent, the magnitude of the task dictates the compensation. For such an endeavor as this, 10 million is hardly excessive. Very well, let us proceed to Longxi, Shijian concluded. Thank you, Daozhong. A short while later, Li Fengtian and Shijian arrived at a private airport, boarding a private jet that rivaled military aircraft in speed. The long white mountains, the remnants of the Changbai range, loomed in the distance. The Tiger King yawned widely, eyeing the sheep and deer that approached with a curious expression, licking his yellowed fangs. He asked, "You come to pledge allegiance to me, yet are you not afraid I shall devour you? Fear not. With such courage, I shall accept you." The Tiger King declared, finding them agreeable. "Speak, what skills do you possess?" The sheep replied, "I can bathe in boiling oil and control the cold. I can disembowel myself and remain unscathed." The deer exclaimed, "And I command the power of thunder." "Ah, indeed, you possess some abilities." The Tiger King grinned, licking his claws. "So tell me, why do you wish to join me on Tiger Mountain? I narrowly escaped being fried alive by those two-legged beasts. Now that I have fled, I seek refuge. I have heard of your great renown and come in search of sanctuary." The sheep explained. The deer echoed similar sentiments. "Do you hold a grudge against humanity? Indeed. Then you may stay, and should you prove yourselves, it is not beyond possibility for you to become my second and third lieutenants." How remarkable! A northeast tiger, an old goat, and a spotted deer, the three great immortals of the Chaoqi kingdom. Chapter 39. The soul of Li Hao is captured. Night enveloped the land. In the ancestral grounds of the Longxili clan, within the ancestral hall, a chilling wind swept through, raising goosebumps. In the spacious courtyard before the hall, a Taoist altar had been erected. Shijian donned a purple Taoist robe, performing the rite. On the altar lay incense burners, paper offerings, candles, and other ritualistic items. Birth date and fate. Shijian glanced at Li Dian and extended a hand. Li Dian handed over a piece of purple talisman paper inscribed with Li Hao's birth date and fate, revealing an entirely Yin configuration, a sign that such individuals often surpass the living in prowess. Year of Iyo, month of Qixi, day of Dingmao, hour of Kuaimao. An entirely Yin configuration? Shijian furrowed his brow, but that was all. As the master of the Maoshan sect, his profound cultivation could dispel even a red-robed fire ghost with a single strike of the lightning thunder fist. He flicked his fingers, igniting the incense. The flames blazed brightly, undeterred by the chilling wind, indicating that all was proceeding smoothly. He then lit 3 sticks of fragrant incense. Heaven and earth, Yin and Yang, all living beings. I summoned the 3 Maoshan true lords by the edict of the Maoshan ancestors, using this talisman as a token and incense as a guide. I call forth the soul to manifest here. Hasten your appearance. Shijian chanted incantations, performing the Tian Gangyu steps, using a peachwood sword to ignite the talisman inscribed with the birth date over the incense flames. 3 Maoshan true lords, heed my call. As a disciple of the Maoshan sect, it was more effective to name his own ancestors rather than calling upon Taishang Laojun, for Maoshan aligned with the upper pure lineage, venerating the Lingbao Tianzuan as the supreme deity. Much like the Xinshao sect, which follows the Yuqing lineage, venerating the Yuan Shi Tianzuan as their highest god. While Taishang Laojun belongs to the Taiping lineage, with the core sect known as the Zhengyi School, headquartered at Longhu Mountain. The wind held ominously. Yet Li Hao's ghost remained absent. Daozhong, what could be the reason? Li Dian asked, puzzled. Having previously witnessed Shijian's prowess in vanquishing a pestilence with the lightning thunder fist, he held a certain respect for Shijian's abilities. Yet, now, with his son's spirit not appearing, he found it perplexing. The soul has been captured. Shijian's expression darkened, stroking his beard reminiscent of a dragon's whiskers. Upon calculation, with the initial manifestations of Taoist powers, I cannot ascertain precisely. But it is likely that the young master met his demise in the mountains, captured by a fierce, sentient tiger. Ancient texts state, the Tiger King can ensnare souls. That wretched beast. Li Dian seethed with fury, ready to organize another assault on the mountain. This time, I will deploy bombers to drop munitions. I refuse to believe they can withstand a nuclear strike. Of course, he referred to the W-54 small nuclear warhead, weighing merely 23 kilograms but possessing an explosive yield equivalent to 20 tons of TNT. The explosion's radius is capable of obliterating life forms within a 5-kilometer range and can flatten high-rise buildings within a 600-meter distance. Its power is undeniably formidable, capable of annihilating relatively weaker ESO. However, against beings of the caliber of Aoye or Yizhong Baxia, unless a small nuclear warhead is forcibly inserted into their mouths, they would merely be sent flying without being killed. Indeed, even Aoye would remain unharmed, and may even evolve into possessing atomic breath. As for the Menghu Wang, lacking scales and armor and being poor in defense, it might not withstand such an assault. No, absolutely not. Shijian promptly intervened, speaking with gravity. Every grievance has its origin. We should negotiate with that tiger spirit instead of committing needless slaughter. You, a mere mortal, cannot bear such a burden. Do not let your actions bring misfortune upon me as well. How should we negotiate? Li Jian replied, tucking his phone into his pocket. How could beasts possibly communicate with humans? A beast is simply a beast. If they could communicate, they might as well eat the skin of watermelons. The assisting disciple of the Taoist school scoffed slightly. Watermelons indeed are consumed with their skin, and they are particularly cooling. Li Dian continued. Even a head of a noble family would not dare offend members of the Taoist sect nowadays, lest they fall victim to a swift and lethal strike. No matter how arrogant they are, they can only assert dominance over animals, as using heavy weaponry against beasts would not inadvertently harm them. However, against humans, such heavy weaponry is prohibited, as it could lead to their own demise. Then what do you suggest, Taoist priest? Shijian mused. The tiger spirit capable of binding souls must have awakened its intelligence, allowing for negotiation. If negotiations fail, rest assured that my lightning thunder fist is not just a name. I have two plans. First, to approach it diplomatically. Second, to seize Li Hao's soul directly. As a true practitioner of the Tao, I possess this confidence. A tiger spirit that has just begun to develop is certainly no match for me. If successful, I can promote the Maoshan sect and attract disciples. The more disciples, the greater the fortune of the mountain gate. Indeed, Shijian's departure from the mountains was not merely for monetary gain, but to leverage the influence of the Longxi Li Shi family to assist in publicity. Li Fengtian, he called, turning to the attendant beside him. You shall accompany the Taoist priest on a trip to Changbaishan. Understood. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the earth, Aoye coiled atop the shell of Yizhong Baxia, nearly frozen solid. His cold resistance accumulated slowly, and being a symbol of the northern water virtue as the Xianhui, his cold resistance was inherent, thus making breakthroughs challenging. Each level attained signifies a breakthrough against physiological limits. Are we not there yet? Aoye inquired, in response to your majesty. We are still at least 100,000 miles away from the divine iron, Yizhong Baxia respectfully replied, while also carrying a small volcanic island for warmth. The Baxia too felt the chill. This distance is akin to the journey to the west for scriptures. Aoye exhaled a cloud of white vapor. His scales were already frosted. Ah, this is searching for iron in the northern sea, alas. At the Changbaishan Tianqi, Ao Yufei and Liu Biqing were filled with worry, fearing for the safety of their dragon monarch, anxiously glancing at Xuanao, who was manipulating two small turtles in divination. Chancellor, is His Majesty all right? Xuanao. With newly sprouted eyebrows, furrowed slightly, the divination indicates that the dragon monarch is currently in a frigid northern realm beyond our reach. If we were to venture there, we would be frozen to death by the North Sea's cold air. What shall we do? Both ladies wore expressions of distress. After a moment of silence, the young lady spoke. I must transform the dragon from a flood dragon. The dragon body can surely withstand the North Sea's cold air. Qingfei, you must not act recklessly. Xuanao's tone was grave as he continued. At present, this is merely the first revival following the end of Dharma era. The heavens do not permit the existence of true dragons. However, fret not. Though the divination shows great misfortune, it is by no means a certain demise. The dragon monarch carries great fortune and shall surely turn misfortune into blessings. In another location at the same time, outside the Tianqi water palace, a male and female water buffalo, exchanged with the Panlong fruit, were mating while also safeguarding the dragon energy of Tianqi. This pairing would undoubtedly produce an extraordinary calf, perhaps a Chio the water chilan, or even a black-scaled, white-bellied Mo chilan, considering the dragon energy here carries traces of Ao Yes essence. On the other side, in Holing, the old white ape Yuan Hong sat in a rattan chair, studying the basics of staff techniques, while the six-eared macaque was engrossed in reading Journey to the West, having learned to recognize characters and was captivated. After all, it was a lingfo known for its keen auditory perception and understanding of principles. Meanwhile, the water monkey drank to excess and fell into a deep slumber. Is this the foundation mantra? The six-eared macaque flipped through Journey to the West, coinciding with the scene where Zushi Subodhi was imparting the mantra to Suin Wukong. The mantra read, "The essence of all beings is vital and must be preserved. Do not leak it. Preserve within the body, and you shall prosper through my teachings." Memorizing the mantra brings great benefits, dispelling evil desires for tranquility. In tranquility, the light shines bright, perfect for appreciating the moon on the Dan platform. The moon harbors the jade rabbit. The sun conceals the crow, with turtles and snakes entwined. Entwined in life and death, one can plant golden lotuses in the fire. By gathering the 5 elements in reverse, complete your path as a Buddha or an immortal. The six-eared macaque seemed to grasp something profound. Glancing at the female monkeys in the group, does this imply one should not produce offspring with the female monkeys? Chapter 40. Tiger, deer, sheep. The following day, at dawn, a private plane departed from Longxi Airport towards the northeast. By noon, this aircraft gradually descended at a northeastern airport, where Li Fengtian arranged transport for Shi Jian and 2 Taoist disciples to venture into the forbidden zone of Changbaishan. As for the prohibitions, they were of little concern, as no barriers had been established. The dovish prohibitions were merely verbal, and despite the warnings of dragons residing in Tianqi, it did not deter those seeking peril in the Changbai mountain range. After all, one cannot halt the inevitable fate of death. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the hearts of men. Under the relentless financial pressure from Li Fengtian, an indecisive local hunter accepted the role of guide. In truth, this hunter was not human but a tiger chong, a soul claimed by the Menghu Wang yet not reaped, left in a state akin to a living corpse, intended to lure others for the tiger's feast. Otherwise, who would dare reside near Changbaishan, except for the shaman tribe under the protection of the dragon monarch? Do they wish for a long life? Although Li Fengtian was a warrior capable of killing with ease, he lacked the keen sight to see through the disguise of the tiger chong. Shi Jian, however, saw through it but chose not to expose it, as they sought the tiger spirit. "Please follow me, Taoist." The hunter led the 2 deeper into the mountains, intentionally directing them towards Xiongxing, the territory of the Menghu Wang. The Tiger King was astute. This strategy would weaken the Bear Clan's influence under He Fengdao Wang while assessing Shi Jian's capabilities. To be frank, relying solely on consuming flesh would lead to slow cultivation. One must possess a mantra or technique for assistance. However, the Tiger Mountain was impoverished, nearly bloodless, lacking in spiritual herbs. The fire jujubes of Hua Fengshan, the Panlong fruits of Tianqi, and the wind thunder apricots of Yanyoling were tempting. Yet, they could not seize them. Thus, the Menghu Wang contemplated the idea of apprenticing with humans, much like his ancestor, Tiger Power Immortal. While it is true that the King of Tigers harbors animosity towards humanity, this does not impede his pursuit of knowledge. For he is not a mere lunatic who would despise the entire human race due to the actions of a few. To harbor hatred for the collective based on individual actions is an act of folly. Meanwhile, in Longdon Mountain City, Meng Tianqing, as a Xinjia, is pursuing 2 paths, Hua Run, transforming into a human, and Hua Long, transforming into a dragon. He deems the path of becoming human to be simpler and plans to inquire of passers-by, seeking fortune to seal his transformation in one breath. Naturally, this transformation merely alters his exterior. His essence remains that of a Wangwen Mang, or more accurately, a Wangwen Hui. Eventually, he would still be able to transform into a dragon, becoming a patterned floral dragon. Fellow villager, do you think our old python resembles a human? At the crossroads, Meng Tianqing, adorned in human attire and holding his head high, posed this question to every passerby. It is worth noting that in the hands of the old Xian in northeast China, there exists a technique for controlling one's form. Otherwise, how could a 20-meter Wangwen Huidon human clothing? This was imparted to him through dreams by Mang Chi Tai Yi, Mang Tianba of Taichung Mountain's southern heavenly gate. It seems that due to current restrictions of the world, these adept old Xian are lying low, seldom revealing themselves, and taking on disciples only through dreams. Fellow villager, do you think our old python resembles a human? After asking several people who fled in fright, Mang Tianxing had previously attempted to have his own kind affirm his resemblance to a human, but to no avail, as they belonged to the same essence and could not lend him fortune. Alas, possessing a serpentine body and lacking hands is indeed a vexing predicament. After a long while, as the auspicious hour approached, just as Mang Tianxing was about to give up, a drunken man staggered by. With a spirit of trial, he asked, "Fellow villager, do you think our old python resembles a human?" The drunken man paused. He was a young man in his 20s, a bookworm well-versed in contemporary strange tales, and immediately grasped the situation. With the courage bestowed by alcohol, he boldly replied, "I think you resemble a young lad dressed as a girl in a skirt." After uttering this, he belched and turned to walk away. Mang Tianxing, what the hell did you just say? Infuriated. However, it was too late. The seal had already taken effect, and Mang Tianxing transformed into a handsome young man with black hair, dressed in a skirt made of scales. No, although the clothing could change, his appearance could not. Kneeling on the ground, Mang Tianxing pounded the earth in despair. A rugged man with a feminine face and a slender physique, he was utterly devastated. Revenge. Our old python must seek vengeance. Mang Tianxing's eyes flashed with ferocity, his delicate face now brimming with wrath, and he hastily grabbed a brick, preparing to follow the drunken man. Alas, the drunken man had already been struck by a vehicle. Those with shallow fortunes should not be sealed by Xian. It leads to a premature demise. Mang Tianxing felt wronged and threw the brick aside, retreating into a corner, where his skirt transformed into a modern male leisure outfit. Yet, after just a couple of steps, he stumbled. How does one use legs? Mang Tianxing had never employed legs before, unlike Shi Jian, who had traversed many paths and could walk with ease. His own legs were untrained. A brand new pair. He hadn't even tamed them. And as he took a step, he fell. While there are snake people in the present day who can revert their lower halves back to familiar serpentine forms, he defiantly refused. Curse these legs. I, the old python, will not be bested. This was a matter of pride. At that moment, two bodyguards rushed to the side of the drunken man, anxiously observing him. It turned out that this drunken man was of some standing. The young master of the local Zhao family. Displeased with an arranged marriage, he had gone out for a stroll while inebriated, only to meet this misfortune. The Zhao family, originally of the Aizenjoro lineage, was a descendant of Song Huizong and Song Qinzong, who had indulged in the women of the Jin state and enjoyed a respectable status. Their family held considerable power in the area, often bullying others. Were it not for their so-called ancestral blessings, the drunken man would have perished the moment he was sealed, without the need for an accident. In the Yuma mountain range, a thunderous sound erupted. Shi Jian unleashed a lightning-fast punch that struck down a 3-meter-tall black bear, causing even the Black Wind King to retreat into his cave in fear. Currently, Shi Jian was in the refining essence into spirit stage, corresponding to the extraordinary realm's 9th level, on the verge of ascending to the supernatural realm. His power was terrifying beyond measure. With one more step, he would face the thunder tribulation. At the refining spirit and counteracting void stage, he would no longer be human, but a true semi-immortal. Even in his current state, Shi Jian could fly with a sword. So why did he not fly? The earth had grown larger, and the great Xia had expanded as well. Flying for extended periods could lead to a fall. Oh dear, I've taken a wrong turn. Upon noticing this, the hunter immediately scratched his head and apologized, then said, "The Tiger Mountain is not this way, it lies beyond. I promise not to lead you astray this time. Taoist, this way please. Lead well, or I shall deduct your pay." Li Fengtian remained oblivious. Yes. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at Tiger Mountain by dusk. This was the pace of mortals. Had Shi Jian utilized light body techniques like Tiyun Zone, he could have saved considerable time. However, Shi Jian was unfamiliar with the route. Oh, a tiger's roar echoed, as the king of tigers descended with a torrent of wind, poised majestically atop a massive rock. His amber eyes fixed upon Shi Jian. Moo. Following closely, the cold-breathing king of sheep and the antlered king of deer stealthily emerged from the shadows. Taoist, what brings you here? The king of tigers spoke with human words, having seemingly learned to articulate by refining the bones in his throat. showcasing some innate talent for cultivation. I seek a person. Who could possibly be here? A dead man. Oh, the person is named Li Hao, and he has already been captured by the Tiger King. Do you wish to reclaim his soul? The King of Tigers grinned, his brow adorned with a glowing royal symbol, and a throng of wandering spirits emerged. He raised a paw to indicate which one to examine. Which one? Shi Jian inquired, looking towards Li Fengtian. There are no others here. Li Fengtian, unable to see the spirits and currently intimidated by the three imposing beasts, the tiger, deer, and sheep, trembled in fear. Shi Jian sighed and retrieved a vial of precious cow tears from his sleeve, valued at 20,000 yuan, and dripped it onto Li Fengtian's eyes. Which one? Yes, yes. Li Fengtian gulped, trembling as he pointed to a ghost resembling Li Jian by 8 parts, whispering, "It is he. He is the young master Li Hao, King of Tigers. It is him." Shi Jian indicated Li Hao's spirit. "What gives my wandering spirit to you, King of Tigers? What would it take for you to part with this formidable soul?" Quite simple, Taoist texts. The King of Tigers raised a paw, mimicking a grasping motion. "And you must bestow names and enlighten us three. How does that sound? What I seek is not excessive, is it? You wish to take me as a named disciple of the Maoshan sect?" Shi Jian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Of course. As long as the King of Tigers possesses the right aptitude, I have no significant objections towards spirits, unlike the Buddhists." And thus, he took a subtle jab at the Buddhist sect. The King of Tigers pondered for a long while before agreeing, for the title of named disciple bore little significance. What mattered were the Taoist texts and enlightenment. After all, he was merely mingling in the Changbai Mountains and had no intention of associating with a Taoist temple. The distinction between a named disciple and a true disciple held little difference. Very well, Shi Jian believed that these 3 little demons were quite astute and possessed considerable wisdom. If they could carve out a name for themselves, the reputation of the Maoshan sect would undoubtedly benefit. Thus, he declared, "Let your surnames be based on your own essence. Hushan Jun, Lu Tianyu, and Yang Ningyun." After a brief pause, he continued, "I am Shi Jian, the eldest disciple of Maoshan, and I hereby accept you as my named disciples. I shall impart to you the Ziki Yanyuan Ju. As the sun rises in the east, purple energy flows forth. Gather the 8 methods and attain eternal freedom upon completing the transmission of the incantation." Shi Jian reminded them that they needed to face the initial rays of the sun during the hour of the tiger each day, absorbing the morning glow, while also entering a meditative state of observing the nose with the eyes and the heart with the nose. As for the rhythm of breathing, that was something they would have to comprehend on their own. He could not teach that. "Thank you, Master Brother, for imparting your teachings. Out of respect and reason." Hushan Jun bowed, for the act of passing on knowledge is a profound grace, regardless of any ulterior motives. Such reverence was necessary to avoid the emergence of inner demons in the future. Yang Ningyun and Lu Tianyu followed suit. Thus, the 3 became brothers, rekindling the bonds of kinship reminiscent of the Tang dynasty. Shi Jian then produced a jade pendant, capturing Li Hao's spirit within it, and subsequently turned to leave, not intending to linger, for the incantation could be easily found online, exploiting the fact that the 3 were unfamiliar with the internet. Core incantations, however, were not meant to be publicly exposed. Farewell, Master Brother. Chapter 41. Misguided into the Netherworld, captured for duty in the northern region of Earth. Within the frigid waters of the sea, the exotic creature Basha bore Yi swiftly towards the far north, nearing Lake Baikal. After several days of travel from the Whale Sea to Lake Baikal, it seemed that the extreme cold had not slowed Basha, but rather, the planet's expansion had caused the waters to swell tremendously. Moreover, many landscapes had transformed. It was once impossible for the Whale Sea to directly connect to Lake Baikal. Yet now it did, due to the Earth's fissures. Ding. Suffered extreme cold exposure. Cold resistance 100. Ding. Cold resistance maxed out. Evolving to immunity to cold and heat. Finally, the accumulation was complete. Yi shook off the frost from his body and dove into the volcanic magma on Basha's back, relishing it like a hot spring, feeling utterly comfortable. Continuing their journey northward, after an indeterminate distance, a sudden pull ensnared both Basha and Yi, rendering them helpless against its force. What is happening? Yi peered out to discover a colossal spiral structure radiating an inexplicable suction, and immediately thought, this is it, the Hell's Gate of Lake Baikal, rumored to lead directly to the Netherworld. Yet, Yi was not afraid, merely exasperated. Typically, a protagonist with a system should encounter fortuitous events. So why was he cursed with such misfortune? Future me, what on earth are you doing? Achoo. Even as he scolded himself, he sneezed, suggesting that with the revival of spiritual energy, Many mystical principles were becoming effective once more. As Aoyi was drawn in, he felt as though he were spinning in a washing machine. Basha thrashed wildly, but it was futile. The netherworld? In this situation, Aoyi felt not fear, but curiosity about which netherworld he was entering. Was it the underworld? Perhaps the netherworld beneath Zhongshan? Or the western underworld? If it was the western underworld, he was confident in his ability to return, as the security of the western divine realm was weak, easily overcome by Basha's prowess. If it were the underworld, that was manageable. But if it were Zhongshan, he would be utterly doomed. The god of Zhongshan, Zhulong, with his eternal flames, would make it impossible to escape. Time passed, and at last, the dizzying sensation subsided. Aoyi opened his eyes to find nothing but darkness surrounding him, save for a distant flicker of dark red flame, dancing like a candle flame. Marvelous. After a gasp, Aoyi raised his head and crawled towards the flickering light. This was the netherworld beneath Zhongshan, where Zhulong illuminated the path. How ironic. Wasn't this place supposed to be a sealed realm, cut off from gods and men? However, Aoyi was unaware that the records in the classic of mountains and seas did not pertain to Earth, but rather to another world, an isolated realm crafted by powerful beings such as Zhuangzi, to allow humanity to flourish without interference. Within this realm, a sovereign named Dijuan presided. He was the heavenly emperor. His sons were the 10 suns, known as Jinwu, and his daughters were the 12 moons, each representing a month and taking turns to shine. Yet Dijuan himself was not a Jinwu, but a naturally born ancient deity, the primordial heavenly emperor, governing the movement of the sun and moon and the order of the universe. At this moment, atop a divine mountain named Kunlun ruins in the vast wilderness of the Mountain Sea realm, a man clad in imperial robes stood amidst a flower garden, gazing towards the direction of the netherworld. Is the sealing of realms by Zhuangzi coming to an end? He was Dijuan, a heavenly emperor who held great affection for humanity. When his 10 sons caused a drought, he bestowed a bow to day to shoot down the suns. Maintaining the order of the cosmos was his primary duty, and fatherhood was secondary. Initially, the sealing of realms was a result of Dijuan being persuaded by Zhuangzi. He offered no resistance and even assisted. Sigh. I wonder how far humanity has progressed now. Without the protection of the gods, can they truly thrive? Dijuan stroked his chin, devoid of any airs of divinity. Perhaps I should inquire with this little snake? At the foot of Zhongshan, in the northwestern sea of the Mountain Sea realm, Aoyi finally located Basha after a lengthy search. Hoping this ancient creature would lead him to the North Sea divine iron, he could not afford to be abandoned here. Nearby, a river, comparable to great oceans, flowed, the Qishui, teeming with peculiar fish. These strange fish resembled carp, yet bore human-like faces, predominantly in shades of red, likely tainted by the Qishui. Qiyan? Aoyi recognized them at a glance. He pondered, as it was said that consuming them would prevent skin ailments. Should I give it a try? While he contemplated, Basha had already transformed into a diminutive form of 20 meters and began to feast. Are they delicious? Aoyi inquired. Exceedingly so. The ancient creature's voice was tinged with excitement. I have lived for ages and have never tasted such exquisite fish meat. It is fragrant, truly delightful. Is that so? Aoyi, intrigued, knocked out a few fish with his tail, exhaling a ball of earth fire to roast them. Just as he was about to indulge, a melodious female voice interrupted. Who is this snake? Turning around, he beheld a woman clad in azure garments, possessing exceptional beauty and a graceful figure. For reasons unknown, Aoyi felt his heart race and instinctively utilized Yulong Bai Bian, transforming his head into that of a human to intimidate her with an ancient god's visage. Yet, the azure-clad woman showed no fear. Instead, she narrowed her eyes into crescent shapes. Little snake, do you know where this place is? The azure-clad woman smiled before continuing. This is the extreme northwest, a realm untouched by the sun, the netherworld. And then, the young woman in blue pondered for a moment and said, You, little serpent, have consumed my Qi Shui's Qi Xian, thus you must assist me in holding the candle for 3 days. Aoyi replied, My name is Xian, the female embodiment of Zhulong. The young woman continued, Holding the candle is rather tedious, so I devised a divine skill to separate my female form, allowing me to enjoy some leisure. Therefore, I require you to hold the candle for 3 days. Do you comprehend? Aoyi appeared unperturbed, yet internally, he felt trepidation. He never imagined that the Qi Shui woman Xian from the Shanhai Jing was, in fact, the female embodiment of Zhulong. What a perplexing turn of events. Could it be that Zhu Jiuyin is hermaphroditic? It is not entirely implausible, considering the deity Shiva from Tianzhu also possesses such characteristics, being both male and female, yet capable of separation. You are weary because you have consumed my qi Xian, she insisted. Without further ado, the young woman Xian activated her divine skill, and Aoyi felt the world spin around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself atop Zhongshan, with Ahuat Jing suspended before him. Assist me in holding the candle for 3 days, and I shall return you to the realm of mortals, for you cannot return on your own. But I am not long enough. I am merely 30 meters, Aoyi protested. Zhu Long measures 1,000 li, or 500,000 meters. When his eyes are open, it is day. When closed, it is night. When he exhales, it is winter. When he inhales, it is summer. His breath is the wind, and he neither eats nor drinks. What of the promise to refrain from eating or drinking? Aoyi questioned, though he dared not voice his thoughts. I care not. I demand you assist me in holding the candle for 3 days. The young woman Xian spoke with an ancient charm, her tone almost playful. Unless, of course, you wish to remain here with me indefinitely. Choose one. No shirking your responsibilities. I am a woman of my word. Fine. Aoyi invoked the Da Shao redivine skill, but his current maximum size was merely 200 meters, not even a li. To Zhu Long, the Hui Jing was akin to a candle flame, yet to him, it resembled a sun. Ding. Maximum size reached. Da Shao Rui skill proficiency increased by 1,100. Helplessly, Aoyi could barely contain the Hui Jing. He could only rely on his devouring force to keep it stationary, preventing it from wandering. Is Zhu Long holding the candle a form of indirect kissing? Xian. How long is a day? 8,760 hours. Isn't that a year? Aoyi's heart sank. In heaven, a day equates to a year on earth. Does this day in heaven refer to the time in the Shanhai Jing? Fear not. In this realm, a day is merely 24 or 48 hours in the mortal realm. Aoyi despaired. 3 years? 3 years. Can we take shifts? I for half a day, you for the other half? No. Xian, I curse you. Aoyi almost exclaimed, but quickly added, I meant to compliment you. You are quite beautiful. Thank you. Chapter 42. The visit of Di Jun. Every hour that passed, Aoyi's size would increase by 100 meters. There was no escaping his fate. Having been captured by Zhu Long, he was forced to grow larger, continuously pushing past his physiological limits. Yet it could also be said that he found pain and pleasure in this, for it allowed him to gain proficiency. Xian, where have you concealed your Zhu Long form? Aoyi inquired as he absorbed the Hui Jing, communicating with the young woman Xian through his consciousness. If you have no use for it, may I have a taste? If devouring the flesh of Ba Xia grants the divine skill strength of 1,000, what might consuming a bit of Zhu Long yield? Surely, I would not suffer loss. If I could obtain the power of Zhu Long, what would 3 years matter? Even if Zhu Long demanded to mate with me, I could endure the pain of acquiescence. You wish to consume my flesh. The young woman Xian sat upon a rock, swinging her delicate feet. I am reluctant, but my Zhu Long form has recently shed its skin. You may consume my shedding as a form of recompense for compelling me to delegate my duties. You are aware of the impropriety of force, are you not? I know, yet I simply wish to rest for a moment. I have not eaten, drunk, or slept for quite some time, and I long to taste food. Each time I catch the aroma of delicacies from other regions, You still feel desire? Indeed. Aoyi observed that her abstaining from food and drink was merely due to her holding the Hui Jing, yet the concept of appetite existed for Zhu Long as well. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Zhu Jiuyin. What of the Zhu Long shedding? Humph, you dare covet my form, lecher. The young woman Xian turned her face away. Moments later, a massive shadow loomed over Zhongshan, resembling a colossal serpent, followed by a translucent, enormous shedding that descended. Boom. Despite its translucence, the shedding measured 50,000 meters in length. Its weight was unimaginable. Aoyi nearly met his demise beneath it. Ding. Sustained heavy damage. Bone strength increased, evolving to steel bone. In truth, had it not been for Aoyi's system, he would have perished in an instant. The scale of the shedding was enough to fill his capacity entirely, an unnerving thought. Why is the shedding so heavy? Aoyi activated the strength of 1,000 skill to withstand it. At this scale, even 3 years would not suffice to consume it. You have gained a great advantage. I used to consume the shedding myself. I truly thank you. When uttering these words, a certain unfortunate soul cosplaying as Zhu Long wore a grimace, wishing he could devour the young woman Xian, especially after witnessing the preceding spectacle. I dislike your expression, smile for me. I would rather not. I am a primordial deity, born of heaven and earth, without a mother. The young woman Xian, being an ancient deity of the Shanhai realm, had not experienced the age of online trolls and did not comprehend the insult. After a moment of silence, she crossed her arms and swayed her fair, lovely feet. gazing at the increasingly colossal figure of the unfortunate man-serpent atop Zhongshan, commanding, "You, tell me a tale of the mortal realm." "Very well, since it is rainy. I have nothing better to do." Aoyi reminisced about stories from Earth and decided to commence with the tale of Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth. In the chaos, when heaven and earth were not yet divided, there was nothing to be seen, since Pangu shattered the primordial chaos. From henceforth, clarity and confusion were discerned. All beings flourished under his benevolence, and all things were created for good. To understand the essence of creation, one must read The Journey to the West. As he narrated, he inadvertently transitioned to the journey to the west. Aoyi consumed the shedding while absorbing the Huijing, recounting the tale to the young woman Xian. In this world, there are 4 great continents, among which lies the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, home to the proud nation of Aoi, where there exists a flower and fruit mountain, from which the Monkey King emerged to stir trouble in the heavenly palace. What a far-fetched story, the young woman Xian scoffed. A mere monkey born of heaven and earth could not possibly disrupt the heavenly palace, and furthermore, the Emperor of Heaven is not the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor in the story is not the ancient celestial emperor, but rather a man named Zhang Bairan, who attained enlightenment and ascended with his dog and chicken. Aoyi pondered before continuing. The dog and chicken appear later in the story. The dog licks the face, and the chicken pecks the grain, and when they cannot finish, the Jade Emperor forbids rain. Why is rain prohibited? The young woman Xian inquired. Intrigued. Because someone withdrew their tribute to the Jade Emperor, who, with a fragile ego, chose to punish the entire region with a drought, leaving not a single drop of rain. The new Jade Emperor possesses such a narrow mind? Just then, a voice echoed from the heavens, seemingly displeased. "Humph. Dijun, the old scoundrel." The expression of Qingyi Nu Xian turned cold, for Zhulong was commanded by the ancient heavenly emperor, Dijun, to illuminate this place. And naturally, he did not wear a pleasant countenance. Dijun? Aoyi was taken aback. A figure clad in imperial robes was seen in the distance, riding a beast with the head of a tiger, fiery red hair, horns, and the body of a dragon. The creature was named by Zhe. "Are the stories you speak of true?" Dijun inquired. "I do not know. It is a mythical novel from the mortal realm, perhaps containing both truth and falsehood." Aoyi replied while bowing, and continued, "Yet one thing is certain. The new heavenly court is predominantly populated by faith gods who thrive on incense offerings. Apart from these faith gods, there exist immortals formed from humans or beasts. Born of nature, natural gods are exceedingly rare. So, are you suggesting that humans established the new heavenly court themselves?" Dijun raised an eyebrow, murmuring, "Does this not equate to a different kind of god? The ancient gods dwell in the realm of mountains and seas, while deities have emerged from humanity. Does this not render Zhuang Su's Ju, Di Tian Tong meaningless? There must be some significance. At least now there is no heavenly court, no immortals. The emperors of the mortal realm have been overthrown, and humanity has indeed risen to become its own masters. Is that truly the case? Indeed. How splendid. It is wonderful that humanity can strive for self-improvement." Dijun laughed heartily 3 times, and then said, "Please share with me the amusing tales of the mortal realm, for I am quite curious." There is little amusement. While humanity has risen to power, the upper echelons do not regard the lower classes as human. What does this imply? In modern times, most people refer to themselves as cattle and horses. Aoyi chuckled self-deprecatingly, recalling the events of his previous life, and spoke softly, "No. They fare worse than cattle and horses, for at least cattle and horses have servants, but the lower classes do not." Dijun. In ancient times, there was no theft, and the world was harmonious. Why has humanity become increasingly deplorable? This is hard to articulate. If you wish to know, you might as well experience it yourself. Aoyi jested, suggesting one could split their soul and descend into the mortal realm to live the life of cattle and horses. That method is feasible. Dijun nodded. "I shall experience the life of contemporary humanity and ascertain whether the Ju Di Tian Tong holds any merit. Think thrice. You must truly contemplate this. Being human is no easy feat, then what do you suggest I do? In modern folklore, you are depicted as a 3-legged Jin Wu. I recommend you become a crow, observing the current mortal realm from a third-party perspective. The description of a 3-legged Jin Wu is indeed fitting. After all, my son is a Jin Wu." Dijun nodded. "I shall do as you propose. I will split my soul and descend into the mortal realm, taking on the form of a crow to witness the present state of humanity." Aoyi. Is it possible that this ancient heavenly emperor has gone mad within the realm of the Shanhai Jing, forsaking his celestial stature to become a mere crow? You are correct. I have indeed become quite agitated. Although this realm is vast, It lacks the warmth of human life. I feel as though something is missing, rendering it exceedingly dull. Can you read minds? Not at all. You simply voiced your thoughts aloud. Ah, this reveals that Dijun is indeed a wise heavenly emperor, devoid of any airs of superiority. In ancient times, he likely truly enjoyed the company of the people. Thank you, young friend, for your counsel. I shall depart now. Do you not concern yourself with the god of Zhongshan? She has requested that I bear her burden. Dijun, writing by Zhe, turned back with a smile. Young friend, this is an opportunity for you. However, it is but 3 days. Endure a little longer. I must take my leave. Roar. Zhe let out a mighty roar, soaring into the sky, startling Aoyi. Is your heavenly emperor truly this affable? Because he is powerful. He treats all beings with kindness. Even when met with disrespect, he merely perceives it as childish mischief and does not take offense. Truly, he is worthy of being the ancient heavenly emperor. Aoyi reflected with a tinge of admiration. Chapter 43. The 3-day deadline has arrived. Dijun, with resolute determination, has already split his soul to descend into the mortal realm, while his true self falls into slumber. Consequently, Changxi and Shihe, the 2 heavenly consorts, have also split their souls to descend. Although due to the incident of De-Yi shooting the sun, Shihe has been in a cold war with Dijun. There remains an underlying affection. The mother of the sun, Shihe, hopes to mend their relationship through this earthly journey. However, her pride prevents her from lowering her facade. In the eastern sea of the Great Xia, along the coastal region, there lies a gorge where 2 mulberry trees grow, supporting each other, appearing to have just sprouted. Their form closely resembles the Fusang divine tree recorded in the Shanhai Jing of the eastern seas. This area serves as the dwelling place for the Crow clan. The leader is a 3-legged crow, and the deputy leader shares the same trait, while the rest are ordinary crows. At this moment, a beam of golden light emerged from the underworld entrance of Lake Baikal, swiftly flying towards the eastern coast, merging into a crow's egg, which contained a newly formed 3-legged crow. Soon after, another beam of golden light arrived, merging into a different nest of crow eggs, deliberately avoiding the offspring of the same mother. Finally, a blue ethereal light flew out from the underworld entrance, swirling around before entering the belly of a pregnant rabbit near the eastern sea. Dijun and Shihe were reborn as 3-legged crows, while Changxi took the form of a rabbit. In truth, Changxi had wished to be reborn as a human, but after much wandering, finding no trace of humanity, she reluctantly chose to approach the moonlit white rabbit. In the realm of mountains and seas, north of the Qi Shui, at the foot of Zhongshan, Aoyi has endured what felt like an eternity, finally surviving the first day. His form has grown from 200 meters to a staggering 10,000 meters, a feat achieved through the continuous breakthroughs of the Dashao Ru E divine ability. Ding. Reached the limit of growth once. Dashao Ru E skill proficiency 1. 40100. Without the divine ability, his maximum size would only be around 60 to 70 meters. Ding. Consumed the remains of the mythical creature Zhu Long. Unlocking progress 1 for Zhu Long's eye. 25100. Sigh. When will this come to an end? Even at night, Aoyi could not rest. The fire essence must remain ablaze to illuminate and warm the underworld, lest the local beings succumb to the cold. Its primary purpose is warmth. For illumination, Zhu Long opening its eyes would be far more effective. But isn't the underworld full of ghosts? Do ghosts fear the cold? Aoyi queried in confusion. The underworld is named so because sunlight cannot reach it. It is not a realm of lost souls. Qingyi Nuxian shook her head and explained. All the citizens are Imu, with a single eye located in the center of their faces. The nation is called Imu Gua. Surrounding it are Xianyuan Gua, whose citizens possess human faces and serpent bodies. Their men have human faces but no hands, while the women, aside from having serpent tails, are indistinguishable from ordinary women. To the south lies New Zigua, a land of women with no men, where there exists a divine well. Gazing into it grants the gift of childbirth. Aoyi remarked, your appearance resembles that of the men from Xianyuangua when compared to my Zhu Long form. Upon finishing this statement, Qingyi Nuxian unexpectedly began to disrobe and headed to the Qi Shui for a bath. Hey, are you not going to guard against me? I do not understand why I should guard against you. Qingyi Nuxian stood there unclothed. You are not human, nor am I. Why should we harbor any notions of shame? Were it not for Dijun's insistence, I would not don this female form. Ancient gods are indeed ancient gods, at one with nature. Aoyi closed his eyes, practicing the principle of not witnessing what is improper, and could not help but feel that Zhu Long was likely so accustomed to abstaining from food and sleep that his mind was somewhat dull. There was a sense of an easily deceived naive girl. Why do you close your eyes? Qingyi Nu Xian placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head with annoyance. Am I truly so unpleasing to the eye? Open your eyes. The atmosphere became rather peculiar. A strikingly beautiful woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall, stood bare before a serpent with a human head, gazing at it with a cold demeanor. It was quite peculiar. I am a man, you are a woman. And I possess a sense of morality that prevents me from gazing inappropriately. Oh, unfazed, she bathed in the crimson waters, casually remarking, I see you harbor wicked thoughts. Which is why you dare not look at me. Are you not a lecher? I am not. I have not. Do not slander me. I retorted. Then why do you not open your eyes and look at me? Do you find my feminine form repugnant? Is it unworthy of your gaze? I insisted on maintaining my decorum. Clothing is merely for warmth. I do not fear the cold, so why should I wear it? What shame is there in that? Look at the beasts of the mountains and forests. Do any of them wear clothes? Moreover, you are not wearing any either. At that moment, AY found himself at a loss for words. The ancient deity's reasoning was indeed profound. You, like the celestial beings of Emperor Jun, are clearly not human, yet possess a sense of shame. After this exchange, she finished her bath, donned her azure garments, and departed from the foot of Zhongshan, heading towards other realms in search of delectable cuisine, such as the so-called phoenix eggs from Xianyuan Gua. In truth, they were not phoenix eggs at all, but rather those of the red-bellied golden pheasant. When an entire nation feasts on so-called phoenix eggs, the prestige of true phoenixes diminishes. It is merely a refined term for chicken eggs, akin to the delicacy of phoenix claws. As the current Shanghai realm lacks genuine phoenixes, dragons, and qilins, it is filled with exotic beasts, but the divine beasts are entirely absent. Following the catastrophic event known as Juadi Tiantong, the Shanghai realm has been in decline. Yet deities like Emperor Jun remain unaffected. It is well known that barriers must possess vulnerabilities. Thus, certain undisclosed pathways certainly exist, allowing the occasional exotic beast from the Shanghai realm to appear in the human realm. For instance, the Uma wild man is an escapee of the Shengxin clan. The fearsome mermaids seen in the human world are the outcasts of the Jiaran tribe, and the angels revered by Western nations are the citizens of the feathered people. During that day, not only did AY share tales, but the azure-clad woman, Xian, also recounted stories to him. Through this day's exchanges, AY concluded that most Uma were indeed fleeing exotic beasts from the Shanghai realm. On the following day, AY, having nothing else to occupy his time, continued the storytelling with the azure-clad woman, this time sharing tales akin to the legend of the white snake, predominantly revolving around love, even referencing modern melodramatic dramas. What might seem like a single day to AY felt akin to a year. No wonder the feathered people are revered as angels in the Western realms. Their lifespan far surpasses that of humans, wherein a year in the human realm equates to merely a day in their existence. Love, what is it? The azure-clad woman looked up at the colossal AY, who had grown to an astounding height, and innocently inquired, is not the union of a man and woman purely for procreation? Do humans possess the love spoken of by the deities? The naive Zhu Long did not comprehend the essence of love, which is beyond articulation. AY could not provide a clear answer and could only cite a famous saying, pondering the nature of emotion that compels one to pledge life and death. Then, if you and I were to engage in a romance, I am curious. Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity, glistening like clear water. It is not possible, AY firmly rejected, taking a moment to consume a piece of Zhu Long's shed skin before adding, I cannot remain at Zhongshan indefinitely, and I must manage this fiery essence. I cannot spare the time to pursue a romance with you. Very well, Xian's expression dimmed. And after a brief silence, she spoke slowly, then tell me, what do lovers do? They embrace, hold hands, and kiss. Why not try it? It is not feasible. Your Zhu Long form is too massive, and mine is far too petite. Oh, on the third day, Xian gazed at AY with a complex expression, remaining silent for quite some time. It is the third day now, she finally spoke. Tomorrow, you shall depart. I feel a sense of reluctance. Once you leave, no one will converse with me again. In the land of Zhongshan, there is but one Redwater woman, Xian, alone and desolate. Loneliness is not inherently frightening. However, after experiencing companionship, one is loath to return to solitude. The ancient deities are not devoid of emotion, but rather born to be feared and revered by all beings. Without equals among friends, the distance between mountain gods is immeasurable, with no opportunities for emotional exchange, while celestial beings dwell high above. The offspring of Zhu Long, Gu, and even Zhu Long himself, have perished, slain by the heavenly emperor for the murder of Tianqian Baojiang, transforming into the Kangniu. Zhu Long holding the candle was an act of atonement for his offspring's sins. Not eating, drinking, or sleeping, he certainly appeared far from a proper mountain deity. It was evident he was being punished. These were the revelations shared by the azure-clad woman with Ay the previous evening. Evidently, Zhu Long regarded the 4-year-old Huai as a lifelong companion. Cannot this female form accompany me to the human realm? Ay inquired, puzzled. It is possible, Xian murmured, lowering her head, but my female form possesses little magic. Without the protection of Zhu Long's body, I fear I may fall into peril. Currently, the human realm is safer than here. Is that so? Indeed. At that moment, Ay finally surpassed the milestone of 499,999 meters, reaching a length of 500,000 meters. 1,000 li, equivalent to Zhu Long. Such rapid growth was solely due to the nourishment from Zhu Long's shed skin. The remnants of ancient deities far surpassed any spiritual flora. Ding. Maximum size reached once. Size as desired skill proficiency 1. 100. Ding. Size as desired has reached maximum level. Evolved into law of heaven and earth. Exclusive to the Shanghai realm. Here, the spiritual energy is abundant enough to sustain a size of 500,000 meters. Upon arriving in the human realm, even 1,000 meters would be considered impressive, for divine powers require spiritual energy to maintain. The human realm has only just begun to awaken, and such formidable beings are not permitted to exist. Ding. Consume the mythological being Zhu Long shed skin. Zhu Long's eye unlock progress 1. 100. Ding. Zhu Long's eye has been unlocked. After the host overcomes the Jiaolong tribulation, a third eye will emerge, granting the innate divine powers of Zhu Long. Is my shed skin palatable? Not particularly. I shall not allow you to eat it in the future. How often do you shed your skin? I do not know. My Zhu Long form grows slowly, so I am uncertain how long it will take to shed skin again. Chapter 44. Borrowing a corpse to return to life. What? Ay pondered his immense form, his expression somewhat nuanced. Given the present Earth, there must be some sort of celestial suppression. It should not be possible to grow to such an extent. The human realm, known as Earth, has a distance of merely 100,000 meters from the surface to the atmosphere. Standing at 500,000 meters would allow one to reach outer space. After some time, the 4th day arrived. Zhu Long received the fiery essence, grasped it in his mouth, and then facilitated Ay and Xian's departure from the Shanghai realm. Without employing divine powers, he simply raised his upper body, enabling Ay to fly directly out through the Yinming entrance, showcasing his impressive length. Whoosh! A gust of wind howled as Ay, in his 36-meter-long Tianqi Xuanhu form, soared into the air, returning to the human realm at Lake Baikal. Thud! The sound indicated the presence of a formidable creature. Currently, they were positioned atop an ice layer, surrounded by biting winds. In an instant, a thick layer of frost enveloped them. Although Xian was unperturbed by the cold, she could not entirely evade the frost. Baxia, let us continue our quest for the divine iron. Indeed, your majesty. Moments later, Aya coiled upon his shell, while Xian knelt atop his head, grasping the golden horn, setting forth towards the northern expanse, presumably bound for the Arctic Ocean. Knight, I wish to peruse the romantic novel you mentioned. Once I complete the Northern Sea Iron acquisition, I shall instruct my subordinates to procure it for you. Very well, I shall await your return. Rumble. The otherworldly Baxia surged northward, crashing through glaciers, heading directly towards the underwater gorge etched in his memory. Although Aya felt as though 3 years had passed, merely 4 days had elapsed in the mortal realm. At this moment, at Tianqi, the Dragon Palace construction team of Rensure Real Estate Development Company, Limited had commenced work. Xian'ao inscribed the water avoidance spell upon the building materials to prevent collapse under water pressure. Once the Dragon Palace is completed, the interior will be devoid of water, thanks to the spell's efficacy. Though it is without water, it is not a vacuum. Such is the marvel of magic. After inscribing the incantation, Xian'ao departed the construction site, leaving it under the supervision of Ma Tianxi, while he himself ventured into the waters of Tianqi to meet the 2 goddesses. Chancellor, I wish to request another divination for His Majesty, Yu Fei said, her gaze filled with concern for the old turtle. Please wait a moment, my lady. Xian'ao performed a somersault, using his shell for divination. The Dragon Lord had already passed through perilous circumstances, and now a good omen awaited him, accompanied by the assistance of a noble benefactor. That is reassuring, Yu Fei sighed in relief. Liu Biqing similarly exhaled, turning to Yu Fei to offer comfort. Sister, our emperor should return in the near future. Do not fret too much, you have grown thinner. Thank you for your concern, Xiao Qingjie. Meanwhile, at Ho Ling, Hu Luer Mihu meditated, embodying the quintessential posture of tranquility, even improving his countenance to become more handsome. His fur gleamed with luster, and his height had reached 1 meter 79. It was indeed true that he had embarked upon the path of cultivation through the great celestial immortal technique described in Journey to the West. In the adjacent desiccated waterhole, the sound of a monkey cry echoed, as Asiramihu had drained it completely, much to the ire of the water monkey, which promptly engaged in a brawl with the four-eared counterpart. In truth, the Asiramihu was also a water monkey, possessing weak abilities to control water but excelling at drinking it. Having emptied the pool, its belly showed no sign of swelling. Ancient texts, such as the Shan Haijing, describe a beast resembling a monkey with 4 ears, named Changyo, whose voice resembles a chant, and whose appearance heralds great floods. Thus, it is regarded as a harbinger of water disasters. Furthermore, the hearing of the Changyo beast is quite remarkable, second only to that of the Luer Mihu. Indeed, Holing is a haven of monkeys. The rest of the monkeys were diligently practicing their staff techniques, albeit with crooked tree branches serving as their makeshift weapons, as they had yet to procure adequate armaments. The elder white ape, Yuen Hong, was guiding the troop, demonstrating each move. Meanwhile, the female monkeys foraged for fruits. The organization within Holing was commendable, surpassing even that of some African tribes, for these monkeys were adept at agriculture and refrained from consuming their seeds. Simultaneously, far away in Huanjing City, Meng Tianqi discovered a vein of ore, though it was not a spiritual stone vein, but rather a mysterious iron vein that had mutated following the descent of the spiritual purple rain. According to human reports, its yield could surpass 100 million tons. Should this vein be acquired, the monkeys of Holing could each wield a staff made of mysterious iron, adorned in iron gear, and even equip any future aquatic beings, such as shrimp soldiers and crab generals, with weapons. Meng Tianqi was indeed fortunate. Whether by chance or fate, he had encountered both spiritual plants and mineral veins. His luck was unparalleled. Perhaps the addition of Ao Yufei had significantly elevated the overall fortune of the Tianqi Water Palace, raising the luck of the old python accordingly. What shall I do? Meng Tianqi pondered as he gazed at the heavily guarded large mysterious iron vein, his delicate brows furrowing deeply. The old python could not withstand such a bombardment. It would be wise to return and confer with the old turtle. Casting a lingering glance at the vein, he sighed. With a swift motion, Meng Tianqi took to the winds, his long black hair billowing, complemented by his martial attire, evoking the aura of a celestial being. Although his features were rather delicate, the slightly resolute arch of his brows aptly compensated for this. The mysterious iron vein must be secured, he vowed inwardly, for the old python had dreamt of mastering the heavenly dominant spear technique and the mace technique from Meng Chi Te the previous night. He could not proceed without suitable weaponry. As night fell, at the hour of the rat, within the Li clan's ancestral grounds in Longxi, Shi Jian observed the corpse laid before him, sensing a faint aura of resentment, elusive and uncertain, as though he questioned his own perception. Li clan leader, are you certain he willingly sacrificed himself? He inquired of Li Jian. It was undoubtedly voluntary, Li Jian replied with an impassive expression. His name is Rintianyo, and his birth date is identical to Hauer. His family was in dire need of money, and my Li clan purchased his life with gold. Rin clan? What if he met an unjust death? That would be dire. I must confirm this. Shi Jian insisted. Are you truly certain it was voluntary? Absolutely, Li Jian affirmed. I would never be careless regarding Hauer's resurrection. Very well, I shall now perform the soul-reviving incantation. Shi Jian nodded, releasing Li Hao's spirit from the jade pendant, with his left hand forming a sword gesture and his right wielding a peachwood sword, all while reciting incantations at the altar. Corpse, receive the command. Old soul, return to form. North Dipper's 9 palaces, command the 3 souls. Borrow the heavenly vigor, restore my true self. As the law commands. With the incantation concluded, Li Hao's spirit entered the fresh corpse of Rintianyo, completing the borrowing of the corpse to revive the soul ceremony. Awake, Li Hao opened his eyes, standing stiffly, motionless. Evidently not yet fully revived, still caught in the hazy stage of a living corpse. Shi Jian swiftly adorned Li Hao with a mask of 5 emperor coins. For 7 days, he must not see the light, and each night at the hour of the rat, animal blood must be offered. After 7 days, the resurrection technique would be fully effective. Remember, the mask must not be removed. Understood. Do not forget your promise to me. Promote the Maoshan sect widely. I shall not forget. Chapter 45. The Rin clan specializes in remarkable zombies. Shi Jian departed. After Master Shi of the Maoshan sect received the final payment from Li Jian, he embarked on his journey back to Maoshan. leaving the soul-reviving technique to be executed without concern for aftercare, having conveyed all necessary instructions. Having witnessed the soul-reviving technique, Li Jian's desire for supernatural power burgeoned. After entrusting the care of Li Hao to Li Fengtian, he resolutely returned to the clan's library, determined to uncover the ancestral secrets. Simultaneously, the moonlight outside was tinged with a blood-red hue, as the waters of the creek in Hongxi village of southern Daxia turned crimson once more. It is said that when the creek's waters run red, the corpse king will emerge. The last occurrence was during the preaching period with the zombie king Jiangqin, though it is rumored that this enigmatic figure had long since been vanquished by the overlord of Chu. Of course, this is merely folklore. A tale from the wild history of the pre-Qin era. Under the blood moon, the venerable Taisher of Longhu Shan, Zhang Daoqing, observed the celestial phenomena at night. His brow furrowed as he murmured, "This portends great calamity. Could some ferocious beast be on the verge of emerging?" Blood moon, far away in the North Sea. Aoyi lifted his gaze, feeling a faint sense of connection, an inexplicable chill enveloping his mind. Compelled by an unseen force, he inquired, "Is the Huang merely a fabrication of the mortal realm, or did this fierce beast truly exist in ancient times? Perhaps it is but a myth, for I have heard nothing of it. Yet, why does my head feel so cold?" Aoyi pondered, wondering if an extraordinary malevolence were lurking, eager to consume my mind. It is said that the Huang delights in devouring the brains of dragons, capable of battling 3 dragons and 2 flood dragons, its strength terrifyingly formidable. There exists another theory suggesting that the Huang emerged during the northern and southern dynasties, only fully materializing in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Thus it cannot be compared to the likes of the 4 fierce beasts, such as Xiongqi. As for standing alongside Nuwa and Fuxi, that is purely a later fabrication. In essence, it is a zombie that has attained a semblance of spirit, having fallen into a beastly path, the epitome of a high-level zombie. The steed of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jin Mao Ho, is not a Huang, but rather the son of the Dragon King, Ding Long, known for its vigilance and its thunderous roar towards the heavens, hence its name Ho. Also referred to as Wang Tian Ho or Zhao Tian Ho, the zombie that has attained a semblance of spirit resembles it, thus it is referred to as Huang. If it is merely a zombie that has gained a spirit, then with a single strike of heavenly thunder, I could easily vanquish it. Oh, ye mused internally. For heavenly thunder is the most effective against malevolent beings, and I could hardly fathom how I might be defeated. In the secret chamber of the ancestral hall of the Longxi Li clan, Li Hao stood unsteadily in the corner, his murky eyes gradually turning crimson, his canine teeth elongating, as he underwent an unprecedented transformation into a corpse. Typically, a newly transformed zombie should be a black-haired black zombie. Who am I? A chaotic consciousness emerged within the zombie's mind, whispering in madness. Am Li Hao? Am Iron Tianyu? No, neither. Who am I indeed? I do not know. I do not know. All I know is that I seek vengeance. The Li family of Changbai Mountain has wronged me, and I must annihilate them all. No, I am Li Hao. I cannot harm the Li family. What am I to do? What am I? I do not know. I do not know. Roar. The chaotic consciousness wrought immense suffering upon the zombie, involuntarily releasing a chilling howl, as vengeful energy and corpse aura surged forth, shredding clothes and the talisman of the 5 emperors. This once again confirmed the unspoken rule of the spirit realm. The Ren family exclusively produces formidable zombies. This zombie bore a striking resemblance to the zombie King Jiang Cheng from the Jiang Yue series, as the actor was none other than Ren Tianyu's twin brother, Ren Huada. Red eyes, elongated fangs, and an overwhelming corpse aura. Indeed, Ren Tianyu was certainly not a willing sacrificial vessel, but rather coerced by the Longxi Li clan. With a soul that is entirely Yin and a corpse that is entirely Yin, the moment coincided with the midnight hour, the juncture of the Yin and Yang realms, making this time the most perilous for transformation. Had it been a voluntary surrender, transformation would not have occurred. However, the throat of a corpse that died with grievances harbors unvanquished resentment. Thus transformation is inevitable. What noise is that? At that moment, Li Fengtian entered, intending to search the area, only to be bitten by the zombie on the neck, his blood instantly drained, reducing him to a desiccated corpse. I bit someone. The zombie remained dazed, questioning its very existence. Clearly a vengeful zombie king, it now appeared in a state of panic, hastily fleeing the secret chamber and disappearing into the night. Newly transformed, it moved with astonishing agility, far removed from the usual rigidity of a zombie. Truly, it was a formidable menace. Roar. The bewildered zombie king dashed towards Changbai Mountain, driven by Li Hao's lingering obsession for revenge against the otherworldly beasts of Changbai Mountain. The blood moon cast down its crimson light, empowering the zombie king and making it even stronger. Sniff, sniff. The zombie king detected an overwhelming aura of resentment and instinctively moved closer. It was an office building where the weary workers toiled late into the night. Zombies thrive on resentment and feast on blood, particularly relishing the blood of those burdened by great grievances. Then bang. This bewildered new generation zombie king was struck by a passing heavy truck. Its bones shattered, yet fueled by immense resentment and the blood moon's presence, it astonishingly healed itself. Ordinary zombies pose no threat once their bones are shattered, yet this one could regenerate. Clearly, it was no traditional zombie. Roar. Immediately, the struck zombie king, now filled with ferocity, charged at the heavy truck, tearing open the driver's door and draining his blood, causing the out-of-control vehicle to crash into the building. Buzz. As this area was near the Li clan's territory, a hub of economic activity, the response time for law enforcement was rapid. Just as the zombie king attempted to escape, the blaring sirens pierced the air, causing it to feel an overwhelming discomfort. Roar. With a deafening roar, the corpse aura surged forth, toppling vehicles. Without exception, all were bitten to death. Having gorged on fresh blood, the zombie king grew even more ferocious, fur sprouting from its body, its visage transforming into something less than human. As it began to resemble the legendary Huang, everything is repeating itself. What has occurred before will surely occur again. In this era of great spiritual revival, a Huang must inevitably emerge. It just so happens that this Huang is none other than him. In a single night, livestock in numerous farms perished entirely, and countless humans fell victim as well. This prosperous town, known as Li Jia Town, has tragically become a ghost town. Perhaps due to Li Hao's lingering obsession, the zombie king refrained from harming the Li clan's territory. By day, Li Jia Town lay in eerie silence. By night, the streets echoed with the howls of zombies, wandering about. However, they were merely the lowest-grade zombies, devoid of intelligence. Unable even to bite, only able to roam and instinctively worship the moon. Why is this happening? Within the Li clan's territory, Li Jian and others found themselves besieged by zombies, unable to escape. Furthermore, the desiccated corpse of Li Fengtian in the secret chamber had risen, the first to bite his brother, Li Benchao. Fortunately, Li Jian and his companions managed to rush into the ancestral hall, seizing the tablet of their ancestor, Li Er, for protection. After all, Li Er is the progenitor of Taoism, worshipped as Taishang Laojun, and has received countless years of incense, possessing a formidable reservoir of faith. In today's age, the tablet of this venerable being can indeed provide protection. Buzz. The Taoist aura surged, instantly dispelling the corpse aura of Li Fengtian and Li Benchao, rendering them as ordinary corpses. Phew. Li Jian sighed in relief and hurriedly called Shi Jian, exclaiming, "Taoist, my son has run away on his own. And it seems he has bitten the entire Li Jia town. Help! Our Li family is besieged by zombies." Simultaneously, in the North Sea, Ao Yi gasped in astonishment. Shaking his head, nearly throwing the Qingyi female sacrifice off, he murmured, "Xian, do you not think you have urinated on my head? Why does my mind feel colder by the moment? I have not consumed a drop of water lately. How could there be urine?" The Qingyi female sacrifice steadied the golden horn and stomped twice on the snake's head with her bare feet, saying, "Knight, you nearly tossed me off. I am quite displeased. I feel a premonition that a formidable rival has emerged in the world." Chapter 46. The purple gold beam bridging the sea with a splash. The otherworldly beast Xia carried Ao Yi further north, finally arriving days later at the undersea canyon, located in the heart of the Arctic Ocean. Although referred to as a canyon, it is in fact a trench, a chasm that eludes complete observation by human technology, plunging to depths of 10,000 meters. In this realm exists a peculiar barrier that isolates technological observations, accessible only to mythical beings or practitioners of the arcane. "Your Majesty, the divine iron lies at the bottom of the gorge," spoke the Yizhongba Xiao with reverence. It described its specific form. Was it a stick, a rod, or perhaps a mineral vein? The more detailed, the better. "What do you mean by stick?" questioned the Yizhongba Xiao, taken aback. "You do not know?" The old servant truly does not. How is it possible that this ancient creature has never encountered human civilization? Thought Ba Yit, incredulous. Where have you been all this time, lurking in some forgotten corner? Unaware even of the Gu Jinggu Bong of the great sage equal to heaven? You have never heard of Qi Tindasheng? Asked Ba Yit in astonishment. That monkey who acquired the divine iron from the river of heaven in the eastern sea. How can you reach this age without knowledge of the Tang dynasty? The old servant explained, "I have spent my days in slumber, transforming into only through the Gur. Before that, I was merely a turtlekin, perhaps missing significant events. So, it turned out to be a mere recluse. Initially, Al Yit believed this ancient creature might possess vast knowledge, but it was merely a survivor who had evaded time. By the way, how old are you? Returning to your majesty, I am over 1200 years old. The Tang dynasty has been more than 1400 years past. And the great sage was suppressed during the usurpation by Wang Mang, long before that. At that time, your ancestor probably hadn't even been born. It was ironic that I had considered him an ancient being. By age, he was outstripped by the family's dragon wife. And the little Ting was sealed away 1600 years ago. It seemed he had encountered some fortuitous event, allowing him to cultivate extensively and become a Ba Xiao in the present day. It was no wonder he had not experienced the mythical age of the final Sui and Tang dynasties. Well, during the activities of the great sage, you were not even born, concluded it, directing the Yijing Ba Xiao to delve deeper into the gorge. Descend and lead this lord to seek the divine iron. Yes, your majesty. With a rush, the Yijing Ba Xiao plunged swiftly downward, yet the movement was painfully slow. As if the waters here were obstructed by some unseen force, the density formidable and more challenging than burrowing underground. Ah, this water has been anchored. There must be treasures, noted the knowledgeable who with a mere glance discerned the situation. Before the absolute connection of the abyss, the human sovereign crafted a pillar capable of bridging the sea with Earth's core divine iron, stabilizing the North Sea. Isn't absolute connection of the abyss attributed to Gunshiu? Questioned Al Yit, perplexed. It was indeed Dang's doing, but absolute connection of the abyss occurred during the Yu and Xia period. Upon hearing this, Al Yit comprehended that myth may not always be factual. It could be subject to confusion and omissions through oral traditions. No wonder the Shang dynasty sought to canonize deities. After the absolute connection of the abyss, the celestial emperor and other deities had retreated to the mountain and sea realm, leaving the heavenly court as a mere shell. It seemed that figures like Hao Ten, Zhang Bairen, ascended after the Yu and Xia period, subsequently occupying the heavenly court during the Shang dynasty, establishing a new celestial realm primarily dominated by faith in deities and immortals. The five emperors of humanity, from the Wang Di to Zheng, ascended to the heavens to prevent the Jade Emperor from monopolizing power, facilitating the development of mortals. Moreover, ancient time differs vastly from the present. A day in antiquity is certainly not equivalent to a day now, thus allowing for celestial conflicts in the Shang dynasty, where a day felt akin to a year. Moreover, the spiritual essence was considerably abundant. Al Yit sensed that the dynastic transitions after the Zhou were likely interplays between the Jade Emperor and the five celestial emperors. After all, it was said that Liu Bang was the Red Emperor's son and a devoted disciple of the first emperor, who would not have allowed any rebellion as long as he lived. Why the delayed greatness? It was because the five celestial emperors held great expectations for the first emperor, who harbored aspirations of imperial authority, abolishing numerous divine beliefs, and even leading troops against certain water deities. Liu Bang served as a contingency. Should the Qin dynasty fragment, he would immediately take the reins to prevent the celestial court from gaining advantage. A certain omniscient netizen once remarked, the first emperor was the seventh reincarnation of during the late five emperors, transitioning from the Qin state of Ing Chu Liang to Ing Zheng over 7 lifetimes, ultimately leading forces against the heavens in this incarnation. Perhaps this was the reason for the demise of the second emperor of Qin. The clash with the heavens consumed the entirety of the nation's fortune, and the heavenly campaign ended in failure. Bai Yi had aided Diyu in controlling the floods. His wife was the daughter of Emperor Shan, and Diyu had once abdicated in his favor, yet he was slain by cheat, perhaps part of a larger scheme. Assuming the Zhou was a regime supported by the new celestial court, and the Zhou was extinguished by the Qin, the logic appeared sound. Amidst these musings, Al Yit felt he had uncovered the truth of the world, though it might just be whimsical speculation. The myths of the great Xia were disjointed, riddled with inconsistencies. While it seemed possible to connect the dots, the narrative was not seamless, with discrepancies throughout. How chaotic! Al Yit shook his head, feeling as if his mind were in turmoil, overwhelmed by the disarray of thoughts. Enough of this nonsense. The Chu region still held the belief in it was all too chaotic, too mixed. Al Yit resolved never to ponder such matters again. Regardless of the myths, he sought only to live freely. Finally, the Yijing Ba Xiao descended to the bottom region, and Al Yit beheld a colossal stone pillar. Without hesitation, he leapt from the turtle shell, invoking Faten Shang Di, only to find himself measuring a height of 360 meters. Is the suppression of the current realm so severe? He mused, measuring the stone pillar with his serpentine body, finding that it could wrap around perfectly. Its girth was exactly 360 meters. He then began measuring its length, stretching himself as a ruler, inching down until he reached the very bottom, precisely 3,600 meters. Both girth and length were multiples of 36, harmonizing with the celestial bodies, affirming it indeed to be the divine iron. Moreover, the original form of the Jinggubang from Journey to the West was merely that thick, 2 zhang and 4 qi in length. However, this divine iron stretched a staggering 1,080 zhang in length and had a circumference of 108 zhang. It was no wonder it was called a top pillar. Ao Ye reflected, recognizing that the North Sea's waters were most treacherous, making it reasonable to employ the mightiest of stabilizing pillars. Yet, such a size was beyond his capacity to carry. As he pondered this, the divine iron began to tremble violently, the stone pillar fracturing as dark purple light erupted forth, shards falling away to reveal its true form. It was a dark purple top pillar, with a core of dark purple divine iron, adorned at both ends with dark gold embellishments. The surface intricately etched with water and dragon patterns, a marvel to behold. Between its ends, an inscription read, "Bridging the sea with the purple gold beam," weighing 36,500 stones. Not only did the weight correspond with the celestial cycles, but upon conversion according to ancient standards, it approximated a staggering 438 million pounds. The Yui Jinggubang weighed merely 13,500 pounds. What is this? Bridging the sea with the purple gold beam? Ao Ye blinked in surprise. Wasn't this a phrase typically reserved for describing talent? To think it bore this name. Hiss, for 138 million pounds. Were it not for my unfathomable strength, capable of shouldering the 5 mountains, I doubt I could lift it. The Yui Jinggubang was originally designed as a weapon. Yet the bridging the sea with the purple gold beam was not a weapon at all, merely a pillar for spanning the sea, which explained its immense weight. The Jiang Lang emitted a resonant hum as it began to gradually diminish in size, reminiscent of Sun Dashing's initial encounter with the Jinggubang. It appears that the Dihai Shinjin does not necessarily recognize a monkey as its master. Smaller, 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 until it transforms into a delicate embroidery needle. Ao Ye tucked it into his ear, for placing it in his abdomen was rather perilous. With a loud crash, the absence of the Jiang power caused the northern sea to stir, and the surface began to freeze, forming a thick ice cover that was difficult to breach. Ao Ye had no choice but to use his tail to wrap around the Jiajin lag and shatter the ice. Let us go back. Just then, a whale's long cry echoed, and a massive black fish burst through the ice, its enormous front fins resembling wings, its size possibly reaching 1,000 meters. In the northern sea, there exists a fish known as Kuan. Hurry, let's flee, lest we be devoured by the Kuan. Chapter 47. The Return of the Dragon Lord, the second rain days later. In the Whale Sea region, Ao Ye commanded the Yijungbasha to guard the sea, leading to Tianqi, preventing other marine creatures from entering and posing a threat. With a whoosh, Ao Ye, accompanied by the Qingyi Nuxian, traversed the sea and returned to Tianqi, just in time to see the construction team working on the Dragon Palace. Instantly lifting his spirits, Dragon Lord, the construction team greeted with a mix of fear and excitement. Good, good, good. Just pretend I am not here and continue your work. Ao Ye nodded, then soared out of Tianqi, placing the Qingyi Nuxian on the shore. Lord Ao, you have finally returned. At that moment, Meng Tianqing arrived on a gentle breeze, wearing an expression of longing. Tianqing, are you female? Ao Ye looked her up and down in astonishment. Why is your voice so rough? Don't mention it. Our old Meng was misled by a drunkard while stopping people on the street. Meng Tianqing pouted, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Our old Meng resembles a man in a woman's guise. It's infuriating. That's quite all right. Quite all right. Meng Tianqing waved her hand, then turned to the Qingyi Nuxian. Lord Ao, isn't your speed in selecting concubines a bit too hasty? Concubines? The Qingyi Nuxian was momentarily taken aback. Looking up at Ao Ye, Knight, do you already have multiple partners? Not many, only 2. Then, do you wish for a third partner? Ao Ye was taken aback. What do you mean? I am curious about what love feels like, hence I wish to be your partner. The Qingyi Nuxian's gaze was devoid of fluctuation, genuinely curious, without any hidden affections. Isn't that inappropriate? I believe it is good. I merely wish to experience it. The Qingyi Nuxian was somewhat insistent. Knight, quickly go purchase romance novels. I wish to read. Tianqing, you should visit Longtan Shanqing and buy some novels. This. Lord Ao, you? Go. Yes. After Meng Tianqing departed on a gentle breeze, the Qingyi Nuxian walked to the Panlong fruit tree, leaning against the trunk, and blinked her tranquil eyes, gently parting her crimson lips. Knight, help me construct a dwelling beneath the tree. I prefer land and do not wish to dwell underwater. Very well. Ao Ye readily agreed. Having consumed the remnants of the Zhulong, He felt a significant debt of gratitude, and naturally, he would comply. This favor must be repaid. Though the debt to the ancient deity might take ages to settle, he could only indulge her. After all, not only did she wish to experience love, but he would even endure pain for her sake. Xian, please wait a moment. I will make arrangements. With that, Aya flew to Howling, borrowing some monkeys from the old white ape Yuan Hong. Indeed, the task of constructing a small wooden house required no construction team. The monkeys from Howling could accomplish it efficiently, taking merely half a day. In the evening, the small wooden house stood ready. The flickering candlelight illuminated the Qingyi Nuxian as she held a peculiar romance novel titled Dragon King's Wife. Taking her time with each page as she was unfamiliar with modern characters and had to have a female monkey teach her. Why does this dragon not take Ao as a surname? Meanwhile, in the Tianqi Water Palace, Aya lounged comfortably atop the Jiayin Lang, which was slanted in the cavern, enjoying a pleasant nap. Treating the great Diyu's pillar as his bed, relishing the moment. Such joyous news, Dragon Lord. Xuanao swam overexcitedly, only to crash into the water, nearly knocking himself unconscious. Due to the presence of the Jiayin Lang, the water within the cavern had been stabilized by its Jia power, making it impossible for the old turtle to enter. Knock, knock. The sound upon the water resembled a gentle knocking. Your Majesty, the Chancellor seeks you. Xiaoqing nudged Ao Ye with her tail, offering a soft reminder. Enter. As Ao Ye's voice fell, the waters resumed their flow, allowing the old turtle to access the water palace, indicating that the Jiayin Lang had indeed recognized him as its master. Reason for recognition, unknown. That day, I exchanged the Panlong fruit for the water buffalo from the Dali Nyoma Wang at Yinyuling, and it is now pregnant, the old turtle stated, based on my calculations. It is highly likely to be a Qilin. Qilin? Indeed. The old turtle nodded, stating, as the saying goes, the cow gives birth to a Qilin. The pig gives birth to an elephant. If the cow has been touched by dragon energy, it is possible for a Qilin offspring to be born among its descendants. Could this not signify the advent of a new era's initial Qilin? Not quite. According to the information I received from Shenlong Jiao, the initial Qilin was born 2 years ago in Gui province, but was killed by humans, branded as a monster. Such auspicious fortune met with demise? Aoya was taken aback. Should not the Qilin avert disaster? How could it perish so easily? Could it have been a monstrous calf with scales? Perhaps, Xuanao pondered, if such auspicious fortune were to perish, it would indeed be quite laughable. Wait. Suddenly, Aoya inquired with curiosity, who bestowed the title Dali Nyoma Wang and the name Nyo Dali upon that six-horned white cow? It was a descendant of the Yin Di, named Jiang Tieshan. Xuanao paused, a lonely girl from a mountain village, abandoned by her unworldly parents who deemed her a monster. Thankfully, she was taken in by that old cow, having been drenched in the purple rain of spiritual energy. It does not guarantee awakening ancestral bloodlines. This is also a form of fate. A descendant of Yindi? Aoya mused, smiling. So she must have horns like a cow? And her name is Tieshan. A descendant of Yindi can be rounded up to a princess. Isn't she the Tieshan princess? A perfect match for the old cow. A smile broke across Xuan Ao's turtle face, and he nodded. Dragon Lord, your insight is keen. I too share this sentiment. After a few casual exchanges regarding the trivial matters of Tianqi, Aoya inquired, how many days until the Dragon Palace is completed? About 4 or 5 days, I suppose. Xuanao paused, then continued, by the way, the offspring of Ao Xuan has been born, including a red Hui and a yellow Hui, symbolizing earthly virtue. The strength of my Tianqi water palace has grown once more. Excellent. Go and present them with some Panlong fruits as a congratulatory gift. Understood. After the Chancellor departed, Aya looked at Xiaoqing, puzzled. Xiaoqing, why have you not laid any eggs? How would I know? Xiaoqing's crimson eyes bore a hint of grievance. Humph, is it not because your Majesty has been negligent? Since our union, we have only made it twice in total. As a Jiao, it is quite difficult for me to conceive. If your Majesty desires dragon offspring, you cannot be negligent. Aoya nodded, then turned to Yufei Nyang. Your Majesty, I have yet to reach my ovulation period. Yufei spoke softly, assuring His Majesty that every February, she had not ovulated thus far, as she had been patiently awaiting a cherished partner. Regarding progeny, Ay was filled with anticipation. He aspired to claim the title of the Dragon Lord of the Earth's waters, needing to establish his own dragon lineage. He desired to become the progenitor of a new era. In the stillness of night, a thunderous roar erupted, the earth trembled violently, clouds billowed, and the planet's geography shifted once more, with rapid collisions altering the distance between the Earth and the Moon. The Mariana Trench inexplicably relocated to the western edge of the Earth, corresponding to Yuan. Such geological upheavals occurred silently. as if an invisible hand of fate had orchestrated the movements. At the extreme of the eastern sea, a blue hole emerged, voraciously consuming the ocean's waters, seemingly bottomless, drawing in the waters of the seas and even the starlight of the Milky Way, corresponding to Guizhou. Legend spoke of the submerged celestial mountains Daiyu and Yuanqiao, which rapidly resurfaced, buoyed by 6 giant Ao, whose skins had petrified. Simultaneously, a certain barrier was lifted, allowing the once vanished Yingzhou and Fangzhong to gradually reappear. Meanwhile, on Penglai, numerous exotic herbs began to sprout explosively. Thus, the 5 celestial mountains manifested once again. A more potent spiritual rain cascaded down, loosening the constraints of heaven and earth and elevating the limits, enabling all beings to ascend to higher realms. In regions such as Greece and Northern Europe, humans exhibited a phenomenon of gigantism, with the tallest reaching 80 meters. They appeared to be descendants of the Titan race or the giants, or perhaps of the Longbow kingdom, whose giants were said to be at least 10,000 meters tall, capable of wading through the seas. In the eastern sea, within the crow's nest of the Fusang divine tree, an egg birth from the soul of Emperor Jun had already hatched. A divine 3-legged crow, basking in the spiritual rain, frowned slightly, its mood less than pleasant. Was this the essence of extreme opposites? Emperor Jun rubbed its beak with a crow's leg, as everything began to show signs of recreating the ancient wilderness, an era rife with ferocious beasts. In Chapter 48, the even more terrifying Changbai mountain roared with the bellow of a wild bull, Neodali, who, bathed in spiritual rain, grew even larger, resembling a colossal white mountain from afar. Thunder crashed as several formidable bolts of lightning struck the hexagonal white bull, hitting it 9 times, scorching its skin and causing blood to flow profusely. Indeed, it was the 99 heavenly tribulations. In the next moment, Neodali shrank to the size of an ordinary yellow bull, clearly having comprehended the divine ability of size transformation. Subsequently, it transformed into a robust figure with a bull's head and human body. However, its legs were beastly and curved, and its hands were neither hands nor hooves, essentially resembling a bipedal hexagonal white bull. Despite its somewhat grotesque appearance, Neodali's strength was perilously close to that of a transforming demon. By the standards of the Daxiao realm, it was classified as extraordinary first stage. Cough, cough. Neodali expelled a bone fragment, the second hyaline bone of the animal's larynx, which also served as a restriction, though it was unclear what it restricted. Ah! A nearby woman, with flowing red hair and horned beauty, gasped in surprise. Has the king attained enlightenment? Jiang Taizhan inquired softly. I owe my fortune today to the princess. Neodali replied, his voice sincere yet authoritative, followed by a snort. As a descendant of the Flame Emperor, were it not for your fortune, I doubt I would have survived the tribulation. Recognizing the lineage of the Flame Emperor indicated an extraordinary heritage. Otherwise, such ancestral memories would not exist. Your Highness, do not say such things. If it weren't for your kindness, I would have been devoured by that bear. Jiang Taizhan smiled. I am not kind. I merely see the fortune upon you, Neodali retorted, but let us not dwell on it. If there were no value, why would I save you? Jiang Taizhan waved her hand gently, asserting that in this era teeming with demons and spirits, the king's willingness to shelter her was the greatest act of compassion. Being a king is not about being overly sincere. Such honesty can be hurtful, Jiang Taizhan chuckled. Your Highness speaks wisely. Neodali scratched his head, instinctively crawling on all fours. He ventured to pick a wind thunder apricot from beneath the thunder apricot tree and presented it to Jiang Taizhan. Your Highness, this is a wind thunder apricot. Consuming it will grant you the power to command wind and thunder. Ha ha. Jiang Taizhan laughed uncontrollably, finding Neodali's demeanor exceedingly amusing. What? Neodali queried, puzzled. Can't walk. The bull demon king, much like the former Mang Tianqing, appeared clumsy in its gait, preferring to crawl. Reports spread among the water tribes, reaching the ears of Grand Marshal Tuolong. He promptly informed Prime Minister Xianao, Prime Minister. The bull demon king of Wild Bull Ridge has survived 9 bolts of heavenly thunder and is now half transformed. All tribes require water. Where there is water, there are water tribes. Thus the Water Palace's spies were ubiquitous in Changbai Mountain. This bull was indeed remarkable, and maintaining a friendly relationship was paramount. Xianao assessed the situation and commanded that the carnivorous water tribes were forbidden from attacking the bull tribe, even the ordinary bulls that had yet to awaken their intelligence. What shall those water tribes eat? They inquired. Sheep, foolish roe deer, and even birds if they can leap high enough. The sheep tribe was protected by the Tiger Mountain, which posed a dilemma for Tuajun. I have dealt with the 3 kings of the sheep tribe, Yang Mingyun. He commands cold air and is no easy opponent. Until they reach half transformation, they are mere ants in this era. They need not be concerned. Indeed, on Monkey Ridge, a water monkey, or rather, a giant water ape, stood in the pond, howling at the sky, pounding its chest, and reveling in the spiritual rain, absorbing the purple downpour with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque meditated atop the mountain, refining the purple rain. Under the spiritual rain, many monkeys underwent transformations, awakening the bloodlines of extraordinary beasts or experiencing a surge in intelligence. Some monkeys even directly evolved into apes. Among them were the white-haired and barefooted figures, unmistakably descendants of the white ape clan, known as Zhu Yan. In the mythological era, the ape and monkey clans were not distinct. So many monkeys harbored ancient fierce ape or divine ape bloodlines, now revealed by the spiritual rain. For instance, the elder white ape, Yuan Hong, was indeed a long-armed ape. Additionally, among the monkey clan, two red-butt macaques emerged, the oldest after Yuan Hong, named Ma Yuanshui and Lu Yuanshui, inspired by the journey to the west. Clop, clop, clop. The two leaders approached the elder white ape, stating, "Great King, with the torrential rain, human towns are in chaos. This is the perfect opportunity to procure weaponry and armor." The red-butt macaque was astute, knowledgeable of human affairs, and skilled in navigating dangers to prolong its life. Yuan Hong nodded and commanded, "You two shall lead some of the younger members of the monkey clan down the mountain, and take the opportunity to practice. Remember, your safety is of utmost importance." Yes. Ma and Lu Er, the two marshals, descended the mountain with a few Zhu Yin and a troop of macaques, each about 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall. Meanwhile, at the summit of a Mei mountain, where the Shengfu cave is located, a massive stone stood tall, measuring 3 zhang and 6 qi 5 siyuan in height, with a circumference of 2 zhang and 4 qi, adorned with 9 holes. At that moment, it began to tremble violently. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the stone shattered, releasing a radiant orb. As the orb touched the ground and was swept by the wind, it transformed into a macaque, imposing and majestic, standing at an astonishing height of 7 qi, approximately 2 meters and 23 centimeters, truly a beautiful monkey king. Could this be the new generation of Lingming Shiho born from the remnants of the Duzhan Xingfua? Wait a moment, how does this monkey know it is son Wukong? The stone monkey bent over, scratching its head, and suddenly its stature shrank from 7 qi to less than 4 qi. Who is son Wukong? Who am I? Where's this place? The stone monkey was utterly bewildered. My king. At that moment, a troop of Amei mountain macaques leaped over, their bloodline heritage allowing them to instantly recognize the stone monkey's identity. My king, you have finally returned. On the other side, at Jindiao Ridge, a blue-haired lion roared, its size swelling to nearly 100 meters. This lion king, originally a golden-haired lion, had transformed after being bathed in the essence of spiritual energy. At the mountain peak, the Golden Eagle King now boasted a wingspan of 100 meters. In the waters, a 6-tusked white elephant stood majestically, born of a mother pig imbued with dragon energy, possessing the ability to command water. Among them, the Golden Eagle King was the eldest, the Blue Lion King the second, and the 6-tusked white elephant the third. They were sworn brothers from different tribes. At Fenghuang Mountain, the Wutong tree grew rapidly, its branches ablaze with 5-colored flames, while its leaves displayed the same radiant hues. Magnificent and extraordinary. Simultaneously, the main peak of Fenghuang Mountain inexplicably transformed into an active volcano. The Wutong tree rooted itself at the volcano's mouth, while Feng Jiushao and Huang Enaichang perched atop the giant Wutong tree. The remaining red-bellied golden pheasants and colorful pheasants also exhibited remarkable traits, feeling no heat near the volcano, while only swallows and other birds were compelled to roost at the mountain's outermost edges. Sister, it seems I have come to a realization. We must be descendants of the phoenix divine birds. Brother, I feel the same way. The rulers of regions such as the Wild Wolf Forest, Tiger Mountain, Bear Ridge, and Wild Boar Forest were also actively evolving, harnessing the spiritual energy to attain higher realms, especially the 3 named disciples of Maoshan located on Tiger Mountain, the tiger, deer, and sheep. Those with martial arts were indeed different. Above the heavenly pool, thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered, and lightning danced wildly, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The heavens unleashed their murderous intent, targeting Ao Yi in midair, as 9 bolts of heavenly lightning struck down ferociously. Ao Yi did not evade, he stood firm, allowing the thunder to strike, his scales shedding, and his horns breaking, blood raining down like a storm. This was the Jiao Long Jie unique to Ao Yi, exceptionally brutal. He needed to endure 99 times 9 heavenly thunders, each time consisting of 9 bolts. Each strike served as a baptism, transforming his Xian Huai body into that of a Jiao Long. To overcome this trial was to soar above the clouds. To fail was to perish. Come on. I can withstand this. Isn't it just 729 strikes? Nothing more. They say the monkey brother is short. That is only in comparison to others. The second brother, the glorious pig, is merely 3 chi tall, suggesting a height of 3 meters 5. Sha Lao San is 12 chi, or 4 meters tall. So the monkey brother is no longer short. The text mentions that being under 4 chi is a slanderous remark about the demon king. Lao Wu clearly stated that the monkey brother is 3 chi tall, which is 1 zhang. Of course, height doesn't matter. It's about the ability to transform. Otherwise, Sha Lao San and the second brother wouldn't be able to enter the door. Chapter 49, The Swallowing Sky Xian Jiao. Ao. Ao Yi emitted a resonant dragon's roar, as if to say, heavenly thunder, strike even harder. Boom. The thunder roared, as 9 bolts of heavenly lightning fell repeatedly, each time shattering Ao Ye's black scales, yet they regenerated swiftly, becoming harder and more majestic. The tribulation thunder differed from ordinary heavenly thunder. Mere resistance was futile. It was a battle of willpower. Those who could not withstand it would die. After all, Ao Ye's system lacked intelligence and would not actively assist the so-called host. Ao Ye's journey to this day was entirely due to his own will. Without the desire to grow stronger, the system would be as good as air. Drip, drip. The dragon-infused blood fell, transforming fish into dragon species, grass into dragon blood grass. Even during Ao Ye's tribulation, it could rejuvenate the ecosystem of the heavenly pool. This was why he chose to face his tribulation at his doorstep, ensuring it did not benefit other clans, especially the Pan Long Guashu, which, after absorbing dragon blood, began to resemble a heaven and earth spiritual root. Given time, it might even transform into a Imu Qing Long. At the same time, at Longnan Mountain, in the hidden underground river beneath the locked dragon pool, the long-dormant Shui Mai Di Long finally awakened its dragon eye due to the infiltrating spiritual energy. It was likely that the next time it rained universally, it would take form. Ao Yi let out a pained dragon's roar, and from beneath his abdomen emerged 4 limbs, 2 above and 2 below, each adorned with 3 claws. Boom! The thunder exploded, shattering all 4 dragon claws. Gasp! Ao Yi inhaled sharply, writhing in pain, twisting in the air like a noodle, as the severed claws fell into the heavenly pool, staining the surface red. The fish, shrimp, crabs, and water snakes instinctively gnawed at the fragments of the dragon claws. The shrimp transformed into dragon shrimp, the fish into dragon fish, the crabs grew larger, and the water snakes gained the qualification to transform into dragons. Even the Xian Ao, after bathing in dragon blood, exhibited signs of evolving into a dragon turtle. Boom! The Jiao Long Jie continued, with 9 bolts of heavenly lightning descending fiercely, shattering the pointed snake tail. Following this, blood and flesh writhed, regenerating a new tail adorned with white manes, the dragon tail. Boom! The heavenly thunder struck again, hitting Ao Ye's head. Scales fell away, flesh writhing. As his entire head became increasingly formidable, his horns elongating, beginning to take on a dragon-like appearance, and a red zongmu sprouted in the center of his forehead, which is a vertically oriented eye. This zongmu was known as the Zhu Long Ji Yen. When it opens, it is day. When it closes, it is night. Controlling the flow of time, able to view the past and the future. Of course, with Ao Ye's cultivation, he could only manage to control the flow of time in a localized area. If he could encompass the entire heavenly pool, it would signify profound mastery. Observing the timeline was beyond his capabilities, though the Zhu Long could. Wait a moment, if the Zhu Long can see the past and future, does that mean? Ao Yi glanced down at the wooden house beneath the Pan Long Guashu, his heart racing inexplicably. Did she already know I would arrive in the Yuming Jigua? Or perhaps she was the one who drew me here. Is her dazed appearance merely an act? The implications were chilling. But why would the ancient deity of Zhongshan do this? And why send out her remnants? What could she possibly want from me? Yet, what could I offer her? Boom! Time was of the essence, and the heavens thundered once more, this time piercing through the very core of Ao Yi, refining his sinews and bones into Long Jin and Long Gu. The excruciating pain of his transformation rendered Ao Yi nearly lifeless, unleashing a mournful cry that echoed through the skies. From his abdomen emerged 4 limbs, each adorned with 4 toes. Yet, the next wave of thunder shattered his limbs anew. As if dissatisfied with the form of 4 claws, was he to metamorphose into the unheard-of 5-clawed Jiaolong? It is widely known that Jiaolong possesses 4 claws. while 5 claws signify a true dragon, and beyond that are the dragon horns, a further evolution that commands the very elements, known as Jiaolong. The dragon kings of the 4 seas belong to this echelon. The pinnacle of the dragon lineage is the Yinglong. Though renowned as the apex, it is not singular in existence. There are at least 2, one being the consort of Tai Yi, and the other the dragon that the great general under Huangdi courted, who was in love with the female ghost. According to the Xianyuan Huangdi Zhuan, Huangdi ascended to become Tai Yi Jun. Whether referred to as Tai Yi or the central heavenly emperor, they are one and the same. And Huangdi was quite the libertine, not content with merely 3,000 women, but yearning for an Yinglong as well. This was merely a fleeting thought of Aoyi. Boom! The relentless thunderstorm interrupted his musings. Oh heavens, will this torment never cease? Each bout left Aoyi teetering on the brink of death, igniting a fury within him that propelled him to soar into the storm clouds, invoking Fa Tianxiangdi, transforming into a colossal figure stretching 1,000 meters, and opening his gaping maw to devour the raging thunder. Ding! Devoured the calamity thunder. Heavenly punishment skill unlock progress 1. 1100. Only through daring to dream, to act, and to strive can one reap rewards. Had Aoyi not possessed this courage, this skill would remain dormant forever. Ding! Successfully performed the act of devouring the heavens. Elevated to the exotic Jiaolong Tun Tian Xianjiao. With a puff, his limbs reformed, now bearing white manes at the elbows, and this time each of the 4 dragon claws boasted 5 toes, astonishingly transforming him into the unprecedented 5-clawed Xianjiao. While ordinary Jiaolong can only traverse the seas, Aoyi possesses the ability to devour the heavens. Even the oversea great Saint Jiaomo Wang lacks such prowess. Should the current order of heaven and earth permit, Aoyi could expand to 500,000 meters and swallow him whole. Devour, devour, devour. Aoyi, transformed into a gluttonous serpent, consumed the thick clouds of calamity thunder, gradually obliterating them, thereby unlocking the heavenly punishment skill and significantly boosting his combat prowess. A roar echoed from the horizon, revealing a creature resembling both dragon and hound, with flaming limbs racing through the air. This monster moved with astonishing speed, lunging towards Aoyi's dragon head, seemingly intent on devouring his brain. Was it the Xiong? It turned out that the zombie king had seized the opportunity during the downpour of spiritual rain to wreak havoc, evolving into the pinnacle of zombies, the Shilong Xiong, a being radiating malevolence and ferocity that soared to the heavens. Evil entities ascend with remarkable speed, requiring not the accumulation of Tao, but rather the shedding of blood, the quenching of thirst for vengeance. Their strength grows without reason. In this moment, driven by Li Hao's vengeful spirit, the Shilong Xiong launched an assault on Aoyi. Once it consumed the dragon's brain, it would then feast upon the golden eagle's wings. However, with a resounding bang, the 1,000-meter Tun Tian Xianjiao raised a forepaw, striking the Shilong Xiong down to the ground. Following this, its tail crackled with purple lightning, cleaving the creature in twain like a divine sword. Should I still be a Hui, perhaps I would fear you, but now I am a Jiaolong. 1 Xiong against 3 dragons and 2 Jiaolong is purely fictitious. 1 Xiong against 3 Hui and 2 Meng is more accurate. After all, the Xiong is not an ancient deity, and the notion of ancient deities is mere nonsense, as the god of war Xing Tian is also a type of zombie, a broken form of corpse. Among the ranks of broken forms of corpse are also Xia Gong. Furthermore, there is the drought deity Envi Jia, who became a zombie due to excessive exposure to turbid energy, and Ho Qi, who died fighting for Huangdi yet was left unburied, transforming into a corpse. The underworld river guardian Ingo, tainted by the blood of the drought goddess, far surpasses the Xiong. What rank could it possibly hold? Indeed, humans can become corpses because of Ho Qi. He made a grand vow that any who felt unyielding and harbored resentment could become zombies in death, making him the true ancestor of corpses. Roaring, another thunderous bellow resounded. The Shilong Xiong revived, fueled by resentment. The lingering malice made it undying, embodying the immortal and indestructible body. The essence of immortality and indestructibility is fundamental to high-level zombies. Aoyi's gaze sharpened, his entire form entwined in the divine purple lightning. His elongated, unbranched dragon horns radiated with lightning brilliance. As thunderclouds coalesced, the thunder roaring incessantly, akin to the wrath of the heavens. Heavenly punishment. Boom! The blood-red thunder, laden with calamity energy, crashed down, specifically targeting evil entities. The Shilong Xiong perished, yet revived, for it had consumed far too much resentment. It would likely require several more strikes. Boom. Time and again, it was struck down until it no longer revived, lying motionless on the ground. Aoyi diminished his form to 36 meters, in harmony with the celestial constellations, dragging the Xiong's corpse towards the Pan Long Guishu. May this serve as nourishment for the Pan Long Guishu. Chapter 50. The corpse of the minister, what could she possibly be scheming? Aoyi pondered deeply, yet refrained from directly inquiring. After all, the venerable deity of Zhongshan would not likely contrive to ensnare a mere Jiaolong. Moreover, he was evidently benefiting from the situation. Could it be that he was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future? Upon returning to the Tian Chi Shui Fu, he coiled upon the Zijing beams, stroking his chin with a forepaw. Was she investing in him? Or perhaps she too could not foresee the distant future. Otherwise, how could she have failed to manage her son Gu, allowing him to commit the heinous crime of slaying a celestial being, resulting in his execution by the heavenly emperor? This indicates that the ability to observe the past and future likely possesses certain limitations. The spiritual rain continued to pour, and the thunder rumbled incessantly. A bolt of lightning struck the Pan Long Guishu, severing a branch that spiraled as if a dragon was soaring into the abyss. At the moment the branch made contact with the Xiong's corpse, a wondrous transformation occurred. This spiritual root, once recognized by Emperor Qianlong as a divine tree, had birthed intelligence long ago, yet, as a plant, it struggled to take form. Now, the tree spirit sought to adopt the Xiong's corpse as its embodiment. The tree spirit envied the freedom of roaming beasts and beings, thus summoning lightning to sever its own branch. The residual corpse energy of the Xiong was absorbed by the branch, allowing the corpse to shift from its canine form back to human shape. As the branch gradually fused with it, invigorating the soulless shell, a fragment of the tree spirit's soul inhabited this vessel, albeit in a state of utter confusion. The intelligence of plants is exceedingly low, requiring millennia to reach a standard level of consciousness. From the time of Qianlong to now, only 290 years had passed, leaving it at the level of a mere child. Hence, it is exceptionally arduous for plants to attain sentience. Roar. The being born from the fusion of the branch, and the Xiong opened its mouth to howl at the heavens, its eyes blazing red as blood, revealing a pair of zombie fangs glistening ominously. The rain of purple droplets whipped through its hair, which danced wildly. The bright moon was once again stained with a tinge of crimson. This entity was indeed a formidable harbinger of calamity, a unique zombie born from the union of spiritual root and Xiong's corpse. It possessed a humanoid form, yet lacked the grotesque features of traditional zombies, unafraid of sunlight, needing no blood for sustenance, and capable of wielding supernatural powers. It resided outside the realms of the 3 realms and 5 elements, not subject to reincarnation, and was truly immortal and indestructible. Though he may exude an aura of fearsome malevolence, his temperament is remarkably innocent, as he is, after all, a manifestation of a tree spirit's divided soul, pure and untainted like a child, meandering down the mountain in a state of blissful ignorance. Now that he can roam freely, why not take the opportunity to explore? It appears he is currently unclad, which only emphasizes the tree spirit's essence, displaying a complete lack of modesty. The green-clad woman, known as Jiangchen, gazes at the retreating figure of the bare-bottomed man, softly murmuring that he is a general, a minister, born to guard. The divine tree thrives on the dragon energy of the night, and the minister's corpse serves as both a leader and servant of the night. Historical records indicate that the previous minister's corpse emerged during the medieval period, originating from the infamous butcher Bai Qi, who was ordered to be put to death by the king of Qin. Harboring resentment, he naturally transformed into a corpse. As a general and minister of the Qin king, he was henceforth referred to as the minister's corpse. Legend has it that he was subdued by the first emperor, continuing to fight for the Qin Empire, until he was vanquished by Qiu's reincarnation, the dual-eyed Xiangyu, amidst the chaos during the reign of the second emperor of Qin. The notion of immortality and indestructibility refers to the endless lifespan of a zombie, rather than true invincibility. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Pool, the construction site of the Dragon Palace is bustling with activity. Let's give it our all. We must not disappoint the Dragon Lord's generosity. The construction team of Rin Real Estate Development Company Limited works fervently, akin to frantic cattle, with Rin Yuqian himself joining in, feeling not oppressed, but rather exhilarated. They are all individuals who have bathed in dragon blood. Thus, they have undergone a transformation, acquiring the characteristics of Jiao, allowing them to manipulate water, breathe underwater, and possess great strength, evolving from mere mortals into extraordinary beings, thus enjoying the protection of the Extraordinary Being Protection Law. Moreover, they still retain their human forms. Lord Toad, This is your salary for the month. 50 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, within the lake bed's mineral vein, Xian Ao tosses 50 exquisite energy amethyst crystals into the gaping maw of Toad Jun, then states, "Hurry and transform into a true toad dragon and do not let down the Dragon Lord's painstaking efforts." It is well known that the Yangtze alligator is also known as the toad dragon. However, the toad dragon is not merely a Yangtze alligator but exists on par with the likes of Yazai and other dragon offspring. Thank you, Chancellor Xia. I shall not fail to meet His Majesty's expectations. As he speaks, Toad Jun has already gulped down the high-grade spirit stones as if they were mere morsels. Being a large alligator, unable to grasp with hands, and currently lacking any storage treasures, General Catfish and General Shrimp, along with various leaders in the Water Palace, have access to energy amethyst crystals. Why did Ao Yi seize the mineral vein? Originally intending to monopolize it, after experiencing a turn of fortune in the Shanghai realm, it has now become a treasury, used for paying salaries to the subordinates. Naturally, the salaries of the concubines are also allocated from this treasury. Lord Ao, there is Asian iron vein in Huncheng, and I believe we must secure it. In the Water Palace of the Heavenly Pool, the Marshal General, Mang Tianqing, stands beneath the Jiayin Lang, observing Ao Yi, who is dozing atop it, and speaks earnestly. There is no rush. Ao Yi shakes his head, smiling. We currently lack the means to refine weapons. Once humans refine the Xian iron into equipment, we can either seize it directly or capture the weaponsmith. Simply possessing Xian iron is of no use. At this moment, Ao Yi has transformed into the traditional image of the Dragon King through the divine ability Fish Dragon Transformation, manifesting as a dragon-headed human form. Yet not with a frail physique, but rather as a towering figure of a black-scaled dragon man. He is a four-legged Jiao dragon with hind legs. Should he assume a serpent-like form, his lower half would not only possess a long dragon tail, but also two hind legs, which is quite abstract, unlike the dual-legged Jiao with only four paws. Furthermore, he is adorned with a skirt of fish scales. Fish that have not awakened intelligence do not count as water beings, being classified as resources, much like how humans do not regard chimpanzees as kin despite both being primates, and the chimpanzee being a member of the human subfamily. That makes sense. Mang Tianqing feels Ao Yi's reasoning is quite sound and contemplates before saying, Lord Ao, in my view, Ao Xian possesses the talent to be a weaponsmith with a fiery temperament. Ao Xian is merely He Huanao, lacking hands and claws to refine weapons. After speaking, Ao Yi rises from the Jiahejijin Lang, stroking the white mane at his neck as if pondering something. Eureka! Ao Yi's eyes light up, instructing, Tianqing, use the network of the Divine Dragon Sect to investigate the changes in the world, paying particular attention to whether any immortal mountains and blessed lands have emerged. Lord Ao, do you think we are in the primordial era, embarking on treasure-seeking adventures? What has existed before will surely return, and what was present in the primordial era should gradually resurface. Therefore, we must seize the initiative. Indeed, Mang Tianqing thinks this reasoning holds merit and promptly takes his leave to carry out the task. Old Dragon King, I have come to deliver a congratulatory gift. Just as a male-bodied, female-appearing Jiao immortal departs, the water monkey arrives at the heavenly pool, carrying a large jar of monkey wine, which was rendered safe for consumption through the water-repelling spell cast by Xianao. Old Bai Yuan sends me to deliver a jar of finest monkey brew to congratulate you on overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Thank you for your kind gesture, water monkey. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Ao Yi leaps down from the Jiahejijin Lang, receives the jar of wine, and instructs Ao Yufei to take it to the storeroom. He then scrutinizes the water monkey, contemplating for a moment, then slowly speaks. I seem to recall mentioning the bestowal of rewards. How about I grant you the title of Great Sage of the Water Monkey, along with a name? What do you think? A name? What shall it be? Waziki. Excellent, excellent. That name is wonderful. The water monkey hops joyfully, then inquires, what does Great Sage of the Water Monkey entail? A high official, ranking first class. How significant is a first-class rank? Very significant. Well then, I shall assume this title of Great Sage. Waziki nods, though he remains unaware of the true magnitude of such a rank, being uneducated and mischievous. Old Dragon King, where did you find that staff? It is truly remarkable. That is not a staff. Ao Yi shakes his head, explaining. It is a pillar capable of supporting the sea, not a weapon. It is merely that I possess boundless strength, able to shoulder the 5 mountains, which allows me to wield it. Old Dragon King, indeed, your powers are vast. Chapter 51. The 3 sons of the Leaf family. By the way, Old Dragon King, do you have connections in the South Sea? Waziki suddenly asks, scratching his head. That fellow, the six-eared macaque, insists on going to the South Sea to seek some heart's desire iron soldiers after reading a novel called Journey to the West. There is no stopping him. The South Sea? Aoyi pauses. Contemplating for a moment, I am most closely related to the North Sea. How about this? I will send the dragon Pool's Chihua, Ao Xian, to accompany him. Also, inform the six-eared macaque that I have given him a name, Lu Air. Very well. Waziki nods and departs from the heavenly pool. Honestly, I have no idea what is so special about these Heart's Desire iron soldiers. This legendary water monkey shows no interest in the so-called Rui Jingu Bang. He can condense water into soldiers, after all. It is worth noting that the previous generation of Waziki could gather the Huai River and surrounding waters into a Huai Vortex water staff to wield against foes. Your Majesty, I have a request. At that moment, Xiao Qing swims over, biting her lip, and softly states, I wish to ask your Majesty to go to Chuandi and topple the snake-suppressing tower to rescue my sister. Xiao Qing, it is not that I am unwilling, but have you considered that Bai Susu has already? Your Majesty, I am not afraid of trouble. Rather, I fear that you may witness something unbearable. Ao Yi gently wiped away the pearlescent tears of Xiao Qing with his large hands, reminiscent of eagle claws and tiger paws. Allow me to first send someone to gather intelligence. We shall embark only when we have accurate information. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty. Overcome with joy, Xiao Qing embraced Ao Yi, rubbing her delicate visage against his cool, white belly scales. My sister has studied medicine and understands alchemy. She will undoubtedly be of service to Your Majesty, so please accept her when the time comes. I find it inappropriate to take a wife. Your Majesty, my sister has yet to be wed and remains in her boudoir. Who would willingly place her under a tower if it were not for a relationship between a human and a demon? Ao Yi was somewhat perplexed. It could not possibly be that old bald monk Fa Hai was idly meddling. It is not Fa Hai, it is Fa Chuan. That rogue monk insists that demons are demons and must be subdued, yet my sister is only healing and saving lives, and he acts without discernment. Xiao Qing felt deeply wronged. But wait, should not your sister offer her heart to one surnamed Su? She had thought so, but young Master Su is a woman. Xiao Qing paused, stating that her sister altered her approach to repay her kindness by joining her in running a medical clinic to aid others. Ao Yi. Very well, this is indeed not by Xizhuan. Yet by Su Zhen, Lu Baiqing, and Miss Su all bear striking resemblance to Bai Xizhuan. Could it be a case of convergent evolution? The white snake of West Lake, the white snake of Sichuan. Are they perhaps related? Bai Su Zhen, Lu Baiqing, Sin Baiqing, Miss Su, young Master Su, Fa Chuan, Fa Hai. Distinct white snakes and green snakes, different monks, and different narratives. It is no wonder that mythology has numerous versions. Different locales may indeed witness similar yet distinct events. Is Fa Chuan also from the Jinshan Temple? Ao Yi inquired. Yes. Xiao Qing nodded. He is indeed the rogue monk from Jinshan Temple, completely lacking in discernment. How infuriating. In that case, we must not act hastily. If we were to push towards the Zhenshi Ta, Ao Yi licked his dragon teeth, paused, and continued. It would undoubtedly lead to conflict with Jinshan Temple. So we must proceed with caution. You know that human cultivation progresses rapidly. Some elderly monks may have already attained golden bodies. Although Ao Yi is formidable, he would never consider himself invincible. The surrounding world is filled with all manner of supernatural beings. Phoenixes, giant birds, six-horned white bulls, six-tusked white elephants. And that ginseng elder who escaped Changbai Mountain, rumored to be on the verge of transforming into a ginseng fruit tree. What if Jinshan Temple has a reincarnated Buddha? There is no certainty. After all, during the arrival of the end of the Dharma age, all gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings entered reincarnation. And now the age of spiritual revival has begun. Who knows from which corner of the world a being might emerge? The danger of this era is no less than that of the primordial age. The next day, in the stillness of the night, the second spiritual reign had long since concluded. In the town of Li in Longxi, a thunderous roar erupted. Master Shijian, the eldest disciple of the Maoshan sect, accompanied Lin Fengjiao, Qian He, and Si Mu, among other disciples, to purge the zombies. With lightning fist techniques, they wreaked havoc upon their foes. While the other disciples also displayed commendable skills, Lin Fengjiao commanded her sword to slay the zombies. Si Mu inhaled deeply, his muscles bulging like the Hulk. Qian He executed moves to shatter bones and sever tendons. That scoundrel Li Jian has truly brought calamity upon our Maoshan sect. Shijian's dragon whiskers bristled with fury as he conjured heavenly thunder to vanquish a zombie, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Li Jian coerced Ren Tianyu into sacrificing his body, resulting in his unjust death, transforming him into a pure Yin corpse, which combined with Li Hao's pure Yin soul to give rise to the Zombie King. The slaughter caused by the Zombie King and the subsequent zombies all carry a portion of the karmic burden attributed to the Maoshan sect. Without Shijian's borrowing of a corpse to return a soul, there would be no Zombie King. Heavenly Thunder, assist me. Now, the Maoshan sect must eradicate all the calamities wrought by the Zombie King. Otherwise, we risk our fortunes dwindling or incurring the wrath of heaven and the ire of the populace. Thus, Shijian yearns to strike Li Dian dead with a single punch. He was meant to harness this spiritual rain to achieve the refining spirit and counteracting void realm, attaining a semi-immortal form. Yet due to these karmic burdens, he cannot break through. Without purging these zombies, progress will forever be elusive. Shijian not only can conjure thunder and lightning with his hands, but can also summon massive wooden stakes from thin air to subdue the zombies. While the contributions of the other disciples are akin to mere embellishments. However, as the zombie infestation extends beyond just the town of Li, Maoshan is compelled to seek aid from other Taoist sections. The response came from the I Ching lineage at Yushu Peak and the Taiching lineage at Longhu Mountain, both dispatching disciples to assist in the extermination of zombies in other afflicted towns. Of course, while it is the Taoist sect's duty to eliminate demons and protect the way, they also expect some benefits in return to settle the karmic debts. The benefit is the fortune of the Li clan. The new generation of the Li family consists of 3 sons, the eldest, Li Dao, the second, Li Yuan, and the youngest, Li Bao. The eldest joined Longhu Mountain. The second joined Yushu Peak, and the youngest joined Maoshan, bringing the Li family's fortune into the Taoist sect, which in turn must assist the Li family in dealing with the mess. At this moment, in the Li family's library, Li Jian searched in vain for a long time without any success. However, the 3 brothers, regarded as illegitimate by the Li family, each made notable discoveries, highlighting that inheritance can only be perceived by those with fate. The eldest, Li Dao, found a fragment of the Tao Te Ching personally penned by Laozi, which still retains remnants of Taoist essence, wondrous beyond compare. The second, Li Yuan, discovered the military strategy of condensing malevolence, left by Li Mu, one of the 4 great generals of the warring states, who single-handedly resisted the undefeated Qin army, a direct descendant of Li Er. The youngest, Li Bao, found the essence of Qinglian Jusher Li Bai's sword techniques, the Qinglian sword manual, which lacks illustrations but is filled with verses that flow effortlessly, seemingly capable of recreating the elegance of killing one in 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. Hand it over. These are not possessions befitting your status as illegitimate. The 3 brothers, who were not given proper recognition, could only enter the library because Li Jian had been unable to find anything himself, prompting a search involving all the Li clan's descendants. In my hands. It belongs to me. Among the 3 brothers, Li Bao, the youngest, possessed the most fiery temper. At this moment, he seized Li Bai's former sword, Qinglian, and appeared ready to stab Li Jian on the spot. The youngest is correct. The second brother, Li Yuan, neither too young nor too old, had a temperament that ignited at the slightest provocation. Eldest, second, and third, calm down. Li Dao, the eldest and most temperate, intervened and addressed Li Jian, family head. We are now in an era of great spiritual revival. Inheritance possesses its own sentience and will choose its master. You are without fate and cannot force it. Though only in his early 20s, Li Jian spoke with an air of antiquity. These are mere objects. How can they possess sentience? Li Jian was skeptical and attempted to seize the items forcefully, lacking the insight to understand why he could not uncover treasures while guarding the vault. I address you as family head out of respect. Without that respect, you are nothing. Without hesitation, Li Bao kicked Li Jian to the ground and declared, eldest brother. Second brother, let us depart. After all, we will soon part ways, so why show him any courtesy? Indeed, the youngest's words ring true. With that, Li Yuan added another kick, feeling immensely relieved, having endured much ostracism. Li Dao sighed. The 3 brothers exited the library, disregarding Li Dian's resentful gaze. Why were the 3 brothers so marginalized? Because their mother was Li Dian's own sister, who became pregnant before marriage and lacked a partner, leading Li Jian to view this as a family disgrace, which accounted for his disdain towards the 3 brothers. In truth, Li Dian's younger sister became pregnant after inhaling 3 breaths of Qin Qi during a trip to Kunlun Mountain, not due to any illicit entanglement. Their mother, now residing at the foot of Lishan in a Taoist temple, found herself unable to remain in the Li family of Longxi and ultimately chose to become a nun, leaving her children behind. Thus, All four of them entered the realm of Taoism. The lineage was unexpectedly inherited by those three illegitimate offspring, which incensed Li Dian greatly. In a fit of rage, he overturned a nearby bookshelf, exclaiming, "I am the rightful head of the family. Why is the inheritance not mine?" Just then, a family servant named Lida rushed in, holding an old mobile phone that emitted a nostalgic ringtone. Li Dian took a deep breath to compose himself and answered the call. "Hello, esteemed leader. This is Xiao Li. How may I assist you?" The leader on the line revealed that a certain mineral had been discovered in Hunjing City, named Xiantai by the Research Institute, possessing spiritual properties. A batch of weapons had already been crafted, and he was instructed to send his men to test them. After a brief silence, the leader added, "It requires the use of so-called spiritual power or magical energy as its energy source. Therefore, tomorrow morning, you must take your people to the first research institute in Kyoto for a Xianjin assessment." Xianjin refers to a standard of evaluation at the research institute. Those possessing Xianjin have the potential to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Those lacking it will remain ordinary throughout their lives. The term Jin refers to one's bone structure. Those with Xianjin have bones as flawless as white jade. The next day, as dawn broke over Monkey Ridge, Lu Air had fashioned a wooden raft, donned in modern attire he had acquired. Carrying a basket of fruits and the avoid water technique taught by Turtle Prime Minister, intent on learning while traveling. Due to the influence of the spiritual rain, his appearance had taken on a more human-like form. To evade unnecessary trouble, Lu Air had trimmed some of his monkey fur, leaving only hair and patches of fur, resembling a striking figure with 6 ears and a tail. "Your little raft will not reach the South Sea," Aoyi remarked, glancing at the raft beside the stream. Shaking his head with a smile, "I have arranged everything. Once you leave Changbai Mountain, a boatman will be waiting for you. Ao Xian will accompany you beneath the boat." After all, Longtan Chi Hui was a formidable general of the Tianqi Water Mansion, not a steed to carry Lu Air to the South Sea. "Thank you, Old Dragon King." Lu Air expressed his gratitude. "Old Dragon King?" Aoyi's lips twitched, internally lamenting, "I am only 4 years old this year. Though my cultivation may span thousands of years, I have only been hatched for 4 years. How can I be called old? Defying the heavens, transforming into a flood dragon in 4 years, and having spent the first 3 years as a mere serpent. Such speed surpassed even that of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Let us go." Lu Air bid farewell to Wu Zhiqi, Yuan Hong, and Aoyi, resolutely embarking on his journey down the mountain, the prologue to his own journey to the south about to unfold. As his figure gradually faded from their view, Yuan Hong set down the journey to the west, sighing, hoping Lu Air would not act recklessly, endangering his own life. In a battle of rivals, without external interference, it would merely be a 50-50 chance. Aoyi, however, was untroubled, chuckling. As of now, the Tathagata either resides in someone's belly, or is toiling as a beast of burden, or serving as a novice monk. In any case, he has no leisure to concern himself with this matter. Pausing, he turned to Yuan Hong, inquiring, "What of you? Will you not seek your own staff? The Bohai Qingtian pillar? The Qingtian Baiyu pillar? The Ichi Shuehua staff?" Yuan Hong replied, "Originally, the old white ape thought these were mere tales, but last night I realized they may not be fiction. For Wu Zhiqi informed me that the old Dragon King possesses a pillar known as the Jia Hai Zijin Liang." After a moment of silence, he slowly added, "It is not that I do not wish to seek it, but I fear that if I venture too far, the Monkey Clan will suffer retaliation from the Tiger Clan." Retaliation from the Tiger Clan? Hearing this, Aoyi glanced at the tiger skin skirts worn by the surrounding monkeys. Finally understanding why Wu Zhiqi had not accompanied Lu Air down the mountain, it was to guard their home. "Feel free to seek it. The beasts of Tiger Mountain are no match for this great sage," Wu Zhiqi suddenly interjected, munching on an unknown spiritual fruit, stating, "Even 9-headed elephants cannot withstand my strength, let alone tigers." Suddenly, a large wild boar burst forth from the forest. "Brother Yuan, I, Old Pig, have come to ask for a bowl of wine." This wild boar, named Zhu Zhan, was muscular, with a snout over a meter long and formidable tusks, exuding a somewhat foul odor yet maintaining an imposing presence. Zhu Zhan was named by Yuan Hong after witnessing a contest for supremacy among wild boars, where he was the defeated former king. Having lost, Zhu Zhan wandered homeless until he traveled with Yuan Hong for a few days, becoming friends. This incident occurred during the time when Aoyi had yet to return. Of course, seeing the wild boar approach, Yuan Hong swiftly opened a large jar of wine, diluted with spring water, a low-quality monkey brew. Not due to the old white ape's frugality, but simply because the wild boar could not handle strong liquor. This wild boar, when intoxicated, would cause havoc, necessitating lighter drinks. 3 days prior, he had gotten drunk and nearly ravaged the fruit orchard on Monkey Ridge, only to be subdued by Wu Zhiqi in his giant water ape form. Showcasing immense strength, after some contemplation, Yuan Hong decided to first visit Bohai, as it was within their territory and posed a lower risk. Zhu Zizhen volunteered to accompany him, while Ao Yi dispatched a water buffalo from the Tianqi water mansion to join them, hoping the buffalo might bring some fortune. In the spirit of forging bonds, Ao Yi named the buffalo Jin Dashing. Now, the renowned group Meishan Qiguai had gathered 3 of its members. Still needing the old goat Yang Xian, the python Chang Hao, the centipede Wu Long, and the mastiff Dai Li. Old Dragon King, shall we practice? As Yuan Zhu and Jin descended the mountain, Wu Zhiqi looked at Ao Yi with interest. Practice what? Martial arts. Wu Zhiqi raised his hand, summoning the water from Monkey Ridge, which coalesced into a staff of equal length, thick at the wrist, with 2 small fish swimming within. Then let us practice. Ao Yi extended his right hand, summoning the Jiahai Zijin Liang, which had been embedded at an angle within the Tianqi water mansion. It responded to his call, shrinking to the size of a needle and swiftly flying into his hand, transforming into a staff of similar thickness. Though both staffs were of the same thickness, they were distinct, as their wrist sizes differed. Clang. Despite Wu Zhiqi's weapon being the water staff of Monkey Ridge, upon clashing with the Jiahai Zijin Liang, it produced a sound akin to metal striking metal. Even more astonishing was that the water ape's water control ability took precedence over the Jiahai power. Clang, clang, clang. After several exchanges, Ao Yi deflected Wu Zhiqi's water staff, gazing at the massive water ape before him with a grave expression. Internally astonished, my Jiahai Zijin Liang cannot hold his water staff? Clang, clang, clang. After 3 rounds, Ao Yi and Wu Zhiqi battled from the ground to the sky, the Jiahai Zijin Liang and the Monkey Ridge water staff clashing incessantly, soaring from Monkey Ridge to the skies above Tiger Mountain. The Dragon King of Tian Qi rode the clouds, while the water monkey Great Sage trod upon the mist. Their exchange was purely a display of martial prowess, avoiding the use of divine abilities. Wu Zhiqi's condensing water into soldiers did not count, as water was merely his weapon. The true prowess lay in the ability to create waves and storms. Suddenly, Ao Yi let out a light chant, causing the front end of the Jiahai Zijin Liang to rapidly extend towards Wu Zhiqi, yet the water staff, equally adept, elongated to meet it. In terms of weight, the water staff was likely heavier, for it contained half of the water from the entire Monkey Ridge water vein. The Jiahai Zijin Liang weighed 4.38 million jin, approximately 190 tons, while the water staff, encompassing a greater volume of water, surpassed this weight significantly. The power of Jiahai relied on the properties of earth core divine origin metal rather than mere weight. Thus, the Jiahai Zijin Liang was not a weapon in the conventional sense, unlike the Rui Jingu Bang, which could transform into various forms. The Jiahai Zijin Liang could only adjust in size, but could not change shape at will. With a resounding thud, Ao Yi thrust the Jiahai Zijin Liang into the ground, drawing upon the geothermal energy, and the dark purple staff gradually morphed into a crimson hue, becoming intensely hot, yet effectively countering the water staff. Water, when heated, would evaporate. The clash of their staffs erupted in a wave of heat and steam. Old Dragon King, you lack martial ethics. Wu Zhiqi sensed the water staff growing lighter at an almost imperceptible pace, as the water vapor began to evaporate. However, water vapor remained water, and he could control it just the same. This posed no significant issue. The scalding steam reached the lower Tiger Mountain, were it not for the 3 great kings. Yang Mingyun, employing their cold aura to shield against it, the tigers, deer, and mountain goats would have been severely affected. With a resounding roar, the great king of Tiger Mountain expressed his discontent. If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere. The Tiger King, adorned with black wings and a pair of fleshy growths on his forehead, resembled a winged tiger, clearly an extraordinary breed. It was likely that he would ascend to the rank of the 4 fierce beasts, Qiongqi, during the next spiritual reign. Upon hearing the roar, Ao Yi looked down in shock. The feng shui of Changbai Mountain evidently harbored secrets. Even the bloodline of Qiongqi could be found here. Despite being a water monkey, Wu Zhiqi had a fierce temperament. Annoyed by the interruption of their spar, he aimed to strike at the Tiger King, the Monkey Ridge water staff growing thicker and more formidable in its momentum. You talk too much. I see you are asking for a beating. In Chapter 53, Journey to Chuandi, Humans Invade, the wind howled as the Tiger King flapped his wings, narrowly evading the water staff. Wu Zhiqi, realizing his strike had missed, felt disheartened and withdrew. This water monkey was brave and aggressive, but not murderous. The previous generation's Wujichi was merely confined at the foot of Turtle Mountain for obstructing flood control, unlike the executed nine-headed serpent Xiang Lu and other malevolent beings. The water monkey was more of a troublemaker than a true menace. With a mighty roar, Aoyi transformed into a 36-meter-long dark dragon, soaring towards Tianqi, while the Jiahai Zijin Liang returned first to the water palace, stabilizing the aquatic realm. The construction speed of the Dragon Palace accelerated significantly once the waters were secured. The atmosphere in the Tiger King's heart was heavy. Changbai Mountain was rife with powerful beasts, and he was but a solitary winged tiger, a mere lowly existence in the hierarchy. Should he consider migration? Thus, the Tiger King resolved to lead a select group of elite kin, along with his second and third disciples, away from Changbai Mountain. He could not thrive here. After a moment's reflection, the Tiger King decided to head towards the southeast, where the terrain aligned with the destiny of Qiongqi. Moreover, the more treacherous and desolate the environment, the better. If it teemed with poisonous insects, that would be even more advantageous. After achieving his transformation into Qiongqi, he planned to return to unify Changbai Mountain. Disciples, we shall depart for the southeast. Yes, elder brother. The tigers, deer, and goats began their migration, though not all kin were willing to follow. The mortality rate during migration was too high, and some preferred to remain in their current state. The news of the Tiger King's migration to the southeast was swiftly conveyed by the Water Tribe, reaching the ears of Prime Minister Gui. Xian Ao's heart tightened. The winged tiger is migrating southeast? He murmured to himself, standing upright within the cave etched with the words Prime Minister's residence. This tiger intended to achieve the form of Qiongqi. It must be documented. The old turtle took up a piece of jade and began inscribing notes, as information was always beneficial. Meanwhile, within the water palace of Tianqi, Meng Tianqing returned from the Divine Dragon Assistance Association, reporting the information gathered. Aoyi. It seems the human authorities are deliberately concealing news of the celestial mountain-blessed land, as not even rumors are circulating. Aoyi, upon hearing this, exhibited no surprise. Such strict control indicated that the celestial mountain-blessed land indeed had re-emerged. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, he remarked, "There is no doubt that the human authorities regard these places as military secrets to prevent civilians from seizing opportunities. Regardless of their faction, doves or hawks, they perceive themselves as superior officials first, with factional distinctions secondary." After a pause, he continued, "Tianqing, relay my command to send more of our kin to gather intelligence. I believe that if we send enough, someone will surely return with good news." "Yes. By the way, what news of the Zhenxi Tower in Chuandi?" Aoyi suddenly inquired. "It has been designated as a forbidden zone by the authorities," Meng Tianqing replied, pausing before adding, "Moreover, the abbot of Jinshan Temple, Fa Yuan, frequently chants at the tower, seemingly attempting to forcibly enlighten something." The members of the Divine Dragon Assistance Association, comprising numerous wealthy individuals, had ample intelligence networks, making the gathering of common news quite convenient. Upon hearing this, Aoyi nodded and then asked, "What is Fa Yuan's level of power?" "Unknown." Meng Tianqing shook his head, "But from my perspective, he is likely a cultivated high monk, at the very least a formidable figure of refining the spirit and counteracting the void." After speaking, he left the water palace to arrange matters for the Water Tribe. At noon, beneath the dragon fruit tree, outside a small wooden cabin, Aoyi stood at the door, softly addressing Zhongshan Vexian, who was perusing a book inside. "Xian, I need to be away for a while. Can you manage on your own here?" "Of course," she replied. As she opened the door, she flexed her arm in a pose displaying her biceps, then added, "My body may lack magical power, but I possess considerable strength." After a brief pause, she continued, "Ayi, once you finish your business, remember to take me on a date. I want to go shopping, buy clothes, and enjoy some delicious food." The ancient goddess, being divine, learned quickly, mastering modern Chinese in a remarkably short time. "Agreed." Aoyi readily acquiesced to Zhongshan Vexian's request, as he owed her a great debt for consuming the remnants of her Zhu form. This favor was immeasurable and could never be fully repaid. After exchanging a few words, Aoyi bid farewell and departed. He sought out the Turtle Prime Minister Xianao and instructed, "I shall journey to Chuandi with Shaoqing regarding the construction project of the Dragon Palace. Remember to urge the progress. And you Yufei must ensure the Water Tribe guards our home. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, hasten to Ho Ling to request the assistance of the Shui Yuan de Sheng." "Yes." Xianao acknowledged the command. After arranging various matters, Aoyi and Shaoqing transformed into their dragon forms and soared into the cloud sea. Under Ao Ye's guidance, Shaoqing learned the art of optical invisibility. The Dragon Lord of Tianqi and the Lady Qing Fei flew silently towards the south. Your Majesty, what is the background of that woman? Shaoqing inquired. Her background is substantial, but it is not convenient to discuss, Ao Ye elucidated. Although she wishes to become my third consort. You must all address her as sister. Her lineage is so esteemed that I dare not act presumptuously. Upon hearing this, Shaoqing appeared contemplative. The Tun Tian Xinjiao and Qingjiao traversed the cloud sea swiftly, journeying from the northeast to the southern Chuandi, a route that was exceedingly long. Even they needed considerable time to reach their destination. Goodness, why has the earth grown so vast? 2 days later, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Changbai mountain range. 5 men and 4 women, riding in a specially designed all-terrain vehicle, all clad in matching combat uniforms. Evidently members of a special operations team. This was the Zhuo Yaoju, a special agency established by the hawkish faction modeled after the 749 Bureau. The personnel were primarily scions of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, along with some lesser-known disciples from obscure sects. Yet they were bolstered by the mechanical and weaponry expertise of the Mo family's descendants, showcasing commendable combat prowess. This team was equipped with the ancient Mo family Xian, Tai mechanized armor and Xian Tai weaponry. We cannot proceed further in the vehicle. It is time to disembark, spoke the team leader, Li Mai Tung of the Longxili clan. Indeed, the terrain ahead is quite treacherous, nodded the deputy leader, Cui Bu Lai. Glancing at the rear seat, Dong Wang, is your beast mastery sufficiently honed? The deputy leader hailed from the Qing He Chui clan, a lineage descending from Jiang Taigong's grandson, Jiang Jizi. The Dong Wang he mentioned was a descendant of the ancient Huan Long clan. While it was unlikely for them to reclaim their ancestral glory, Ao Ye's refusal was certain. Moreover, the art of dragon mastery had been lost, rumored to have been eradicated by the dragon clan. Only beast mastery persisted in the world. Absolutely, Dong Wang nodded earnestly, exuding confidence. As long as you can handle them, I assure you I will train them to be obedient without a hint of trouble. Very well, let us ascend the mountain. Li Mai Tung exclaimed. Chapter 54. The old goat seeks aid. Why is this mountain so arduous to climb? Complained Wang Ling heir of the Taiyuan Wang clan. A pampered individual. With the continuous revival of spiritual energy, the official status was increasingly tied to strength, making it impossible to remain idle and complacent. Even scions of noble families could be easily outperformed by talented commoners if they failed to venture out and seek opportunities. What are we doing in this remote mountain? She questioned with perplexity. Stop complaining and focus. If you perish here, no one will come to your aid, retorted Lu Jin Yi of the Fanyang Lu clan, who had inherited the Qilan spear technique from the legendary Yu Qilan, possessing innate strength capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. He was the second frontline combat force of the team, adept at wielding both spear and staff with exceptional skill. However, due to the clan's emphasis on lineage, he was not the team leader. That honor belonged to the Li clan member with the most substantial background. Satellite imagery has detected the Tianqi Yao Long leaving Changbai Mountain. Hence we are here to assess the power of the Xian Tai equipment by targeting the weakest Tiger Mountain, Li Mai Tung elucidated. Human technology is indeed impressive. Although Ao Ye's optical invisibility can evade the naked eye, it cannot thwart thermal detection, and the movement through clouds can still be captured by satellites. The serpentine trajectory in the air could only belong to a Yao Long, or perhaps a plastic bag. Look! Suddenly, someone exclaimed. And the group followed his pointing finger to behold a great spiritual mushroom, brimming with the essence of flora. While the mystical beasts disregarded it, humanity was envious. Take it, take it. Li Mai Tung's face lit up with joy. All right. The man who had just shouted dashed forward, plucked the great mushroom, and stored it in his ring, licking his protruding buck teeth with a grin. If this mushroom is refined into a Pei Yuan Dan, its effects will be remarkable. His name was Sun Bao, a descendant of the famous herbalist Sun Simiao. Though he had been expelled from the Yao Wang Valley for his nefarious intentions, the ring he possessed, known as the Sumi Na ring, was crafted from a certain mineral discovered in the Sumi mountain of the western Xia, possessing the ability to store items. Without magical energy to activate it, it was merely a delicate crystal. A piece of Sumi stone the size of a pinky nail could contain 3 square meters of mustard space, a remarkable feat. Although humanity was indeed bewildered at the onset of the spiritual energy revival, once they adapted, aided by satellites and ancient texts, gathering resources became significantly swifter than for the water and beast tribes. After all, Changbai Mountain lacked treasure-seeking mice. Otherwise, Mang Tianqing would have discovered it long ago. Clatter, clatter. Li Mai Tung, Lu Jin Yi, Dong Wang, and Sun Bao, The 4 male team members forged ahead, with Lu Jin wielding a 12-foot Xiantai steel spear, forcefully breaking through vines and branches. Clang! With a flick of the spear's tip, Lu Jin's wrist twitched, and the obstructive boulder exploded. Swish! The spear's force pierced through stone, directly impaling a hapless deer that happened to wander by. If we were to assess based on the martial hierarchy, Lu Jin's displayed prowess had reached the level of a 6th-rank martial artist. To put it bluntly, he was truly capable of tearing apart foes. The martial system is straightforward. The 1st rank is the highest, while the 9th is the lowest. According to official classifications, he could be considered around the extraordinary realm's 3rd stage. The power is indeed impressive. Lu Jin weighed the Xiantai steel spear in his hand, finding it heavy and robust, with a sharp and resilient spearhead, far superior to mundane weaponry. Beep. Subsequently, he pressed a button on his wristwatch, and a multitude of nanotechnology-enhanced Xiantai materials were released, extending and gradually coalescing into a suit of Xiantai armor upon his body. The aesthetics of the armor, crafted by the Mo family's descendants, adhered to traditional ancient styles, all reflecting the grand traditions of the Great Xia. This is rather heavy, Lu Jin remarked as he donned a complete suit of Xiantai general armor. A warlord's helmet atop his head, a jade Qilin mask covering his face, and a dark green robe draped over one shoulder, exposing the right side of his armor for ease of movement. This team comprised the first batch of Xiantai warriors, thus their Mo family Xiantai mechanized armor was particularly exquisite. Subsequent production would likely resort to standardized mass-produced equipment. Thud! With a resounding crash, Lu Jin shattered the earth beneath him, leaping into the air and sprinting towards the gathering place of the tiger pack, aiming to test the armor's defensive capabilities, demonstrating his audacity, which others lacked. Why are we crafting cold weapons? Wang Ling air pouted, weighing the Xiantai bow in her hands, feeling its heft, nearly unable to wield it. Wouldn't it be easier to create firearms? So convenient. It was evident that she could scarcely draw this bow, as she was merely there to bask in glory, devoid of true skill. The precious Xiantai would be wasted if turned into bullets. At this moment, another female team member, Lu Yinping, let out a disdainful snort as she cast a contemptuous glance at Wang Linger, explaining, creating firearms is akin to crafting a useless firewood stick. The massive bodies of the Yishug make them impervious to bullets, and the Tianqi Yaolong is unperturbed even by missiles. The shockwaves of a nuclear bomb would likely have no effect on it. In this modern era, human strength surpasses that of conventional weaponry. Although Lu Yinping possessed a striking figure and alluring beauty, she was a descendant of Lu Bu. Wielding a mysterious iron Fong Tianji and riding the legendary Red Rabbit steed, an embodiment of invincible valor. Indeed, she had a mount, a fire dragon foal that had been infused with dragon blood, its hooves igniting flames as it raced alongside the mountain vehicle to this location. Giddy up! Lu Yinping mounted her horse, swiftly seizing Wang Linger's mysterious iron longbow, and galloped towards the gathering of tigers, leaving behind fiery hoofprints that did not scorch the surrounding flora. The graceful silhouette of her ride gradually vanished from sight. It was evident that the true combat prowess lay with Lu Jin and Lu Yinping, while the rest were mere dead weight. Furthermore, Lu Yinping, belonging to a 3-surname family of vassals, could, upon the presence of Ao Yi, kneel and recognize him as her adoptive father if he were to brandish the Jianlang before her. However, she had yet to do so. Notably, she surpassed Lu Jin in strength. Being a 5th-rank martial artist, capable of regenerating flesh and blood, a 3rd-rank martial artist would not succumb to beheading without several strikes. Buzz! Lu Yinping, at a distance of 500 paces, drew her mysterious iron longbow, condensing malevolent energy into an arrow. With a delicate release of the bowstring, the malevolent arrow shot forth. Whoosh! With a single shot, she felled a 10-meter-tall giant tiger, showcasing terrifying combat capability, undoubtedly ranking among the elite of martial artists. This demonstrated that pure humans were not inferior to men, especially those of legendary martial lineage. The bloodline from their ancestors was commendable, and in this era of spiritual revival, their descendants could indeed embody the grandeur of their forebears. For instance, if the Xiang family were to produce another heavy pupil, seizing the momentum of the spiritual revival, it could very well achieve the path of killing and resurrect the might of the overlord. Roar! A fierce tiger lunged at Lu Jin with the ferocity of a starving beast, opening its jaws to bite, yet Lu Jin boldly raised his right arm, offering it to the tiger's maw. Crunch! The tiger's fangs shattered, yet Lu Jin felt the pressure on his arm bone, a rather unpleasant sensation. The mysterious iron armor was sturdy enough to deflect external injuries, but could not guard against internal harm. one must not neglect the conditioning of one's own bones. At the same time, Sun Bao was foraging for herbs, leaving patches of grass in his wake. Dong Wang tamed several large, foolish roe deer using beast control techniques, riding one while the others followed closely behind. His task was to train these yishug for research purposes. This was an art, not merely a matter of whipping them into submission. It allowed for genuine control. Li Miting and Wang Linger, having consumed some ginseng roots, found themselves overheated, succumbing to their desires in the thicket. Those from noble families often indulged, and in a certain sense, they were emboldened. The other two female team members, akin to Wang Linger, were incapable of wielding weapons, let alone donning armor. Why must there be a spiritual revival? I merely wish to be a young lady, marrying into a wealthy family, not to become a warrior. They lamented, yet their family had decreed they must serve Ms. Wang diligently. These two women were not of noble descent, but rather vassals of the Wang family. Having joined the team solely to attend to Wang Linger, who was bisexual and attracted to both genders, a swallow flew overhead, its expression peculiar as it chirped to its companions. The avian network from the Phoenix Mountain provided intelligence, with nearly all areas except for the Golden Eagle Ridge being monitored by the eyes of Phoenix Mountain, a key reason for the relative peace among the major powers. The herbivorous animals wandering the land, such as cattle and foolish roe deer, acted as scouts for the Wild Bull Ridge. The Wild Boar Forest was similar in this regard. Each major force had its intelligence network, all shrewd and far from being reckless. Unless significant disputes arose, conflicts were generally avoided. Initially, the old bull was reckless, but Jiang Tieshan's influence had made him more astute. Just then, an old mountain goat managed to escape. It was a Yizhong capable of utilizing the 5 elements escape technique, burrowing through earth and wood, rendering it impossible to capture. The Tiger clan had suffered heavy casualties, and the Monkey clan brothers were implored for assistance. This 5-colored mountain goat possessed some wisdom, having refined its first rib, allowing it to speak with a slight border accent. Meanwhile, Ao Yi and Xiao Qing were still making their way to the Chuan region, as the distance to Changbai Mountain was quite considerable. What? Wu Zhiqi, who was drinking with Meng Tianqing, paused, placing his stone bowl down with a clatter, furrowing his white brows as he looked at the goat and asked in a low voice, "Did you say there are humans causing trouble in the mountains?" "Yes, there are indeed troubles." Meng Tianqing raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What level of strength do they possess? What weapons and equipment are they carrying?" The 5-colored mountain goat recounted the details, and upon hearing them, Meng Tianqing's face lit up with joy, promptly deciding to take action personally, sparing the water monkey great sage from the task. The mysterious iron Fong Tianji and armor belonged to the old python. Resolutely determined, Meng Tianqing soared through the air towards Old Tiger Mountain. Since he had arrived, he intended to leave a mark. Wu Zhiqi glanced at the 5-colored mountain goat, and with his keen eyes, he immediately discerned its potential, deciding to recruit it. Should it attempt to flee, it would first have to endure a blow from this great sage. If it could withstand it, it could leave. If not, it would perish. The 5-colored mountain goat protested. "You big brute." With a rush of wind, Meng Tianqing arrived at Old Tiger Mountain, observing Lu Jini and Lu Yinping wreaking havoc as a black-blue giant tiger valiantly resisted. "Black tiger?" Meng Tianqing's brow arched in delight, silently exclaiming, "Recruit. It must be recruited." The Xiantan black tiger symbolizes water virtue, making it an ideal tiger vanguard for Tianqi Water Palace. The Xiantan black tiger, belonging to the water element, was highly skilled in combat and could serve as a fierce warrior. "Black tiger, join my Tianqi Water Palace, and I shall aid you." Meng Tianqing descended from the clouds, hovering above the battered Xiantan black tiger, bellowing his command. The Xiantan black tiger, not hesitating, promptly agreed, requesting the immortal's assistance. "Excellent." Meng Tianqing rejoiced, leaping from the wind, and, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a tempest that rendered Lu Jini and Lu Yinping nearly immobile. In a swift motion, Lu Yinping's mysterious iron Fong Tianji was wrenched from her grasp. Charge! Subsequently, Lu Jini and Lu Yinping braced themselves, the malevolent energy howling as they resisted the fierce wind. Howlite! Upon catching the Shintai Fangtian halberd, Meng Tianqing weighed it in his hands, shaking his head in mild dissatisfaction. It was serviceable enough, certainly better than having nothing at all. With a grin, he strode towards Lu Jini and proclaimed, "I, the Celestial, shall not take advantage of you. We shall compete in martial prowess. If you emerge victorious, I guarantee your safe passage. And should you lose?" Lu Jini maintained his composure. In a contest solely of martial skill, devoid of supernatural abilities, he believed he had a fair chance, yet he sought clarification, perhaps for contingency plans, such as leaving a farewell note. Lose. Meng Tianqing smiled faintly and slowly replied. You will either perish or join the Shenlong Jiao as a warrior of the Longwu Dian, with no third option available. Lu Jini furrowed his brow and nodded. A valiant warrior serves their master, yet the current Riao Ju lacks a worthy leader, and he was no fool to pledge blind loyalty. Clang, clang, clang. The Xiantai pointed steel spear clashed repeatedly with the Xiantai Fangtian halberd. True to his word, Meng Tianqing refrained from using any mystical powers, matching Lu Jini's strength evenly, demonstrating no unfair advantage. Meanwhile, on another front, whoosh. Lu Yinping rode the fiery red dragon steed, drawing her bow to shoot at the Xiantan black tiger. Although she bore the traits of a three-clan servant, she was no mere opportunist. As long as her side was not in dire straits, she typically remained loyal, exhibiting a semblance of professional integrity. Only in a situation of certain death would her passive trait, if you do not abandon me, Ping is willing to adopt you as a father, be triggered. Damn it. The Xiantan black tiger cursed, retreating amidst the water currents while dodging Lu Yinping's lethal arrows, bellowing. If you have the guts, fight me in the water. Yet, being a girl, she lacked that so-called courage. Lu Yinping, likely a descendant of Diao Chan, embodied both beauty and martial prowess, even flaunting her charm. In a fleeting moment, they found themselves in a high-stakes chase. As the saying goes, the wind follows the tiger. The clouds follow the dragon. The Xiantan black tiger's speed was commendable. Had he not been previously cornered, he would have escaped long ago. Splash. At last, the Xiantan black tiger reached the water, triggering the boss's second phase. Roar. The tiger's roar reverberated through the local waterways, as the currents seemed to gain sentience. Obeying the black tiger's command, coalescing into a colossal water tiger several meters tall and equally broad. Terrifying indeed. In the area surrounding Tiger Mountain, the water veins were sparse. Had it been amidst rivers and lakes, the black tiger would never have been cornered by two individuals not yet at the extraordinary ninth stage. Go. Without hesitation, Lu Yinping retreated, knowing she stood no chance. Only those at least martial artist fourth rank could harness the essence of qi to manifest their dermic form, a capability she currently lacked. Don't run. The water tiger's dermic form pursued her, occasionally unleashing water blades sharp enough to cleave through solid stone. The dragon's steed galloped at full speed, capable of traversing great distances in a day, yet the water tiger's dermic form could not catch up, for it was a manifestation of water, growing weaker the farther it strayed from its element. If you have guts, don't run. I already said, I'm a girl. Lacking courage. Just then, a magnificent giant catfish leaped from the earth, and the tortoise prime minister, Xianao, stood atop the head of General Catfish, gazing down at Lu Yinping. At this moment, the tortoise prime minister had begun to take on a humanoid form, yet his head resembled that of a dragon tortoise. Such a loyal old turtle could not be slighted by Ao Yi, who personally bled for him, enabling his evolution from an ancient grass turtle to a dragon tortoise, now possessing considerable supernatural abilities. Standing upright, Xianao fixed his gaze upon Lu Yinping. Female human, you cannot leave. My Qianqi water mansion is in need of maidservants. Since you have set foot here, you must stay. I refuse to be a maidservant. I wish to be a warrior. Lu Yinping, caught between two pressures, found herself with no choice but to negotiate. I am a descendant of Lu Bu. Being a maidservant is utterly disgraceful. After pondering for a moment, Xianao nodded. Then you shall join the Shenlong Jiao as a warrior in the Longwu Dian, infiltrating the human ranks to serve as an undercover agent. With that, he flicked his finger, placing a restriction on Lu Yinping. Old turtle, I see in your countenance that you are not one to remain faithful. Hence this restriction. Should you conspire against or betray us, you will suffer excruciating headaches, culminating in bloodshed from all 7 orifices until death. This is an unnamed arcane technique, learned by me during my travels in the Northern Sea before my transformation into the green moss divine turtle. It is only recently that I have been able to master it. However, it is a rather ineffective sorcery, only effective against those of weak will. Lu Yinping fell silent for a moment, then dismounted and knelt, bowing deeply before Xianao. If you do not abandon me, I, Pinger, am willing to adopt you as my father. Hiss. Xianao inhaled sharply, sensing that misfortune loomed near. Pinger, is it? He waved his hand. Return to develop your skills. Strive to ascend the ranks of humanity. Yes, father. At this juncture, Meng Tianqing and Lu Jini had also determined a victor. I concede. Lu Jini exhaled deeply, planting the Xiantai pointed steel spear firmly into the ground and tossing the summoning device for the Mok Xiantai mechanized armor to Meng Tianqing, declaring in a solemn tone, I shall withdraw from the Zhuao Ju and join the Shenlong Jiao. I, Lu Genie, shall keep my word. The Celestial sees you possess a loyalty visage. Work diligently under the Dragon Lord, and your future shall shine brightly, with the prospect of becoming a marquis or a general not out of reach. At this moment, those incompetent individuals had already met their demise. Dong Wang was slain by Wu Zhiqi's water staff. Meanwhile, Li Miting and others encountered the dazed Jiang Chun, with Cui Bulai foolishly launching an attack, resulting in dire consequences. Cui Bulai's garments were snatched away by Jiang Chun. These incompetent individuals bore resentment and death, rising as vengeful spirits, only to be vanquished again by Jiang Chun. Of the 9 members of the squad, only Lu Yinping returned, and to evade suspicion from the Zhuao Ju, she disheveled herself, even severing an arm. Not to worry, a couple of 2-turn little healing pills would suffice for regrowth. At this moment, Ao Yi and Xiao Qing were still en route to the Chuan region, nearly numb from the journey, having flown for several days without leaving the northern expanse, evoking a sense of being lost in a vast wilderness. Why is it so far? Chapter 56. Journey to Chuan region. Days later, Lu Er and Ao Xian, who had previously set out on their southern journey, finally arrived in the Chuan region, weary from their travels. Lu Er, relying on his connections, directly entered the town. Book a room. With the financial backing of the wealthy from the Shenlong Jiao, also known as the Shenlong Mutual Aid Association, Lu Er had no shortage of funds, opting for a hotel stay complete with culinary delights. Should he desire companionship, that was also an option. However, he had yet to attain enlightenment and needed to preserve his essence. Moreover, Lu Er, being a monkey, was more interested in female monkeys than humans. Meanwhile, unable to transform into human form, Ao Xian ventured into the forests of the Chuan region, seeking a tranquil pool to rest, where he unexpectedly encountered a monk from Jinshan Temple, none other than the disciple of Master Faiyun, Monk Fahai. Meeting is a matter of fate. Why not join my Jinshan Temple as a protective spirit snake? Monk Fahai joined his hands in prayer, reciting a mantra. My Jinshan Temple flourishes. Surely it will assist the snake benefactor in transforming into a dragon. It is said that creatures such as koi, dragons, and qilin hold the power to attract or suppress fortune. And if fortune is not properly contained, it will gradually dissipate. Jinshan Si evidently sought to capture a spiritual serpent, aiding it in its transformation into a dragon to subdue the tides of fortune. Assisting the serpent in its metamorphosis into a dragon is a profound act of benevolence, intertwining great karma, thus binding the dragon to Jinshan Si. The monks there are truly astute strategists. In contrast, the Taoist sect typically tends to maintain several pawns of koi. Get lost. Ao Xian bellowed without hesitation, his tail thrashing against the ground, causing tremors. I need to rest now. If you keep prattling on, I shall end you. Amitba. The monk from Fawo remarked, since the benefactor refuses to reason, I shall demonstrate my prowess. With that, the monk lifted his robe, and his muscles surged, his skin radiating a dark golden sheen, transforming from a gaunt figure into a towering arhat, standing at 10 meters tall. He had attained the 5th realm of difficult victory in the Buddhist hierarchy, and extraordinary realm, 2nd stage in the official classification. How admirable! At this moment, the Fawo monk stood 11 meters tall, yet his trousers miraculously expanded without tearing, likely due to years steeped in the Dharma, gaining a semblance of sentience. On the opposing side, Ao Xian measured 25 meters. Unlike Ao Yi, he had not accessed any enhancements. He was merely at the standard level of a Hui. Yet his combat prowess remained formidable. Suddenly, Ao Xian opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of hellfire toward the Fawo monk, who did not flinch, instead adopting the stance of a golden bell shield. Golden light erupted, and the sound of a bell resonated. Clang! The golden bell shield dispersed the hellfire. With a determined stride, the Fawo monk charged at Ao Xian, wielding a Vajra-like staff, a treasured artifact he had refined over many years. Capable of a certain degree of size adaptability, a matter of life and death, he executed a technique known as Spirit Monkey Staff Method, engaging Ao Xian in combat. It is said that this method has significant origins, originally utilized by one of the honored Buddhas of the modern Buddhist sect, the victorious Buddha of battle, hence also referred to as the Pilgrim Staff Method. Clash. After several exchanges, the Fawo monk sustained only a few wounds, oozing dark golden blood, while Ao Xian had lost a considerable number of scales, a pitiful sight. It is noteworthy that extraordinary realm corresponds to the Jiao stage in serpentine cultivation. In other words, the Fawo monk could, at full strength, contend with a typical Jiao dragon, if armed with the Kunlun dragon slayer lineage's Jiao slaying sword. He could potentially slay an ordinary Jiao dragon. Ao Xian's disadvantage lay in his realm. Were he at the Jiao stage, harnessing the Li Hua energy from the south, he could easily vanquish Fawo without a second thought. Considering the unblemished red dragon symbolizes fire virtue, he would have the advantage of both timing and terrain in the south. Bowl. Shortly thereafter, the Fawo monk hurled a bowl, declaring, "This bowl was once used by the founder of the Jinshanxi branch, Fa Chuan. Today, I shall use it to capture you." This obstinate creature. When addressing the benefactor, he was met with rejection, thus branding him a vile beast, a rather flexible standard. Capture. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming force emanated from the seemingly ordinary bowl, rendering Ao Xian powerless against its pull, shrinking him to the size of a loach. This bowl had absorbed at least 600 years of incense offerings and the blessings of successive heads of the Jinshanxi branches. Having long since transformed into a post-heaven merit spiritual treasure, truly extraordinary. A common bowl could never possess such power unless wielded by a genuine high monk employing Buddhist arcane arts. Buzz. A resonant hum echoed as Ao Xian was drawn into the bowl, which, despite having no lid, kept him trapped, leaving him bewildered and frantic. This was the relic bowl left by the master. How could a mere hui like you hope to escape? With that, the Fawo monk reverted to his original emaciated form, donned his robe, and, holding the bowl, strode towards the branch temple in the Sichuan region, clearly in high spirits. Hui benefactor, allow me to chant scriptures for you daily, assisting you in comprehending the depths of the Dharma. The Buddhist scriptures contain the Shan Sheng Jing, capable of enlightening both humans and non-human entities alike, exceedingly formidable. Should one's resolve waver even slightly, they would be enlightened into the Buddhist fold. The saying "put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha" refers to this very concept. The ability to wield a butcher's knife signifies strength, and a strong individual possesses the value of being enlightened. I shall never enter your Buddhist realm. I have a wife and children. Ao Xian struggled desperately, continually battering against the void at the bowl's opening, indignantly exclaiming, "If you have the ability, release me, and let us engage in a true battle. Hui benefactor, do not remain obstinate. Damn you. Ba, Hui benefactor, cultivate some virtue. Cultivate virtue, my foot." Meanwhile, in a hotel, Lu Er's ears twitched, capturing every word exchanged between Ao Xian and the Fawo monk, including the earlier sounds of their battle. "My brother Ao Xian has been captured by the bald monk." Lu Er's expression darkened. In the next moment, his left pair of ears twitched again. Detecting the sound of rushing winds, it was Ao Yi and Xiao Qing approaching. "I must go to Jinshanxi to create some chaos for the bald monk, for I cannot allow my brother Ao Xian to fall into their trap." After murmuring this, Lu Er transformed into a fly and flitted out of the window. The six-eared macaque possesses the innate ability to know the past and future, comprehending all matters, and has grasped the 72 transformations from Journey to the West, making such transformations trivial. However, at present, Lu Er is equivalent to the refining qi into spirit stage of the Taoist sect, corresponding to the official extraordinary realm, rendering him unable to employ many divine abilities, including the most fundamental stillness technique. Buzzing, the fly soared toward the Jinshanxi branch temple. After a considerable time, the fly infiltrated the Fawo monk's quarters, quietly transforming back into Lu Er's form, raising his hands to unleash a lightning palm, striking the monk with a bolt of lightning from afar. Ba. The sound of a sacred chant resonated, golden light manifesting to dissipate the lightning. "Monkey benefactor, why not join my Jinshan Baosha as a guardian spirit monkey? In the future, you may yet reap the rewards of your endeavors, perhaps even attain a bodhisattva status." He. Monkey call. Lu Er extracted a willowwood staff from his ear, which could be deemed a spiritual treasure. For Tortoise Chancellor had inscribed the size adaptability spell and the indestructible Vajra spell upon it. Although the crafting method was exceedingly crude, it was still not without merit. "Bald monk, you shall not prevail." Stubborn and unyielding, the Fawo monk shook his head, rising to grasp the nearby staff. "Monkey benefactor, I shall now impart to you the profound teachings of the Dharma." Clang. The willow staff collided fiercely with the monk's staff. "Bald thief, release my brother. Or do not blame me for being ruthless. Since brotherly bonds run deep, why not join me in my temple?" Chapter 57. The Journey to Sichuan, Part 2. The night was as tranquil as water. At this moment, Lu Er had successfully seized the relic bowl, evading the pursuit of Jinshanxi. Though he could not best Fawo in direct confrontation, his cunning surpassed that of the monk. From the onset, Lu Er's aim had never been to win. His sole objective was to snatch the bowl. Once the Dragon King arrived in Sichuan, He would find a way to unlock the bull's Buddhist restrictions and free his brother Ao Xian. This was the complete rescue plan. Capture that monkey. Do not let it escape. Fad, you go that way. Fashu, you go the other way. The monks displayed remarkable perseverance, pursuing relentlessly from noon until now without a moment's respite. Were it not for Lu Er's exceptional hearing, he would have surely fallen into their trap. He darted and dodged, fleeing north and south. By a stroke of fortune, there lies a well known as Sulongjing in the vicinity, and thus, Lu Er invoked the Bishui Ju and leapt directly into its depths. With a splash, Lu Er embraced his treasured bowl as he submerged into the water, which was not frigid but rather pleasantly warm, making his descent less uncomfortable. At that moment, Ao Xian's voice emanated from the bowl. Brother Lu Er, follow that chain downstream. I sense a great opportunity awaits. Very well, I shall investigate, replied Lu Er. He transformed into a large fish, clasping the bowl in his mouth, and swam downstream along the Sualong chain with remarkable swiftness, akin to a fish thriving in water. As he swam, the well proved to be shallow, merely 1,000 meters deep, allowing Lu Er to reach the end swiftly. At the terminus of the Sualong chain lay a crimson dragon, adorned with 4 limbs, each claw boasting 4 toes, its crown like horns magnificent, yet devoid of life. This dragon had succumbed to its own lifespan before the resurgence of spiritual energy. If only I could escape, Ao Xian lamented, peering through the bowl's opening at the dragon's remains. Surely, within this dragon's carcass lies the Jiaolong Pearl. If I were to consume it, I would inherit its lifetime of cultivation. Alas, I cannot break free. Moments later, Lu Er reverted to his original form, cradling the bowl, his ears twitching in relief as he spoke slowly. The Dragon King shall soon arrive. With his powers, he should be able to shatter this Buddhist artifact. Just a little longer. Meanwhile, high above the ground, 2 invisible dragon-like entities floated amidst the clouds. It was dragon energy. Ao Yi, being a Tianlong Xiangao, was exceptionally sensitive to such energies, accurately pinpointing the location of the Sulongjing, and he swiftly flew there accompanied by Shao Qing. Before long, Ao Yi arrived at the Sulongjing, employing Yulong Bai Bian, instantly transforming into a black-scaled carp that leapt into the profound well. His transformation into a carp was merely a whimsical choice, devoid of any deeper significance. Beside him, Shao Qing morphed into a graceful blue carp, following closely as they descended into the depths. Upon reaching the bottom of the well, Ao Yi transformed into a 12-foot-long dragon-human figure, astonished to see Lu Er. What brings you here? Did Ao Xian not accompany you? Lu Er explained. Brother Ao Xian has been captured by the bald monks of Jingshan Temple and sealed within this bowl. I cannot break this Buddhist artifact. As he spoke, Lu Er extended the bowl towards Ao Yi. Captured? Ao Yi examined the bowl, discovering a mere 2-inch long red loach within, his heart sinking at the realization that the Buddhist sect had begun utilizing artifacts. This world is becoming increasingly arduous to navigate. The Heavenly Pool Water Palace lacks even a single genuine artifact. We are utterly impoverished. The Zihai Zijin Liang, at best, serves as a makeshift weapon. When discussing artifacts, it hardly qualifies, being merely a pillar used by Diyu to tame the waters. Stand back, allow me to shatter it with a single strike. Ensure you do not get caught in the crossfire. With that, Ao Yi hurled the bowl aside and, with a swift motion, retrieved a needle from his ear, which transformed into the robust Zihai Zijin Liang, encircled by dark water thunder, crashing down upon the bowl. With a resounding splash, the dark purple staff stirred the waters, forcefully striking the bowl. Initially, the residual Buddhist light emanating from the bowl could withstand the impact, but ultimately, it was merely a postnatal merit spiritual treasure, while the Zihai Zijin Liang was a postnatal merit supreme treasure used by Diyu. Thus, it effortlessly shattered the bowl. The initial resistance was due to the blessings bestowed by successive abbots using Buddhist teachings. Otherwise, it would not have endured even for a moment. Of course, it was also possible that Ao Yi's current cultivation was inferior to that of Fa Chuan, preventing a swift destruction. As the issue could not lie with the Zihai Zijin Liang. As the bowl shattered, Ao Xian reverted to his original form underground and expressed his gratitude to Ao Yi before quickly swimming to the location of the dragon's remains. Senior, I apologize. Ao Xian politely bowed to the dragon's bones. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence arose. The crimson dragon's remains began to rapidly decay, revealing a fiery red pearl before Ao Xian, which could be swallowed whole with a mere opening of his mouth. Upon witnessing this scene, Ao Xian was momentarily stunned. Ao Xian, the ancestors of the dragon clan have responded to you. What are you hesitating for? Ao Yi urged. Hasten to refine this Jiaolong pearl and transform into a true dragon post-haste. Right. Realizing, Ao Xian opened his mouth and swallowed the Jiaolong pearl, immediately commencing the refining process. Lu Er, I need you to assist in guarding. Ao Yi glanced at Lu Er and continued. Xiao Qing and I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here. Lu Er confidently patted his chest and declared, no problem. However, the six-eared macaque, due to excessive force, ended up coughing repeatedly, nearly disrupting the Bishui Ju. With a splash, Ao Yi and Xiao Qing leapt out of the Suolongjing, soaring towards the Jinsha Tower. The tower that suppressed by Susu was situated in Mianzhu City, south of the Mianshan Range, not far from their current location. And they would arrive swiftly. As I have heard, at one moment, the Buddha resided in Liueki, amidst the peaks of Qijiaju Mountain. From a considerable distance, Ao Yi and Xiao Qing could hear the chanting of the monk Fa Yuan, causing their heads to throb. Roar! Ao Yi released a dragon roar that resonated through the heavens, shattering the tangible, mind-numbing mantras, which caused Fa Yuan's brow to furrow deeply. A black dragon? Fa Yuan lifted his gaze to the clouds, his wise eyes gleaming with golden light. No, the horns have yet to fork, it is a Su Long. But why does this dragon possess 5 claws? Could it be the ancestral dragon of the new era, destined to fulfill a heavenly mandate? After a moment of silence, Fa Yuan inquired, Dragon Lord, what has incited your wrath? His voice, amplified by the Buddhist lion's roar, echoed with a volume comparable to a dragon's roar. Ao Yi bluntly declared, Old bald donkey, release my sister-in-law. Do not compel me to flood your Jingshan temple with water. If negotiations could resolve the matter, he would strive for diplomacy, aiming to avoid offending the Buddhist sect. After all, he was merely an exotic dragon at present, not a true dragon, capable at most of stirring up trouble, but lacking the power to cause widespread chaos. Sister-in-law? Fa Yuan was taken aback. Old bald donkey, beneath this tower lies my elder sister. Xiao Qing shouted angrily. If you are wise, step aside and let us topple this wretched tower. Here, there is no sister-in-law or elder sister, only the temple's guardian spirit snake, Fa Yuan obstinately replied, hands clasped together. The old monk calmly performed the Buddhist lion's roar. If you too insist on causing trouble, I shall have no choice but to employ thunderous means to make you retreat. Old bald donkey, do you truly wish to oppose me? Ao Yi challenged, transforming into a towering dragon king, with white hair and eyebrows, golden eyes and horns. Clad in black dragon scales, adorned with white fur lining his shoulder armor and skirt, a manifestation of dragon mane. The dragon king stood poised upon the clouds, as if surveying all beings. Bald donkey, I shall repeat myself, imprisoned within this tower is my sister-in-law. Will you release her or not? Chapter 58, A Journey in Chuan D3 Dragon Lord, this is not your sister-in-law. Fa Yuan, the monk, still refused to acknowledge the truth. With his hands pressed together and a gaze filled with compassion, he slowly spoke, Dragon Lord, please return. There are no kin for you here. Only the guardian spirit serpent of the Golden Mountain Temple. Seeing the old monk's unwavering denial, Ao Yi immediately brandished the Jia Hai Zi Jin Liang. A hum resonated as the Jia Hai Zi Jin Liang vibrated and rapidly elongated, its tip aimed directly at the Zhenshi Tower, threatening to shatter it to pieces. Suddenly, an invisible force repelled the pillar, revealing a Buddha light barrier. Although the Zhenshi Tower appeared before them, it was separated by a thin veil of space. Dragon Lord, you cannot break through. Fa Yuan shook his head and softly continued. This guardian tower formation was left by the founder Fa Chuan of the Jinshan Temple. Thus, I must insist you depart and not waste your efforts. After a moment of silence, Ao Yi, with the Jia Hai Zi Jin Liang shimmering with purple lightning, resolved to forcibly breach the so-called guardian tower formation. If one strike would not suffice, then several would. Demon Dragon, do not be obstinately foolish. Fa Yuan exclaimed urgently. Hearing this, Ao Yi sensed an opening. The formation must not be impervious. 1 or 2 more strikes would surely suffice to shatter it. After all, the power of the Jia Hai Zi Jin Liang was intrinsically linked to Ao Yi's own cultivation. A weapon is merely a weapon. It can only unleash its true potential in the hands of a master. I shall indeed be obstinately foolish. With that declaration, Ao Yi swung the Jia Hai Zi Jin Liang, resembling a celestial pillar, crashing it down upon the Zhenshi Tower. You dare! Fa Yuan bellowed, instantly manifesting the formidable figure of the immovable King of Light, towering at a height of 36 feet, with 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a Buddhist artifact. His visage fierce like a wrathful deity, his hair standing on end. It was evident that his cultivation was remarkable, likely nearing the entering sage realm within the official ranks. indicating that this old monk was not far from achieving immortality. Most likely, the revival of spiritual energy had transformed his practiced Buddhist teachings into genuine Taoist power. I had no intention to kill you, yet you insist on seeking death. Aoyi frowned, as the Jiahai Zijin Liang reverted to a more manageable size before being thrown into the air, transforming into a length of 3,600 meters and a circumference of 360 meters, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The immovable king of light at 36 feet could not withstand it. Only the true form of the immovable king could manage such a blow. With a resounding thud, the Jiahai Zijin Liang descended, leaving naught but a pool of blood where Fa Yuan had once stood, clearly having underestimated Aoyi's capabilities. Perhaps the old monk had not anticipated the emergence of a mythical weapon at this juncture. Indeed, he was unaware that the staff in Aoyi's possession was the Jiahai Zijin Liang, mistakenly believing it to be merely a weapon of modest size, thus emboldening him to act. Little did he know, he was gravely mistaken. After years of cultivation, to lose one's life due to a moment of carelessness was truly regrettable and unwise. After retracting the Jiahai Zijin Liang, Aoyi stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating something. Perhaps he should utilize it to stabilize the fortunes of the heavenly pool once the Dragon Palace was completed. To use such a treasure solely as a weapon seemed a waste. Thus, he resolved that the Jiahai Zijin Liang was better suited for the purpose of stabilizing fortune, while he could seek another weapon. Furthermore, Aoyi was not particularly fond of using blunt instruments. He preferred weapons such as the Fang Tian Hua Ji, the three-edged blade, or long swords, for he was not a monkey. Meanwhile, within the Buddha Charm Hall of the Jinshan Temple, a charm inscribed with the name Fa Yuan trembled slightly. Suddenly, a golden, semi-transparent version of Fa Yuan emerged from the charm, gasping for breath, still haunted by the recent confrontation. Muttering to himself, that demon dragon possesses the stabilizing sea needle. How is that possible? Isn't that an artifact of the mythical era? Indeed, the old monk had not perished entirely. Although his physical form had died, his Yuan Shun remained intact, with the underworld yet to revive, and lacking even the renowned Yin and Yang messengers. His soul could be resurrected provided he found a compatible body. The charm had the ability to draw the Yuan Shun, preventing Aoyi from detecting it, or else he would have surely fled in terror. For now, he would bide his time, waiting for the complete revival of the Buddhist order. At this moment, Fa Yuan harbored no thoughts of revenge, not out of bravery, but from a fear of dying again. After all, Aoyi sought only a millennium-old serpent demon, which was hardly worth reigniting conflict over. Simultaneously, in the country of Tianzhu, the reincarnated Buddha child furrowed his brow, sensing that the Buddhist order seemed to have incurred a grievance with some existence. A failure in accomplishment, yet a success in creating chaos. The exquisitely crafted youth cursed inwardly before abruptly dismounting his grand elephant and hurling it away in frustration, invoking the Shakyamuni's elephant-tossing technique. Amitba, do not act out of anger. The reincarnated Buddha child sighed deeply, striving to calm himself. Currently, he understood only that he was a reincarnation of a high-ranking Buddhist figure. Yet his identity remained obscured, leaving his mind in disarray, which contributed to his volatile temperament. Beside him, a wandering monk, looking helpless, quietly approached the reincarnated Buddha child and whispered, "Buddha child, do not be enraged. Do not provide the heretics of the heavenly temple with an opportunity to strike. Be cautious of being photographed by reporters. It could bring unwarranted trouble." The lesson imparted by his teacher remained etched in the disciple's mind. The reincarnated Buddha child pressed his hands together, silently chanting a Buddhist mantra. With a resounding crash, Aoyi swung the Jiahai Zijin Liang against the Zhanxi Tower, shattering the Guardian Tower formation in 2 strikes. Just as he intended to demolish the treasure tower, Shaoqing suddenly interjected, "Your Majesty, wait. My sister is within the tower, and that treasure is too heavy." "Indeed, I cannot harm my dear sister," Aoyi conceded, retracting the Jiahai Zijin Liang and accompanying the half-human, half-serpent Shaoqing as they descended from the clouds and entered the Zhanxi Tower. Truth be told, he had yet to reach the transformation stage. His 4-legged serpent form allowed him to utilize the fish-dragon transformation technique to manifest only the lower half of a human body. Moreover, logically speaking, serpent dragons could not achieve a perfect human form, always retaining some characteristic of their true nature. Inside the 9-story exquisite tower known as the Zhanxi Tower, darkness enveloped the space, illuminated only by flickering candlelight. The echo of Aoyi's footsteps resonated ominously within the tower, while the sound of Shaoqing's serpentine movements was even more unsettling. 1600 years prior, Xiaoqing had been a transformation stage great demon. But having been imprisoned for so long by the Dragon Slayer, her cultivation had nearly dissipated, and she was now in the process of recovery. Similarly, Bai Su was also a transformation stage great demon and was currently in a state of frailty. Your Majesty, it is so heavy. I can scarcely move. Xiaoqing gasped, leaning against the entrance of the underground palace, beads of fragrant sweat dripping from her forehead. Come, I shall carry you, Aoyi declared, hoisting Xiaoqing into his arms, draping her serpentine tail appropriately. Continuing deeper, they advanced towards the underground palace. Within this 9-story exquisite tower, each level housed the revered Buddhas of the spiritual mountains. These statues embodied the pressure that Xiaoqing felt, though the Buddhas had all entered the cycle of reincarnation. The traces of Buddhist law remained imprinted upon the path of heaven and earth, endowing these statues with the power to subdue demons. However, they could not suppress Aoyi. In the dark underground palace, Xiaoqing called out anxiously, "Sister, where are you?" "It's me, Xiaoqing." Chapter 59 Journey to the Chuan region completed. A faint hiss emanated from the depths of the underground palace. Xiaoqing promptly tapped Aoyi's shoulder, and he immediately understood, sprinting towards the source of the sound. "Sister," Xiaoqing shouted. From the shadows, a pair of ethereal blue serpent eyes opened. A colossal white serpent, no, a unicorn white viper, slowly lifted its head, weariness evident in its gaze. It was Bai Su, revealed in her true form. Bai Su was ensnared by heavy dragon lock chains, her body bound to a dragon restraint stake, with her tail pinned to the ground by a dragon suppressing nail. In truth, she was on the verge of death, her lifespan dwindling. Fortunately, she had benefited from the resurgence of spiritual energy, allowing her to preserve her life and recommence her cultivation amidst the increasingly potent spiritual aura, thus extending her lifespan to the present. "Xiaoqing, is this your ideal husband?" Bai Su inquired gently, her voice sweet. "Yes, sister," Xiaoqing nodded, then gestured towards the dragon lock chains, beseeching Aoyi, "Your Majesty, please shatter those chains. Rescue my sister. I cannot bear to see her suffer any longer." Bai Su had endured this oppression far longer than Xiaoqing. It began when she was trapped under the tower by the monk Fa Chuan. It was only after Xiaoqing diligently cultivated from a viper into a jiao that she found the strength to confront this situation. Aoyi set Xiaoqing down and approached the dragon lock chains. Gripping them with both hands, he summoned the flickering flames of Zhu Long, whose fire could counteract the properties of black iron. Once the chains softened, he yanked them apart with a sharp crack. While black iron can be melted with ordinary fire, its exceptionally fortified state after numerous forges makes it nearly impervious to even the earth's flames. Only special flames can dissolve black iron constructs, such as the flame of Zhu Long, the 6-ding divine fire from the Bagua furnace, and the divine fires of various mythical beings. "Hang in there, sister-in-law," Aoyi exclaimed as he seized the dragon-suppressing nail with both hands and forcefully extracted it from Bai Su's tail, causing cold blood to splatter across his face. With a final kick, he shattered the dragon restraint stake, thus thoroughly dismantling the trio of dragon lock apparatuses. "Thank you, Dragon Lord, for assisting this small serpent in her liberation." Moments later, transformed into a serpent maiden, Bai Su bowed gracefully to Aoyi and spoke softly. "In gratitude for your great kindness, this small serpent is aware that she cannot repay you, but is willing to serve you faithfully. If the Dragon Lord finds favor in my appearance, I would even offer myself." Miss Bai, you are Xiaoqing's sister, which makes you my sister-in-law." Aoyi awkwardly scratched his neck. "Is it truly appropriate to offer yourself?" "You worry too much, Dragon Lord." Bai Su smiled gently, shaking her head as she explained softly. "Xiaoqing and I are not biological sisters, but sworn sisters. Your Majesty, you must accept my sister." Xiaoqing interjected, secretly calculating the benefits. Knowing the Dragon Lord's ambitious aspirations would lead to numerous unions, making it advantageous to have a helper in the harem. "Your Majesty is the Emperor of the Water Tribe. The harem is inevitably filled with beauties. Although currently, Aoyu Fei and Xian are not embroiled in palace intrigues. Who knows if one day the Dragon Lord might take a captivating fox spirit." "Very well." Aoyi sighed in resignation, glancing at Bai Su before continuing. "I have heard from Xiaoqing that sister-in-law. Su, are you knowledgeable in the alchemical arts?" "Indeed, I have spent several years cultivating in the pharmaceutical valley." Bai Su nodded slightly. "Excellent." Aoyi struggled to suppress a smile. "Then Su, you shall also take on the roles of imperial physician of the Tai Hospital and chief alchemist. Those who are capable must work diligently." "This small serpent shall dutifully comply," Bai Su agreed without objection. "Sister, His Majesty has already consented to receive you into the harem." You should refer to yourself as this humble servant. Xiao Qing elbowed her sister. Have you been under pressure for too long, or have you become foolish? Bai Susu murmured softly. The ceremony for becoming a concubine has not been performed, nor have we consummated the union. How can I rightfully call myself this humble servant? The concubine ceremony? We have yet to perform it either. Xiao Qing blinked and looked at Ao Yi. Your Majesty, now that you have assumed human form, shouldn't the ceremony be conducted? This humble servant, sister, Lady Yu, and Lady Xian, each deserves a ceremony. Ao Yi replied, huh? Very well, reserve 2 rooms. That night, Ao Yi rested in a hotel designated for the exotic races, booking 2 rooms, one for himself and Xiao Qing, and another for Bai Susu, who insisted it was inappropriate to share a room before the official ceremony. Meanwhile, beneath the dragon lock well, Ao Xian was still refining the Qi Jiao dragon pearl, his aura rapidly ascending. Lu Air had jumped out of the well, resting on a nearby tree while guarding, as the monkey tribe was not particularly at ease in water. Unlike the water monkeys. What? Fa Yuan has passed on. Quickly, seek the reincarnated child presided over by Fa Yuan. At this moment, Lu Air's ears twitched slightly, capturing all the sounds within Jinshan Temple. His half-closed eyes opened slightly as he thought, the Dragon King indeed possesses immense power. He has struck down the presiding monk with a single blow. Speaking of which, what is the Dragon King doing? Listening closely, he adjusted his 6 ears, searching for Ao Yi's voice, and soon pinpointed the hotel. Before he could discern which voices belonged to Ao Yi, his face flushed. One must not listen to impropriety. Shaking his head, Lu Air immediately refrained from eavesdropping, returning his focus to the sounds within Jinshan Temple. Shoo, be cautious, the walls have ears. Oh, Lu Air pondered. What is happening? How do they know I can hear? This shouldn't be. Absolutely, we must not let the Taoist sect overhear, otherwise, the incense of our Jinshan Temple will be extinguished. One monk whispered to another. Shifu Fa sure, are we considered fallen dogs? Be silent. Speak. Damn it. Why won't you speak? Lu Air angrily scratched his head. If you don't speak, how am I to know your plans? He had been relentlessly pursuing vengeance against Ao Xian, who had wronged him for the better part of a day. He was determined to repay this debt. However, the monks of Jinshan Temple remained uncooperative, rendering his attempts futile. Resigned, he decided to wait until Ao Xian completed his task before continuing southward. Back at the hotel, Ao Yi held Xiao Qing closely, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her presence, yet his heart was torn. He contemplated eradicating Jinshan Temple to eliminate future threats, but feared it might provoke even greater troubles. Forget it, I shall not dwell on it. Ao Xian has incurred a grave enmity with those bald donkeys. Let him handle it. Ever since he had crushed the monk Fa Yuan beneath the Haijia purple gold beam, Ao Yi had come to perceive his own Changbai mountain as an exception. It was a realm of formidable strength, while the outside world generally seemed inferior. Of course, the vast oceans were an exception. Most of the spiritual energy and purple rain had flowed into the sea, and it was possible that deities like the sea god had already awakened. Tomorrow, he would set off for the Yellow River to encounter the 5-headed golden serpent and simultaneously subdue the waters of the Yellow River. Then visit the Yellow River Dragon Palace to see if he could find any treasures. In the Chuan region, at the Panda Zoo, atop the highest point, a majestic panda sat on the rooftop, gazing up at the bright moon. The memories dormant within its bloodline began to awaken, recalling the legendary ancestor of soldiers. Li Tan, when will you return? The term Qiyu is a derogatory title bestowed by the Yellow Emperor. The ancestral figure known as Li Tan is a descendant of the Yin Emperor, belonging to the Jiang surname, and can be referred to as Jiang Li Tan. According to historical records, during the Battle of Zhuolu, Li Tan suffered defeat at the hands of the Yellow Emperor due to riding the wrong mount. He possessed 2 iron-eating beasts, one fierce and the other playful, and he mistakenly rode the latter. Our clan is still waiting for you to lead us in reclaiming the world, Li Tan. Chapter 60. Dragon Soars Through the Void. The following morning, with a swift motion, Ao Yi faced the direction of Tianqi, forcefully casting the sea bridge of purple gold, which was entwined with a white serpent and a green dragon, sending the beautiful ladies of the harem back to Tianqi, before hastily making his way towards the Yellow River. It would be prudent to allow them to fully recover before sending them into battle. For now, their primary focus should be on recuperation. To be candid, the speed of the sea bridge of purple gold far exceeds that of the dragon, appearing as a streak of dark purple light. Had Xiao Qing and Bai Susu not clung tightly, they would have surely fallen. Suddenly, a stroke of inspiration struck Ao Yi as he gazed upward. He furrowed his brow, musing to himself, if humanity possesses satellites, then surely my movements are laid bare before them. This cannot stand. I must obliterate the satellites. It is well known that dragons can soar through the cosmos, and thus, for Aoyi, venturing into space to destroy satellites was not a daunting task. With his cold resistance fully charged, he would not freeze even in the vastness of space. With a resounding roar, Aoyi transformed into a colossal black dragon, ascending toward the heavens with the intent to breach the cosmos. The immense black dragon surged skyward. The distance from the ground to outer space is merely 100,000 meters, and with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the distance between the Earth and the Moon has been decreasing, perhaps now less than 100,000 meters. While this may still pose a challenge for humanity, for Aoyi, it was almost effortless. Indeed, should he attain the true dragon body now, he would not only dare to breach the Earth's atmosphere, but might even plunge into the Milky Way. The Milky Way is not merely a river. In this era of spiritual resurgence, the once dry Milky Way may have awakened, with the powers of the celestial bodies coalescing once more into a resplendent river. How burdensome is gravity! As Aoyi soared higher, his ascent slowed, even showing signs of descent. No wonder the Jiao, although capable of cloud riding, requires transformation into a dragon to ascend, for heaven is not found on earth. The ancient text references to ascending to heaven predominantly point to reaching the heavenly realms, which exist within the boundless void of the cosmos. But something is amiss. As Aoyi struggled against gravitational pull while continuing his ascent, confusion filled his mind. His speed had reached supersonic levels, comparable to that of rockets used for launching satellites. Thus he should indeed be able to breach the atmosphere. It is likely that gravity has intensified due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Ding! Speed reached its limit once. Unlocking progress for the dragon soars through the void skill by 1,100. Is this a swift movement technique? Aoyi paused, momentarily taken aback. Initially, he assumed that the so-called dragon soars through the void was merely a passive ability, allowing a dragon to traverse the universe without the need for oxygen. Instead, it pertains to a technique of speed. Indeed, without sufficient swiftness, one cannot escape. At this very moment, the satellites of the Great Xia transmitted this scene back to the first research institute in the capital. On the screen appeared a black dragon, 1,000 meters long, vertically ascending, occasionally plummeting, occasionally soaring, continuously breaking through altitudes in a chrysalis state, likely to breach the atmosphere soon. After all, 1,000 meters is a considerable distance for a chrysalis to traverse. Ascending to heaven? Dr. Jia Li Duan, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. Adjusting his glasses as he dialed the phone of the hawkish elder leader, Zhao Ruilong. Hello, is this Zhao Ruilong? I am Jia Li Duan, a descendant of the Mo family. The Mo family has two factions, the radical and the conservative. The individual on the line belongs to the radical faction, aiming to validate his skills in mechanical arts through martial means. The equipment of the Monster Capture Bureau was provided by him. Mr. Jia, this is Zhao Ruilong, came a strong, aged voice from the other end. The satellite has captured the Tianqi demon dragon attempting to breach the atmosphere. Jia Li Duan spoke seriously. I suspect it is aware of the satellite's presence. It intends to destroy it. Zhao Ruilong, the elder leader of the Hawks, fell silent for a moment before responding. It appears necessary to summon the Kunlun Dragon Slayer. Please inform Lin Anghua and have him contact the old master of Longhu Mountain to temporarily restrain the demon dragon. Lin Anghua, mentioned by him, is the leader of the Doves. The two were once sworn comrades, sharing a strong bond, yet due to ideological differences, they divided into opposing factions. Satellites are vital to modern human civilization. In the face of such a situation, their disagreements must be set aside temporarily, and both factions must collaborate to address the threat posed by the Tianqi demon dragon. Currently, the mythical creature sequence 001 remains the Tianqi Dragon Lord. This is not the previously registered sequence, but rather a ranking of threat levels, with 001 signifying the highest threat, followed by 002 Waziki, 003 Phoenix King, and 004 Bull Demon King. The top entries in the sequence all originate from Changbai Mountain, which is thus designated as a red zone, a primary target for the Hawks. Understood, I will hang up now. After ending the call, Jia Li Duan proceeded to contact his conservative disciple, Polygon, relaying the message to Lin Anghua that the Tianqi demon dragon aims to destroy the satellites. These two individuals represent the respective leaders of the radical and conservative factions, each aligned with the Hawks and Doves. All right, Polygon responded softly. At the Longhu Mountain Tianshi mansion, the old master Zhang Daoqing quickly received a call from Lin Anghua, the leader of the Doves. and upon learning of the Tian-Chi demon dragon's intent to destroy the satellites, his brow furrowed. The destruction of the satellites could herald a regression of civilization, accelerating the onset of calamity. Although the destruction of the satellites might not significantly impact daily life, since the populace primarily relies on terrestrial base stations for their internet and other daily needs. With satellites mainly associated with military and aviation domains, the obliteration of satellites is a harbinger of a decline in civilization. I shall go. With a swift motion, Zhang Daoqing, who had achieved the realm of terrestrial immortality through refining the void and merging with the Tao, immediately took to the skies, soaring toward the direction of Sichuan at extraordinary speed, surpassing the speed of sound several times over. This sword is one of the 3-5 sword of exorcism, the male sword, a treasure left behind by the founder Zhang Tianshi upon his ascension. Additionally, the old master carried the Tianshi seal, Yangping Ji Du Gongyin, a large seal akin to a heavenly seal youth edition, primarily used for smashing heads, as it is a type of large seal treasure with no other practical application. At this moment, above the skies of Sichuan, Ding, speed reached its limit once, unlocking progress for the dragon soars through the void skill by 1.55100. I can't go on, I need a break. Aoyi lay upon the clouds, resembling a softened strip of spicy gluten, with the tip of his tail dangling from the clouds, just in time to be captured by a passing airplane. The altitude he occupied was precisely above the maximum threshold for commercial aircraft, and should he descend slightly further, his entire form would be visible. The act of destroying satellites seems to be a considerable loss. Aoyi caressed the chin of the dragon, constantly contemplating within. The satellite in the groove has likely transmitted this lord's current state back to others, and soon there will be individuals attempting to thwart this lord. Should I seize this opportunity to negotiate terms? For instance, requesting that the Xia authorities relinquish a few satellites from the northern regions to me? Satellites are immensely beneficial for treasure hunting, and it would be a great pity to destroy them. If the Xia authorities refuse, I can always resort to destruction later. Truly, this lord is quite clever. Chapter 61. A self-destruct comparable to nuclear weapons yawn. Aoyi lay atop the cloud, stifling a yawn, with physiological tears trickling from the corners of his eyes, cascading down to the cloud, immediately transforming into a torrential downpour. Below, the city erupted into a chorus of curses. Damn it, why did it suddenly rain? I just bought these clothes. How infuriating. Of course, Aoyi could not hear them. He was too far away. Ding. Xingyun Buyu has reached its maximum level, evolving into Zhizhong Tianxiang. Zhizhong Tianxiang. A cough can manifest as thunder, a sneeze can conjure heavy rain, with a mere thought. The phenomena of the heavens can be altered. This is the true divine power of the dragon race. Typically, such capabilities belong only to the horned dragon. At this moment, in Aoyi's eyes, Tianxiang appeared as a playful young girl. For instance, if rain were required, one could simply give her a little nudge, and she would weep rain. How delightful. Aoyi's golden dragon eyes instantly sparkled, secretly pleased. If this is the case, then this lord has truly become a legitimate dragon king. If they do not comply with this lord's wishes, let them go thirsty. I shall sever their water veins. Ding. The current range of Zhizhong Tianxiang is only 300 miles. Please maintain self-discipline. Only 300 miles. Aoyi was taken aback, then grinned. A radius of 150,000 meters is still considerable, ample enough for this lord to harvest faith and fortune. Just then, the old celestial master Zhang Daoqing arrived on his flying sword. He abruptly halted 300 paces away, nearly throwing himself off balance. Dragon Lord, let us discuss matters. The satellites cannot be destroyed. Zhang Daoqing shouted from a distance. If civilization regresses, the heavens and the earth will surely face great calamity. Great calamity or not. What does it have to do with this lord? Aoyi replied coldly. All I know is that the thing called a satellite is monitoring me, and that displeases me. After a moment of silence, Zhang Daoqing proposed, how about this? I shall take charge and request that the authorities cease monitoring the Changbai mountain range. Can you truly make such a decision? I can. Can you? I do not believe it. Aoyi shook his head, then laughed, old Taoist. Summon someone from the authorities who can speak on their behalf. I wish to negotiate with him. If we cannot reach an agreement, I shall destroy the satellites. What does the Dragon Lord desire? I require at least 2 satellites corresponding to the northern region, and furthermore, I demand the cessation of monitoring over the Changbai mountain range. It feels uncomfortable being watched. Zhang Daoqing realized he could not acquiesce to this condition. While he could negotiate for the cessation of monitoring, demanding satellites was beyond his authority. Go, bring someone over. I shall await you here. Upon saying this, Aoyi raised his right claw, extending 3 toes towards the old celestial master, continuing. I shall wait for 3 days. If you have not returned by then, I will destroy the satellites. Does the dragon lord dare to make a heavenly oath? Of course I do. With the heavens above, as long as the authorities agree to my terms, I will absolutely not destroy the satellites. Thunder rumbled ominously, as if the heavens were responding. What? Aoyi was momentarily taken aback, somewhat astonished. He had not summoned the thunder. Could it be that the heavens had awakened? It seems I must refrain from making oaths recklessly in the future. Very well, I shall go and summon someone. Zhang Daoqing preferred to avoid conflict. The divine powers of the dragon race were closely tied to the phenomena of the heavens, and should a battle erupt, ordinary mortals would suffer greatly. Thus, negotiations must take precedence. Whoosh! The sound of the wind howled as Zhang Daoqing flew northward on his sword, preparing to summon aid from the capital. After Zhang Daoqing had been gone for 3 or 4 hours, Aoyi sensed a threat and turned to look. It was a colossal serpent with 2 pairs of wings. Was this the Mingxi of the Shanhai realm? Aoyi recognized the creature. Moreover, atop the serpent's head stood a man wielding 3 long swords and a broad-bladed knife, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the old celestial master. I am Wei Yuan, the Kunlun dragon slayer. The man introduced himself coldly. I did not expect to encounter such a formidable evil dragon in this age. My mission is to eliminate the malevolent dragons and demons that plague the world. Prepare to meet your end. In the past, when true dragons roamed the earth, a Kunlun dragon slayer would never have dared to act so arrogantly. Otherwise, they would not have so many dragon-locking wells that merely confined rather than killed. Fearing retribution from the true dragons. It is essential to understand that true dragons are not the main course in the feast of dragon liver and phoenix marrow. The dragons that are consumed are the lowest-tier dragons that have transformed through dragon urine, ornamental, and edible dragons raised in the dragon transformation pool, and are not truly part of the dragon race. Moreover, the 4 Seas dragon kings also consume dragon liver, akin to how humans indulge in monkey brains. Who gave you the audacity to speak so? Aoyi's gaze turned icy as he flew towards Wei Yuan, the immense Tian Xinjiao radiating an imposing presence, dwarfing the serpent that barely matched the size of a dragon's claw. Evil dragon, behold my magical artifact. Before he could finish speaking, Wei Yuan flung forth a dragon-locking chain, forged from Kunlun fine gold, empowered by the magic of the terrestrial immortals, capable of binding even 1,000-meter-long jiao. The Kunlun Dragon Slayer sect has long resided in seclusion in Kunlun Mountain. Their legacy has persisted without interruption to this day. Do you believe that mere iron chains can bind me? Upon seeing the approaching golden chain, Aoyi was filled with fury, raising his massive claw, enveloped in the fiery essence of the Zhu Long, instantly tearing the chain apart. My claws can shred through mysterious iron, even if it is fine gold. I fear it not. With that, Aoyi commanded the phenomena of the heavens. Within a radius of 300 miles, the skies were under his control, and the formless water from the sea of clouds transformed into numerous sharp blades, hurtling towards Wei Yuan. Swish, swish, swish. How could this be? Wei Yuan's heart sank as he raised the killing dragon knife defensively, utilizing his swordsmanship to form a sword formation with the Dragon Slayer's sword, continuously shattering the incoming water blades. The evil dragon is not being suppressed by the dragon-locking chain. He was filled with astonishment. Clang, clang, clang. All the water vapor within a radius of 150,000 meters coalesced into lethal blades, densely shooting towards Wei Yuan, while Aoyi merely lay atop the clouds, observing calmly. What of a terrestrial immortal? Within a radius of 150,000 meters, all is governed by the Zhejiang Tianxiang. How could a mere terrestrial immortal, inferior even to the earth god, contend against the divine powers of the dragon race? The so-called terrestrial immortal realm is merely on par with transformed great demons, akin to the level of the minor cyclone in Journey to the West, easily subdued by the earth god. Who? At that moment, Aoyi exhaled, suddenly summoning a fierce wind. A terrifying tornado began to wreak havoc, charging towards Wei Yuan, while thunder roared, creating an utterly terrifying spectacle. At this moment, Wei Yuan felt as if he were undergoing tribulation, heavenly thunder, gale winds. All that remains is the earth fire, and the 3 great calamities would be complete. Just try to practice my skills on you. As these words fell, Aoyi closed the Zhu Long's eye on his forehead, and in an instant, the area within a radius of 300 miles plunged into darkness, devoid of any light, as the power of time began to flow. As the time of Wei Yuan was incessantly reversed, he was transformed into a child. Yet, the temporal regression did not cease. Aoyi intended to regress Wei Yuan's existence to the stage of a fertilized egg, aiming to erase him entirely. However, due to insufficient mastery, he was unable to accomplish this. Consequently, Wei Yuan's time rebounded, and he swiftly transitioned back to his original adult form, leaving Aoyi drained of power and weakened. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, for Wei Yuan had no time to contend with him, as he was encircled by celestial thunder, violent winds, and the rootless water. A malevolent dragon capable of manipulating time. Wei Yuan's spirits plummeted, but with a fierce resolve, he soared towards Aoyi on his sword. Unflinching against the blades formed from the rootless water and the thunderbolts, fully prepared to embrace death. He could not allow Aoyi to continue growing stronger. He seemingly intended to self-destruct, taking Aoyi with him. Boom. To Aoyi's utter surprise, he was caught unawares, swept into the explosion of the terrestrial celestial realm. Scales shedding, blood gushing forth, and a horn broken. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted high above, shattering the surrounding clouds. The thunderous blast left local residents in a state of bewilderment. Consequently, the heavens unleashed a rain of blood, mourning Wei Yuan's demise, as if the current terrestrial celestial realm resonated with the ancient sages. This spectacle was captured by satellites and transmitted back to the First Research Institute of Kyoto. At that moment, the old leaders of the Dove faction and Hawk faction gathered, their eyes glued to the screen. Was this truly an end for both? Suddenly, a tempest swept through, dispersing the mushroom cloud, revealing Aoyi in a disheveled state, his golden eyes ablaze with tangible fury. In the next breath, the power of time flowed, and Aoyi reverted to a moment before his injury. With a furious roar, Aoyi gazed towards the Kunlun Mountains, his heart filled with wrath, vowing to annihilate the entire family of the Dragon Slayers after his transformation. They all must perish. Meanwhile, within the First Research Institute of Kyoto, the hawkish leader felt a profound heaviness in his heart. A long sigh escaped his lips, as if he had lost all spirit and strength, slumping despondently in his chair. His gaze dull. It appeared that negotiation was the only path forward. For now, humanity was no match for this dragon. Chapter 62. The Great Dragon's Opening Roar. Aoyi's anger intensified, and within a radius of 300 miles, fierce winds howled, torrential rains poured, and thunder cracked, leaving the urban populace in distress. Dragon King, quell your wrath. The elderly feudal lords in the surrounding countryside began to offer incense to the Dragon King, despite the absence of altars, images, or statues. Nonetheless, it served a purpose. Subsequently, ethereal wisps of incense offerings drifted in from all directions, drawing Aoyi closer to his transformation. Upon sensing the incense offerings, Aoyi immediately gathered his powers, his agitation gradually settling. Meanwhile, the townsfolk, witnessing the cessation of the storm after their offerings, resolved to worship the Dragon King day and night, praying for peace. 3 days later, an armed transport aircraft arrived, and the old master, floating beside it on his sword, directed his gaze towards the dark-robed Dragon King, who leisurely sat atop the sea of clouds, tentatively inquiring, "Dragon Lord? Indeed, it is I." Aoyi had indeed waited 3 days at the appointed place for negotiation, even transforming into human form to demonstrate his sincerity. His disdain for the Dragon Slayers did not equate to a blanket hostility towards humanity. To unleash a massacre in a fit of rage? Such a foolish act. At this moment, Aoyi's white hair cascaded like a waterfall down his back, adorned in a Dragon King robe of black and gold, resembling the attire of the North Sea Dragon King from the temple, save for his human head. However, it would be more fitting to call it the ancestral dragon robe, representing the closest entity to a dragon in this new era, likely the ancestral dragon of the great revival of spiritual energy. I have brought individuals capable of dialogue. We may commence negotiations. As he spoke, the old master huffed, appearing as though he had carried the aircraft here, which, in truth, he indeed had. Very well. Aoyi nodded, turning his gaze to the armed transport aircraft, and slowly stated, "I am not an unreasonable dragon with high demands. First, I require 200 satellites along with specialists, and the territory surrounding Changbai Mountain shall be granted to me. Second, no surveillance shall be permitted in the Changbai Mountain area. Third, the Xian Iron or veins of Hunjing City. Fourth, a descendant of the Mo family skilled in artifact forging. Fifth, a map detailing the locations of the locking dragon wells within the Great Xia territory." Upon hearing these 5 conditions, the armed transport helicopter hesitated to respond immediately. Refusal? Aoyi chuckled. "I am more than capable of taking what I desire, yet I choose to negotiate with you not out of fear, but out of compassion for the common folk. Moreover, if the explosion of the terrestrial celestial realm could not bring me down, nuclear weapons would be even less effective. Thus, you have no choice. Dragon Lord, did you not mention 2 satellites? Zhang Daoqing was momentarily taken aback. In the north, 2 was an abstract number, not necessarily implying 2. Aoyi glanced at Zhang Laodao, finding him quite uninformed. Zhang Daoqing replied, "We can acquiesce, but you must guarantee not to act against humanity." A tone of resignation and weariness emanated from within the armed transport aircraft. Aoyi raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening as he coldly retorted, "Do you not grasp the situation? You lack the authority to set conditions. You must accept my terms. This is your only option. However, I do not seek to kill. As long as none seek their own demise, I shall not strike. And when have I ever initiated an attack?" Pausing for effect, he continued, "If you agree, let the old master swear an oath to the heavens. Should you betray me, then the old master shall perish." His heart shattered. Zhang Daoqing maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly he had been cursing for quite some time. The relationship between Longhu Mountain and the authorities had always been delicate. Each generation of masters had remained aloof from court politics, their fates intertwined. "Very well, we agree." In truth, the Great Xia did not lack for those 200 satellites or the Xian iron ore veins. The vast territory held abundant resources, and with effort, they could be found. Furthermore, the Changbai Mountain region was rife with supernatural beings, and conceding that territory to Aoyi was inconsequential to the Great Xia. "Good," Aoyi nodded, turning to the expression akin to constipation on Zhang Laodao's face, and smilingly urged, "Old master, hasten to swear the oath, provided you remain faithful. You will not encounter any trouble. I, Zhang Daoqing, the current master of Longhu Mountain, hereby swear an oath to the heavens. May our collaboration be fruitful." Aoyi smiled, then suddenly remembered something, adding, "Those koi raised in Longhu Mountain are my half-brothers. If they work for you, a portion of their offerings to me would not be unreasonable, would it?" Zhang Daoqing fell silent, invoking the golden light spell, manifesting thunderous power, and preparing to retaliate. "Excessive. This is utterly outrageous. You dare covet the incense offerings of my Longhu Mountain's master." Suddenly, the thunder roared, and Aoyi conjured a blood-red spear of thunder in his right hand, calmly stating, "This is a divine ability I have just comprehended, named Tian Jieji Jiao. Would you care to test it?" The celestial calamity thunder. Zhang Daoqing immediately became obedient, realizing that his current cultivation level could not withstand even a single strike. One hit would lead to his reincarnation and need for recultivation. "How much yang do you require?" "I haven't counted. You may decide," Aoyi replied. "Just 360, no more." Zhang Daoqing, with his hands in his pockets and a disdainful expression, remarked, "Dragon Lord, you are exceptionally wise. You must understand that contemporary individuals are keen to worship Buddha, and my Tianshi mansion has scarcely any xiang to offer." "Very well," Aoyi nodded, also with his hands in his pockets. "I shall not demand your offerings for free, since that monk Fa Yuan has caused me trouble. You Taoists may intervene in the affairs of Chuandi. When the time comes, we shall split the spoils 70-30, with me taking the larger portion. Has your primordial spirit also been extinguished? I doubt it. Even if the physical body is slain, that is still acceptable. I shall consider my plans." Thus, the celestial Tianshi and the dragon lord of the Shui tribe conspired together, beginning to scheme for the incense and faith power of Chuandi. The world is not merely about violence. It is also about human sentiments and social intricacies. With this, the Taoists stirred the waters of Chuandi, and Jinshan Temple would likely be too preoccupied to trouble Aoyi, a perfect stratagem of driving a tiger to swallow a wolf, revealing that he had not neglected military strategy. "As for the handover, you may find Guichang Xiang at Tianqi. I shall not return home for the time being." Meanwhile, at Tianqi 3 days prior, the Zihai Zijin Liang had arrived with Shaoqing and Bai Susu, and had anchored itself in Tianqi, stabilizing the water veins and facilitating the construction of the Dragon Palace. "No." Xian Ao knelt by Tianqi, pounding his chest in distress. It was exceedingly inconvenient for the tortoise to handle affairs, so he resorted to a clever ruse, stopping people in the street to request a title. Although successful, it came with minor complications. The old tortoise believed himself to be a formidable figure, yet appeared as nothing more than a frail scholar, reeking of vulnerability. If he stood beside Aoyi at this moment, no one would regard him as a minister, but rather as a favored consort. His dark green hair, pointed ears with a hint of pink at the tips, and delicate features were further accentuated by his unremovable glasses. The appearance post-transformation is immutable. The shapeshifting merely alters one's outward appearance without changing the essence, akin to the principle of human ascension. If one ascends with disheveled hair, they remain so for life. It cannot be fixed. Perhaps I should reincarnate and cultivate anew, lamented Xian'ao, filled with despair. Who is the wicked instigator of this absurd pairing between the Dragon King and the Minister of Tortoises? It has utterly ruined me. This narrative contains elements of faith and incense power, yet it does not imply that the protagonist will become a guardian deity. The protagonist is the Dragon Lord, whose ambitions extend to the global water systems and even the cosmic seas. Chapter 63, The Five-Headed Naga of the Yellow River. The Yellow River, the mother river of Daxia, is far from benevolent, prone to floods that show no mercy to its children. At this moment, the river was once again plagued by disaster due to the presence of the five-headed serpent, causing the surrounding civilizations to regress dramatically. The local inhabitants were powerless against it, and given its strategic location, the authorities were hesitant to deploy nuclear weapons or other forms of destructive force, plunging them back into a primitive and ignorant state. Alas, it was time for sacrifice again. The water goddess priest stood at the riverbank, observing the increasingly swollen waters. Indeed, it was the water god taking a bride, where pure maidens were sacrificed to quell the floods. In other words, it entailed the sacrifice of young girls to silence the water monster, ensuring temporary safety for others. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, this could be deemed superstitious activity, but now, there truly resided a water monster within the river, a five-headed golden serpent. Moreover, its upper body could transform into that of a human, instilling terror among the populace. Whose turn was it this time? Old Feng's family, before the terrified onlookers. A maiden clad in a vibrant red wedding gown was dragged forth by two fishermen and pushed onto a small boat, swept away by the raging current. The frequency of sacrifices demanded by the water god had escalated alarmingly. The priest's eyes flickered with reluctance. Nonsense. It's the water monster I see, exclaimed a middle-aged man, demanding sacrifices left and right. The nearby girls are nearly extinct. It would be better to offer sacrifices to the Dragon King. Shoo, keep your voice down, someone cautioned. It would be disastrous to incur the water goddess' wrath. Bullets are ineffective against it. A Taoist visited a few days ago, and he hasn't returned. It's likely. In the small boat upon the Yellow River, the maiden cried out, I don't want to be the water goddess bride. She bounced closer to the edge, her eyes red from crying, her face streaked with tears. I don't want to be consumed by the water monster. Drowning would be preferable. Meanwhile, high above, Aoyi finally soared over the Yellow River region, his 1,000-meter-long form of the Xian Jiao gradually shrinking to 360 meters, harmonizing with the number of celestial bodies, beneficial for cultivation. It seemed that someone was performing a sacrifice. Could it be for me? Aoye's draconic visage curled into a smile, perhaps a bit too self-satisfied. Clearly, he had forgotten that no one in the Yellow River region knew of his existence. After all, in this era, he was the only dragon capable of commanding the celestial phenomena and regulating the harmony of the elements. Who else was worthy of receiving such sacrifices? Thus, he concealed his form, descended from the clouds, and transformed into a humanoid figure, intending to join the commotion. Wait, it seems no one knows of my presence here? Only then did Aoyi realize, but he still planned to partake in the festivities, for idleness was not to his liking. Upon glancing at the image before him, his expression darkened. This was a disgrace to the dragon scales. Furious, Aoyi clenched his fists, trembling with rage. If you were a local spirit, it would be one thing, but you are an outsider serpent. This water system has no place for you. Boom! In a fit of anger, Aoyi kicked over the altar, shattering the image into pieces. He turned to the terrified disaster victims and the water goddess priest. His handsome features marred by dark scales, golden dragon horns sprouting from his forehead, and coldly declared, no sacrifices shall be made to foreign serpent monsters. From now on, all offerings shall be made to the dragon. With that, Aoyi took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and continued. As long as you believe in the dragon, I shall help you eliminate the serpent monsters and ensure the Yellow River is free from disasters. The Dragon King has manifested. The Dragon King has manifested. Save us, Dragon King. Beside the water system, where faith was closely tied to the dragon, upon witnessing Aoyi's manifestation, the crowd erupted in excitement, bowing and prostrating under the priest's guidance. The Dragon King has truly manifested. Hearing these words, Aoyi felt a surge of elation, transforming into a 1,000-meter-long Xian Jiao, using his tail to carve the earth, creating a new tributary for the Yellow River, calming the raging waters. Truly, the Dragon King has manifested. Gratitude to the Dragon King for your benevolence. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon reverberated through the Yellow River region, as Aoyi proclaimed to the five-headed Naga, This water system belongs to the dragon. No foreign serpent monsters shall dare to encroach. With a splash, Aoyi plunged into the Yellow River, keen to inquire with the local water tribe. Once he confirmed the location of the Naga, he swam at full speed, eager to consume the Naga on the spot. However, after swimming for a while, he spotted a bride submerged at the riverbed, motionless, and could not help but feel puzzled. Was she the offering meant for the Naga? Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The young maiden opened her ice-blue eyes, revealing a scattering of white scales across her body, which emanated an aura of coldness. Is this the bloodline of the dragon clan? Aoyi was momentarily taken aback. Could she be from the Shihai by long lineage? Has she awakened her dormant bloodline upon sensing my dragon aura? How is it that I did not drown? The young girl was filled with bewilderment. You are the Shihai Long knew. It would indeed be curious if you could drown, Aoyi remarked casually. Now, I offer you an opportunity to return to your roots. Join my Tan Chi Shui Fu, and you shall govern the Yellow River henceforth. The maiden exclaimed in shock, a dragon? Are you going to eat me? My flesh is not tasty. It is sour. Aoyi replied dismissively. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to explain. It is too troublesome. He invoked a mental command, delivering a suggestion to the maiden. Stay with me, and your future will be boundless, far surpassing that of a mere sacrifice. Your Majesty, can I truly join the dragon clan? The girl blinked, her initial fear dissipating, replaced by curiosity and a hint of loyalty. Bloodline suppression. With only a trace of dragon blood, the young girl had no choice but to submit to Aoyi's will. Very well, he nodded, continuing. Once I vanquish that five-headed Naga serpent, you will become the water god of the Yellow River, assisting me in managing the region and gathering faith and fortune. Yes, Feng Yi, will certainly manage the Yellow River well for your Majesty, she said gleefully as she swam alongside him, reveling in the delightful feeling of not being human. Feng Yi. Yes, Feng Yi. Ah, so the transformed water god of the Yellow River, being Yi, is it? After their light-hearted banter, Aoyi swiftly made his way towards the ruins of the Yellow River Dragon Palace, where the Naga serpent was training and consuming the flesh of maidens. Fueled by the remnants of dragon aura, suppressing his presence, Aoyi planned a stealthy ambush for a swift and lethal strike. Upon arriving at the location, he wasted no time. Unleashing the Zixiao Divine Thunder, he targeted the central head of the five-headed Naga serpent without uttering a word. Boom! The Zixiao Divine Thunder shot forth, shattering the horned serpent's head. Hissing, the remaining four heads turned towards him, exuding a foul odor, likely from their previous meals. The Naga serpent's upper body bore a pair of claws, indicating its transformation into a dragon. Dragon clan, the serpent asked in a melodious voice. Would you like to join our eightfold heavenly dragon assembly? Before the words could fully escape her lips, the central head regrew. Buddhism? I did not expect you to possess such insight. The Naga serpent manifested in a serpentine woman form, her upper body resembling a celestial beauty from Tianju, with four illusory serpent heads floating behind her and a golden serpent tail. She smiled. Care to consider? I see no need for consideration. The water element must belong to my dragon clan, and Buddhism shall not interfere. Without further debate, combat ensued. Unsurprisingly, the Naga serpent was swiftly defeated, yet her soul did not dissipate. Instead, it quietly fled the Yellow River, returning to Tianju to report her grievances, not daring to linger for even a moment. Go. Tell the Naga clan that I shall eventually annihilate your entire lineage. At this moment, the Naga serpent's physical form lay in tatters, ruthlessly torn apart by Aoyi, with dark golden blood spreading across the ruins. Feng Yi, have you consumed this serpent meat? Raw? I shall eat. Very well, I shall eat. Reluctantly, Feng Yi began to consume the Naga serpent's flesh, surprisingly finding it quite palatable. It was perfect as sashimi. As she ate more, the dragon blood within her began to refine. Crunch. At that moment, Aoyi crushed the serpent pearl cultivated by the Naga serpent, refining her lifetime of cultivation. How about teaming up with the Golden Eagle King and the Phoenix King to explore Tianju? Never mind. We shall discuss it after my transformation into a dragon. Chapter 64. A day of leisurely strolls. On this day, nothing significant transpired. Xian'ao and the official representatives from the Great Xia completed their handover, receiving the map of the Dragon Locking Well, ownership of 200 satellites, and the rights to the Xian iron ore veins, along with territorial autonomy. With the ability to mobilize satellites, Xian'ao quickly learned of the re-emergence of 5 celestial mountains, including Yingzhou. However, there seemed to be certain restrictions preventing entry, likely awaiting the maturation of celestial treasures, leading the old turtle to decide to check back periodically. Ding. Absorbing the power of incense and wishes, The progress of the nine heavens time responding dragon god divinity crystallization is at 1,2100. Why is it progressing so slowly? Aoyi grumbled while flying towards Tianqi, pondering how long it would take to coalesce. Sigh. With that, Aoyi ceased his procrastination and soared towards Tianqi at full speed. At that moment, his dragon roaming in the void had already reached level 100, propelling him forward with incredible speed, akin to spatial displacement. Though not as swift as a rock soaring 9,000 miles, it was still impressive. Before the second day had passed, Aoyi arrived at Tianqi on this day. The Tianqi Dragon Palace was finally completed, rivaling the grandeur of the Forbidden City, with all manner of furnishings, 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and even a Thai hospital in place. Xian'ao settled the wages for the workers and sent them on their way. The daughter of Boss Yi insisted on staying, so she was offered a position as a palace maid and taught essential underwater survival techniques, such as the water avoidance technique. Meanwhile, news of this development reached Feng Huang Mountain. Feng Jiuxiao was momentarily taken aback, her bright eyes filled with confusion as she murmured, "That black mud eel actually hired humans to construct a dragon palace? And they completed it? I still live in a tree fork. Brother, we must also build a phoenix palace." Huang and Aichong lifted her wings and blinked, determined not to let that black mud eel steal the spotlight. Feng Jiuxiao replied, "That may be so, but this is a volcano. What materials can we use to build here? Even if there are, humans cannot withstand it." Reflecting on this, he glanced at the nearby trees, which had been imbued with the radiance of the divine tree Fengqi Wu and had become spirit trees impervious to flames, making them suitable for palace construction. However, who would build it? Surely, he could not do it himself. Meanwhile, at the foot of Long Ten Mountain, the dazed Jiang Chun, dressed in stolen clothing, with bandages wrapped around his face and disheveled hair, wandered into Long Tan Mountain City, filled with curiosity towards everything around him. "Have you heard?" "What?" "The officials have allocated our area to the Tianqi Dragon Lord." "So what?" The passerby shrugged indifferently. "Whoever is above me is the same, as long as they don't eat me. They can do whatever they like. I really do not care." Indeed, historically, the common folk have never had strong opinions about who governed them, as all were fundamentally the same. They could not influence the actions of those above, whether benevolent or tyrannical. It was solely the conduct of those in power. "Are you planning to move?" "Move? Why would I? Aren't there monsters on the mountain?" "So what?" The passerby, hands in pockets, glanced in a certain direction. "I heard that the Divine Dragon Mutual Aid Association is responsible for security around here. The monsters that came down have all been killed by the security, and they even opened a tavern." "Is that so impressive? You didn't know? You're not a local?" "I fled here." "Fled?" "There was a locust plague in Hunjiang." Another traveler spoke in a hushed tone, a look of fright on his face. "They were eating everyone. I don't know where they came from. If it weren't for inheriting my ancestors' divine movement technique, I wouldn't have escaped." "What?" "Do not let it spread to Longtan Mountain City." Listening to the conversations of passers-by on the street, Jiang Chun gradually learned the language of humans. "A plague of insects?" Jiang Chun scratched his head and ceased to listen further, embarking on his journey. An instinct deep within urged him to observe, to listen, and to wander. As for the reason, he was unaware. "Tianqi!" A resounding roar echoed, heralding the return of the Tianqi Dragon Lord. The aquatic beings within the waters of Tianqi rejoiced, as Aoyi transformed into a 12-foot-tall dragon human and landed heavily. The prestige was at its peak. "Tianqi, your emperor has returned," Aoyi exclaimed in a rather dramatic fashion. No, it was not mere theatrics. He truly was the emperor here. Long live the Dragon Lord. In an instant, the awakened aquatic beings chorused in their own languages, though the essence of their words was the same. Long live. Not enough. Aoyi grinned, waving his hand and laughing. "I am the eternal guest of immortality. Mere longevity is insufficient. We shall think of something more fitting later. Water beings, Yi, you have returned." Zhongshan Vexian stepped out from a wooden house, her expression devoid of emotion. "You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Come with me on a date. I wish to experience the feeling of love." The archaic expressions had been assimilated into modern Mandarin, and her demeanor was no longer so rigid. "However, today I shall not go." After a pause, Zhongshan Vexian continued. "Shaoqing said you have taken another concubine, and we need to hold a ceremony for it. I wish to participate. I desire a title. I also wish to consummate the union, for I am curious about the feeling of yin and yang entwined. Help me." Yi. Her expressionless words were startling. Truly, she was an ancient deity, willing to offer herself merely out of curiosity. One could only say that the name sacrifice suited her well. Aoyi hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke. "Our water tribe has few humanoid figures. Holding a ceremony would be akin to hosting a performance at an aquarium. How about we wait until the third occurrence of the spirit Qi purple rain, when everyone has undergone a transformation, and then we shall hold the ceremony. All right. Zhongshan Vexian stepped forward, taking Ao Ye's large hand, her lips parting gently. Then let us go on a date. I have already arranged it with Xiaoqing and the others. Today you are mine. Huh. I gave them each a drop of my essence blood, and they are currently refining it, so they are too occupied to concern themselves with you. Vexian, what is it that you desire from me? I find you appealing. Zhongshan Vexian smiled slightly, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. Yi, do not overthink it. I will not harm you, so rest assured. Furthermore, you need not inquire. You will understand in due time. Reluctantly, Ao Yi followed Zhongshan Vexian down the mountain for their date, barely having time to glance at the newly constructed dragon palace. There was no choice. He owed her greatly. With a flourish, Ao Yi took Zhongshan Vexian's delicate hand and stepped forward, instantly appearing 10,000 meters away. Dragon roaming in the void was a spatial technique akin to shrinking the earth to an inch, were it not for the current suppression of the heavens and earth. Preventing overly formidable powers, he could have moved even faster. As the magical energy surged, Ao Yi transformed from a 12-foot dragon human into a figure clad in a black robe, embodying the ancient charm of a gentleman, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhongshan Vexian in her green attire, a match made in heaven. The first step of the date was to procure some activity funds from the Dragon Assistance Association. Next came dining, shopping, purchasing clothing, and watching movies, an array of customary activities. Ao Yi felt indifferent towards these, while Vexian found them immensely novel. She became enamored with strawberry milk and smartphones, spiraling into obsession. To be frank, the commercial street in Longton Mountain City was entirely under the auspices of the Dragon Assistance Association. After spending money in a circle, they ultimately returned to the same place. A self-contained cycle, not a single cent spent elsewhere. Yi, help me find novels on the phone. I wish to read sweet romance stories. Help me find them. Meanwhile, within the newly established Dragon Palace, in the Imperial Garden, here, water plants and corals flourished, alongside an artificial lake and an octagonal well, though instead of lake water, it contained a spirit spring. The old turtle had integrated several high-grade spirit stones into it, a costly endeavor. This was not merely for aesthetics, but also for cultivation. The spiritual energy within the Dragon Palace needed to be abundant. Moreover, spirit springs were denser than water and would remain settled in the artificial lake and octagonal well, not wandering about. By the way, only the political hall, Longda Hall, was a water-free zone, as it was the venue for morning assemblies. It would not be fitting for the Dragon Lord's hair to be flailing about in the water. At this moment, Xiaoqing, by Susu, and Ao Yufei were diligently refining Zhongshan Vexian's essence blood, the overwhelming power necessitating their full attention. Nearby, the Turtle Chancellor stood guard, with a dragon palace, but no officials. Maids, or guards, the Xian'ao were fiddling with their jade tablets. This would not suffice. Some water beings needed to be recruited. The singing of the merfolk, the accompaniment of the clam maidens, and the patrolling of the nightmarish water ghosts. Chapter 65. The plague of insects approaches. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. In a hotel. Splash. In the bathroom, Vexian was bathing, though she used no toiletries, simply rinsing with hot water. After all, as the body of an ancient deity, she possessed the innate trait of purity, thus remaining unsoiled. Bathing was merely a habit, and it felt delightful. Once finished, she emerged, damp and without a towel, not even drying her hair. Yi, let us engage in yin and yang entwining. Her tone was calm as she spoke. I have been contemplating the Tao of yin and yang. This female body is a fragment separated during my previous comprehension of divine powers. By entwining with you, I may gain insights. Help me, Yi. The Red Water Maiden is recorded in the Shanhai Jing and is certainly no recent entity. Why me? Ao Yi inquired curiously. Yi, do not ask. Vexian lowered her head, pointing to herself, saying, I assure you, I will not harm you. Hurry and bathe, entwine with me. You will not suffer any loss. Very well. Ao Yi, though perplexed, proceeded to bathe. Just as Vexian indicated, uniting with her would certainly not be disadvantageous. Thus he resolved to go along with it. After bathing, the swallowing heaven Xianjiao and Zhongshan Zhulong ventured to Wushan together. It is said that dragons are most lustful, and this encounter amidst the clouds and rain of Wushan would surely be a tempestuous affair. Echoed by the cries of the Zhulong, Zhongshan flowed with red water. Guided by the Zhulong, the swallowing heaven Xianjiao entered a peculiar state. Dual cultivation. Mutual complementarity. The Zhulong utilized the act of yin and yang union to comprehend the Tao of yin and yang. while the swallowing heaven Xianjiao absorbed the primordial yin of the Zhu Long female body, entwining and refining. Though Ao Yi did not grasp why the ancient goddess treated him so well, he thought, seizing a bargain is better than being foolish. Splash! The clouds and rain of Wushan continued until dawn, neither party being mere mortals. Ao Yi was the powerful swallowing heaven Xianjiao, while Invection was the Zhu Long female body, both with boundless stamina. Buzz! Just as dawn broke, a swarm of insects buzzing filled the air. Insects? Ao Yi frowned. Ending his intimate encounter with Invection, tidying himself, donning the new clothes he had purchased, and standing by the window to look outside. How could there be so many insects? Could it be a locust plague? No, it was mosquitoes. Upon identifying the swarm, Ao Yi's heart tightened, and he hastily opened the window, leaping from the room. Without a moment's hesitation, unleashing thunder and lightning to obliterate the tide of giant mosquitoes. The larvae of mosquitoes are aquatic creatures, and once they enter the Tianqi, they would likely lay eggs immediately. Just as he was about to unleash the 5 thunders to eradicate the swarm, he realized that this was his territory. Should it be reduced to ruins, it would be a great loss, for the inhabitants here were all sources of fragrance like leeks. Ao Yi had already devised a plan in his heart. Transforming into the colossal form of the Tian Xianjiao, he inhaled deeply, activating his devouring power to consume the swarm of insects before him, refining them with the essence of fire. It was the dragon. It was the dragon lord of Tian Qi coming to our rescue. At this moment, Ao Yi had no time to engage in idle chatter with humans. He charged directly towards the insect swarm, devouring them frantically. Ao Yi, it seems you have become truly possessed by this. At that moment, the maiden Xian donned a blue garment, perched on the windowsill, caressing her belly and murmuring to herself, I can feel it. There is pregnancy energy growing within me. Ao Yi, do you think I should help you give birth to this offspring? But I fear he may be as unruly as Adram, ultimately leading to a tragic end. This plague of insects began 3 days prior, originating from the Hunjiang Mosquito Breeding Center. Originally, it was intended to breed mosquitoes specifically designed to hunt and kill blood-sucking mosquitoes. But due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, they underwent mutations. Within the swarm, a leader emerged. This leader could command all mosquitoes and possessed astonishing reproductive capabilities, with the larvae maturing at an alarming rate. Furthermore, the mouths of this mosquito clan were equipped with piercing and devouring traits, capable of draining all spirituality from even Xiantai, turning it into mortal iron. As for ordinary people, they could be reduced to mere skeletons with a single bite. This bore a striking resemblance to the mosquito Taoist from the novel Feng Shanyanyi, and the appearance of this mosquito clan was almost identical to the description in the novel, the blood-winged black mosquito. Since awakening, the blood-winged black mosquito clan, under the leader's control, began to feed on humans and livestock, rapidly growing in strength. Hunjiang City was on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the target of the blood-winged black mosquitoes was all the exotic beasts and spiritual plants in the Changbai Mountains. Whether they possessed spirituality or not, they could absorb and enhance themselves. They could no longer be termed exotic species, but rather the most formidable beast of the contemporary era. Buzz, one after another, the blood-winged black mosquitoes bit down on Ao Yi's tail, their sharp mouthparts piercing through the gaps between his scales, breaking the membrane and penetrating his veins, continuously siphoning his dragon blood. What? Ao Yi was taken aback. Could mosquitoes truly pierce the skin of this lord? Is this really a mosquito? Buzz. These mosquitoes moved with incredible speed. Aside from the unfortunate ones who were swallowed whole before Ao Yi, the rest of the blood-winged black mosquitoes emerged unscathed, deftly avoiding even the sweeping tail of a divine dragon. No, their speed was comparable to that of the Golden Eagle King. Ao Yi thought, somewhat bewildered. Ao. Amidst his confusion, his scales bristled, and the Zixiao divine thunder erupted around him, unleashing a wide-ranging area of effect that directly annihilated the surrounding swarm of blood-winged black mosquitoes. It seemed these mosquitoes had poor reflexes, a waste of such swiftness. However, the mosquitoes he had slaughtered were but a drop in the bucket. For the blood-winged black mosquitoes could lay 480 million eggs in a single day. Though not every egg would successfully hatch, the sheer quantity was indeed significant. Alas, it appeared that siphoning dragon blood had become impossible. The leader of the blood-winged black mosquitoes witnessed Ao Yi's recent devastation of the swarm and immediately decided to abandon the attempt to drain dragon blood. While dragon blood was excellent, preserving her life was paramount. Each blood-winged black mosquito was her. As long as they did not face total annihilation, she would survive. Yet she feared provoking Ao Yi to the point of complete extermination. Though she was fast and her mouthparts formidable, the blood-winged black mosquitoes were delicate and frail, easily perishing upon contact. Buzzing. The other blood-winged black mosquitoes flew towards the mountains, draining the life force from the trees and beasts they passed, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake, the corpses of foolish deer and rabbits strewn about. At this moment, in Monkey Ridge, Ji Chi, who was drinking from the water brewed by monkeys, sensed the water flow dwindling and furrowed his brow. Looking around, he discovered a group of black mosquitoes over a meter in size perched on a tributary, sucking up the water. Ji Chi let out a monkey call, raising his hand to conjure a water staff, stepping forward to strike down upon the blood-winged black mosquitoes, obliterating them all. On the other side, in Neodali Ridge, several blood-winged black mosquitoes clung to a foam-lay apricot tree, sucking greedily, prompting Neodali to erupt in fury. He opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of flames, incinerating the mosquitoes. This was his innate divine ability, Neo Huang San Mei Hua. On Phoenix Mountain, 5-colored flames surged, turning the mosquitoes into a feast for the phoenix siblings. As a creature with true phoenix blood, the red-bellied golden pheasant naturally countered all insects. In the wild boar forest, the wild boar king burrowed into the mire, manipulating it to change shape, sometimes becoming a giant wild boar, sometimes a mudfish, and at other times a jiao dragon, leaving no trace of the blood-winged black mosquitoes. How outrageous! The Grand Marshal of the Toad Dragon, Toad Jun, let out a mighty roar, transforming into a colossal alligator hundreds of meters long, commanding water and thunder to protect Tianqi from invasion by the blood-winged black mosquitoes. Ao! The roar of the dragon resounded as Ao Yi arrived at Tianqi, ravenously consuming the blood-winged black mosquitoes. Blast it! How can there be no end to them? Chapter 66. Life is precious. What in the world is this place? Many blood-winged black mosquitoes that escaped from the Changbai Mountains coalesced into a massive entity hundreds of meters in size, their wings beating with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. No, I must flee. A voice emerged from the mouthparts of the blood-winged black mosquito, filled with trepidation. At this moment, the insect swarm had suffered heavy losses, yet the energy absorbed would ultimately nourish the leader's body. This venture into the mountains did not amount to a loss, but she feared for her life. If the population of the swarm fell below 480 million, she would be riddled with anxiety. With the abilities of group nourishment and the species is me, a period of development would allow her to transcend into the extraordinary in no time at all, faster than any cheat, hence her extreme caution regarding life. Buzz. The blood-winged black mosquitoes dispersed once more into countless small black mosquitoes, fleeing in all directions. As long as one survived, it could reproduce into countless blood-winged black mosquitoes, thus maintaining a certain sense of immortality. Crack! Just then, the golden eagle king swooped down. Whoosh! As the fastest creature of the age, the wind generated by its flight crushed a large swarm of blood-winged black mosquitoes. At this moment, lurking in a dark corner, that was close, the leader of the blood-winged black mosquitoes let out a sigh of relief, grateful for her caution, for she never ventured out in her true form. Otherwise, she might have truly perished. How could I, the illustrious mosquito Taoist, risk myself? This particular blood-winged black mosquito gained sentience after consuming the flesh and soul of a passersby, inheriting a portion of their memories and personality. The name mosquito Taoist was one she had taken from Feng Shunyini. Buzzing. The blood-winged black mosquito flew towards the distance, seeking a concealed water vein, and, in one breath, released 480 million eggs. As soon as they hit the water, many larvae broke free from their shells and began to suck on the fish and shrimp. As long as they continued to expand their population, it would only be a matter of time before they could transform. After laying the eggs, the blood-winged black mosquito swiftly departed, not lingering for a moment. Departure. It was imperative to leave this place of turmoil. After much contemplation, the blood-winged black mosquito resolutely decided to venture abroad. She would seek to develop in the land of Fusang, for she harbored impressions of this country from the souls she had absorbed. After all, it was merely a small island nation. Absolutely, there shall be no terrifyingly formidable existence. It is most appropriate to develop slowly. Humph, a mere tiny nation, when Dao Run, have arrived. She desires to seek vengeance against the Black Dragon after her transformation. For among the Changbai Mountains, the Black Dragon has slaughtered the most blood-winged black mosquitoes, and she harbors a deep-seated grudge. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a few flaps of their wings, the blood-winged black mosquitoes vanished from sight, their speed surpassing imagination. The Daxia is perilously dangerous. Meanwhile, in the land of Fusang, who? Upon Mount Fuji, a monstrous serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails snored thunderously. Beside it, local residents offered a colossal wine vat and 8 youthful Fusang maidens. Each month, 8 vats of wine and 8 maidens are required. Otherwise, the monstrous serpent will descend to devour humans. This serpent has already grown to a terrifying length of 1,000 meters. The missile bombardment from the Fusang military merely stirred up dust upon its scales, proving ineffective for lethal harm. Fortunately, the onmyuji of the Shinto sect can communicate with it, thus maintaining a fragile peace. Moreover, this serpent was born during the first great resurgence of spiritual energy and grew to 1,000 meters by the time the second wave of spiritual purple rain descended. It is undeniable that the radiation surrounding Fusang is exceptionally intense. The serpent not only absorbs the Earth's essence from Mount Fuji, but also ventures into the sea to consume irradiated monstrous fish, making its rapid growth unsurprising. Due to its form, the onmyuji have dubbed it Yamada no Orochi. At the seaside, a colossal sea iguana measuring 238 meters roared towards the heavens, its dorsal fin shimmering with a nuclear radiation blue light, exuding an aura of terror, standing upright like the renowned monster Godzilla. Beneath the sea, a creature swam swiftly, possessing the upper body of an ox, human-like arms, and a lower body that was a blend of octopus and spider. Unmistakably the Ushioni from the legends of the Fusang Yamato clan, it is evident that Fusang is also not a safe haven. Along the eastern coastline, under the Fusang's sacred tree, the 3-legged crow Di-jun gazed at the island of Fusang, shaking his head and sighing. The self-inflicted tribulations are inescapable. The sky-high grievances have birthed a monstrous proliferation. As a reincarnation of the ancient heavenly emperor, he possesses the divine ability to gaze at the omens, immediately perceiving the overwhelming blood debts of the Fusang Islands, thus harboring no desire to intervene and rescue its inhabitants. Let them fend for themselves. June. Let us bring forth 10 little golden crows in our next life. The 3-legged crow Ihi flew over, asserting their duty to propagate their lineage. No, I wish to observe the mortal realm. With that, Di-jun spread his wings and departed from the Fusang's sacred tree. Can't you see? Ihi stamped his foot. I wish to mend our relationship. Why must you be so obtuse? Under the tree, the jade rabbit Chong, she nibbled on a carrot, gazing into the sky, longing for her 12 daughters. In the dragon palace of the heavenly pool, Ao Yi, with the head of a dragon and the body of a human, sat upon the dragon throne in the Longda Hall, surveying the few ministers below. Only the civil minister, the tortoise prime minister Xian'ao, and military officials such as Meng Tianqing and Tua Zhen were present. Among the military ranks, only Meng Tianqing appeared somewhat human. Tua Zhen was slightly better, recently. Through the support of spirit stones and the rewards from the panlong fruit, he had significantly advanced his cultivation, reaching half-transformation, resembling a crocodile man. This Tua Dragon Grand Marshal bore a striking resemblance to the well-known League of Legends hero, Renekton, the Desert Butcher. Today's assembly had but one agenda. Aoyi swept his gaze across the assembled ministers and slowly spoke, to prevent a resurgence of the insect plague. I have decided to recruit the Frog Clan and the Toad Clan to form a special task force against the insects. Grand Marshal Tua, this task shall be entrusted to you. As a marshal, mere combat prowess is insufficient. You must also possess eloquence. Take this opportunity to practice. Yes, Dragon Lord. Tua Zhen clasped his hands, his mouth opening and closing as his tail swished back and forth. I shall surely complete the mission of enlisting both the Frog and Toad clans into our heavenly pool water court. Go forth. Yes, I take my leave. Thud, thud, thud. After Tua Zhen exited the Grand Hall, Ao Yi turned to Xian'ao and inquired, Prime Minister, has the successor of the Mo family that the human authorities promised arrived? It has been delivered. I have already made arrangements. Xian'ao stepped forward, holding a jade tablet, presenting himself with poise. Dressed in a dark green ministerial robe, with long green hair and a delicate, effeminate visage, complemented by perfectly fitting glasses, he could easily be mistaken for a beauty if his gender were altered. Well, then let us dismiss the court. Prime Minister, please remain. Soon, the aquatic ministers departed, leaving Xian'ao standing in place, awaiting Ao Ye's further instructions. Old Tortoise, let us devise a plan to safely release your beloved wife. Ao Yi spoke in a hushed tone, pausing before continuing. We must also prepare a physical form in advance. How about we catch a sea turtle from the ocean? Excellent, excellent. Suddenly, Ao Yi recalled something. Nvection had been left at Longton Mountain City. He hurriedly flew out of the heavenly pool to fetch her, subsequently placing her in a small wooden house beneath the tree, akin to hiding a beauty in a golden chamber. Originally, Aoyi intended to house her in the inner palace. But Invection wished to use a mobile phone and was reluctant to reside underwater. Ayi, I am with child. Invection stated calmly, in 10 months at the least. Or 3 years and 5 at most. After all, this body is human. It cannot bear for a century. Aoyi, huh? There is no need for surprise. A delicate union will indeed yield offspring. I shall bear this child for you. Is it not that? Ayi, do you not desire this child? Invection caressed her abdomen. Her eyes momentarily lowering before rising to meet Aoyi's gaze again, her tone somewhat complex. If you do not want it, I can expel the pregnancy energy. It is not yet formed, nor has a soul been birthed. It will not incur karma. This child was also an unexpected outcome for her. She had merely wished to experience the union of yin and yang, to comprehend the essence of the yin-yang path, not to conceive a child. This body is not that of the Zhu Long. It lacks the divine power to observe the past and future. It is not that I do not wish for it. I am merely astonished. Aoyi quickly clarified. I have engaged in union with Xiaoqing 2 or 3 times without her conceiving, yet with you, it was only once. I never anticipated it would lead to such a swift consequence. I am utterly unprepared. I have never been a father. No being is born knowing how to be a parent. Invection's tone remained calm. I shall bear the child but will not raise it. I failed to educate Gu, leading him to commit grave sins, which resulted in his demise at the hands of the heavenly emperor. Ayi, can you raise this child well? I should be capable of doing so. Aoyi pondered and added, as for educating the child, there is also the old turtle to consider. Besides, he has 3 other mothers. Su is gentle and amiable, well-mannered. She will surely not lead the child astray. Indeed, Ayi is not without company. Invection caressed her abdomen, her tranquil eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia as she softly spoke. I wish for him to inherit Gu's name, bearing your surname. Let us name him Ao Gu. What do you think? Agreed. In the Dragon Palace of the Heavenly Pool, the inner palace is divided into 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, paralleling the grandeur of a mortal emperor's palace. The 3 palaces consist of the main palace Wolong Palace, the eastern palace Xianyi Palace, and the western palace Zhuhua Palace. The main palace serves as Aoyi's resting place, while the eastern palace is the residence of Zhongshan Vection. Although she does not reside there, the western palace is vacant. It was initially intended for Xiaoqing, yet she wishes to live with her sister. The 6 courtyards are as follows. The first courtyard Qing Su Yuan, shared by Xiaoqing and by Su, with Xiaoqing entering the palace earlier, thus taking precedence. The second courtyard, Yufu Yuan, Lady Ao Yufei resides alone, and attendants will be appointed subsequently. The third courtyard, by Shui Yuan, reserved. The fourth courtyard, Zixia Yuan, reserved. The fifth courtyard, Ningxiang Yuan, reserved. The sixth courtyard, Yingyu Yuan, reserved. At this moment in the Imperial Garden, the 3 consorts are still refining the essence blood offered by the maidens. As there is only Miss Yi to serve, she must attend to all 3 consorts alone. At this moment, she announces, Your Majesty, the Dragon Lord has arrived. Upon hearing this, the 3 consorts immediately cease their refining and gracefully bow to Aoyi. We pay our respects to Your Majesty. They merely incline their bodies slightly without kneeling, as Aoyi does not advocate such feudal customs. The Dragon Court and the 3 palaces with 6 courtyards are solely for grandeur. Su, I am here, and I will heed Your Majesty's commands. Bai Su swayed her waist, her white serpent tail leaving a graceful trail as she approached Aoyi, her frosty countenance revealing a hint of charm. The informal Aoyi did not hold a grand ceremony for the consort selection, proceeding directly to consummation, hence Bai Su's slight allure. Aoyi softly inquired, Can you concoct the in Taiwan? Yes, as long as the medicinal materials and alchemical furnace are available. Bai Su lightly parted her crimson lips, and a flicker of confusion crossed her delicate face as she quietly asked, May I inquire, Your Majesty, who is with child? Xiaoqing? Ao Yufei? The 2 exchanged bewildered glances, wondering who it could be. Sister Xian is pregnant? Bai Su was taken aback, then smiled. I shall diligently attend to Sister Xian's well-being and matters concerning her pregnancy. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Xiaoqing, the pill is spicy, overtaken by a newcomer. What a disappointment. While the Dragon Lord cannot abdicate, the Crown Prince is still superior to an ordinary dragon child. Ao Yufei, humans are truly fortunate, perpetually in their mating season throughout the year. How enviable. Well then, I shall trouble you, my beloved consort. Aoyi gently caressed Bai Su's head with his powerful, scaled hand, murmuring, I shall procure a set of alchemical furnaces for you. Your Majesty, why do you not transform fully into human form? Recently, at Long de Dian, The dragon form appeared quite majestic, and since few have achieved human form, it would be inappropriate to show off, needing to consider the feelings of all. Your Majesty is indeed a benevolent ruler, Bai Su Su remarked playfully. Xiao Qing was taken aback, internally lamenting, Sister, why have you become so flirtatious? Weren't you pure and innocent? How could she be so actively seeking the favor of His Majesty? No palace intrigues. Before departing, Aoyi specifically stated, My offspring shall ultimately spread across the world, birthed by you. My ambition is to incorporate all global waterways into the lineage of the Ao clan dragon. I am vigorous and abundant. There is no need for competition. Upon hearing the words vigorous and abundant, both Xiao Qing and Bai Su Su blushed, while Ao Yufei appeared adorably bewildered. As for the carp, external fertilization is necessary. Before leaping over the dragon gate, the conditions for enjoyment are not yet met. Suddenly, Aoyi turned back to Ao Yufei. The 5 golden serpents that occupied the Yellow River have been dealt with by me. Now, the Yellow River is under the control of my Tian Qi Shui Fu. The current water god of the Yellow River is appointed by me temporarily, and when you bear offspring, let him lead the Yellow River's deity. Ao Yufei excitedly exclaimed, Thank you, Your Majesty. After leaving the Tianqi Dragon Palace, Aoyi headed directly to the nearby Taoist temple. Without a word, he seized the alchemical furnace. No, it should be termed as theft. For the Taoist was unaware of Aoyi's presence, completely oblivious to the fact that the alchemical furnace had vanished, still practicing swordplay in the courtyard. By the time he realized, Aoyi had already flown far away. With a splash, Aoyi returned to Tianqi Dragon Palace, delivering the alchemical furnace to Bai Su Su while entrusting the monkey tribe with the collection of medicinal materials. They were to refine elixirs underwater. Old Turtle, I rely on you. Thus, the Turtle Chancellor was summoned to work overtime, immediately transforming the alchemical chamber into a water-free zone, with a layer of water membrane at the entrance, ensuring that once one stepped inside, there would be no water. Before long, several ordinary water monkeys arrived at the Dragon Palace bearing medicinal materials. Bai Su Su ignited a strand of ethereal blue flame at her fingertips, its temperature significantly surpassing that of the orange flame, making it perfectly suited for alchemical refinement. It was no surprise, given her past as a transformative great demon. She mastered not only ice and water, but also fire. Seeing everything falling into place, Aoyi felt reassured. Old Turtle, let us go. We shall catch sea turtles in the Whale Sea while exploring the oceanic ecology. Yes. Chapter 68. Seeking Turtles in the Whale Sea. Aoyi and Xian Ao passed through the Tianqi Sea, propelled by the rapids into the Whale Sea, riding a powerful beast. Delving deep into the Whale Sea in search of a beautiful, unbred female sea turtle. After all, it was for preparing the reincarnated body for the Chancellor's wife. Thus precision was paramount. Dive. Under Aoyi's command, the powerful beast continuously descended, encountering several large sea turtles, either male or having already bred. Xian Ao, after a moment of silence, decided to consult the oracle regarding the destined body of his beloved wife. He rummaged through his sleeves and produced a turtle shell, his own, which had become a treasure post-transformation, serving both as a defensive gear and for divination. However, he preferred to use a small turtle for oracle readings. Just then, a Ning Jin approached. Its pallid skin and enormous size, with a mouth but no eyes, appeared quite ghastly. With a flick of his hand, Aoyi conjured black water thunder, forming a halberd and hurled it toward the Ning General Boom. Despite its massive size, the Ning Jin possessed no supernatural abilities and was effortlessly obliterated in one blow, its entire body shattered by the black lightning halberd. The killing technique, Zhen Lei Fong Tianji. Not only could the water thunder be wielded this way, but the 5-element heavenly thunder and purple sky divine thunder could also be utilized. Having never consumed this species before, Aoyi thought it prudent to take a taste, wondering if it might yield extraordinary talents. With this in mind, he extended his neck, opened his dragon mouth, and forcefully inhaled, devouring several chunks of pale flesh. In this form, human yet with a long neck and dragon head, he resembled a certain renowned ancient dragon. Ding. Consumed nuclear radiation, mutated flesh, purged degradation. Acquired rapid growth skill. Rapid growth. With sufficient energy supply, the growth rate would dramatically increase, which is the reason for the birth of certain mutated behemoths due to nuclear radiation. Moreover, this is not merely a supernatural ability. It is genuine physical growth, unbound by the constraints of heaven and earth. This is excellent, as the ocean is abundant with high-energy beings. Aoyi raised an eyebrow, retracting his neck to its original length. When the time comes, he could directly consume a 10,000-meter true dragon, Would that not be splendid? No, no, 3,600 meters would suffice. Or perhaps 36,000 meters. Maintaining the number of celestial bodies could attract stellar forces, accelerating cultivation. Alas, let us eat first and discuss later. To be honest, Aoyi had long been perplexed. Despite having devoured the remnants of Zhu Long in the Shanhai realm, the energy contained was insufficient for direct transformation into a dragon. There are only three possibilities. Either the energy from the remnants had dissipated too much, or it was all utilized to activate the Zhu Long eye, or perhaps he was simply too formidable, requiring more energy for transformation than the Zhu Long remnants could provide. Following this, the tale unfolds. The explosion of flesh and blood from the Ningen attracted a swarm of Jiao Sha, which can be loosely categorized as dragon kin. The leader was a shark man, approximately 10 meters in length, while the rest of the clan generally exceeded 30 meters. This indicates that beastly creatures that have taken half-formed shapes tend to minimize their size. After all, unless they are exceptionally formidable beings, larger sizes make one more susceptible to becoming a target. Roaring loudly, Aoyi manifested his 1,000-meter-long Xuanjiao form, inhaling the 10-meter shark man and the other Jiao Sha, swiftly digesting them within. The current form of 1,000 meters is the result of the Fa Tian Xiang Di effect, while his true size is 360 meters. As it stands, this is somewhat inadequate, and he hopes to soon surpass the 1,000-meter mark. Upon consuming the Jiao Sha clan, his true length has indeed increased, yet it still falls short of the 1,000-meter threshold. Further consumption is necessary, and it seems he must transform into a gluttonous serpent. Frankly speaking, the skill rapid growth is nearly ineffective until he breaks through the 1,000-meter barrier. Dragon King, I have already divined our direction, Xian Ao suddenly spoke, gesturing towards the southwest. My beloved's destined flesh lies in that direction. It cannot be mistaken. We cannot have come in vain. Stop, Aoyi interrupted before Xian Ao could finish, shaking his head. Old turtle, do not speak so confidently in advance. Setting a flag is not a wise habit. Setting a flag? What do you mean? Xian Ao was taken aback, puzzled. It means to declare something prematurely, Aoyi sighed. Transforming into a 12-foot-tall dragon-headed humanoid and landing on the back of the exotic Basya, patting its shell as they swam toward the southwest. Yes, Your Majesty. On the immense Basya, the majestic Dragon King and the delicate Turtle Minister sat side by side, creating a somewhat picturesque scene. In the sea, how come your glasses haven't been washed away? Aoyi curiously inquired. Because they are a part of my human form, Xian Ao adjusted his glasses, blinking his emerald green eyes. To facilitate governance, he had resorted to a clever appeal for a title, which had backfired. Indeed, words can be fearsome. Aoyi nodded in agreement. In the same vein, during the transformation from Jiao to dragon, words can also be daunting. Uttering what a large loach could render the path of transformation fraught with difficulties. Swimming through the whale sea, though the name contains whale, this expanse previously bore no giant cetaceans, yet now, there may very well be legendary leviathans. Moo. As expected, there was indeed a legendary giant whale. Furthermore, it was of the serpentine variety known as the Dragon King whale, its head somewhat resembling a jiao, lacking claws. Possessing only 2 pairs of fin-like limbs, its massive size belied any ability to soar. It belonged to a class of dragon kin, likely evolved from smaller whales or dolphins. Let me have a taste. Aoyi leaped from the back of the Basya, stealthily approaching the Dragon King whale. He gently dug out some flesh. Yet the creature appeared unaffected, its exceedingly gentle disposition rendering it oblivious to the attack. Crunch. Upon consuming the flesh, Aoyi received no feedback. Nothing. He pondered. And after some thought, he chose not to pursue the Dragon King whale further, returning to his mount, murmuring, could it be that I have already acquired its abilities? I shall capture one someday to keep as an ornamental fish. With this thought, Aoyi directed the Basya to continue toward the location indicated by the old turtle. After a while, they reached their destination, where a gigantic egg lay, seemingly just laid by a giant turtle, likely a spirit turtle, much superior to an ordinary grass turtle. Melodious music wafted through the air. Aoyi glanced around and discovered a group of female Jiaoren clad in sheer garments, singing, while the Dragon King and the Turtle Minister found themselves encircled by a group of male Jiaoren, whose visages were grotesque. The female Jiaoren resembled mermaids, while the males bore human forms, with webbed hands and feet, and gills on their necks, their skin a dark blue, reminiscent of the sea's nightmarish creatures. The song was a lullaby, and the old turtle was already falling into a stupor. Roaring, the dragon's roar shattered the lullaby, causing the female Jiaoren to cry out in anguish, all covering their ears in distress. This egg is our food. One of the male Jiaoren shouted. Yours? Aoyi chuckled softly, shaking his head as he calmly replied, You are mistaken. This egg rightfully belongs to me, and you all belong to me as well. My dragon palace is in need of manpower. The females shall serve as maids and songstresses, while the males shall join the military. Though these Jiaoren were not particularly strong, they were better than nothing, and strength could be cultivated over time. As soon as he finished speaking, Aoyi, with casual grace, severed the head of the Jiaoren clan leader. Now that your leader is dead, pledge your allegiance to me. In dealing with these ancient races, the most primal method of bloodshed for position often proved most effective, far superior to negotiation, considering their low level of civilization. Amidst a flurry of Jiaoren murmurs, this clan officially joined the Tianqi Dragon Palace. Gather your belongings and return to Tianqi with me.